Vhumad God Chapter 4400 to Chapter 4483. Sacred Monarch Divine Ghost and the others had extremely unsightly expressions. The 10,000 Sword Pavilion's people were dumbfounded. The other party's strength was so strong that even if they attacked together, they wouldn't be his match. The buried Emperor Star's people had unsightly expressions. A figure walked out. He was wearing a cloud robe and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. "Kid, let go of my people and break your own arms. I will spare your life." Humph, hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he exerted force with his foot and the armored man under his feet was torn apart. He let out a miserable roar. Seeing this scene, Jingyun was instantly enraged. "You're courting death. I will let you know how powerful our buried Emperor Star is." Saying this, he walked out. The others sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jingyun was going to personally make a move. This was too inconceivable. Jingyun was an extremely terrifying existence even among the buried Emperor Star's people. His strength far surpassed the previous two people. If he made a move, the other party wouldn't be able to block him. Linghu Chuishue and the others became nervous again. They could naturally feel that this person's aura was even stronger than the previous two people. Clearly, this person was an extremely terrifying expert. "I'll let you experience my sky cloud palm." Jingyun stretched out his palms and slapped forward. His palms were mysterious and unfathomable. They suddenly became larger and seemed to transform into a part of the sky as they pressed down from the sky. Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying power of his divine body shattered the void. However, he discovered that he didn't shatter the palm. This made him surprised. Jingyun was indeed strong. It seemed that this person was a leader-level figure. He far surpassed the previous two people. Lin Xian also slapped out with his palm. Divine flames overflowed and blocked the clouds that filled the sky. The two people's powers were in a deadlock in the sky. The surrounding void spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, the true spirit world's cultivators cried out in alarm. This was a divine body. Too powerful. As expected of the Central Emperor. This was a peak expert from our true spirit world. Humph, this was great. Defeat him and suppress him. Sweep everything away, let them know that our true spirit world also had experts. At this moment, countless people cheered for Lin Xian. On the other side, Sacred King Silver Corpse, Sacred King Divine Ghost, and the others had cold expressions. However, they didn't say anything. Because Lin Xian's strength was indeed very strong. Until now, he hadn't been defeated. Even if he faced Jingyun, they were evenly matched. Who would dare to mock such a person now? After blocking his opponent's attack, Lin Xian sneered. "You're only SOSO. You were so arrogant before, so I thought you were very powerful. You are indeed more powerful than the previous two, but you are not that much stronger. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant." Jingyun gritted his teeth. He was about to go crazy from anger. He did not expect that the other party could actually block his sky cloud palm. But so what, his heaven cloud palm was mysterious and unfathomable, and this was just the beginning. The first transformation of the 6 transformations of the heavenly clouds, with a furious roar, the palm suddenly erupted with an incomparable aura, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. It was too scary. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, the divine fire in the sky was wrapped by the clouds and became incomparably hazy. However, the palm seemed to have passed through everything and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a clench of his fist, he transformed into a golden crow and rushed over, enveloping the countless rays of light. In the next moment, the two collided, and it was as if the world had split open. The surrounding sacred kings attacked, sending this power into the sky. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers of the eastern wilderness would have been shattered by this attack. Second transformation. Third transformation. Seeing this scene, Jingyun did not say anything and directly attacked again. He was really crazy, so he used his power recklessly. He seemed to have transformed into a supreme god that could sweep through everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stood there proudly and formed a hand seal again, forming the man-ruler seal. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body, shocking everyone. They even wanted to kneel down and worship Lin Xian. What kind of boldness was this? On the other hand, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. The powerful man-ruler seal collapsed the sky and split the earth. Even the supreme existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would not be able to escape from this attack. Boom, sure enough, the other party's divine ability was broken again, and the man-ruler seal continued to attack. Damn it, 4th transformation. 5th transformation, Jing Yan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could break his divine ability. He roared angrily. At this moment, countless palms appeared in the sky. Each of them carried an extremely powerful force that enveloped down. Finally, the man-ruler seal was blocked. As the man-ruler seal slowly disappeared, those palms mercilessly rushed towards Luo Yunyang. Jing Yun finally revealed a cold smile. Kid, die. The people of the buried Emperor Star also heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could he be a match for Jing Yun? It seemed that he had used up all his strength. However, as soon as they said that, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Because they discovered that the man-ruler seal, under the control of Lin Xian, once again burst out with an incomparable light. This attack pierced through everything. However, in the end, it also dissipated between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were stunned. It was too powerful. A fierce battle between dragons and tigers, absolutely incomparably powerful. Is there anything else? If you don't have any divine ability, you will definitely lose. Lin Xian coldly said. On the opposite side, Jing Yan's expression was grave. Kid, next, I will use the 6th transformation. You should be proud to be able to die under this kind of divine ability. It was obvious that the 6th transformation was an extremely powerful mystic art. Between heaven and earth, endless rays of light bloomed. The multicolored light enveloped everything, and all of it gathered on Jing Yan's palm. In his palm, there was a dense fog that spread out. With a light shake, the void shattered, mountains and rivers split, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. This attack was too powerful. Linghu Chuishue and the others were worried for Lin Xian. Even Peerless Saint King and the others frowned. Was this the strength of the people from the buried Emperor Star? They were indeed incomparably terrifying. This kind of divine ability was enough to sweep through everything. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Facing this palm, he did not use the man-ruler seal, but used another divine ability. Mountain-embracing seal. Between heaven and earth, a divine mountain appeared, as if it had transcended ancient times. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding mountains began to shatter, and cracks began to appear. It was simply unable to withstand this power. The faces of the Saint Kings also changed. This is? They opened their eyes wide. The 5 elements Saint King and Saint King of all beginnings also cried out in alarm. Could this be the legendary divine ability, mountain-embracing seal? How could this guy use it? Once the mountain-embracing seal appeared, it descended from the sky, shattering thousands of void, and then collided with the 6th transformation of the sky cloud hand. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The earth shattered, the mountains collapsed, and the clouds that filled the sky dissipated. Jing Yun was directly sent flying, and he violently vomited blood. No, when the people of the buried Emperor Star saw this scene, they roared crazily. They had already used the 6th transformation of the sky cloud hand. Could it be that they still couldn't defeat their opponent? At this moment, they felt a sense of despair. All along, they had thought that they were peerless geniuses that could trample anyone under their feet. But now, they realized that they were wrong. It turned out that other worlds could also give birth to terrifying experts. In fact, killing them was no different from cutting vegetables. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm and said indifferently. To be defeated by the mountain-embracing seal, you should be proud. Boom, in the distance, Jing Yun descended from the sky, forming a large crack. He stood up, his body was covered with wounds. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his eyes were red. He lost, he was actually defeated. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. After speaking, a ray of light flew out from between his eyebrows. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The sacred mountain in the sky descended to block the attack. However, the sacred mountain was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian was also sent flying back, smashing into 2 mountains. He felt that his arm was about to split open. When countless people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. What was that? Jingyun looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, brat, you're dead. You want to compete with me? In your next life, an arrogant voice resounded between heaven and earth. The faces of the people of Peerless City and True Spirit World became incomparably ugly. Could it be that Lin Xian, who had just won, was killed by someone? Damn it, you sneak attacked me, Jingyun sneered. Who said that the battle was over? It was his own carelessness. Whoever is not convinced, come and die. He was incomparably powerful. Those below the Sage King realm did not dare to resist him. Great, this guy is finally dead. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion laughed. The people of the buried Emperor Star also heaved a sigh of relief. However, a figure walked out from the shattered mountain in the distance. He threw countless huge rocks into the sky. Then, he walked on the ground. Sneak attack me? You're already at the end of your road. Don't you have any other methods? But do you think that you can kill me like this? Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. He was also angry. If the Divine Mountain hadn't blocked that attack for him, he would have been dead already. This attack could penetrate his body. Clearly, that was his opponent's trump card. Not dead, the people from the buried Emperor Star were all stunned. Even Jingyun's pupils shrank. How could this be? Could it be because of the illusion of the sacred mountain? I didn't think that your luck would be so good to be able to survive. However, you'll definitely die now. The white light flew out from between his eyebrows again. It was only then that the crowd discovered that it was a palm carved out of white jade. It was incomparably mysterious and possessed an extremely powerful force. Moreover, there was a speck of blood-colored light inside. Clearly, that was a drop of blood left behind by an expert for Jingyun to protect his life. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his jade-white palm rapidly shot forth. There was a monstrous law on it, and the aura of a powerhouse filled the air. Damn it, this isn't your power. Fu Hongya, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others roared. However, it was useless. The light from the palm was too powerful, and it instantly shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression became incomparably cold. This was his opponent's super powerful trump card, and he had to use his trump card to contend against it. In the next moment, he directly took out the Great Destruction Spear and attacked. Boundless demonic chi surged, as if a peerless demon god had appeared. Everyone's expression changed. Sacred King Divine Ghost had instantly said that he was going to use a Sacred King's weapon. There was no need to fight this battle anymore. However, Peerless Sacred King blocked his opponent. Did you think that the jade-white palm was the opponent's true strength? It contained the law and power of a powerhouse. If others can use their trump cards, why can't we? Sacred King Divine Ghost was speechless after hearing this. At this moment, the two attacks collided, and a shocking light burst out. The jade-white palm was trembling from the impact. Lin Xian roared, and the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The Great Destruction Spear in his hand became even more terrifying. At this moment, his demonic chi was monstrous, as if he had turned into a demon god. One attack after another. In an instant, thousands of attacks were launched, and it directly collapsed. In the void. Then, cracks appeared on the jade-white palm, and it shattered with a loud bang. Boundless demonic chi swallowed everything. How was this possible? Jingyun was completely dumbfounded. Had his strongest trump card, his life-saving method, been destroyed? Damn it, that was a Sacred King's weapon. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. Since his opponent had no trump card, he did not need to use the Great Destruction Spear. Therefore, he directly slapped out. With a bang, the slap landed on his opponent's face and sent him flying. His opponent's face was directly shattered. The words he wanted to say were also forcefully extinguished. Then, Lin Xian made a strong move. No one dared to compete with him in close combat. Sure enough, no matter how strong Jingyun was, in close combat, he was beaten miserably, and his body was soon shattered. A bloody mist filled the sky, and he wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian formed a Tai Chi diagram, and with one attack, endless yin and yang power appeared. Especially the law of death, it crazily absorbed the opponent's vitality. Jingyun was so frightened that his face turned pale. No. Damn it. Stop it, you dare to attack me, you're dead, Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with a slap, he sent Jingyun flying. He said coldly. Now you know fear? Then, when you challenged me just now, did you think that this would be the result? Do you think that if you weren't from the buried Emperor Star, you would be able to live until now? Your soul would have been destroyed long ago, but so what if you're from the buried Emperor Star? Come over and admit your mistake, otherwise, I won't let you off today. What? Jingyun was furious, and his face became incomparably sinister. You want me to admit my mistake, you want me to lower my head, damn it, you want me to lose face. If I admit my mistake, I reckon that I won't be able to raise my head again. If this matter spread back, I will lose all my face. However, a trace of cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. If it wasn't for his senior brother Limitless Saint King and the other's voice transmission, telling him to hold back and not become enemies with the buried Emperor Star, he would have already destroyed Jingyun's star soul. Humph, seeing Jingyun hesitating, he directly split Jingyun's body in half. What, you don't want to? Then I don't mind using some methods. Even if I don't kill you, I can keep you by my side and use some secret techniques on you every day. I think you can last for a few days. Hearing these words, Jingyun's eyes filled with fear. This is even more unbearable than killing him. He can only say that he was wrong this time. He will apologize to you and spare his life. When these words came out, the surrounding people were all stunned. The people from the buried Emperor Star were also stunned. Even someone as strong as Jingyun is begging for mercy? Who allowed you to stand? Kneel down and say it. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Tai Chi diagram slashed towards Jingyun's legs. Boom, Jingyun directly knelt down. Speak, Jingyun gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. He fainted from anger. This was 10,000 times worse than killing him. Fainted? Lin Xian sneered. Jingyun was so arrogant before, and now he wanted to escape. He circulated the cold law of death and enveloped Jingyun. Jingyun immediately woke up and was terrified. I don't have much patience. You only have one chance. Lin Xian said coldly. Jingyun was in despair. He wanted Lin Xian to kill him, but Lin Xian didn't. Lin Xian was tormenting him. I apologize. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please spare my life, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Xian waved his hand and said coldly. Jingyun retreated. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go. With that, he left with his people. On the other side, Han Chang's eyes flickered. He also left with his people. Everyone knew that this matter wouldn't end like this. After all, these people came from the buried Emperor Star. They had lost face here and would definitely fight back. Lin Xian didn't care because he would soon head to the buried Emperor Star. When he arrived there, he would definitely stir up a storm. At that time, these people would only become his stepping stones. Then, he looked ahead and sneered. Alright, no one cared about what happened here anymore. 10,000 Swords Pavilion, we can continue. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people were pale. They felt despair. Sacred King Divine Ghost's face was also ferocious. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Could it be that another battle was going to break out? However, Saint King Yanling frowned, because the other side had as many Saint Kings as they did. Once they started fighting, they would lose. Although they were strong, the deity Dao Union's people might be here. At that time, no one would know what the result would be. Sacred King Divine Ghost gritted his teeth. Are you really not going to give us any face? Sacred King Peerless snorted coldly. When you attacked Peerless City, did you think of giving us some face? Since you didn't, then prepare to bear the consequences. Sacred King Soaring Sky from Demon City also gritted his teeth. Sacred King Peerless, are you sure you want to do this? Sacred King Peerless looked at him. Thousand Demon City, I still remember you. You've always been at odds with my Peerless City. Don't make me attack you. Hearing this, the Soaring Sky Saint King's pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. However, he didn't dare to say anything. They all looked at Spirit Saint King Yan. Sage King Yanling's eyes flickered. He had been scouting the surroundings. He wanted to know if the deity Dao Union's people had come. But he never noticed. However, he did not dare to be careless. The deity Dao Union was mysterious and unfathomable. Who knew when it would appear? Alright, let's begin. It's a fair fight. My junior brother won't make a move, but my disciples will. You can send as many people as you want. Let's begin. Following that, Ling Hu Chuishiwe and the others began to attack. It wasn't just the young geniuses anymore. Even the elders were attacking. Seeing the elders attack, Lin Xian said, "Since you're using the elders, it's not too much for me to attack, right?" After saying that, he also attacked aggressively. The moment the Taiji diagram appeared, the two figures instantly turned into a bloody mist. Then, his man-ruler seal and mountain-embracing seal swept out in all directions. These elders couldn't withstand it at all. Not long after, another 3 people fell. Divine Ghost Saint King's heart was bleeding. He wanted to attack, but he was being watched by Peerless Saint King. This time, he didn't bring many people with him, but every one of them was a top genius and expert. However, these people were all dying at this moment. If all of them died, then the loss would be too great. He finally couldn't take it anymore. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the void split open. A terrifying murderous aura swept out, directly enveloping Lin Xian. This attack was really too terrifying. Heaven and earth changed. Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't react at all. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. At the moment of crisis, he opened the Great Sage Pagoda and was sent flying. The Great Sage Pagoda kept shaking, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, he used the void escape and quickly dodged. Humph, Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. The peerless sword flew out, cutting through the void. On the other side, Vast Sea Saint King also attacked. Endless seawater churned, and one sea beast after another swept out in all directions, covering the entire sky. Then, the void completely shattered. From inside, a black-cloaked figure wearing a mask appeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You really attacked again. It seemed that the Myriad Swords Pavilion and the human world were also connected. If that was the case, then there was no need for them to exist. Damn it. The surrounding people's pupils shrank. Even Divine Ghost Saint King was stunned. To be honest, he didn't plan to let the human world attack, because he wanted to do it himself. How could this be? On the side, Silver Corpse Saint King said, "It's useless to think about it now. Let's work together to kill them." Obviously, the human world was called over by Silver Corpse Saint King and the others. Divine Ghost Saint King's expression was ugly. But at this point, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. Now, he could only work together to kill Peerless Saint King and the others. Junior brother, you should retreat. Peerless Saint King sent out a devouring vortex. Lin Xian nodded and quickly retreated. Next, there would be an even more terrifying battle between the Saint Kings. Sure enough, the surrounding people of the true spirit world were stunned. No way, the Saint Kings were going to attack. And there were so many of them. Peerless, today is the day you die. Divine Ghost Saint King roared and rushed over with the firmament sword. The firmament sword emitted endless killing intent, overturning heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting blood. Run away quickly, they couldn't fight a battle between Saint Kings. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. At the same time, the surrounding people all retreated. The Saint Kings instantly attacked. Attack! Silver Corpse Saint King roared. But at this time, the void split open, and a light scattered, directly striking Spirit Saint King. Spirit Saint King was about to attack, but he was sneak attacked from behind, and was sent flying. Even Silver Corpse Saint King was shocked, and hurriedly sent out the Yellow Springs diagram to defend. At the same time, he looked around and roared crazily. Who dares to sneak attack us? Spirit Saint King Yen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body had been shattered by this attack, and he was severely injured. Blood flowed, dyeing the sky red. He roared at the sky, his expression ferocious, and his terrifying gaze pierced through the space behind him. In the void behind him, a hazy figure appeared. The aura emitted from his body was very mysterious. And above his head, there was a pagoda floating up and down. The pagoda was releasing a terrifying power, and the aura on it was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The desolate tower's phantom? Spirit Saint King felt his hair stand on end. He felt a fatal aura. Had the Jade Lake sacred ground made a move, however, it was only an illusion. It didn't really walk out. And after one attack, it disappeared into the void. The surrounding Saint Kings were also horrified. Desolation was an extreme weapon, an existence that could suppress everything. If it really exploded, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. But fortunately, the other party only attacked once and didn't attack again. One attack was enough. Saint King Kunlun walked out with a cold smile. The previous attack had already seriously injured Saint King Spirit Word. Saint King Bastsi and Saint King Bianyue also walked out. They all stared at Saint King Spirit Word. Saint King Spirit Word's expression was extremely ugly. He was first seriously injured, and now he was targeted by 3 Saint Kings. Even if he was very strong before, he was probably very dangerous now. He gritted his teeth and roared. "You people dare to plot against me? You really don't know what's good for you," Saint King Bastsi snorted coldly. "Plot against you? What a joke. When we were at the Immemorial Grotto Sacred Assembly, we were all cursed. Then we were also poisoned by the Supreme Saint Corpse poison. Didn't you plot against us at that time? What right do you have to talk about us?" Saint King Bianyue also snorted coldly. "What do you want to say? Didn't you say that it was you who did it? If you really have nothing to do with the human world, then retreat now. We only target the ghost god Saint Kings who are related to the human world. If you don't retreat, then you're in cahoots." "What nonsense. You want to target the Immemorial Grotto? The Immemorial Grotto has never been afraid of anyone." At this time, Saint King Spirit Word didn't admit that he had anything to do with the human world. After all, the human world was very terrifying. They would attack the various sacred grounds once every tens of thousands of years, causing a sea of blood to surge into the sky. Countless people were terrified. Every time, the various sacred grounds would join forces to attack and quell such an existence. He wouldn't take the initiative to admit it. But at this time, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. "Is that so? Then your grandson is alive again." "How do you explain that?" Saint King Spirit Word's pupils constricted when he heard this. He suddenly looked up. In the next moment, he saw a young person fall from the sky. It was his grandson. Shi Yunhu. When the Kunlun Sage King and the others saw this, their faces darkened. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that this young man had been killed by the people of the mortal world. However, at that moment, he had come back to life. This was the same situation as Sacred King Desolate Heaven. "Old thing, are you still saying that you have nothing to do with the human world? Then why is your grandson alive?" Unparalleled Divine King coldly snorted. Damn it, who was it that actually discovered the secret? Didn't he ask her grandson to hide properly? He looked up. In the next moment, his expression turned extremely cold. This was because he discovered that the person who had attacked was actually Scholar Immortal. Damn it, the Divine Dao Gates people really came. In the sky, the deity Dao Union's undying scholar said coldly, "Immemorial Grotto, you are indeed in cahoots with the mortal world. Since that's the case, I'll eliminate all of you today." It seemed like this time, Divine Dao Gate was truly angered, wishing to get rid of World of Man, as well as those related to Time of Man. The surrounding people of the quintessential world also exclaimed in surprise. Immemorial Grotto was actually in cahoots with World of Man. This was really too unbelievable. Not only did World of Man make a move on the second astral realm, but it was also extremely terrifying in the quintessential world. It was the legendary Sacred Killing Hall. Now, such a person had appeared again. This was really shocking to the great World of Man. Furthermore, what shocked them even more was that the sacred cities of the second astral realm were going to be completely eliminated. World of Man, damn it, Sacred King Spirit Yan's expression turned cold. Since he had been discovered, he no longer hid it. He said coldly, "That's right, I am indeed in cahoots with World of Man." "So what?" However, you guessed wrong, not only am I in cahoots with World of Man, but I am also a member of World of Man. When these words came out, even Sacred King Peerless and the others were stunned. The other party was a member of World of Man. Damn it, it seemed like everything that had happened before had been planned by the other party. Originally, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you want to court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sacred King Spirit Yen shouted coldly. Then, he said, get ready to attack. Leave no one alive. After he finished speaking, the surrounding sky started to shatter. Sacred King Silver Corpse, Sacred King Divine Ghost, and Sacred King Flying Sky also walked out. Extremely cold auras emanated from their bodies. At the same time, there were many masked black-robed men around them. Their powers were equally terrifying. These were all sacred kings. Acheron Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, Myriad Sword Pavilion. You are all involved. Even the Myriad Demon City is involved, very well. Scholar Immortal also emanated a terrifying aura. Not only you, but the sacred cities that you are in also need not exist. Hearing this, the sacred king's pupils shrank. Although they already knew that this would be the outcome, they still felt their scalps go numb upon hearing those words. It seemed like they could only join forces with World of Man, otherwise, they would have no way of surviving. The people of Thunder God City also felt their scalps tingle. They did not expect that their previous friends were actually from World of Man. This scared them out of their wits. They hurriedly said, this has nothing to do with us. We don't know. Scholar Immortal glanced at these people and said, Thunder God City indeed has nothing to do with this. However, you all helped the evildoers. Now that the sacred kings have been killed, you all deserve it. So, quickly leave this place. The people of Thunder God City turned pale and quickly retreated. Actually, it was not only them. Everyone in the surroundings was retreating. This was because more and more sacred kings had appeared. Countless terrifying auras had gathered. Those below the sacred king realm could not withstand it. Lin Xian, Linghu Chuexiue, and the others also quickly retreated. A vortex appeared on their bodies as they quickly flew into the distance. The geniuses of the other sacred cities did the same. Guan Songhai of Azure Ocean Palace, Qin Xianer of Acacia Palace, Kunlun Pavilion, and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion did the same. They all quickly retreated. This was because they had already discussed this beforehand. Peerless Sacred King and the other sacred kings would join forces with the deity Dao Union and start a decisive battle with World of Man. Then, these young disciples would pass through the seal and head to the buried Emperor Star. This way, even if the deity Dao Union and the others failed, World of Man would not be able to threaten them. Soon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others gathered. Even the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the Northern Devil had all come. Although these people had not been to the primordial battlefield before, they had all been there. However, Lin Xian had more than one sacred king's will in his hands. Naturally, he could give it to these people and allow them to pass through. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Were they finally going to reach the buried Emperor Star? That was the place where countless great emperors were buried. There were countless secrets and even secrets to becoming an immortal. It was also the end of the ancient starry sky path. Lin Xian wondered what kind of world it was. His eyes were filled with boundless hope and curiosity. Their goal this time was to go to the Reincarnation Valley. They had to find the Reincarnation Protector first. This should be the place, right? Guan Songhai looked around and then looked at the valley. Let's go. These young geniuses quickly descended. Their greetings became incomparably respectful. After all, the Reincarnation Protector was someone that even their sage kings had to treat with respect. Junior requests an audience, Reincarnation Protector. Guan Songhai said in a clear voice. His voice could be heard clearly. Everyone waited patiently, but there was no response. Guan Songhai called out respectfully once again. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. You don't have the qualifications to see me. Get your sage kings to come. Also, those below sage kings don't come here. This time, I will let you live. If you dare to come here again, your souls will be destroyed. Scram, a terrifying voice rushed over, and then it surged towards them from all directions. Everyone felt their pupils constrict. It was as if their bodies were about to be crushed by 100,000 mountains. Even Lin Xian's face had turned incomparably pale. Too strong. This Reincarnation Protector was probably even more terrifying than Sage King Yanling. Was he a Sage King, or had he already surpassed the Sage King realm? However, why did they attack him? He roared. This power made it very difficult for him to open the great sage tower. These people were in despair. Were they going to die? It had not been easy for them to reach this point. However, they were unable to resist this voice at all. These people's eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, a light flashed. Boundless black aura condensed and enveloped them. Then, they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, everyone discovered that they had already left the Reincarnation Valley and were outside. They did not know how many million miles they were away. Were they saved? These people all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, he wanted to use the Great Sage Tower to bring everyone in. But before he could do anything, someone had attacked them. Who was it? To be able to bring them away so easily, it was definitely a Sage King. The other people also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they saw a black-robed person standing behind them. "Thank you, Senior," they said gratefully. The dark red dragon also had a look of lingering fear on its face. The toad said, "Damn it. That guy is too arrogant. He obviously wants to kill us." However, after He Shan heard this, he sneered. "Eccentric?" Black Mountain said that he had been invited to the primordial grotto. His relationship with Sage King Yanling was not ordinary. If Sage King Yanling was from the mortal world, then what about him? When these words came out, everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian also said, "Is he also from the mortal world?" Black Mountain shook his head. Obviously, he knew more. He said, "He's not. I'm guessing that he's from the Buried Emperor Star." "Is he from the Buried Emperor Star?" Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder. This explained why the other party was so powerful and why these sage kings were so respectful when they saw him. Also, during the primordial grotto's banquet, Han Chong and the others stayed by his side. Because these people originally came from the Buried Emperor Star. Black Mountain said that although he came from the Buried Emperor Star, he was responsible for guarding the Reincarnation Valley. He had stayed here for thousands of years, therefore, his relationship with Sage King Yanling was definitely not ordinary. Even if he wasn't from the mortal world, perhaps this time, he would still stand on the side of the mortal world. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xian and the others became unsightly. If that was really the case, then they would be in danger. If that was the case, wouldn't they be unable to enter the Buried Emperor Star? Black Mountain said that there was still a chance. As long as they could win this battle, it would be fine. You guys stay here for now. I'll go take a look at the situation. If necessary, I'll also take action. Black Mountain's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Xian said, "Take us with you. We want to watch the battle from afar." "Alright, I can only take you a short distance. However, you guys can watch the battle through the formation. With so many Sage Kings fighting, kid, even if you have a trump card, it will be very difficult to resist." Next, Black Mountain brought these people to the eastern wasteland. Then, he soared into the sky. Because the Sage Kings were fighting, they had already arrived in the starry sky. Black Mountain set up a formation so that Lin Xian and the others could see the situation in the starry sky. At this moment, the situation of the battle was really terrifying. The entire starry sky had been completely destroyed. Countless large cracks spread out, and the surrounding stars were shattered. Some were directly turned into dust. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that they were all top geniuses. They could sweep through everything in the sacred venerables. However, compared to the Sage Kings, they were still too weak. The methods of these Sage Kings terrified them. Peerless Sage King fought Sage King God Ghost. Both of them used sword techniques. It was very terrifying. The Peerless sword swept across the sky, majestic, and the Firmament sword was even sharper. When it stood up, it was very terrifying. However, Peerless Sage King seemed to be stronger, and the law of devouring was even more terrifying. In the end, he devoured the Firmament sword. Then, he slashed at Sage King God Ghost. Sage King God Ghost was instantly split in half. He was severely injured. "Ah!" He roared to the sky and broke through the void, wanting to escape. Peerless Sage King snorted coldly. You want to escape? He also shattered the spatial passage with a sword and stopped the other party. Then, he charged forward again. Peerless Sage King was Lord Alcohol's disciple, and he had also received the law of devouring. His strength was very terrifying. Therefore, no matter how strong Sage King God Ghost was, he was still defeated in the end and was severely injured. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he roared angrily. Wushuang, do you think you can win against me? Even if I die, I will drag you to hell. The 10,000 ancestral swords on his body were even more terrifying. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and the illusion of the world surrounded him. This aura shocked everyone. The Sage Kings in the starry sky were all terrified. They knew that Sage King God Ghost was going to go all out. Below, the creatures on the eastern wasteland were trembling and kneeling on the ground. This aura was like a god fighting a group of people. Do you want to risk your life? Wushuang Holy King roared in anger. His eyes were shining brightly. Then, the law of devour on his body kept flashing, forming a black rune that merged with Peerless Sword. He slashed out with his sword. Everything was over. This sword strike shocked everyone. No one could block the terrifying power. After the sword, Divine Ghost Sage King completely disappeared, turning into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned. A Sage King had fallen just like that. Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boil as they clenched their fists. As for the Sage Kings who were fighting in the extraterritorial battle, their hearts were heavy. Deity Dao Yunyan's side was naturally happy, but the mortal world's side was cold. Divine Ghost Sage King was an extremely terrifying Sage King. Now, he had fallen to such a state. Peerless Sage King stood there, looking disdainfully. He said coldly, Divine Ghost Sage King has fallen. We will find the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and destroy it completely. From now on, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will be removed from the myriad worlds. An ice-cold voice resounded through the air. On the other side, Kunlun Sage King also killed a mortal world sage killer. The bloody mist filled the sky once again. Another Sage King had fallen. Black Mountain also walked out. He stared at Soaring Sage King and said coldly, since you are also a heavenly beast, I will give you a quick death. Surrender. Damn it, you think you can defeat me? Soaring Sage King roared. He was a Sage King. How could he be defeated without a fight? Therefore, he roared and turned into his true form. He held two swords in his hands and quickly charged over. The boundless saber light flickered in the starry heavens, and the surrounding stars dimmed. Heaven and earth were shattered. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed. At this moment, the experts below raised their heads again. Their faces were filled with fear. Countless demonic beasts roared into the sky. Too powerful. However, Black Mountain sneered. You weren't even born when I dominated the world. You dare to fight me? You overestimate yourself. He flipped his palm and formed a black seal. He slammed it down. With a boom, the sword light in the sky was shattered. That black seal was like a millstone. It was pitch black. What weapon was that? However, it was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it swept through everything. Soaring Sky Saint King was sent flying as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with terror. Was the disparity between them so great? Damn it. Take my flying deity slash. Tens of thousands of blade lights appeared between heaven and earth. Each of them was burning like a peerless immortal light as they charged towards Black Mountain. On the other hand, Heishan was forming seals with his palms. Countless black rays of light appeared on his body, as if they had turned into tree branches, waving in all directions. These tree branches were incomparably black, like black arrows that directly pierced through everything. The saber light that filled the sky shattered once again. As for the Soaring Sky Saint King, he was pierced through and thousands of cracks appeared on his body. His face was filled with terror. Demonic beast, you are also a demonic beast. At this moment, he could sense an extremely terrifying demonic beast aura from those black branches. It was even stronger than his own. It was as if a primordial beast was in a deep slumber. Spare my life, we are all variant beasts of heaven and earth, please spare me this once. The Soaring Sky Saint King was already begging for mercy. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. However, I can still give you another chance. It's impossible for you to live. However, I can accept your 1,000-demon city. I will kill all those above the sage realm. As for those below the sage realm, I can spare their lives and nurture them again. The soaring sky Saint King was in despair. If he died, what would he do with the holy city? Therefore, he roared towards the sky. He quickly charged over. The bloodline power and laws in his body were burning. It was obvious that he was going to go all out. However, Black Mountain sneered. The black seal bloomed with light, directly freezing the sky. The soaring sky Saint King was also frozen there, unable to move at all. He let out an unwilling roar, but in an instant, tens of thousands of black branches pierced through his body, turning him into a bloody mist. Another sage king had fallen, everyone felt their hair stand on end. These sage kings were all supreme existences. Usually, they were like gods that they could only look up to. However, at this moment, they were like ants that kept falling. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Countless sage kings looked at Black Mountain and nodded slightly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned and looked down. His gaze pierced through everything, then he frowned. Junior brother Lin, why are they here? Didn't they go to the Reincarnation Valley? Logically speaking, they should have gone to the buried Emperor Star by now. However, Black Mountain said that there was a situation there. The Reincarnation Protectors did not meet. It seemed that they did not intend to release the seal. Damn it, the peerless Sage King's expression instantly changed. The Sage Kings beside him also had cold expressions. This guy actually dared to not follow the rules, he actually dared to do so. The everlasting Sage King also snorted coldly. On the other side, the people of the mortal world sneered. All of you must die. Kill them, these Saint Kings also roared furiously and charged over quickly. Among them, the Sage King Yanling roared. He was fighting 3 Sage Kings alone. Although he was suppressed, he was getting more and more courageous. On the other side, the Sage King Silver Corpse was also incomparably terrifying. There was even a mysterious black-clothed Sage King who waved the black flag in his hand. Countless souls within it roared crazily and released terrifying soul attacks. Among them, there was also the Sage King Lei's power. In an instant, the battle broke out once again. Even the peerless Sage King felt the pressure. Every Sage King was in danger of dying at any time. Fortunately, it was not only the second astral realm this time. Many sage cities of the true spirit world also participated in the battle. Therefore, they were able to withstand the attacks. Otherwise, just the great sage corpse poison alone would have been able to sweep through everything. This time, the great sage corpse poison was blocked by the Yaoqi Lake's sage water, resolving the crisis. At this moment, the old Sage King of the Great Desolation Mansion was disheveled. He had once again reached his peak state. He had turned into a valiant middle-aged man. At this moment, his eyes were not focused. Suddenly, he saw Lin Xian and the others below. They were actually still here. That was great. If he could capture these youths, they would be able to threaten these Sage Kings. Thinking of this, he quickly charged down. He turned into a stream of light and instantly tore through the void and arrived below. A terrifying aura swept through everything. The ground below was constantly crumbling. Guan Songhai, Li Hongxiu, and the others instantly felt their bodies stiffen. They could no longer move. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Damn it, I was discovered by the Sage King. Moreover, it was the old Sage King of the Great Desolation Mansion. He was a powerful mid-stage Saint Venerable, much more terrifying than ordinary Saint Kings. If he wasn't so old, he would be even more terrifying. If such a person were to attack them, would they be able to defend themselves? However, at this moment, a roar came from afar. It was as if the sky was falling. Then an aurora rushed over and enveloped the old Saint King. Boom, the old Saint King roared and broke into pieces. He escaped to the outer realm. As for the aurora, it slowly disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Morong Qingqing said that it was the power of the Desolate Tower. Yaoqi used the Desolate Tower again. An extreme weapon? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they were saved. Qin Xianer said that since there were extreme weapons in the quintessential world, why didn't they use them? Morong Qingqing had said that the extreme-grade weapon was a divine weapon left behind by a great emperor. Its power was too frightening, let alone a saint. Even a saint king would not be able to activate it. In order to activate an extreme-grade weapon, the amount of resources and power required was simply too much. Basically, they wouldn't use them unless the great emperor's family was in danger. Moreover, extreme weapons had been used in the dark battle in the quintessential world. Therefore, it was basically impossible to use extreme weapons now. Of course, it was still possible to use the pressure of an extreme-grade weapon to attack. For example, before. Everyone was enlightened after hearing this. It seemed that the power of extreme weapons was beyond imagination. Perhaps no one in this world could use them. Lin Xian also knew that in the past, the 10,000 ancient races had already used the power of many extreme weapons. No matter how strong the desolate ancient families were, it wouldn't be so easy to use them again. In the sky, the old Saint King escaped into the distance. However, his body was still burning and turning into a bloody mist. He was too old. Being hit by an extreme weapon was definitely a serious injury. Therefore, at this moment, he had used up the last of his life and turned into dust, no longer existing. Damn it! Fight! Spirit Saint King Yan's eyes were red. Too many of their people had died. In fact, those saint slayers didn't care about anything. Even if they died, they would still attack. This was especially true for Sacred King Yanling, who was even more aggressive and sent the people around him flying. Seeing this, Peerless Sacred King took a deep breath. Black Mountain, on the other hand, said to use the Great Dragon Sword in the final battle. In a situation where an apex weapon couldn't appear, the Great Dragon Sword was probably the only useful thing. Junior brother, Peerless Saint King looked down. Lin Xian nodded and rose into the air. At the same time, the phantom of the great cathedral appeared beside him, enveloping him like armor. In the next instant, he took out his great dragon sword soul, and a terrifying dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone raised their heads again. Even the people from the 3 dragon tribes were shocked. What kind of power was this? He could probably command a group of dragons. As for Lin Xian, he held the great dragon sword spirit in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Give me all your strength." As they spoke, those Saint Kings also quickly made their moves. As they fought, they unleashed their power. The great dragon sword spirit gathered quite a bit of energy. Then, it started to change rapidly. It was as though a divine dragon had been revived. That power was terrifying. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He was under so much pressure that cracks appeared on his divine body. He roared at the sky, and the 9 yang divine body shone with a terrifying light. Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. This slash was aimed at the Silver Corpse Saint King. The Silver Corpse Saint King tried to block it, but he was cut in half. His cracked body roared non-stop, trying to recover. In the end, he found that it was impossible. "Damn it, what's going on?" he screamed in fear. He had encountered many things, but he had never seen such a strange thing. What did Lin Xian use? An apex weapon? How could it be so terrifying? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Damn it. Immediately, some Saint Kings charged toward Lin Xian. 2 Saint Kings were cut in half by Lin Xian's sword, and they turned into blood mist. Then, Lin Xian swept his sword again. Another Saint King shattered, and the power of the great dragon sword spirit disappeared. At this moment, the others were terrified. This was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he hid in the Great Sage Tower, allowing these people to attack him. No matter how strong these Saint Kings were, they could not break the defense of the Great Sage Tower. Then, Peerless Saint King used the law of devour again, absorbing the power of the surrounding Saint Kings and giving it to the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared again, sweeping in all directions. Boom boom boom. This time, Lin Xian's main target was the Silver Corpse Saint King. It was all because of this despicable guy. The Silver Corpse Sacred Monarch was completely annihilated. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. No, when Saint King Yan saw this, he roared crazily. He had gone crazy. Did the Silver Corpse Saint King die too? Out of all his sons, he was the one with the most potential. He had already become a Saint King, and he would probably surpass him in the future. This was his hope, but now he had died. Damn it, I'll kill you, he quickly charged over. Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword spirit and fought with his opponent. Boom, the two collided. The power of the great dragon sword spirit disappeared, and on the other side, one of Saint King Yan's arms was chopped off. He roared crazily in the air. It was obvious that this attack had caused him to be heavily injured. Damn it, what was this thing? The other saint in black had a cold expression. It was the legendary saint technique, the Great Dragon Sword. It seemed that he was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Damn it, let's go, I won't be able to kill them this time. With that, the black flag swept in all directions, wanting to leave. However, Saint King Yan was not willing to give up. I don't believe it. He waved his hand and took out an ancient stone. Primordial stone, the people in the human world exclaimed. Are you crazy? However, Saint King Yan had really gone crazy. Little brat, go to hell. That primordial stone gave off an endless radiance as it flew forward. The light on it appeared, and the primordial stone cracked. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked, destroying everything. Not good. The other Saint Kings felt this scene, and their pupils constricted. That was the primordial stone, and its power was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon. Now that it cracked, it was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon being destroyed. The surrounding people were stunned. A Saint King's weapon was destroyed, and its power was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy several worlds. If a Saint King was hit, it would be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, they all quickly retreated. The primordial stone charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit's power was not much. The other Saint King's power had not been transmitted over, and Lin Xian could not resist at all. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he activated the world core. Lin Xian also had two worlds in his hands. That was the dual rain planet. At this moment, the benefits of having two worlds were displayed. Lin Xian could directly mobilize the power of two worlds across the boundless starry sky. At this moment, the two worlds dimmed. The power of the two worlds surged into his body and was injected into the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul roared again as if it had been revived. With the power of two worlds, it slashed forward. Boom, the shocking battle blocked that destructive aura. That's great. Peerless Sage King and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they gathered the power of these Sage Kings and attacked. The great dragon sword soul became stronger again and slashed down. Boom, Sage King Spiritual King Yan was split into two. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, while the other half flew into the black flag. It tore open the void and quickly left. Lin Xian swung his sword again. However, the people of the mortal world had mastered an extremely powerful movement technique and disappeared from the world. Lin Xian did not make a move. This was because using the great dragon sword of this level had a huge impact on his physique. At this moment, his divine body was covered in cracks. Fresh blood flowed out from within. The golden blood was abnormally terrifying. It was probably because he had a divine body. Otherwise, the other sage sovereigns would probably not be able to use this sword. Big Brother Xin. Morong Qingqing flew over. She took out the Jade Lake holy water and enveloped Lin Xian. She started to provide Lin Xian with great power. This caused the cracks to quickly heal. The surrounding sea of blood was too terrifying. This time, at least a dozen Sage Kings had fallen. There were those from the deity Dao Union and even more from the mortal world. It could be said that this time, the mortal world suffered a heavy blow. Sage King Silver Corpse, Sage King Divine Ghost, Sage King Flying Sage King, and the old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion had all fallen. Other than that, many of the masked Sage Kings had also fallen. After this battle, even if the mortal world still existed, their strength would be greatly reduced. As for the holy cities where these Saint Kings were, they would also take action. After finding them, they would remove their names from the myriad realms. Xiaochen left this matter to the deity Dao Union. Even if the holy cities were sealed, they would be able to find them. Lin Xian and the others knew that these people were finished. The people of True Spirit World raised their heads to look at the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the sky had already turned red. It released a terrifying aura. That aura wanted to tear their bodies apart. This was such a shocking battle. So many Saint Kings had fallen. This had probably never happened in the past few thousand years. At the same time, the second astral realm was also in a state of shock. This news was brought back by the people of the deity Dao Union and spread in all directions. When they learned that Holy King Silver Corpse, Holy King Skysoarer, the old Holy King of Great Desolation Mansion, and Holy King Divine Ghost had died, they were stunned. At first, they didn't believe it. It was impossible. Who could make all these Saint Kings fall? However, when they learned that it was a fight between dozens of Saint Kings, and that the Silver Corpse Saint King and the others were from the human world, they were all stunned. The mortal world in the second astral realm was simply a nightmare. Who would have thought that it would actually be by their side? Moreover, it was these Saint Kings. Could it be that these Saint Kings had really fallen? Did none of them escape? Next, when they saw the sealed Acheron Palace and 10,000 Swords Pavilion being found and destroyed, they were shocked. They were completely convinced. Because these holy cities would vanish into thin air and cease to exist, Demon City. Their seals had also been removed, and they had been found. The people of the Demon City were filled with despair. They had also received the news that the Holy King had been killed. They felt as if the sky was falling. Seeing the fate of the other holy cities, they were also terrified. On this day, a black-robed man arrived. Qin Wentian stood there like a god. Countless people in the Demon City were terrified. Was the end of the world coming? This figure was He Shan. He said in a clear voice. Now, seeing that you are all demonic beasts, I will give you a chance. Those above Saint Kings can report to hell. Those below Saint Kings. Those who submit to me can live. If you resist, there is no need to exist. What? Those above Saint Kings had all fallen. Damn it. The eyes of those saints, and elders instantly turned red. Run. For a time, countless people fled in all directions. He Shan in the sky sneered. He stretched out a hand, and a black tree appeared behind him. It stood tall and directly covered the world. It completely enveloped the entire holy city. In an instant, those saints were all pierced and turned into a bloody mist, which was absorbed by the black tree. Those below Saint Kings were so scared that they prostrated themselves on the ground. We are willing to submit. They also felt the aura of this black-robed man. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was also a Saint King. It seemed that the other party wanted to regain control of him. Alright, from now on, I am the city lord of your demon city. After saying that, a terrifying aura erupted once again, engulfing the world. True Spirit World. The primordial grotto was also affected. After all, Saint King Yanling had also escaped. Therefore, the primordial grotto was destroyed. However, the primordial grotto was extremely terrifying. There were also some core areas that had an extremely terrifying aura of death. Even the people of the immortal gods Dao Union did not dare to enter casually. Of course, no one walked out of the grotto. In fact, everyone thought that it was a place of death, so they did not pay any attention to it. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were waiting again. They were waiting for the seal to open. Peerless Saint King, Kunlun Saint King, and the others joined forces and brought Lin Xian and the others there once. However, they found that the reincarnation guardian had already gone into seclusion. They could only leave and wait for the next opportunity. Eastern Wilderness. In a canyon, a figure stood there. His eyes were black and white, which was very strange. It was Yurua. At this moment, he was facing the canyon in front of him with an extremely serious expression. There was also a terrifying aura in the canyon. Obviously, Yurua was cultivating here. There were some people around. When they felt the aura from Yurua's body, their scalps went numb. What a terrifying genius. No one dared to disturb him. At this moment, a few figures flew over from the vicinity. The aura from these people was even more terrifying. It was the buried Emperor Star. Among them, Jingyun was also present. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth. After all, he had kowtowed and admitted his mistake. This matter had spread and shocked everyone. He had found someone to avenge him. That person was his younger brother. Although his younger brother was young, his talent and strength were stronger than his. Therefore, he said, "Brother, treat me well." "Little brother, how have I treated you? This time, you must avenge me." Beside Jingyun was an even younger person. He said, "Brother, don't worry. No matter who it is, if they dare to bully you, I will make them wish they were dead." Hearing this, Jingyun revealed a sinister smile. His younger brother had already become a half-step king. With his strength, the other party was definitely dead. The group of people flew quickly in the sky. Suddenly, Jingyun froze and looked down. "What's wrong, brother?" the young man beside him asked. Jingyun sneered. "I found him. Although I didn't find that kid, I found one of his companions. If I catch her, I'll be able to find out where that kid is. Maybe I can even get him to come out." After saying that, the group descended into the canyon below. The people below were all comprehending in the canyon. Suddenly, they raised their heads and felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the sky. It was as if their bodies were going to explode. "Retreat quickly." They frantically retreated. Those who were slow to retreat were directly sent flying and vomited blood. This was just the descent of the aura. If these people attacked, how terrifying would it be? Yurua suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the sky with her black and white eyes. The next moment, her pupils shrank and she quickly retreated. "You want to leave? It's too late." In the sky, a cold smile appeared. Then, endless wind and clouds changed, forming a cage that sealed the surroundings. Then, a group of people descended. The surrounding people were all horrified as they raised their heads to look. Who was this person? How could he be so terrifying? When they saw Jingyun, they exclaimed in surprise. It was him. This was an expert from the buried Emperor Star. No wonder he was so terrifying. "You should be Lin Xian's companion. Tell me where he is obediently. I can let you suffer less." Jingyun's cold voice sounded. Yurua's face was cold. She didn't expect to meet these people. She sneered. "You're just a loser. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of Martial Uncle Lin? I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, when Martial Uncle Lin comes, you'll have to kneel again. You're courting death." Jingyun was instantly enraged. This was his scar. Since the other party wasn't courting death, he wouldn't be polite. Sky Cloud Hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out. A white cloud palm pressed down from the sky. At that moment, it was like the palm of a god. Yurua naturally knew how powerful the other party was, so she didn't dare to be careless. Her black and white eyes released two extremely terrifying rays of light. They turned into giant dragons and flew forward. They pierced through the void. The two giant dragons flew in the sky and then swept their tails, causing heaven and earth to collapse. Wherever it passed, it blocked the clouds that filled the sky. It was useless, Jingyun sneered, fearless. The heavenly cloud hand was about to land, and as expected, the two dragons were continuously shattered. Yurua also felt immense pressure. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the other party had lost and even knelt in front of Lin Xian, this did not mean that the other party was weak. The other party was too terrifying. In the true spirit world and the second astral world, the other party could absolutely sweep through everything. However, Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. That was the reason why her opponent had been defeated. However, Yurua was unable to defeat her opponent. While retreating and coughing up blood, Yurua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, she launched a powerful eye technique attack. Jingyun snorted coldly, his body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. In the next moment, he roared madly. "You dare to injure my soul?" he roared madly. No matter how powerful he was now at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party. In the next moment, he roared. Sky Cloud Hand, first transformation, a terrifying power erupted in an instant. At the same time, the nomological laws on his body condensed to prevent the soul from being bombarded. Yurua vomited blood. She could not block the sky cloud hand and was about to be defeated. However, at this moment, endless frost condensed between heaven and earth. The speed of the sky cloud hand slowed down, and then a figure rescued Yurua. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuan came. The cold aura on his body erupted. Yurua said, "I'm fine, but they're too strong. Let's leave first." Lu Yuan nodded, and the two of them wanted to leave. At this moment, a young man behind them spoke. "You want to leave? Stay here." He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked open. A force rushed towards the two of them. "Not good, quickly dodge." The two of them quickly retreated, their faces full of fear. Then, he said, "Let's join forces." The two of them attacked together to block this attack. In the next moment, the two of them were sent flying. How could the other party be so strong? Who was this person? The two of them were too shocked. One had to know that although they could not defeat Jing Yun, the two of them could still contend against him if they joined forces. However, they could not defeat this young man. This person's strength had already surpassed that of a holy venerable. "Leave quickly, another expert has come to the buried Emperor Star." The two of them turned pale. However, that young man walked out and said coldly, "With just the two of you, do you think you can escape from my hands? I'll break your limbs, make you kneel in front of my brother, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. Then, when that Lin Xian comes, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Jinka walked out, his body emitting a cold aura. Yurua and Lu Yuan both despaired. They felt a huge pressure enveloping their bodies. They were unable to move at all. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a divine sword. The terrifying power directly shot towards Jing Yun. Jing Yun roared and used the sky cloud hand, but he was sent flying. He was terrified. The lightning was about to pierce through him. "Brother, quickly save me!" he roared crazily. Jinka also suddenly turned his head, and a terrifying attack erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, a large hand stretched out and directly enveloped the lightning. The two collided. It was as if two worlds had collided, shaking heaven and earth. This attack destroyed the lightning and sent Jing Yun down. When he turned his head, his expression was completely cold. Because he discovered that Yurua and Lu Yuan were gone. They had been rescued by someone. He had just finished speaking. With him around, neither of them would be able to escape. But now, they were gone. This was a slap to his face, he roared, and the power in his body continued to erupt. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His eyes seemed to have turned into a divine lamp, sweeping across the surroundings. In the next moment, he attacked the void in the distance. This attack was too terrifying. The people around the canyon all prostrated on the ground because the void in the sky had turned into chaos. The light of destruction emitted by that light was enough to pierce through a world. Not good. In the void in the distance, Lu Yuan and Yurua's expressions changed. This attack made them feel as if they were facing a sage king. However, there was also a figure beside them. It was Lin Xian who had saved them. At this moment, Lin Xian also frowned when he felt this power. He directly used the Taiji diagram, which kept spinning and flying out. The terrifying yin and yang aura turned into a sharp sword and collided with the light of destruction. Then, the power in the sky exploded. Lin Xian took the two of them and used the void escape technique to leave in an instant. Not long after they left, Jinka tore through the void and walked over. Behind him, Jing Yun and the other people from the buried Emperor Star had also arrived. They looked around and said. There was no one. No one seemed to be injured. Did they escape? How was that possible? These people didn't dare to believe it. Jinka also frowned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in this world. In a mountain range, the void split open and 3 figures walked out. They were Lin Xian, Yurua, and Lu Yuan. After the 3 of them came out, their eyes flickered. Yurua heaved a sigh of relief that they were saved. Lu Yuan sighed. He had thought that Jing Yun and the others were powerful enough, but he did not expect that there would be people even more powerful than them. The buried Emperor Star was truly unimaginable. No matter, when we go in, we will surpass them one day. Lin Xian's eyes shone with determination. Then, he said, we still don't know how the Reincarnation Valley is doing. Let's wait for senior brother Wu Shuang's news. But before that, I can send you to the sacred land to cultivate. Really? That's great. The two of them were overjoyed. The sacred land's inheritance was also very ancient. It was not inferior to their sacred city at all. Moreover, its foundation was even deeper than their sacred cities. Lin Xian said, Lu Yuan, I'll bring you to the ice sacred land. You can cultivate there. As for you Ruo, follow me to the Yin Yang sacred land. Then, Lin Xian made his move. They first went to the ice sacred land. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others' names had already spread throughout the world. These sacred lands were naturally willing to befriend them. In addition, Lin Xian was the hall master of the divine palace. Thus, he quickly stayed in the ice sacred land and cultivated there. As for Lin Xian and Yu Ruo, the two of them went to the Yin Yang sacred land. The Yin Yang sacred land was located in the middle ground. Back then, they were sworn enemies with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed many geniuses and experts of the Yin Yang sacred land. Thus, when he returned, the Yin Yang sacred land's people had a very strange expression. They did not know how to face him. However, facing Lin Xian's strength and the difference in status, the Yin Yang sacred land's sect master did not dare to say anything. Instead, he directly invited the two of them over. Lin Xian did not talk about the past. Instead, he found a place and began to cultivate his Taiji diagram. On the other hand, Yu Ruo was cultivating her black and white eyes. The others were also cultivating and waiting. They were waiting for news from the Reincarnation Valley. However, at that moment, a silhouette appeared in the Reincarnation Valley. He said, I am Spirit Saint King Yin, and I have come to seek an audience with the Reincarnation Protector. You're here. A cold voice came from the valley. Then, a figure appeared. It was the Reincarnation Protector. At this moment, his expression was indeed somewhat cold. He said, things seem to be developing differently from what you said before. The human world has already lost. What should I do next? Could it be that he would continue to maintain the seal? This was not in line with the rules. Saint King Yanling's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Damn it. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Yunyan's strength was this strong this time. But don't worry, the human realm hasn't been completely defeated yet. Furthermore, I believe that the Samsara protectors also know about our relationship with the buried Emperor Star. Furthermore, not to mention the buried Emperor Star, the primordial grotto is backed by the primordial ancient mine. This time, I brought this with me. As he spoke, he took out a token. This was an extremely ancient token that gave off a great desolatian aura. When the Reincarnation Protector saw this token, his pupils constricted. He wondered, could it be that those existences from the primordial ancient mine have already awakened, one of the old ancestors has already awakened? So, I believe that the Reincarnation Protector should know who to support, right? Of course, we will not mistreat you. After saying that, the Reincarnation Protector flipped his hand and took out a storage ring containing the treasure from the primordial ancient mine. It was an old herb from 50,000 years ago. Presumably, he will be able to help your cultivation reach a higher level. A light flashed in the Reincarnation Protector's eyes. The Reincarnation Protector was very clear about the human realm. It did not only exist in the second astral realm and the true spirit world. In fact, they also existed in the buried Emperor Star. It could be said to be extremely horrifying. Furthermore, this time, a horrifying character from the primordial ancient mine had awakened. No matter how strong the unparalleled Sage King and the others were, they would not be able to block them. Even the deity Dao Yunyan would not be able to. So, the Reincarnation Protector nodded and said, I understand. I will close the Reincarnation Valley and open it again after 500 years. Many thanks. Sage King Yanling revealed a smile. The Reincarnation Protector turned and left. None of these people could even think about going to the buried Emperor Star. Next, they would properly take revenge in the human realm. 3 days later, the Reincarnation Valley was completely closed. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone in the true spirit world sensed it. They all raised their heads and looked into the distance, revealing shock. What happened? Why was this aura so horrifying? It seemed like something was about to appear. In the Yin-Yang sacred land, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. The Yin-Yang aura revolved around his body as he looked into the distance. Beside him, Yurua was also shocked. What happened now? The people of the Yin-Yang sacred land were also shocked. It was not just this place. The other sacred lands naturally noticed it as well. Immediately, their expressions changed. The Jade Lake Sacred Land Sacred Master frowned. The Kunlun Sacred King was the same. Morong Qingqing asked, what happened? The Kunlun Sacred King said that the aura came from the Reincarnation Valley and that he could no longer sense it. That Reincarnation Protector actually dared to close the Reincarnation Valley. He was completely trying to cut off the path to the buried Emperor Star. What? Morong Qingqing was stunned when he heard that. Could it be that they could no longer go to the buried Emperor Star? The Jade Lake Sacred Master also frowned and said coldly. He was too much. Since he dared to do this, it seemed like someone had contacted him. On the other side, in the southern border. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, the peerless Sacred King also raised his head. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. The aura of the Reincarnation Valley had actually disappeared. Was the Reincarnation Protector planning to stand on the side of the human realm? He had never cared about the matters here, but now he actually dared to make a move. It seemed like the human realm was really unwilling to give up. However, the Reincarnation Protector had made a foolish decision this time. Hearing this, Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuexiue were also shocked. It seemed that a great change had occurred in the Reincarnation Valley. The other Saint Kings and the Saint Lords of the Sacred Grounds also frowned. Even the everlasting Sacred King roared into the heavens, shattering the stars in the sky. The primordial Sikong had already shattered, but there was still a place of death deeper inside the primordial grotto. The aura there was even more terrifying. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was Sacred King Yanling. He continued to walk deeper and entered the primordial ancient mine. The primordial ancient mine was a legendary place. Back then, it was an existence that was on par with the nest of 10,000 dragons. No one dared to enter it, but now he had entered it. Not long after, he came out. After coming out, he was incomparably excited because he had obtained a treasure from inside. It was a skull with only one eye. At this moment, that eye was emitting a strange light. It was the heavenly eye. With it, let's see where you can hide. Saint King Yanling formed a seal with his palm. Instantly, the ground above the land of death churned, and countless arrays appeared. Then, Saint King Yanling respectfully placed the heavenly eye on the array. Then, countless laws appeared on his body, forming runes one after another. Then, it pierced through his body. Countless runes connected with each other, and he began to use a secret technique. The heavenly eye seemed to have been summoned, and it suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Above the 9 heavens, there was an illusion of the heavens, looking down as if it wanted to see through everything. The heavenly eye enveloped the entire true spirit world. Countless people felt a sense of fear, and their souls seemed to be suppressed. Yin-Yang Sacred Land. Yurua's pupils constricted, and she suddenly closed her eyes, tears of blood flowing from her eyes. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Countless golden runes condensed in his eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. It was like the eyes of a god. It floated there, but in the next moment, that terrifying feeling disappeared. He exclaimed, "Who is it? What a powerful eye technique." It was the first time he felt such a terrifying bronze statue. Not only him, but the other sacred lands also felt it. Far away in southern border, Saint King Wushuang of the 100,000 mountains felt the same. He also gasped. He did not expect such a strange thing to happen after the Reincarnation Valley closed. In the land of death, Saint King Yanling sneered, because his heavenly eye had already reflected Saint King Wushuang's image. "You're in southern border? Do you think I can't kill you just because you ran so far away? Today is the day you die." In the next moment, countless arrays appeared under his feet. The power of space tore apart, enveloping his figure, and he disappeared. At the same time, in the 100,000 mountains of southern border, the void shattered, and a figure appeared. Then, a terrifying stone hand slapped down from the sky. At the same time, the earth shook, and a stone giant appeared, as if it was going to overturn the entire earth. Oh no, what happened? In the 100,000 mountains, Vhumad and Xianxia were both stunned. Saint King Wuxuang felt a familiar aura, and he roared, "Run!" As he spoke, he unleashed an extremely terrifying devouring vortex. It shrouded Vhumad and her brother. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar and charged toward the sky. The place where he had been standing was now in ruins. The rock giant had turned that place into nothingness. "You can't escape. Today is the day you die." The ancient voice in the sky was filled with boundless power as it swept out in all directions. Then, he charged towards Peerless Sage King. As for the stone giants that emerged from the ground, they began to sweep through their surroundings and chase after Xianxia and Vhumad. Naturally, the two of them were no match for him. They could only activate the devouring law and flee quickly. However, the stone giant's strength was beyond their imagination. Therefore, they were stopped in an instant. A single strike had caused cracks to appear. The two of them also vomited blood, their faces filled with despair. "Damn it, am I going to die here? I wonder who did it, was this the mortal world?" Wang. Just then, a power of law shrouded the two of them before ripping the void apart. Then, a palm slapped down like the hand of the heavens and collided with the stone giant. The stone giant was torn apart by this palm strike. Were they saved? Xianxia and Vhumad cried out in alarm. It was most likely a Sage King. In the next moment, they saw the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King appear there. The two of them hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior." "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King nodded. However, his gaze was looking into the distance, piercing through everything. "Senior, please help. My master is in danger." The two of them grew nervous again. Evidently, a top-notch expert was attacking Peerless Sage King. There was no need for that. Someone had already rushed over. Sensing that aura, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King said, "I'll send you two back to the sanctuary first." After saying that, she brought Xianxia with her and disappeared. On the other side, a figure was flying above Nanjiang. He was none other than He Shan. He was originally here too. He did not expect that something like this would happen. It seemed that he had gone to help Peerless Sage King. They returned to the sanctuary. At that moment, the sanctuary was also astonished. Lin Xian had also returned with Yurua and Vhumad. When they saw Xianxia and Vhumad injured, they all frowned. What was going on? Xianxia told them what had happened. Lin Xian was also nervous. Was Peerless Sage King being hunted down? Who was it? An ordinary Sage King would not be suitable. Damn it. It seemed like it was an extremely terrifying expert of the older generation. In an instant, he thought of the mortal world. This time, was the mortal world going to be destroyed one by one? Should he summon the Sage Kings? Lin Xian asked. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King said that his friend had already gone. I think it should be fine. Is He Shan here? Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If He Shan were to help, it should not be a problem. After waiting for a day, two figures returned. They were He Shan and Peerless Sage King. However, Peerless Sage King was not in good condition. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Who was the one who attacked him? Peerless Sage King said that he would not die. However, it was really dangerous this time. If not for Taoist He Shan, I might not have made it back. He Shan also looked at Lin Xian. He said that it was Sage King Yanling, damn it. It was that old thing. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Back then, he should have worked with the deity Dao Yunyan to kill the other party. However, He Shan said that although they destroyed the primordial grotto, they had the primordial ancient mine behind them. That was an extremely horrifying existence. Naturally, Lin Xian also knew about this. Most likely, there was an extraordinary individual sleeping in there. However, it was not certain whether they could wake up. What should they do now? The mortal world did not attack together. Instead, they hid in the dark and assassinated from time to time. This really made them restless. Lin Xian walked over and used the wood elemental laws to treat Peerless Sage King's injuries. However, his brows were tightly knitted together. No, let's go to the Jade Pool first. The group headed to the Jade Pool to treat their injuries. Those from the Jade Pool also heard about it and frowned. The Kunlun Sage King said, "Damn it. It looks like we have to go to the Reincarnation Valley again. The Reincarnation Valley probably will not open again." The Heavenly Fragrance Sage King frowned. "With so many of us working together, can we not defeat that reincarnation protector? If we really can't, we can just attack directly. That fellow is very strong, even more terrifying than Sage King Yanling. He might have reached late-stage Sage King. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him." Late-stage Sage King. When these Sage Kings heard this, their expressions changed. Most of them were early-stage Sage Kings. Compared to late-stage Sage Kings, the difference was too great. The other party could indeed sweep through the world alone. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked again. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes appeared behind him as he looked into the sky. The other Sage Kings also looked up. Damn it. Did Sage King Yanling attack again? What did he use? How can he sense where we are so clearly? The Jade Lake Sacred Leader said that it should be the Heaven's Eye. They wondered who he was going to attack this time. In the sky, Sage King Yanling's expression was extremely ugly. He had already severely injured unparalleled Sage King, but he did not expect the black-robed man to come and save him. To be honest, he was very afraid of the black-robed man. The black-robed man appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and he used some tricks that made his hair stand on end. He felt like he was facing the Reincarnation Guardian when he faced the black-robed man. Therefore, he did not continue to chase after him. However, he also knew that unparalleled Sage King could not recover. He had used some terrifying tricks. When he went to the Primordium Ancient Mine, not only did he take out the Primordium token, but he also obtained the Heaven's Eye. At the same time, he also obtained something else. The Poison of Despair. This poison was more powerful than the Supreme Sage Corpse poison, because it was formed from 10 different Supreme Sage Corpse poisons. It could make anyone despair. Therefore, unparalleled Sage King was definitely dead. Even if he could not kill him personally, he would not be able to survive after being poisoned by the Poison of Despair. Next, he immediately started to look for the others. He immediately thought of Lin Xian. Now that unparalleled Sage King was dead, he wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, when he used the Heaven's Eye to see that Lin Xian and the others were together, and they were all at the Jade Lake, he frowned. With so many Sage Kings together, it was not convenient for him to attack. Moreover, they were at the Jade Lake. It seemed like he had to hurry up and attack. He had to kill those people before the others arrived at the Jade Lake. He looked around and saw 2 people. One was Wuji Sage King, and the other was Shueiyue Sage King. Shueiyue Sage King was the weakest and could be killed in one move. Therefore, Sage King Yanling was prepared to attack him. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also very anxious. They discussed and decided to summon the others to the Jade Lake. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. After all, with so many of them gathered together, the other party probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Another thing was that the Jade Lake had an extreme weapon that could suppress everything. After receiving the news, Wuji Saint King and Bus Saint King were rushing over. However, the distance was still quite far. Furthermore, I'm guessing that Spirit Saint King Yanling has already found the 2 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's words. Lin Xian said. From the looks of it, he should be there to help. How about this, the 3 Saint Kings will go and receive the Wuji Saint King. Hey Shan, you go and receive the Bus Saint King. I feel that he will most likely attack the Bus Saint King. After all, the Bus Saint King had been injured before and was not in peak condition. It was easy for others to target her. Black Mountain nodded. At this moment, a roar could be heard from the Jade Pool. It was Peerless Saint King. Morong Qingqing and the others also flew over and said anxiously. Not good, the Peerless Saint King seemed to have been poisoned again. Was he poisoned again? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's expression changed even more. He said, everyone, hurry up and act. I'll take care of senior brother. The other Saint Kings nodded. The 3 Saint Kings joined forces and prepared to receive the Wuji Saint King. Black Mountain's figure also disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others walked inside. Soon, they arrived at the front. The peerless Saint King was in the jade pool holy water. At this moment, his injuries had already stabilized. He only needed time to recover. However, at this moment, a black aura appeared on his body. It spread rapidly and was even more terrifying than the Supreme Saint Corpse poison. Lin Xian instantly rushed over. Senior brother, how are you feeling? As he spoke, he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to help the other party get rid of it. However, he soon realized that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. The poison this time was much more terrifying than the Supreme Saint Corpse poison. The Crimson Dragon came over to check and also exclaimed. Damn, this is. Do you know what this is? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said that he had heard of a legend. The poison formed by the condensation of 10 Supreme Saint Corpse poisons was known as the poison of despair. It could make everyone despair because there was no chance of recovery. This was probably the poison of despair. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They could not even withstand 1 Supreme Saint Corpse poison, let alone 10 of them. Damn it, where did the sacred King Yanling get this from? It must be from the Primordium ancient mine. There were countless strange stones in there, many of which were passed down from the ancient times. Damn it. Lin Xian's face was cold. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and released countless dragon-shaped sword chi. He said, Senior brother, don't worry. Although I can't fully utilize the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, I can get rid of it for you. The peerless Saint King opened his eyes. He naturally felt the power of the poison of despair. He turned to the Jade Pool Sacred Leader and said, Fellow cultivator, can you give me an extreme power? The Jade Pool Sacred Leader's face changed. It's too dangerous. You can't withstand it. The peerless Saint King said, I can only give it a try. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the poison. There was another possibility. If all the sacred kings worked together and gave their power to the Great Dragon Sword Soul, they might be able to suppress it. However, there were not many sacred kings around him now. The peerless Saint King could not wait for them to work together and return. Hence, he decided to take the risk. The Jade Pool Sacred Leader also left. It seemed like she wanted to work with the other elders to activate the ancient desolate tower again. Soon, the ancient desolate tower emitted an extreme power aura. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They would not be able to withstand a single strand of the aura. An extreme power appeared and enveloped the peerless Saint King. The peerless Saint King used the Devour Law to send this power into his body. In the next moment, he roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered and the void shattered. Cracks appeared on his body and blood flowed out. It was a terrifying sight. It was too terrifying. The extreme power was too terrifying. On the other side, the Jade Pool Sacred Leader and the others had also arrived. They were also watching anxiously. They had used up a lot of energy to activate the ancient desolate tower previously. If he couldn't succeed, there would be no other way. Lin Xian was even more nervous. He hoped that the peerless Saint King could withstand it. More and more cracks appeared on the peerless Saint King's body. In the end, it completely split open and formed a devouring vortex. Finally, the blood mist in the sky condensed again. The peerless Saint King appeared in front of everyone. His face was pale, but he still said, I almost died. But luckily, my luck is still okay. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian asked, Senior brother, is the poison of despair cured? Peerless Sage King shook his head. No, I used my extreme Tao to suppress it. However, it is very troublesome to completely eliminate it. It is impossible to do so in a short period of time. Fortunately, there is no danger to our lives for now. Too hateful. If they did not close the Reincarnation Valley, we would have left long ago and would not be in such a passive situation. A Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake walked over and said, in fact, the world is much more terrifying than you think. Furthermore, with the primordial ancient mine, it was expected that the reincarnation protector would stand on Sage King Yanling's side. However, they did not expect that he would be so ruthless and directly close the valley. What kind of existence was the buried Emperor Star? Even Morong Qingqing and the others were very puzzled. The old man's eyes flickered. He said that the buried Emperor Star was similar to the true spirit world. It had countless ancient inheritances and mysterious families. It also had many places of death. However, it was different from the true spirit world. Great emperors were buried there. Great emperors were buried there, everyone sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that the buried Emperor Star's name was not randomly given. There really were great emperors buried there. The great elder shook his head. Almost all the great emperors were buried there. Many of them had come from the true spirit world. This place was the beginning and that place was the end. After a while, sage kings descended from the distance. It turned out that the people who went to receive them had returned. Limitless Sage King safely returned. Not long after, Black Mountain and Closed Moon Sage King also returned. At the same time, their respective disciples also returned. They were all qualified to enter the buried Emperor Star. After they arrived, they all let out a sigh of relief. Great, it seemed that Sage King Yanling did not have the chance to make a move. However, Closed Moon Sage King frowned. Although we are safe now, it is not a good idea to stay here for such a long time. We can't stay here forever. Indeed, the others also nodded. What should we do? We must quickly open the Reincarnation Valley and let our people in. Let's go to the buried Emperor Star. Indeed, this was the most important thing right now. However, at this moment, Seven-Star Sage King coldly said, "Will we be safe after we enter the buried Emperor Star? Don't forget how we were poisoned at the Primordial Grotto's banquet." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other people also changed. They clearly remembered the reason why they were poisoned. They were the people who returned from the buried Emperor Star. It was said to be the antidote, but in the end, it framed them. What exactly happened for those people to betray them? The Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds said. He had said before that the human world was very terrifying. Even on the buried Emperor Star, they were terrifying existences. Most likely, those who went in had already joined the human world. That's why he attacked us. Then, would the new person be subdued by the human world as well? This was something that no one knew. At this moment, Peerless Saint King also walked out. His face was extremely pale. Obviously, his injuries had not healed yet. However, at this moment, his eyes were indeed emitting a biting cold light. He said that rather than this, it would be better for all of them to go to the buried Emperor Star. I want to see who it is that dares to attack us. Are we all going? Those Saint Kings were also stunned. To be honest, they also had the same thought. However, they knew that the buried Emperor Star was even more terrifying. Once they entered, they would no longer be supreme existences. Perhaps there would be people even more terrifying than them, such as great saints or even existences above great saints. At that time, their identity and status would definitely change. How could these Saint Kings, who had been used to ruling the world for thousands of years, endure this? Peerless Saint King said, "I won't force you. Those who are willing to stay can stay here. As for those who want to go, we'll gather together." After a discussion, a portion of them prepared to go together, while the rest stayed behind. Of course, whether these people went or not, they all wanted to kill Spirit Saint King Yin. After all, there was such a terrifying expert of the older generation who could lock onto their position and attack them at any time. They were afraid that they would be in great danger in the future. Let's go. These people soared into the sky and once again headed towards the Reincarnation Valley. They arrived there and stood in the void. The Kunlun Saint Sovereign's cold voice sounded. "Reincarnation Protector, please come out." In the Reincarnation Valley, the Reincarnation Protector opened his eyes and frowned. These people actually came here directly, and there were so many of them. What? Were they trying to scare him with such a scene? How laughable. It seemed that these people were pitifully stupid. Beside him was an old man. It was Spirit Saint King Yin. He said, "It seems that these people can't wait any longer. However, they actually dared to attack you. I think they really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's go. Let's see what right they have to be arrogant in front of me. The reincarnation protector walked outside. Behind him, Spirit Saint King Yan followed and sneered. Outside in the empty palace, everyone waited patiently. This time, they had all decided that they must open the reincarnation valley. All of a sudden, the ground split open as a terrifying gigantic rock hand grabbed out at Lin Xian. It seemed that it wanted to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he used the great sage tower to block it. With a clang, he was forced back. However, he roared and used the dragon-shaped sword qi to slash forward. It also blocked the giant stone hand. At the same time, Black Mountain slapped out a black palm and directly tore the rock hand into pieces. At the same time, his gaze pierced through the front. The surrounding Saint Kings also changed their expressions. Did someone attack again? And looking at this mystique, it was definitely Spirit Saint King Yin. This guy was also in the reincarnation valley. They all looked forward. In the next moment, they saw two figures walk out. It was the reincarnation protector and Spirit Saint King Yin. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die even after that? Spirit Saint King Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Old thing, one day, I will personally kill you. How dare you? The reincarnation protector roared, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian felt as if his soul was about to split open. He roared, and his eyes shone with an unparalleled golden light. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and the dragon tribe's breathing technique was also activated to block it. Not only that, Peerless Saint King even used the devouring law. The Kunlun Saint King had to use Kunlun Mountain to block the roar. In the next moment, they looked forward with a hint of fear in their eyes. The reincarnation protector was indeed strong. However, they also had a hint of anger. You're just a sacred venerate. What right do you have to speak here? The reincarnation guardian's cold voice rang out. Then, he looked at Peerless Sacred King. Even if he's your junior, you can't be so unruly. Are you going to do it, or should I? Peerless Sacred King snorted coldly. He said, my junior didn't do anything wrong. It was Spirit Sage King Yen who wanted to kill him. What's wrong with my junior saying a few words? I don't think my junior is wrong. Or is it that the reincarnation guardian doesn't differentiate between right and wrong and is on Spirit Sage King Yan's side? If that's the case, I have nothing to say. We can only fight. You dare to challenge me? The reincarnation guardian took a step forward. A terrifying aura emanated from his body as if it was going to sweep through everything. The power on his body was too terrifying. The moment he appeared, the surrounding sacred kings felt their scalps go numb. Even Peerless Saint King furrowed his brows. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he said, so what if I challenge you? You've already meddled in too many things. As the reincarnation guardian, your purpose is to protect the reincarnation valley. You can't meddle in other things. But now that you've broken the rules, don't blame us. That's right. Kunlun Sacred King and Wuji Sacred King walked up. The surrounding sacred kings also stood up. They said, open the reincarnation mountain and let us pass safely. We won't attack. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces. Joining forces? With just you? The reincarnation guardian laughed out loud, his eyes filled with disdain. The aura on his body continued to radiate, piercing through the sky and sweeping through everything. Then, he said, even if you join forces, you're still no match for me. With that, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying light swept through the area. This power was really too strong. Those Saint Kings felt their bodies tremble. Then, they roared and retreated quickly. These people retreated frantically to avoid the attack. Peerless Sacred King and Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. They realized that the attack was directed at them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the great sacred tower to envelop the two of them. At the same time, Peerless Sacred King roared. He waved his unparalleled sword and slashed towards the sky. From the looks of it, he was not holding back at all and was planning to go all out. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light split the world apart. Not even a world could withstand it. The two collided, and Peerless Holy King was sent flying. Fortunately, with the protection of the Grand Sage Tower, he didn't suffer too many injuries. However, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Peerless Saint King's full-powered attack could not block the Reincarnation Protector's casual attack. The gap between the two sides was really too big. I've already said that you're no match for me. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me. The Reincarnation Protector stood there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world with disdain in his eyes. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. I've taken a liking to this saint item. Handed over obediently, Lin Xian's expression was also ice-cold. He gritted his teeth and said, You? You don't have the right to take anything from me. Do you think you can contend against me just because you're a saint venerable and can sweep through the world? Do you think you can contend against me? Even your senior brother can't do it, let alone you. With that, the Reincarnation Protector's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his body tremble, and his soul was about to be torn apart. Then, a terrifying aura appeared around him, as if it was about to pull him into the cycle of reincarnation. What a terrifying power. Is this an eye technique? Lin Xian was stunned. He roared and activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Then, countless golden runes covered the surroundings. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul roared and slashed at the void. In the next moment, he quickly retreated, cold sweat dripping down his body. It was too terrifying. The other party's gaze had almost killed him. No wonder all the Saint Kings were afraid of the Reincarnation Protector. The surrounding Saint Kings were also stunned. Especially Saint King Yanling, whose pupils shrank. The other party didn't die? It was too unbelievable. One had to know that the Reincarnation Protector controlled a trace of the power of reincarnation. He looked around and saw that no one in the 6 paths of reincarnation could survive. Logically speaking, the other party should have turned into dust, but the other party was still alive. Even the Reincarnation Protector's face darkened. You're the first one who could withstand my glare without dying. I'm very interested in what secrets you have. The Reincarnation Protector's eyes shone brightly. It seemed like he wanted to attack again. But at this time, Saint King Wushuang attacked, and a terrifying sword chi flashed. The Reincarnation Protector stretched out a palm and swept it in all directions. It's useless, Wushuang. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. The devouring law is useless against me. The devouring law in the sky wanted to devour him, but his gaze shattered everything. Buzz, the Kunlun Saint King roared, and the Kunlun mountain fell from the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire void to collapse, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were torn apart. However, the Reincarnation Protector's palm broke the Kunlun mountain into pieces. The Kunlun Saint King also retreated, and his face became extremely pale. The surrounding people were shocked. They all attacked and realized that they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Like I said, you ants aren't my match at all. You don't know what I mean to you. Not only do I control the Reincarnation Valley, but I also control the reincarnation of this world. If I want you to die, you'll die. If I want you to live, you'll live. The power of reincarnation was too terrifying. Everyone felt despair. Although they were Saint Kings, they could defeat everything. But at this moment, their faces were filled with despair. However, at this time, one of them sneered. You control reincarnation? What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you say you control reincarnation? You only borrowed a little power from the Reincarnation Valley, and you dare to be arrogant here. What a joke. Who was it? Did they want to die? The Reincarnation Protector was instantly furious. Who dared to challenge him like this? His gaze swept across and quickly locked onto a figure. Then, he frowned. He saw a man in a black robe in front of him. His face was covered, and he couldn't see who it was. Saint King Yanling also frowned. He said, This is a new Saint King. But I feel that he's very mysterious. He must have secrets. No matter what secrets he has, if he dares to challenge me, I'll send him to hell. With that, the Reincarnation Protector attacked again. How dare you underestimate my reincarnation power? Then I'll let you experience it personally. His eyes shone with a shocking light, and then he flew forward. This power was too terrifying. It carried an extremely strong law that could sweep through everything. No one could resist it. However, Black Mountain sneered. He formed a seal with his palms, and the ground around him shattered. Countless spirit veins were under his control, forming a peerless array. Then, it turned into a blade light and descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out, and a terrifying power tore everything apart. The reincarnation protector was stunned. He could control the earth spirit veins. It seemed that he was a powerful array master, but so what? In the face of absolute power, it was useless. He sent out another palm strike. Boom! Xianxia formed a large black seal that descended from the sky and attacked his opponent. The battle between the two shocked everyone. They realized that Xianxia could actually block the reincarnation protector's attack. It was truly shocking. This guy had just become a sage king, but he could already fight against the reincarnation protector. How did he do it? The reincarnation protector frowned. Logically speaking, the opponent's aura was too weak. He should be able to kill such a person instantly. However, he realized that he couldn't do it now. Because every attack from the opponent was hitting the weakness of his power and laws. In other words, the opponent was suppressing him. Could it be a coincidence? No one knew his weakness. Your heavenly spirit technique is not that good. It's really far from it. Xianxia sneered. The reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He roared crazily. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? He was really shocked. The heavenly spirit technique was the martial art he cultivated. No one knew about it, not even Sage King Yanling. He was probably the only one who knew about it in this world. But how did the opponent know? Could it be that the opponent came from the buried Emperor Star? But that shouldn't be the case. He thought about it and didn't know the opponent. However, Xianxia didn't say anything and continued to control the black seal. He continued to attack. The reincarnation protector was completely gloomy. He said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He formed a seal with his palms and a ray of reincarnation light shot out from his eyes. Boom, the black seal was sent flying. Then, the ray of light pierced through Xianxia. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The other sage kings also cried out in alarm. Could it be that such a powerful person couldn't block it? Then who was his opponent? Xian's body turned into green smoke and disappeared. He then reappeared on the other side. The reincarnation light? If I was at my peak, I could kill you with a slap. Although Xianxia had recovered, he was only a sage king. He couldn't use some great divine abilities. The reincarnation protector sneered. Who am I? So this is all you've got? No matter who you are? You're no match for me. Then let's fight together, Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. The other Saint Kings also stood out. The reincarnation protector laughed out loud. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The great battle shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding young disciples were in despair. This was because they realized that even with so many Saint Kings attacking together, they were still no match for the reincarnation protector. The other party was really too powerful. Not only did he have the strength of a late-stage Saint King, but he also had the strength of a late-stage Saint King. Furthermore, he possessed the light of reincarnation. Once that light was unleashed, no one could block it. Lin Xian was also shocked, not only because of the strength of the Samsara protector. Was it because of the light of reincarnation? When the first reincarnation light was shot out, his Tianji God eyes started to change. An extremely terrifying aura was vibrating. His heavenly secret God eyes seemed to be summoned by something. This surprised him. He thought that something had happened to his heavenly secret divine eyes and that he was injured. But later on, he discovered that this wasn't the case. Only when the light of reincarnation appeared would the heavenly fate divine eyes undergo such a change. Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes had something to do with samsara time? He said, "Senior brother, can you help me devour a trace of the light of reincarnation?" What are you trying to do? Lin Xian explained the changes that had occurred to him. Unparalleled Saint King was also shocked. Alright, but you have to be careful. The light of reincarnation is too terrifying. If you are injured, you will immediately enter the cycle of reincarnation. By then, even I won't be able to save you. Lin Xian said, I know, I will be careful. Then, everyone attacked together. The Samsara protector shot out another light of reincarnation. Everyone frantically tried to block it. At this time, the devouring law formed a vortex and swallowed some of the light of reincarnation. It's useless. Your devouring law has no effect on my light of reincarnation. The Samsara protector sneered. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that the light of reincarnation was charging towards Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light and absorbed the Samsara protector's light of reincarnation. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xian courting death? The Samsara protector sneered. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything. This kid was dead meat. Lin Xian felt a huge impact. It was as if he couldn't hear anything. Because he felt a strange change, his eyes were not damaged because of it. Instead, they absorbed the energy of the light of reincarnation. At this moment, it was gradually becoming stronger. Buzz. Junior brother, are you all right? Unparalleled Saint King was also extremely nervous. But in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes regained light. He said, I'm fine. How was that possible? The Samsara protector was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. They knew very well how frightening the light of reincarnation was. Even with so many of them working together, they couldn't withstand it. But Lin Xian was actually fine. What was going on? Damn it. The Samsara protector stared at Lin Xian. He desperately wanted to capture Lin Xian. Unparalleled Saint King said and attacked together. They charged towards the Samsara protector. At the same time, Spirit Saint King said, don't worry, I'll capture this person for you. His body flickered as he charged toward Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you? The surrounding people roared. They couldn't even fight against one of the reincarnation protectors, let alone Spirit Saint King Yen. He was also a veteran Saint King. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The void shattered and a figure appeared. It was a mortal scholar. As soon as he appeared, he shot out ice that filled the sky and swept forward. He blocked Spirit Saint King's path. That was great. Unparalleled Saint King and the others heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Spirit Saint King's face was cold. Boom, a layer of armor appeared on his body. At the same time, he took out a giant stone hammer. There was a terrifying power on it. One strike could shatter heaven and earth. Even the sky full of ice was broken. One could imagine how terrifying that strike was. Kill, Scholar Immortal roared furiously and quickly rushed out. The battle erupted again. They charged towards the sky. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and landed on the ground. Their faces became incomparably solemn. They didn't know what the result of this attack would be. Although there were only 2 people on the other side this time, it was better than anything else. Just as Lin Xian and the others were nervously watching, a few figures quickly flew over from afar. It was Jing Yun and the other geniuses of the buried Emperor Star. These people should be coming. Jing Yun looked down. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately laughed. Little brother, I guessed right. He's here. He wants to enter the buried Emperor Star from here. Jinka also looked down and sneered. There was no chance for them to do so. Today was the day of his death. He won't be able to enter in his lifetime. As he spoke, he roared and increased his speed. Lin Xian and the others could feel the aura coming from afar. They all turned their heads. Were the people of the mortal world here? Soon, they discovered that they weren't. Because they weren't Saint Kings. Although their auras were powerful, they were only Saint Sovereigns. One of them was even more terrifying than a Saint Sovereign. However, he hadn't reached the level of a true Saint King. It's them, Yurua looked over and instantly frowned. They discovered that the people who came were from the buried Emperor Star. Jing Yun sneered. Brat, let's see how you escape. Since you dared to treat me like that, I'll pay you back 10,000 times. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Xian was already very anxious. He didn't know how the battle between the Sage Kings was going. When he saw Jingyun, he immediately frowned and said, "Scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Don't think that just because you're from the buried Emperor Star, I won't dare to kill you. Are you courting death?" Jingyun roared. "Little brother, kill him." Jinka also walked over. "You're Lin Xian, right? You're really arrogant. However, if you kneel down and kowtow to my brother, I'll give you a quick death." "Who do you think you are?" Lin Xian frowned. Then, he looked at Jingyun. "Since you can't win, you're calling for your little brother? Do you have any shame? My little brother is stronger than me. He's already a half-step sage king. You're definitely not his match. Brat, you've lost your last chance." "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. "You dare to come here with just the two of you? Seems like you don't know the difference between life and death." Jingyun said, "So what if there are so many people? Do they dare to attack me? I'm from the buried Emperor Star. Whoever dares to attack me is an enemy of the buried Emperor Star. Can you bear it?" Jingyun roared. Sure enough, the people in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian sneered. "There's no need for these people to deal with you two trash. I can kill you all by myself." He was also angry. Since they were courting death, he'll fulfill their wish. "Brat, your opponent is me." After saying that, Jinka walked up and stared at Lin Xian. How despicable. Are all the people from the buried Emperor Star like this? He's clearly a half-step sage king, but he dares to attack a mid-stage sage venerable. Even if you win, do you feel proud? Vhumad coldly snorted. "My cultivation is higher than his, so I can naturally suppress him. If you're not convinced, come and kill me." Jinka looked like he was asking for a beating, but no one dared to attack him. That was because the other party's cultivation was simply too strong, far surpassing theirs. Lin Xian said, "Hongya, don't worry. Leave this guy to me. However, I am not used to seeing him use his power to bully others. Thus, I want him to have a taste of what it feels like to bully others. All of you, attack Startling Cloud together. I don't believe that he can withstand it no matter how strong he is." The eyes of Vhumad and the others lit up when they heard that. With regards to Lin Xian's strength, naturally, they were very relieved. Therefore, 8 people from Peerless City walked up and stared at Jingyun. "I heard that you're a peerless genius, yet you still dare to sweep through everything? Today, you will fight with the 8 of us. Let's see how strong you are." As soon as he said this, Jingyun's expression instantly turned ugly. Jinka roared as well. "You dare to touch my brother? Try it. I'll send all of you to hell." Lin Xian smiled. "Your enemy is me, so you don't have the right to care about other things." "Damn it," Jingyun roared. "You guys are despicable, using numbers to bully me. We are using numbers to bully you. If you don't like it, come and bite us." Xianxia also snorted coldly. "You're allowed to call yourself a half-step holy king, but we're not allowed to gang up on you." Everyone attacked together. With a roar, these strong cultivators instantly rushed up and fought with Jingyun. No matter how strong Jingyun was, he could not withstand the combined attacks of 8 strong cultivators. Instantly, he let out a roar. His body was torn apart, and blood flowed out. When Jinka saw the scene, he wanted to go back and help. However, Lin Xian struck out with his sword, cutting off the sky and earth, blocking his way. "Weren't you extremely arrogant before, wanting to suppress me? I want to see what kind of strength you have." "Go to hell," Jingyun roared angrily, and the battle instantly erupted. As a half-step holy king, his strength was ridiculously strong, far surpassing that of a holy venerable. Therefore, with one strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked, causing the surrounding people's expressions to change. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a furious roar and unleashed his powerful divine body, sweeping out in all directions. At the same time, he activated his 10 ultimate swords, releasing light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, sweeping through everything. With one strike, he arrived in front of his opponent. The two collided, letting out an earth-shaking sound. Jinka was originally disdainful, but when they really fought, he realized that his opponent was very strong. Although his opponent was only a mid-stage holy venerable, his strength was not weaker than his at all. The sword chi was extremely sharp, causing him to be terrified. And his opponent's physique and strength also caused his arm to go numb. Roar, he roared, and endless precepts appeared on his body. The power of his bloodline was activated, and he swept out with tyrannical strength. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he kept attacking. Every strike landed on his divine body. Lin Xian's divine body was also trembling non-stop. One could imagine that his opponent was indeed a top-notch expert. However, the more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. He held the 10 ultimate swords and swept through all directions. The two collided again, and the surrounding people were shocked as they watched. However, at this time, Guan Songhai said, "I am very interested in the battle in the distance. So, everyone, I will go over." As he spoke, he joined Jing Yun's battle. Qin Xianer also smiled, "Then I will go as well." In this way, there were 10 experts. Jing Yun was already unable to hold on, and now he was in an even more miserable state. Not only that, the people from the 3 great dragon races also went over. Jing Yun's body exploded several times. He wanted to escape, but he could not. There were experts everywhere, blocking his path. This was a kind of despair, something he had never experienced before in his life. He truly did not expect that these people would dare to be so bold. Could it be that they were not afraid of the buried Emperor Star? How could he know that because the Reincarnation Valley was closed, it was unknown whether these people could go to the buried Emperor Star? Therefore, when the buried Emperor Star was mentioned, they naturally carried an astonishing killing intent. At this moment, they released all of their killing intent on Jing Yun. Jinka was so angry that he vomited blood when he saw his brother being beaten up. "You're courting death," he attacked towards the distance, but it was blocked by Lin Xian's Taiji diagram. Boom! Boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword lights all landed on Jing Yun's body, sending him flying. Jing Yun's body was also constantly shaking, and cracks appeared on the battle armor that appeared on his body. This caused him to be terrified. With a furious roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked unceasingly. A heavenly steel appeared on his palm, and when it opened and closed, it could sweep through everything. Lin Xian's sword chi was beaten until it dimmed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm, using the man-ruler seal. This attack was really too powerful. Under this attack, Jing Yun's battle armor was directly shattered. Jing Yun vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body was directly penetrated. Then, Lin Xian used the mountain-embracing seal, and a divine mountain appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. It directly suppressed Jing Yun. The earth trembled, and a crazy roar sounded. Jing Yun, who was in the distance, was blasted apart again. However, when his soul looked forward, he was indeed stunned. Because he discovered that his younger brother was also suppressed. Damn it, how was this possible? His younger brother was a half-step holy king. How could he be suppressed by that brat? Could it be that countless geniuses and experts had joined hands as well? But when he realized that Lin Xian was the only one who did it, he was completely dumbfounded. When the toad saw this scene, it laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, this is your genius younger brother? Why do I feel like he's so trashy? I say, the people in your family are all trash, damn it, are you courting death, aunt?" Jinka was suppressed, and when he heard the toad's voice, he also roared crazily. When had he ever been mocked by such an ant? So he roared angrily, and countless terrifying runes appeared on his body, condensing into a long saber phantom. It surrounded his body. It actually blasted the divine mountain up. The toad was shocked. "Damn, he can still come out. Kid, hurry up and beat him up." Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "You're no match for me at all. Do you think that you can look down on everything just because you're a half-step holy king? You might be able to do it elsewhere, but not in front of me." Buzz, Lin Xian used the invincible sword and directly sent it flying. Jinka had just gotten up, but he was instantly sent flying. Another crack appeared on his body. Damn it. Kill. He retreated and rushed to the back, wanting to save his brother. Then he left. However, at this moment, a figure blocked his path. Damn it, get lost. Seeing that it wasn't Lin Xian, Jinka also roared crazily. However, that man shot forth a punch. Are you courting death? Other than Lin Xian, who had surprised him, he didn't care about the others at all. So he also slashed out with his saber. However, in the next moment, he was once again in despair. Because he discovered that this person's fist was really too terrifying. It carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It directly pierced through his long saber. Boom, his body was blasted apart. The surrounding people were also stunned. Hair to the heavens, even Lin Xian was surprised. In the end, a smile appeared on his face. That was because he realized that the one who attacked was none other than Chao Tianxing. He had seen how mysterious Chao Tianxing was, so he knew that Chao Tianxing was very strong. As expected, the other party had severely injured a half-step Holy King the moment he attacked. How could this be? Jinka was completely dumbfounded. He could still accept the shock of being defeated by Lin Xian. After all, every world had a top genius who could defy the heavens. However, such a person was too rare. In fact, there might not even be one in a few thousand years. However, he did not expect that apart from Lin Xian, another person had appeared. A single punch was enough to severely injure him. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? Jing Yun was also scared to tears. He roared crazily, stop fighting, we admit defeat. What a joke. How could he have reached such a stage? If they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely die. Therefore, they let out a roar. Hearing that, Linghu Chuexiue and the others stopped. Then, they sneered. You want to admit defeat now? What were you doing earlier? Fu Hongye slapped Jingyun's face and sent him flying. On the other side, Jinka gritted his teeth and said, brother, let's go. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave with Jingyun. However, Lin Xian smirked coldly. The Taiji diagram in the sky descended, blocking their path. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is your family? Here, we have the final say, who let you go? Come and die. The Tai Chi diagram sent down countless sword chi. The terrifying aura swept through everything. Jingyun and Jingyun were forced back. When they came back, they gritted their teeth. Jinka said, we are from the Jing family. Do you dare to attack us? If you kill us, our family will send top experts here. Then, none of you will be able to live. So, stop fighting and let us leave. Is your family very powerful? Since that's the case, won't we be able to call for more powerful experts if we let you go back? Why don't we just kill you? The Crimson Dragon sneered. The Toad also nodded and said, it would be a pity to kill them. Let's turn them into battle servants. Or refine them into puppets. I know a way to turn them into puppets. That way, they can be used by us in the future. That's a good idea. Lin Xian also nodded. The others also sneered. The Jingyun brothers' expressions changed, especially Jinka. He was furious. Do you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered and formed a seal with his palm. The mountain-embracing seal descended again and suppressed the other party. The other party's body exploded once again. Everyone laughed. Is the buried Emperor Star very powerful? It's only SOSO. However, at this moment, a light appeared in Jinka's eyes. His body suddenly split open, and one of the figures instantly rushed out and left the mountain-embracing seal. Then, he charged forward. In the next moment, he arrived in front of a person and enveloped the other party with a long saber in his hand. Oh no, damn it. How dare you attack, the Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Get lost, or I'll kill her. Jinka roared crazily. The person he had enveloped was none other than Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others were very nervous. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. How dare you attack my people? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Brat, is this one of your people? Good, if you dare to touch me, I'll send you to hell. Now, kneel down obediently and break your own arms. I'll make you kowtow to me. I'll make you crawl under my feet. Jinka's ferocious voice sounded. Everyone's expressions became unsightly. They did not expect that the other party would have such a secret technique that allowed him to escape while being suppressed by the divine mountain. He even threatened Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from her eyes. A heaven and earth Dharma idol appeared behind her. It was incomparably mysterious. A monstrous power surged, and then a palm strike sent Jinka flying. Jinka retreated in the air and vomited blood. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. How is this possible? I was defeated by a third person today. Damn it, how can there be so many terrifying experts in this world? The surrounding people were also stunned. Is Xianxia also so powerful? It's simply too unbelievable. What's that heaven and earth Dharma idol behind her? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp radiance. The danger was gone. He was now in front of the other party, and he stepped on him, stomping him into the ground. Then, he released a dragon-shaped sword chi and pierced through the other party's body, nailing him to the ground. Jinka roared crazily as blood flowed out. He wanted to escape. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not something he could resist. Jinka's previous actions had thoroughly angered Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly. Originally, I thought that I would give you a way out. However, you actually acted so recklessly and attacked the people around me. Dragons have reverse scales. Since you've touched my reverse scale, you'll definitely die today. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Lin Xian wanted to attack the people of the buried Emperor Star. Even Linghu Chuishue and the others had grave expressions. To be honest, they would not hesitate to heavily injure Jingyun. However, they did not dare to kill these two people. After all, they were both in awe and fear of the buried Emperor Star. You dare? Jingyun roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? After saying that, he slapped out with his palm. With a boom, Jinka's body exploded. In the next moment, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled Jinka's soul into the Tao reincarnation. He made Jinka suffer for 10,000 years. Jingyun did the same. Finally, Lin Xian used his light of reincarnation and killed the two of them. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really kill the two of them. Those two brothers probably did not believe that the other party would dare to attack them even when they died. The reason why Lin Xian killed the two of them was because he was completely enraged. Moreover, his final killing move was the light of reincarnation. The light of reincarnation was something that he had absorbed from the reincarnation protectors. His heavenly secret divine eyes could actually fuse with the light of reincarnation. At this moment, he used the light of reincarnation to kill these people. Presumably, these families would not be able to trace it back to him. After killing the two of them, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Jingyun, these two people were nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was the battle between the sage kings above. Because it concerned whether or not they could go to the buried Emperor Star. This kind of battle was going on in the outer realm. Terrifying power enveloped them. Lin Xian and the others were incomparably shocked. It had to be said that the two of them were really too strong. Especially that reincarnation protector. He was fighting a group of Saint Kings alone, and he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. This was especially true for the light of reincarnation, which was incomparably terrifying. Once it was unleashed, no one dared to resist and could only flee. There were only two people who could contend against the light of reincarnation. Even Black Mountain and Undying Scholar. He Shan had many tricks up his sleeve. Although he couldn't fight against the light of reincarnation, he wasn't afraid of it either. As for Scholar Immortal, he could use Immortal Frost. Only the inextinguishable polar ice was able to resist the light of samsara. However, he could only resist for a short period of time. He wouldn't be able to contend against it for a long time. After all, reincarnation was too mysterious, and the light of reincarnation was even more terrifying. In the end, the reincarnation protector was completely enraged. A bunch of reckless fools. Today, I'll send you on your way. As he roared, the sealed reincarnation valley once again appeared. Then, the reincarnation valley shone with light and a pagoda appeared from within. 6 paths of reincarnation pagoda, a terrifying aura appeared. It bloomed with an incomparable aura. Furthermore, it was connected to the reincarnation protector, allowing the reincarnation protector to control an even more powerful reincarnation power. He roared into the sky. Today, all of you will enter reincarnation. An illusion of the reincarnation pagoda appeared between heaven and earth. 6 extremely terrifying passageways seemed to swallow everything. Oh no, Songhai Saint King's pupils constricted. His body was pierced by the light of reincarnation and instantly split open. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry. On the other side, Luiyue Saint King's body was also shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Their faces became extremely pale. Buzz, seeing that these people were about to enter reincarnation, Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian struck out. The great dragon sword soul flew into the sky. After the Saint Kings saw the Tao, they desperately activated and displayed their power. The great dragon sword soul bloomed with an incomparable aura and slashed into the void. It slashed apart the aura of reincarnation. Songhai Saint King and Luiyue Saint King frantically retreated. They all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. They had almost been sucked into reincarnation. Once they entered, they would probably die without a doubt even if they were Saint Kings. How could it be? It could actually block the 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation Saint King was stunned as he looked at the dragon-shaped sword in the sky. On the other side, Saint King's pupils also constricted. Could it be the legendary item? There were very few that could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. This sword shadow was clearly not a saint artifact, which meant that it was even rarer. After thinking for a while, they thought of a legend. The Great Dragon Sword. The legendary offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. It was understandable that the reincarnation could be slashed apart. They did not expect to see the legendary item here. The reincarnation Saint King's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. Kid, it looks like I have to kill you this time. It would be a waste to leave this thing with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shot into the sky. Morom Qingqing and the others were also extremely worried. Although they should have the Great Sage Pagoda, would it be safe in the battle between so many Saint Kings? They did not know and were not confident. Lin Xian came up and used the Great Sage Pagoda to protect his body. Everyone, let's attack together. He was controlling the Great Dragon Sword soul and also felt the pressure. However, this battle had to go on. At the same time, he had another thought. He was not afraid of the light of reincarnation. Whether it was Black Mountain or Immortal Scholar, although they could fight against the light of reincarnation, they could not. However, Lin Xian was confident that he could suppress the light of reincarnation. This was also the reason why he came up. Ant, die for me. The reincarnation Saint King punched out and Lin Xian felt immense pressure. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to block, but his divine body was still shattered. However, in the next moment, his body quickly healed. At the same time, he roared. If they did not attack now, what were they waiting for? The other Saint Kings also took a deep breath. They were going to fight. These people attacked again. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky sealed the entire area and enveloped them. The terrifying reincarnation power could threaten them at any time. Indeed, even the Kunlun Saint King and Wushuang Saint King's bodies were shattered. They turned into a bloody mist. However, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword in time and destroyed the reincarnation power. Only then did he save these people. These Saint Kings calmed down a little and attacked even more crazily. The reincarnation Saint King's face turned cold. Spirit Saint King Yan's expression was also ugly. His body had already been broken twice. Fortunately, his opponent had not killed him. This allowed him to survive. However, he was still shocked. He said that the kid could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation and that they had to kill him first. Otherwise, they would lose their advantage. The reincarnation Saint King nodded. He naturally knew this, so he attacked Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian's divine body was shattered again. Even with the Great Sage Pagoda, the reincarnation Saint King was too powerful. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have the Great Dragon Sword, you are still no match for me. The reincarnation protector revealed a cold smile. A person like you is not worthy of the great dragon sword. How dare you say such a thing? Lin Xian also laughed. You are a late-stage Saint King, and I am a mid-stage Saint Venerable. How many realms are there between us? You still haven't killed me yet. Do you think you have the face to say such a thing? Aren't you able to kill a Saint King with a single glance? Why can't you kill me? You are courting death. The reincarnation protector was stunned. Indeed, it was extremely easy for him to kill a Saint King. Now, Lin Xian was still alive. This was a slap to his face. He did not plan to do this again. Therefore, he planned to gather and form the Light of Reincarnation to completely kill Lin Xian. 3 Light of Reincarnation came charging over. It was earth-shattering, sweeping through everything. Not good. The Kunlun Saint King, the Wuji Saint King, and the others were extremely nervous. Below, Morong Qingqing, Linghu Chuishue, and the others also held their breaths. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. He fully activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. He did not dodge at all. In an instant, he began to absorb the 3 Light of Reincarnation into his eyes. The void where Lin Xian was completely turned into nothingness. His figure was completely swallowed up. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not know whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. The reincarnation protector sneered. If you can survive, then I will. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian walk out from inside. How is this possible? The reincarnation protector was shocked. What is going on with these eyes? Why are they so mysterious? Lin Xian said, I will be responsible for blocking his light of reincarnation. All of you, attack. The battle erupted again. It was incomparable. This time, he finally lost his advantage. He was being attacked by so many Saint Kings. He roared crazily. There was also the Immortal Scholar and Black Mountain. Finally, he was injured. His body was penetrated. After being hit by dozens of laws, one of his arms was torn off. Blood flowed. He roared at the sky, and the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky surged forward. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to block the attack. Then, he fused with the power of those Saint Kings. The sword slashed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation were actually cleaved apart by him. The reincarnation protector was also split in half by the sword. This scene was really too shocking. Yan Ling Saint King was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The reincarnation protector also roared towards the sky. Damn it, you guys have thoroughly angered me. Even if I have to sacrifice 3,000 years of my lifespan, I will still kill all of you. After he finished speaking, the laws on his body began to burn. It seemed like he was about to go all out. At the same time, the reincarnation pagoda flew out from the reincarnation valley and landed in his hand. Then, he charged forward. Not good. The expressions of those Saint Kings changed. This was a heaven-shaking treasure. If Lin Xian was a Saint King, then controlling the great dragon sword would not be a problem. But now, Lin Xian was only a Saint Venerable. It was already very impressive that he could cleave apart the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he probably could not compete with the reincarnation protector who was going all out. As expected, Lin Xian also suffered a huge impact. He had already reached his limit by using the great dragon sword soul. If he used it again, his body would probably shatter. At this critical moment, a figure flew out from the void. It was an old man. As soon as he appeared, he formed a heavenly sound and descended towards the ground. 9 Tribulations Divine Melody, a terrifying aura spread down, and the terrifying laws of the great path formed one strange note after another. It directly blocked the terrifying reincarnation pagoda between heaven and earth. What was going on? Yan Ling Saint King was horrified, and the reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He had already burned 3,000 years of his life and was ready to fight to the death with the other party. To kill these Saint Kings. But now, he was being suppressed by someone. Who was it? In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw an old man appear in the sky. It was him. The reincarnation protector exclaimed. Yan Ling Saint King was also stunned. He had seen this person before. Previously, he had seen this person at the primordial grotto grand meet. Peerless Saint King and the others took a deep breath. Lin Xian exclaimed. Elder Xia, that's right, the person who had come was Xia Jiuyo. When he arrived, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Reincarnation Protector, you've crossed the line. You dare to teach me a lesson? Die for me, the Reincarnation Protector roared. Today, he would make everyone die. He continued to burn his laws and life, and activated the Reincarnation Pagoda to kill his way out. Everyone was worried for Xia Jiuyo. Even Lin Xian was no exception. However, Xia Jiuyo sighed. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The heavens and earth shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared before him. An illusory figure appeared. It was a Guqin, and it carried a mysterious aura as it appeared before Xia Jiuyo. Then, Xia Jiuyo gently played the Guqin. With a loud boom, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The Reincarnation Pagoda shattered into pieces. The Reincarnation Protector was also blasted apart, turning into a bloody mist. Yanling Saint King was also affected, and his body shattered. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, what had they just seen? So many Saint Kings had attacked together, but they had not hurt the Reincarnation Protector. But now, Xia Jiuyo had defeated him with a gentle move. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of existence was Xia Jiuyo? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that Xia Jiuyo was powerful. However, he was very worried about Xia Jiuyo's lifespan. Because Xia Jiuyo was already very old. On the other side, He Shan's eyes flickered. Could it be him? He thought of a legendary person. In front of him, the mist of blood gathered under the Reincarnation Pagoda and formed the Reincarnation Protector. At this moment, the Reincarnation Protector's face was filled with fear. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He stared at Xia Jiuyo and asked, "Who are you? Could it be that you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Jiuyo played another Guqin sound, and his body shattered again. Damn it, he was terrified and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Run. He brought Yanling Saint King and quickly fled downwards. He wanted to enter the Reincarnation Valley. In the end, Xia Jiuyo cut off his path with a tune of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could only escape to the other side. Yanling Saint King said, "Let's go to the Origin Ancient Mine. It's absolutely safe there." The two of them fled into the distance. On the other side, Xia Jiuyo snorted coldly. Want to leave? He strolled between heaven and earth and followed. It was the same for the other Saint Kings. Lin Xian and the other young disciples also followed. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They felt two extremely powerful forces with the aura of reincarnation streaking across the sky. Behind them, there was an old man who was like a god strolling in the courtyard. Origin Ancient Mine. This was a land of death. No one dared to come here. However, at this moment, Yanling Saint King came. Not only that, but the Reincarnation Protector also came. After the two of them entered, Yanling Saint King's cold voice sounded. "Humph, so what if you're strong? I don't believe you dare to come in." As expected. Xia Jiuyo played two heavenly tunes, but they were blocked by the power inside. They couldn't kill their way into the Origin Ancient Mine. Seeing this scene, Spirit Saint King Yanling laughed loudly. The Reincarnation Protector also snorted coldly. "How dare you injure me? One day, I'll send all of you to hell." Unparalleled Sacred King and the others walked over with a frown. What should they do? This place's aura was extraordinary. Damn it, they were so close to killing Sacred King Yanling and subduing the Reincarnation Protector. But now, Xia Jiuyo had gone into hiding. There was nothing they could do. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 500 years for the buried Emperor Star's seal to open again. Thus, everyone was in despair. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, it was impossible for him to conquer the Primordium Ancient Mine with his current strength. Thus, there was nothing he could do. He looked at He Shan. He Shan also shook his head. At that moment, Xia Jiuyo coughed out a mouthful of blood. He sighed and said, "Let me do it." Then, he looked at Jade Lake. He asked the Jade Lake sacred leader if he could borrow an imperial armament. The pupils of the Jade Lake Saint Master contracted when she heard this, and the surrounding people were stunned. What did he mean? He wanted to use the ancient desolate tower. Even Lin Xian was shocked. His great dragon sword soul was also powerful, but only he could use it. If Xia Jiuyo wanted to use it, he had to give the power to him. But he couldn't withstand so much power. It seemed that Xia Jiuyo wanted to borrow an imperial armament. However, everyone was puzzled. Could Xia Jiuyo use an imperial armament? One must know that even for a sacred land, they would have to pay an enormous price in order to use an imperial armament. But senior, your body, the Jade Lake sacred leader was also worried. Lin Xian also walked up and said, "Senior, why don't we think of another way?" However, Xia Jiuyo shook his head. "I'm already old. It doesn't make a difference whether I live a few more years or not. However, I want to do something for you guys before I die." This reincarnation protector was too arrogant. Also, did they really think that the Primordium ancient mine was invincible? Today, I'll let them know that no one can be arrogant in this world. After saying that, he left with the Jade Lake sacred leader. Everyone was waiting anxiously. In the next moment, they felt a deep voice coming from the eastern wilderness. The sky of the eastern wilderness was completely shattered. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the sacred grounds and family clans in the true spirit world raised their heads, their faces filled with fear. What kind of aura was that? How could it be so terrifying? Heavens, could it be that this is the aura of an extreme weapon? Was the dark battle from back then happening again? One had to know that extreme Dao weapons were generally capable of suppressing an entire region. He wouldn't use it. However, at that moment, someone was actually planning to use an extreme-grade weapon. Furthermore, it would appear that he was not only using the might of an extreme-grade weapon. He wanted to take away the extreme-grade weapon completely. Sure enough, people from the Gu and Yi families were equally shocked. Their extreme weapons also let out earth-shaking noises, as if they were responding. The eyes of the members of the Yi clan flickered. Naturally, they had also received the news. Were they going to attack the Origin Ancient Mine? The person sleeping inside was not ordinary at all. After thinking about it, the Yi clan decided not to make a move. On the other side, the eyes of the Gu family flickered. Gu Feng snorted coldly. Did these people really want to attack? An elder of the Gu family walked over and said in a deep voice. Feng you must not underestimate them. That Xia Jiuyo was an extremely terrifying figure. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much lifespan left, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Now that he was going to consume his lifespan and use an extreme-grade weapon, would the people in the Origin Ancient Mine be able to withstand it? After Gu Feng heard that, he was also stunned. He was powerful, but the people in the Deathland should not be ordinary either. Could it be that they couldn't defeat Xia Jiuyo? At that moment, another elder also walked out. If he was really so terrifying, he would have long unified the world. There were also restrictions on them inside. Even their lifespan was not as long as they had imagined. Therefore, as for whether they could truly counterattack, it was still unknown. Let's wait and see. Just as everyone was discussing, Xia Jiuyo brought the desolate tower over. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. At that moment he once again became the only one in the world. In an instant, he arrived at the Origin Ancient Mine. The void and earth around the Origin Ancient Mine were constantly shattering. Only the Deathland in front of him emitted an extremely terrifying aura as it resisted. At the same time, Spirit Saint King, who was in the Origin Ancient Mine, knelt on the ground in fright. The reincarnation protector beside him also used the reincarnation pagoda to resist with difficulty. However, he still couldn't resist it. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, an extreme-grade weapon, he could actually control an extreme-grade weapon. This really shocked him. Even the existences in the divine crystals began to sway. Among them, there was an elder who looked like a skeleton. At that moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What was going on? Why did it attract the aura of an extreme-grade weapon? in an instant, he received the news from Spirit Saint King. At the same time, outside the Origin Ancient Mine, Xiaojiuyo brought the desolate tower with him like a god. He said coldly, "The people inside, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to fight or do you want to agree to our request? I'll only give you half an incense stick's worth of time to consider." Damn it. Damn it. The Reincarnation Protector roared. Spirit Saint King also said, "Ancestor, they've gone too far. How dare they behave so atrociously in our territory? Do you want it?" Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. "Trash, who allowed you to target our Origin Ancient Mine with this kind of great emperor power? I've just recovered my power and haven't recovered yet. Do you think I have a long lifespan? Stupid thing, you don't have the right to live anymore." "No. Ancestor, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Spirit Saint King Yanling was thoroughly terrified. He thought that their ancestor would fight the other party head-on. Who would have thought that their ancestor would actually admit defeat? The Reincarnation Protector's face was also cold. He said, "Don't worry, Senior. If you attack this time, I'll definitely contact the people of the buried Emperor Star and get them to provide you with all kinds of natural treasures." However, after he finished speaking, he felt a gaze that seemed to be piercing through him. "You're just a puny spirit saint. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? How dare you speak while standing? If it wasn't for the person behind you, you would have died 10,000 times already," the elder said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and directly sealed the two of them and threw them out. In the next moment, everyone saw two figures fly out and kneel in the air. Then, a voice sounded from the Primordium Ancient Mine. "I don't want to fight with you. I also hope that you won't use your imperial weapon. Everything that happened before had nothing to do with me. It was all that idiot Spirit Saint King's own actions. Now, I'll kill him and let you all calm down." After saying that, a power shot out and directly enveloped Spirit Saint King. In the end, Spirit Saint King turned into a bloody mist. His wandering soul was destroyed. Even his soul did not escape. Everyone was terrified. Oh my god. This Primordium Ancient Mine was too terrifying. One had to know that Spirit Saint King was a mid-stage Spirit Saint King. He could fight several ordinary Spirit Saint Kings alone. They could not defeat him. But now, the other party could kill such an existence with a single ray of light. It seemed that the other party's strength was definitely above that of a Spirit Saint King. It had even reached an unimaginable level. It was no wonder that this place was called the Land of Death. The voice sounded again. "As for the Reincarnation Protector, I won't care. You can do whatever you want with him." After saying that, the Primordium Ancient Mine was actually sealed. The Reincarnation Protector's expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, he was actually abandoned by someone. In the next moment, when he felt the power of the weapon in the sky, he almost fainted from fright. Although he had the Reincarnation Pagoda, he was simply unable to fight against an extreme weapon. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Stop, I agree to your conditions. I'll open the Reincarnation Passage and send you all away." What a joke. If he didn't lower his head, the other party's imperial weapon would be unleashed. He couldn't block it. Probably no one would be able to stop him. Therefore, he could only beg for mercy. "Very well, then you can open the Reincarnation Valley. I'll only give you half a day." After saying that, the Reincarnation Protector quickly left. He wanted to reopen the Reincarnation Valley. At the same time, Xiaojiuyo looked around and said coldly. Since he had already taken out the imperial weapon, he had to let it unleash some of its power. After saying that, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. Huang Huang unleashed countless extreme Dao might. It flew in all directions. At this moment, countless experts in the world were torn apart. There were even sage kings that died. Everyone was terrified. They thought that it was the end of the world. However, Lin Xian and the others knew that this was killing. The mortal realm. Xiaojiuyo was attacking the experts of the mortal realm. Sure enough. Those who died were all experts of the mortal realm. However, he only killed sage kings and sage venerables. This was enough. It was definitely a heavy blow to the mortal realm. Sure enough, the remaining people also went into hiding. They probably wouldn't come out of the mortal realm for the next few thousand years. As for Xiaojiuyo, he returned the imperial weapon to the Jade Lake sacred ground. He returned to the divine palace by himself. Everyone was worried and followed him. When they saw Xiaojiuyo in the divine palace, their pupils shrank. It was the same for Lin Xian, whose face had turned extremely ugly. Because the current Xiaojiuyo was hundreds of years older than before. It was as if he had one foot in the grave. Old Xia. Lin Xian's heart ached. He knew that Xiaojiuyo was burning his life force to unleash the imperial weapon in order to help them. He couldn't repay this kindness. Every sage king released their power, wanting to help Xiaojiuyo maintain it. However, Xiaojiuyo said that it was useless. The heavenly Tao reincarnation was gone. Someone could escape. Alright, all of you can leave. Go and make your final preparations. The buried Emperor's star might not be simple. There might be new dangers. I can no longer help you. The sage kings nodded and bowed respectfully to Xiaojiuyo. Senior, we will remember this in our hearts. Then, they quickly left, leaving only Lin Xian behind. Lin Xian took out many spirit medicines and rare treasures and placed them there. Xiaojiuyo said, I know you are worried, but my lifespan is almost up. These things are useless. Now, I have something to pass on to you. That is the supreme technique that I created in my lifetime, the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Elder Xia, you're already very weak. It was better for him to rest quickly. By the way, Elder Xia, I have something for you as well. I hope it will be helpful to you. Since these natural treasures were useless, Lin Xian decided to think of another way. After all, Xiaojiuyo had given him the sacred palace and provided him with great assistance. In fact, he even wanted to impart his lifelong knowledge to him. Lin Xian was unable to return the favor. He said, Senior, I once obtained a treasure by chance called the Eye of Time. I think he might be useful to you. Xiaojiuyo was stunned when he heard this. The Eye of Time, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Have you heard of it? Xiaojiuyo nodded. Lin Xian gave the Eye of Time to Xiaojiuyo. Xiaojiuyo gave the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody to Lin Xian and said, This 9 Tribulations Divine Melody is the cultivation technique that I created in my lifetime. If I really die, help me pass on this cultivation technique. No one could live forever. Everyone would die. However, he could use another method to live. For example, they could pass on their peerless cultivation technique. Xiaojiuyo's life's supreme technique was the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. It was very terrifying. A single immortal sound could split the reincarnation protector. One could imagine how terrifying it was. After Lin Xian received it, his expression turned solemn. Senior, don't worry. I will not disgrace your supreme technique. You may encounter new dangers after entering the Tibetan Earth Star. I will now help you activate the prelude to the divine melody and help you establish your foundation. Next, you will have to rely on yourself. Xiaojiuyo attacked. Endless sounds of the great Tao appeared around him as if it had turned into a world of immortals. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a wondrous aura. It was as if the surrounding great Tao had become simple. He could obtain it at any time. This was truly too shocking. It was as if he had entered a very wondrous realm. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of the great Tao and the surroundings slowly disappeared. As for Xiaojiuyo, he vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, making him look even older. Lin Xian said, Old Xia, you can't use your strength anymore. Xiaojiuyo said, I'm really old. I've already helped you establish the foundation of the divine melody. When you reach the buried Emperor Star, go find someone called Wendian. He can help you. Wendian? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is this person? Xiaojiuyo said, It's a little fellow I saved back then. I don't know how much he has grown. Alright, go quickly. The reincarnation valley should have already opened. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Then, he personally opened the divine crystal and sealed Xiaojioyo. Then, he left. After leaving, he asked He Shan if there was any way to help Xiaojioyo. He Shan thought for a moment and said, his lifespan is reaching its end. It's a normal cycle of death. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to save him. Of course, there were other methods. For example, the undying divine medicine. That thing could allow great emperors to live a second life. Others could naturally do the same. However, it was truly too rare. Only great emperors or extremely terrifying existences could possess it. Others simply couldn't obtain it. Or perhaps, you can only find some extremely old medicines to maintain his life. However, that wasn't a solution. What if a remnant soul like you was resurrected? Lin Xian asked. He knew that under normal circumstances, He Shan should have died. However, he had used a peculiar method to come back alive. He Shan said, it's too difficult. Furthermore, it's a 90% chance of survival. It's purely a coincidence that I was able to come back alive. Furthermore, I can't be considered to have truly come back alive. That's because I'm not completely dead. My remnant soul is still a soul. Indeed, He Shan's situation was different from Xiaojioyo's. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then said, if I have the power of time, I can reverse the flow of time. Then, can I restore Xiaojioyo? Lin Xian still had a few eyes of time. Those were all life-saving means. Death could be reborn. He Shan nodded and said, in theory, yes. However, it depends on how strong your power of time is. Generally, the power of time was very mysterious. Those who could master it were even rarer. If you didn't master it well, it would be useless. If you want to resurrect Xiaojioyo, you have to find an expert with the power of time on par with him. Otherwise, it would be useless. It could only prolong his lifespan. There was no fundamental change. There were only a few possibilities for him to have a fundamental change. First, his cultivation base would break through and his lifespan would increase. It seemed that this step was impossible for him. Second, the undying divine medicine could allow him to live a second life. It was also very difficult. Of course, there are two other possibilities. The first is the power of time that you mentioned. Find a strong enough power of time to continue. For example, the legendary space-time sword. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing that. Each of these things was extremely difficult, but he decided to find them and help Xiaojioyo. Alright, let's go. Perhaps the buried Emperor Star has all of these things. Lin Xian took a deep breath and left with the others. When they arrived at the Reincarnation Valley, they found that it had opened again. The Reincarnation Protector stood there and said with a cold expression, you can go in. He kept forming seals with his palms. The Reincarnation Pagoda in front of him bloomed with light, forming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Countless runes appeared in the surroundings. It seemed to be breaking the seal. Soon, he said, yes. Peerless Sacred King and the others said, let's go. Other than Lin Xian and the others, a portion of the Sacred Kings also wanted to go. Logically speaking, the Reincarnation Protector would definitely stop them. However, he did not dare to do so now. These people could go if they wanted to. If they really angered the Emperor Soldier, even 100 lives would not be enough. Moreover, did these people really think that they could be free after reaching the buried Emperor Star? He sneered in his heart. In the future, these people would know what despair was. A portion of the Sacred Kings stayed here. Since most of the human realm had been destroyed, there should not be much danger in the second astral realm. Therefore, they did not leave with them. As for those who left, they wanted to see how mystical the buried Emperor Star was. Moreover, they might want to pursue a higher path of the martial Tao. Just like that, the group walked into the Reincarnation Pagoda. Heaven and earth were reversed and the sun and moon rotated. After an unknown period of time, they finally felt that the situation had stabilized. Next, they walked out and found that they were in a valley. It was similar to the Reincarnation Valley. Could it be that they had already arrived at the buried Emperor Star? These people looked around curiously. Lin Xian also carefully sensed. In the next moment, he felt that the aura here was indeed vaster than the true spirit world. There were even many kinds of extremely terrifying pressure. It came from different directions. It gave off an illusory feeling, like an extreme weapon. It should be the place where the emperor had fallen. Let's go. The group walked over. Suddenly, Peerless Sacred King frowned. Wait. The Kunlun Holy King also said that something was wrong. There seemed to be the auras of other holy kings in the surroundings. Damn it, could there be someone waiting for us? From the looks of it, it wasn't good news. Everyone, be careful. We're not familiar with this place, so we can't be careless. Lin Xian and the others nodded and carefully flew forward. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a cold voice came from the front. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, Peerless Holy King, and the others stopped what they were doing. They looked to the front and their faces turned extremely cold. Suddenly, a Saint King walked over from the front. The other party's aura was incomparably terrifying. There were various great daos intertwining beneath his feet. He stood there like a godly king with a cold smile on his face. Come with us. Where to? Kunlun Holy King frowned. That Sage King coldly snorted. Now that you've arrived at the buried Emperor Star, you'll naturally have to follow us to the heavenly paradise. What's wrong? Are you guys unwilling? These people's faces turned cold. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light as he looked around. Then, he said coldly, if I follow you to the heavenly paradise, do I need to set up an inescapable net? There were at least 3 peerless formations around them. When these words came out, the other people's faces changed. 3 formations. What were these people trying to do? Were they trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? The Sage King also looked at Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect that a mere sacred venerate like you would be able to see through the formations. You've really surprised me. As expected of people who were able to come to the buried Emperor Star. They were indeed people with top-notch talent. If people like you are properly nurtured, you might become very good puppets. Hearing the word puppet, everyone exclaimed. A genius from the 7-star pavilion said, what does a puppet mean? Aren't you going to take us in as your disciples? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the Sage King in front sneered. With just you guys are indeed talented to be able to come here. However, there are so many geniuses in the buried Emperor Star. Does our heavenly paradise lack geniuses? At most, you guys will become our battle servants and puppets. Damn it, these people's faces became incomparably ugly. They had gone through untold hardships to come to the buried Emperor Star. They didn't expect that they would be treated like this. One must know that whether it was in the 2nd star realm or the true spirit world, they were the most dazzling existences. However, in this place, they could only become puppets. What a joke. The Crimson Dragon also coldly snorted. What if we don't agree? If we don't agree, we'll die. The Sage King also roared and waved his hand. Instantly, more than 10 figures appeared around him. They were all Sage Kings. There were even more sacred venerates appearing in the distance. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. How could there be so many people? The limitless Sage King and the others' faces became incomparably ugly. How were they going to fight? The peerless Sage King took a deep breath. Do you guys want to be puppets? If you don't want to, then we can only fight with our backs against the wall. Everyone, we've already come this far. We won't just admit defeat like this, right? The other Sage King said. Naturally, they wouldn't. Their eyes also burst out with a biting cold radiance. Alright, let's fight then. The Kunlun Sage King also walked out and looked at He Shan. Fellow Daoist, please break the formation. We'll lead our people to fight against these Sage Kings. As for the other disciples, they would take the opportunity to leave quickly. Soon, everyone came up with a plan. He Shan formed hand seals and began to attack the 3 great formations. His attainments in formations were terrifying. Therefore, no one was worried. As for the Sage Kings, they roared and walked forward. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were preparing to break out of the encirclement and escape. A bunch of ants actually want to fight against us? You guys don't know what's good for you. In front, the Sage Kings of the buried Emperor Star sneered. Then, the leader waved his hand. The others also rushed over. A terrifying battle between sage kings broke out once again. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. They also quickly flew in all directions. The sacred venerates in the distance charged over. Do you guys want to leave? These were all peak sacred venerates. Their strength was extremely terrifying. In their opinion, they were the people of the buried Emperor Star, while these people had just arrived. No matter how terrifying they were in other worlds, they would be easily suppressed in their world. But soon, they realized that they were wrong. For example, two old men came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Stop. Little brat, stop. You seem to know a lot about formations, so I can let you live." However, Lin Xian punched out. That old man shouted angrily, "You're courting death." He also attacked forcefully, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. In an instant, he collided with the man-ruler seal. Then, there was a cracking sound. His body was torn apart. How is this possible? He was stunned. His soul wanted to escape. In the end, he was instantly suppressed by the Taiji diagram and his soul was destroyed. His other companion was also dumbfounded. Didn't this guy come from another backward world? How could he be so powerful? He could suppress the experts of the buried Emperor Star with just one attack. Damn it, he has a treasure on him. The old man roared and took out a sage artifact. It was a sage saber. It bloomed with radiance and slashed down. It caused the world to change. As for Lin Xian, he sneered and struck out with the mountain-embracing seal. It descended from the sky and turned the old man into nothingness. After easily dealing with these two people, Lin Xian and the others continued forward. It was the same in other places. For example, Chao Tiansheng, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Linghu Chuixue and the others all displayed extremely powerful strength. This caused the sacred venerates of the buried Emperor Star to be in disbelief. Of course, not everyone was as powerful as Lin Xian, who could kill the experts of the buried Emperor Star. In fact, the experts of the buried Emperor Star were very terrifying. Most people could not resist them. They could only join hands. However, there were many people on the buried Emperor Star. Thus, a great battle broke out. Soon, some people died. The battle on the Sacred King's side was the same. Soon, some Sacred Kings were injured. The 7-star Sacred King was injured and his body was torn apart. On the other side, the peerless Sacred King was also sent flying while vomiting blood. Master, Linghu Chuixue and the others' eyes turned red. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. The peerless Sacred King had been poisoned by the despair poison. Although he was suppressed by the extreme Dao might, he was not in his peak state. That was why he was injured in the fight. Don't come over. Quickly leave. The peerless Sacred King and the others shouted. They attacked even more crazily. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others roared. They gritted their teeth and quickly attacked. The peerless Sacred King and the others gave them an opportunity. They could not give up. However, there were too many people on the buried Emperor Star. An inescapable net. Therefore, in the end, these people were scattered. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu and the others also separated. He was attacked from all directions. He roared towards the sky and a terrifying power swept through everything. However, he was unable to meet up with the others. Big brother Xian, don't worry. Let's leave this place and meet up later. Morong Qingqing transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu also nodded. They all had trump cards and secret techniques. Thus, they were not worried. Lin Xian was the same. Since that was the case, they would charge out first. Ka ka ka. Under He Shan's attack, cracks finally appeared on the 3 great arrays. Quickly leave. Countless people rushed in all directions. As for the buried Emperor Star's experts, they coldly snorted. You want to escape in front of us? With just you, they roared and used an inescapable net to chase after them again. Everyone was fleeing. However, some people were quickly caught up. They were either suppressed or killed. His astral soul was destroyed, and his blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Originally, he wanted to leave, but he saw that Peerless Holy King's situation was very bad. Previously, Peerless Sage King had the help of Wuji Sage King and Kunlun Sage King. But in the end, these two Saint Kings were also surrounded by the powerhouses and could only fight for themselves. With that, Peerless Saint King's situation became even worse. Suchen activated the Void Escape and appeared near Peerless Holy King. He used the Grand Sage Pagoda to block the attack for him. Then, he quickly left with Peerless Holy King. "Junior brother, hurry up and leave. I can still hold on." Peerless Sacred King gritted his teeth as he unleashed the devouring precept. Lin Xian shook his head and walked with him. As he spoke, he controlled the dragon-shaped sword Qi and tore through the void. A Saint King led a team and chased after them. In his opinion, Peerless Saint King was severely injured. Lin Xian was not a Saint King. Therefore, a single Saint King was enough. Moreover, he had brought a powerful team with him. There were 2 half-step kings and 5 peak Saint Venerables among them. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. Those 2 would definitely not be able to escape. He followed them all the way. This guy actually knew the spatial mystique. The Saint King was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every time he tore through the void, he would escape. This greatly surprised him. The spatial mystique was extremely rare. Finally, they arrived at a deserted mountain range. The 2 landed and heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they should be able to escape from them. Peerless Saint King's face was pale. It was obvious that he could no longer suppress the poison of despair. He no longer used his strength. Instead, he used his extreme danger to suppress it. At the same time, he wondered how the others were doing. How many would be able to escape in the end? Indeed, Lin Xian was also worried. Other than a few elite powerhouses, those with trump cards like him would be able to escape. The others would probably be suppressed. Probably not many Saint Kings would be able to escape. Are you still worried about others? You should worry about yourselves first. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King's pupils constricted. Were they discovered? They suddenly raised their heads and saw the Saint King in the sky, who was wearing battle armor, walking in the air and laughing coldly. There were a few figures following behind him, and they also had cold smiles on their faces. They formed an inescapable net, enveloping Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King. Be obedient and surrender. You won't be able to escape. Damn it, if I wasn't poisoned, how could I let him be so arrogant? Peerless Saint King gritted his teeth. Indeed, although this person from the buried Emperor Star was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the poison of despair in his body prevented him from using his full strength. Is he going to use his trump card? Lin Xian's face darkened. There was a terrifying aura in his eyes. However, when he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look around, he frowned. This was because he discovered that there were other people around. Even if he could kill this Saint King in that case, would he be able to kill the others? How many times could he use the great dragon sword soul? Therefore, he said, I'll go with you. However, you have to let my senior brother go. You want me to let a Saint King go? What a joke. The Saint King in the sky sneered. Also, who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request in front of me? I'm a top genius from another world. If I join you, I'll be of great use to you. Moreover, I'm proficient in formations. I'll be of great help to you. If you don't plan on letting anyone go, I won't go with you. Hearing this, the other party laughed. Kid, aren't you overestimating yourself? So what if you're a genius? Do you think we lack geniuses? When Lin Xian heard this, he was not angry. He looked at one of the half-step Saint Kings and waved his hand. Come here. Do you want to die? That half-step Saint King was instantly enraged. This kid was provoking them. What a joke. His opponent was only a mid-stage Saint Venerable. However, the Saint King in the armor said, go ahead and fight him. Don't hold back. If he can't block your attack, then he's a piece of trash. It won't be a pity even if he dies. Yes. The half-step Saint King nodded. Then he sneered. Kid, you're courting death. You can't blame me. He walked out, and the power in his body continued to surge. The others all sneered. To them, this was a battle without any suspense. However, Lin Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of his opponent. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Spatial superpower. His opponent actually knew such a technique. The half-step Saint King was also stunned. Then he sneered. Useless kid. You can't even break through my defense. Go to hell. He slapped out. Indeed, he did not hold back this time. A half-step Saint King could defeat any Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's man-ruler print directly slapped his opponent's arm. With a crack, his opponent's arm turned into a bloody mist. He flew backward. Then, half of his body shattered. The buried emperor's men were stunned. A half-step Holy King was severely injured just like that. Lin Xian retracted his palm and laughed coldly. What a piece of trash. You can't even block one of my attacks. Then, he looked at the war armor Holy King and said coldly. What do you think? Am I valuable now? The war armor Holy King stopped laughing. He was really shocked. How could there be such a powerful expert in other worlds? Even in the buried emperor's world, this person would be a dazzling existence. He had fought with someone who was a few levels higher than him and even won. Such a genius was rare. If he could bring such a person back to the grotto heaven, it would be a great contribution. So, he nodded. This kid is arrogant. But you do have the right to be arrogant. Very well, I agree to your conditions. Let him go. Holy King. The surrounding people exclaimed. The war armor Holy King snorted coldly. What? You dare to go against my words? The others felt numb and shook their heads. They did not dare to go against the Holy King. The war armor Holy King said indifferently. This person obviously could not use his full strength. It meant that he was severely injured. Such a person would not be able to recover. Even if he was alive, he would not be a threat to us. I can exchange him for a peerless genius. Don't you think it's worth it? After saying that, he stared at the unparalleled Holy King and sneered. I can let you go, but this saint artifact of yours will be mine. Then, he grabbed the unparalleled holy sword. The unparalleled Holy King's face darkened. How could he let his opponent take his weapon away? So, he tried to block it. However, he was too injured and could not block it. In an instant, his unparalleled sword was caught. Then, that person slapped unparalleled Saint King's body, sending unparalleled Saint King flying. His laughter rang out in the air. Lin Xian's eyes turned red in an instant as an extremely cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon, it disappeared. He knew that it was not the right time. He quickly transmitted a message. Senior brother, you should leave first and recover. Don't worry about me. They won't kill me. Also, I will avenge you today. I will not let this person go. I will make him regret what he has done today. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He took a deep breath and asked the people in front of him. How should I address you? My name is Holy Monarch Stardust. The battle armor Saint King said calmly. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian said. Star Saint King, right? What you did to my senior brother today, in the future, I will definitely return it 100-fold. Hearing these words, the people of buried Emperor Star were stunned. Is he challenging a Saint King? Was this guy tired of living? Sacred King Xianxia was also taken aback before he burst into laughter. Brat, you are very courageous. You actually dared to release your killing intent towards me. How dare you threaten me? However, I won't kill you. I want to see how you're going to pay me back 100-fold. Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you will never be my opponent. Sacred King Xianxia was not worried. Although Lin Xian's talent was extremely strong, so what? People from other worlds who entered their heavenly abode were puppets. No matter how strong they would never be able to do anything to them. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Come with me. The Holy Star Monarch waved his hand and unleashed a sky full of starlight that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not resist. Since he had already decided to return with the other party, he would not go back on his word. Moreover, he wanted to return and stay by this person's side. He swore that he would personally deal with this person and it would not take too long. Junior brother, in the distant void, peerless Saint King gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. Damn it, he did not expect that he would be in such a situation when he came to buried Emperor Star. He could only leave and recuperate from his injuries. Then, he would kill his way back. A vortex appeared in the Devourer Law and enveloped his body. Then, he disappeared between heaven and earth. As for the other Saint Kings, some died and some were captured. Only a small number of them managed to escape. It was the same for the young disciples. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. Lin Xian was enveloped by endless stars. After an unknown amount of time. Finally, he felt it stop. These people quickly descended. Then, the stars on his body turned into seals that enveloped his body. To prevent him from escaping. Lin Xian had no intention of escaping. He looked around curiously. This was the legendary heavenly abode. The so-called heavenly abode was actually a sect. It was just that the name was different. After Lin Xian arrived, he also knew why this sect was called heavenly abode. Because there was a cave in front of him that looked very simple and unadorned. However, when he entered the cave, it was a completely different world. It was as if it was a new world, incomparably vast. Endless mountains and rivers, all kinds of spirit veins and spirit springs intertwined. So this was heavenly abode. Lin Xian felt that there were many Saint King auras here. Obviously, the martial Tao in this place was much stronger than the true spirit world and the second astral realm. Because in the second astral realm, the Saint King was the lord of the Saint City, an existence that swept through heaven and earth. But it seemed that here, they were only at the elder level. I wonder what kind of existence is at the top here. Is it a supreme saint or above? Greetings, Elder Xingchen. Along the way, many people looked at Elder Xingchen and quickly bowed. Although there were many Saint Kings here, they were not cabbages. Those who could become Saint Kings were at least at the elder level. As they bowed and greeted, they looked at Lin Xian curiously. Could it be that this was the newly recruited puppet? Saint King Xingchen said to the people behind him, "All right, you guys go and inquire about how the rest are doing. Leave this kid to me. Follow me." Saint King Xingchen said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian followed him into the heavenly abode. Along the way, they passed through many formations and finally arrived. In a mountain range, there was a lake in front of them. Saint King Xingchen walked over and said respectfully to the lake, "I seek an audience with Elder Shueyue." As his voice fell, after a while, the lake in front of them slowly split open. It formed a passage. Saint King Xingchen led Lin Xian inside. After entering, the lake on both sides healed again. Lin Xian went to the bottom of the lake. He found that there was indeed a different world inside. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura in front of him. Obviously, the Saint King inside was very terrifying. That aura felt no weaker than the reincarnation protector. Could it be a late-stage Saint King? As expected, Sacred Star Monarch was also very respectful as he stepped forward. He went forward and greeted Elder Shueyue. In front, a woman turned her head. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue Taoist robe. Her eyes were like the moon, carrying a mysterious light as she looked over. Was this person the puppet this time? Why was he alone? Where were the others? Elder Shueyue. This time, the people from the other world were very strong. They actually broke the formation and escaped. We split up and suppressed them. I suppressed them. This person is very extraordinary. Although he is only a mid-stage Saint Venerable, he injured a half-step Saint King with his own strength. Oh, Elder Shueyue was also stunned after hearing this. Then, a cold light appeared in her eyes. You said he was a peerless genius? That's right. Saint King Xingchen nodded. Elder Shueyue said, I have to test it myself. As he spoke, a ray of moonlight appeared in his eyes. It slashed over like a heavenly blade. This power was suppressed to the strength of a half-step Saint King. Obviously, she wanted to test Lin Xian's strength. Was it that strong? Lin Xian used the man-ruler's seal and directly charged over, shattering the ray of moonlight. He did not hold back because he knew that if he wanted to survive in such a place, he had to show great talent and strength. As expected, Elder Shuiyue's eyes lit up. He was indeed a top genius. Xingchen, you did well this time. When the time comes, you will definitely be rewarded. Saint King Xingchen smiled. Thank you, Elder Shuiyue. Elder Shuiyue nodded. I will use the life and death curse on him now. Then, Saint King Xingchen left. Only Lin Xian was left. Elder Shuiyue in front of him kept forming seals with her palms. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It formed a very mysterious rune in her hand and then floated in the lake water. She caught it with a bowl and said, "Drink it." Life and death curse. Just by hearing the name, it seemed to be able to control the life and death of others. Su Chen took a deep breath. This was the method that the other party used to control him. After receiving it, he drank it. The next moment, he felt that the rune was quickly working in his body. It was like his soul imprint, able to make others submit to him in their souls. What a terrifying method. Okay, you stay here for 3 days. Wait for the life and death curse to merge with you before you leave. Lin Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged. It seemed like he was waiting for the fusion. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to destroy the power of the life and death curse. He used his full strength because he only had 3 days to do so. After 3 days, it would be even more troublesome to kill them. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was indeed very strong. In 3 days, the power of the life and death curse was destroyed. As for Lin Xian, just in case, he used the great dragon sword soul to create a fake life and death curse. To prevent the other party from probing. 3 days later, he stood up and respectfully greeted Elder Shuiyue. Elder Shuiyue nodded. Very well, you can go. In the future, pledge your loyalty to us. Thousand Mountain Grotto, I will help you become a Saint King as soon as possible. He did not have the slightest doubt, because in his opinion, even a Saint King of the same level would not be able to undo his life and death curse. Let alone a Saint Venerable. No one had ever been able to escape the control of the life and death curse, which was why he didn't investigate. But little did he know that Lin Xian was an exception. Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian turned and walked out, leaving the bottom of the lake. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, but he quickly returned to normal. His expression became cold. Then, someone brought Lin Xian away. He temporarily settled down. He waited for the mission. During this time, Lin Xian also learned that this grotto was called Thousand Mountain Grotto. It was one of the overlords of this area. This area was very vast, and there were a total of 6 grotto heavens. Thousand Mountain Grotto was one of them, but where exactly was this buried Emperor Star? What were the top sects on the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian did not know any of this. However, he believed that the longer he stayed here, the more he would learn about it. He just did not know which holy city was connected to the Thousand Mountain Grotto and the second astral realm. Also, were these grotto heavens related to the human realm? Lin Xian was also very curious. After that, Lin Xian received the order to go and cultivate. Hence, he followed the order. The Thousand Mountain Grotto was very vast, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world. Therefore, there were all kinds of cultivation resources. This time, he went to a valley to cultivate. In the valley, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Obviously, there were many spirit veins below. There were even dragon veins. One had to admit that the resources on the buried Emperor Star were really good. No wonder there were so many experts and geniuses here. Before entering the valley, Lin Xian felt many terrifying auras coming from inside. There were even people. Obviously, he was not the only one cultivating here. Kid, go in. The person leading him was a young man. At this moment, he had an impatient expression. Lin Xian ignored him and walked in. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, the young man sneered. He was really courting death. Did he think that he was a high and mighty genius from another world? Here, he was just an ant in the mud. Just wait. Soon, this kid would know the meaning of despair. He did not leave. Instead, he stood there and waited, watching the show. Indeed, when Lin Xian entered the valley, countless gazes in the valley turned to look at him. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes shone with a biting cold light. Lin Xian also looked over and found that there were many people here. Moreover, they were all young and their auras were very powerful. They were all Saint Venerables, and many of them were peak Saint Venerables. Wait. Just as Lin Xian wanted to continue walking in and find a place to cultivate, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped and looked over with a frown. Soon, he saw someone walk over and block his path. Kid, I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Lin Xian nodded. That person was stunned. He was really new. Which world did he come from? In the true spirit world, Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were also shocked. The person who blocked the way was also stunned. The true spirit world was not an ordinary place. But soon, he smiled. Since he was new, he would do things according to the rules and hand over the things. What things? Lin Xian frowned. That person sneered. Of course, it's the things in your storage ring. It's your first day here, and you haven't brought anything to show your filial piety to us. Show your filial piety? Lin Xian's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Is there such a rule in the 1,000 Mountain Cave? Lin Xian was thoroughly angry. That man was also angry. Kid, you are very arrogant. Is it so great to come from the true spirit world? So what if you are a top genius in the true spirit world? You have been planted with a life and death curse here. Then you are a battle servant, a puppet. You are the most inferior existence, everyone is the same. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today and let you know the rules here. This man gave off a terrifying aura. He was a late-stage holy venerate. At this moment, he wanted to show his strength to Lin Xian. The others also looked like they were watching a show. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned. Everyone was the same, that meant that these people were also combat servants. Xianxia originally thought that they were disciples of the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. He did not expect them to be people from other worlds that were forced to suppress them. There were already so many combat servants. Furthermore, they were so strong. This 1,000 Mountain Paradise was really horrifying. However, if the other party wanted to show his strength, he probably found the wrong person. Xianxia said coldly, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Rude? Let's see how rude you are going to be. That man also became angry. Countless terrifying flames appeared on his body as if they wanted to burn the 9 heavens. Although they were combat servants and had been cursed with life and death, they could not control themselves. However, aside from being controlled by the people of the 1,000 Mountain Paradise, they were like ordinary people. They also had their own conflicts. Hence, this person wanted to make a move at this moment. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. As Xianxia spoke, he threw a palm strike. You are seeking death. That person also threw a punch over. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian, a middle-stage holy venerate, wanted to challenge a late-stage holy venerate? What a joke, the people here were all geniuses who could fight above their cultivation level. This newcomer was probably going to be unlucky. However, the result surprised them. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian was not injured at all after that attack. As for the man from before, he exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Frenzied roars could be heard. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Damn. It's even an expert. Immediately, 2 people walked over, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Both of them were late-stage holy venerates. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian blasted both of them apart with one punch. Bloody mist spread out as horrifying roars rang out. The person outside the valley was stunned. Originally, he wanted to see how Lin Xian would be unlucky. However, he did not see it. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. At the same time, he saw 6 or 7 figures standing up around him. They all walked towards Lin Xian. These guys couldn't be thinking of attacking, right? If they really fought, the entire valley would probably be destroyed. He quickly took out the token and transmitted his voice. 6 figures walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you're too arrogant. It seems that you are very strong. But can you resist the 6 of us attacking at the same time? Today, I'll let you know what rules are. The 6 of them exuded a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. Everyone, stop. Hearing this voice, the 6 people's faces changed. The other people in the valley also took a deep breath. None of them dared to speak. He even lowered his head. Lin Xian turned around and saw 2 figures walking out of the valley. One of them was the man who had brought him here earlier. However, there was a woman standing before him. She was wearing green clothes. His aura was similarly very strong, reaching the level of a late-stage holy venerate. However, when the people inside saw her, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. They were very afraid. Lin Xian was surprised. He guessed that this woman should be a true disciple of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Her identity was not ordinary. Sure enough, after the woman walked over, she said coldly, "Who allowed you to fight here? Each of the 9 of you will be struck by 1,000,000 lightning bolts." The moment she said that, the expressions of those people changed. The 2 people who were injured by Lin Xian earlier also turned pale. They quickly begged for mercy. "Fairy Qingqing, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." They were all late-stage holy venerates, and their cultivation was not weaker than the other parties. However, they were battle servants, and the other party was a disciple. The difference was too great. In front of the other party, they had no chance of resisting at all. Fairy Qingqing snorted coldly. "Now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you do it earlier? Get ready to accept it." As he said that, he waved his hand, and a bracelet flew out and enlarged in the sky. Immediately, millions of lightning bolts struck down, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. As for the others, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only endure it silently. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and sent the lightning bolts flying. Seeing this scene, the people in the valley were stunned. They were about to go crazy. This guy dared to rebel against him? Did he know his current identity? The woman was also stunned. She instantly frowned. "Do you want to die? Who is this person?" The young man next to her was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. "Fairy, this person is a newcomer who just came in." "A newcomer dares to be so arrogant? Is he not under the control of the life and death curse? How is that possible?" "He has already taken the life and death curse." After taking the life and death curse, he still dares to resist. She once again struck out millions of lightning bolts at Lin Xian, but they were all sent flying by Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian said coldly, "Although I took the life and death curse, I only listened to the orders of Elder Shuiyue. You attacked me for no reason, so don't blame me for being impolite." "You." Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She couldn't help but want to attack. However, at this moment, the young man next to her seemed to have thought of something and said, "This person was brought here by the sacred ruler of the stars. He said that he was a little special. Perhaps there really was something special about him. Who knows?" After Fairy Qingqing heard this, she snorted coldly. "Is that so? Then I'll first find out what's so special about him. If not, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." With that, she put away the thunder bracelet and turned to leave. After she left, the people in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. The 6 people from before didn't dare to attack again. Instead, they respectfully invited Lin Xian in. After all, they were puppets. This was the first person who dared to use this identity to fight against a real disciple and come out unscathed. Therefore, the people in the valley were in awe of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He directly chose the best place to cultivate, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb. The power here was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Lin Xian's cultivation also improved steadily. On this day, the sacred ruler of the stars personally came and descended on the valley. Everyone in the valley became nervous again. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, it soon disappeared. The sacred ruler of the stars looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, come with me. I have a mission for you." Hearing this, Lin Xian rose into the air and flew forward. At the same time, the sacred ruler of the stars found another person. That young man also left. The two of them followed the sacred ruler of the stars and walked into the distance. Very soon, they arrived at a place. It was a plaza, and there were already many people gathered there. Some of them were like them, wearing battle armor. They seemed to be puppets. Some of them were wearing Taoist robes and had arrogant looks on their faces. Clearly, these were the true disciples. There were a total of 5 true disciples. As for puppets like Lin Xian, there were 20 of them. They seemed to be there to protect him. Very soon, a young man among the 5 took the lead. They soared into the sky and rode on a huge flying sword, flying into the distance. The purpose of this trip was very simple. These people from the Thousand Mountain Paradise were going to participate in an auction. Lin Xian and the others were in charge of protecting them. He discovered that these people were all experts. Other than him, who was a middle-stage Saint Venerate, half of the others were late-stage Saint Venerates. There were even many peak Saint Venerates. Among them, there were actually 2 half-step Saint Kings. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. This flying sword was very huge, like a huge dragon. There were actually many palaces on it. At this moment, the 5 disciples were sitting inside, resting. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were standing outside, defending. Lin Xian stood there, silently circulating his laws and cultivating. His only goal now was to break through to the Saint King realm as soon as possible. Or rather, he had to reach the Saint King realm. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself on the buried Emperor star. "It's you again." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Following that, a woman walked over. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was the woman from before. She was called Fairy Qingqing. Lin Xian saw her and nodded silently. Then, he expressionlessly turned his head. Fairy Qingqing clenched her teeth in anger. This guy was too arrogant. Did he really think that she wouldn't dare to attack him? At this moment, a figure walked over and said, "Junior sister, what's going on?" This person was also wearing battle armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. However, his battle armor was blue, while Lin Xian's puppet's battle armor was black. The armored man was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. "It's you, man." Lin Xian also looked at him and frowned. It was actually him. This person was the one who had followed Jing Yun in the true spirit world. Back then, he had forcefully defeated him. Who would have thought that the other party was from the Thousand Mountain Cave, was Jing Yun from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. "Senior brother Mo, do you know him?" Qing Qing was also surprised. Mo Feng's face turned incomparably ugly. How could she not recognize him? He had fought with the other party before and had even been injured by the other party. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party. Of course, he couldn't say anything about this. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly embarrassed in front of his junior sister. Therefore, he said, "When I went to the true spirit world to train, I saw this kid. I didn't expect him to be captured by our paradise. It really surprised me. Brat, see how I'll torture you to death once you fall into my hands." As he said that, he sent a slap toward Lin Xian. The expressions of the surrounding puppets changed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and sent out a slap as well. It hit Mo Feng's face and sent him flying. The surrounding puppets were stunned. "Oh my god, this guy dared to attack." The person who came with Lin Xian in the valley was also shocked. Lin Xian was truly a ferocious man. Fairy Qing Qing was also stunned. "Oh my god, this guy is too arrogant." However, when did his senior brother become so weak? "Damn brat, you dare to attack me. Kneel down." Mo Feng roared crazily. He couldn't defeat the other party, but now the other party was a puppet, and he was the master. The other party had to submit to him. However, Lin Xian stood there unmoved. His eyes were emitting a cold light. Damn it, what's going on? Wasn't he under the life and death curse? Mo Feng was also stunned. The noise here alarmed the people inside. Soon, 3 figures walked out. The leader was a very handsome man. He frowned and said, "What's going on?" "Senior brother Qi, this brat dared to attack me. Fairy Xianxia said it out loud. The man frowned and looked at Mo Feng. His expression changed. You were injured by him? Mo Feng's expression changed. It was too embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and said, I was careless. I didn't expect him to dare to fight back. Senior brother Qi nodded and looked at Lin Xian. A puppet actually dared to attack us. Don't you know that we are your masters? You have to submit to us if we ask you to. Lin Xian stood there and said coldly, I only submit to Elder Shui Yu. Moreover, I received orders from him to protect your safety. However, this doesn't mean that I can be suppressed by you at will. Previously, this person attacked me for no reason and even wanted to torture me. I naturally won't let him have his way. When these words came out, these people all frowned. It was the first time they saw such an arrogant battle servant. Lin Xian said coldly, if you don't agree or are dissatisfied with the orders I received, go to Elder Shui Yu. Then let's go find Elder Shui Yu and see what she has to say. Hearing the name Elder Shui Yu, these people's expressions changed and their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to provoke such an existence. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His guess was right. This Elder Shui Yu was an extremely powerful figure in the Thousand Mountain Cave. No one would dare to provoke him. Fairy Xianxia also said, Senior brother, this brat is very strange. It is said that he was brought here by the Star Sage King alone. He seems to be a top genius. Perhaps he really received these orders. Senior brother Qi nodded. A top genius? Alright, I will let bygones be bygones for now. However, you'd better not act recklessly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. At the end of his words, an extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. Lin Xian was completely fine with this. If these people didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered. If these people wanted to attack him again, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. The surrounding battle servants were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so bold. Following that, it became very quiet. The huge flying sword flew all the way and finally landed in a city. This was a huge city. It was very wide and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was like an immemorial beast. After landing inside, Lin Xian and the others felt that there were many experts in this city. There were even the auras of sage kings. In addition, there were many young geniuses. There were also powerful warriors. Obviously, this should be the place of the auction. The 5 people in front walked on their own. The man in the lead was called Senior Brother Qi. In addition to him, there were 2 men and 2 women. Senior Brother Qi said, the things we want, perhaps people from other grotto heavens will also sell. However, no matter who fights with us, we must get it. Qiankuan auction. The scene was very lively. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they found that it was a very spacious hall. There were many people inside, and there were even more experts. Senior Brother Qi and the others went straight to the best room with their identities from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. The furnishings inside were very exquisite, and there were also very precious ambergris. The fragrance emitted by this kind of perfume, after inhaling it into the body, would make people feel refreshed and their souls strengthened. Lin Xian felt it and nodded slightly. Indeed, this was a big show. As expected of the buried Emperor Star. There were a few windows in front, and they could clearly see the scene outside. Lin Xian looked over and found that there were many other people besides them who had been invited to such a place. It seemed that these people had extraordinary identities as well. Lin Xian even felt the aura of a sage king. In front, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto were whispering. Among them, Fairy Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect the people from the Green Hill Grotto to be here too. Another person said, I see that the people from the vast mountain grotto are here too. Hearing these 2 names, Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew these 2 names because he had participated in the grotto's test. He had even obtained the token of the vast mountain grotto. However, he didn't have the chance at all. After he came, he was suppressed by these people. Therefore, it was impossible for him to go to the vast mountain grotto now. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, they treated people from other worlds as if they were fighting. If he went to other grotto heavens, it would be the same. After a while, the hall below quietened down. Rays of light shone in the sky, and a crystal platform appeared. Then, a middle-aged man walked out. After seeing this middle-aged man, countless people exclaimed in surprise. It was actually the Great Elder. It seemed like there would be quite a lot of good stuff in this auction. Yes, for the Great Elder to be the host, it definitely wouldn't let them down. These people clenched their fists. Lin Xian also looked at the other party and was surprised. The middle-aged man below should be a sage king. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was equivalent to Sage King Yanling, a middle-stage sage king. It was such a waste for such a person to be the host of the auction. At the front, Mo Feng said. The Great Elder had his own rules. When he took action, he would auction off 9 items. It seems that what we want is in one of the 9. Senior brother Qi nodded in agreement. He was determined to get it this time. By now, the Great Elder had already made his move. He took out a treasure bottle from his storage ring. This was the lotus vase, an extremely rare saint artifact. He began to introduce the effects of the lotus Aquarius and used it on the spot. The people in the surroundings were astonished. This was indeed a treasure. Even Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. However, when he heard the price, he rolled his eyes. It was too expensive. It was almost twice as expensive as he had imagined. However, it was indeed a good item. Although it was not a Saint King's weapon, it could be said that it was the best item below a Saint King's weapon. Indeed, even the eyes of the disciples of the paradise up ahead turned red. All of a sudden, many people began to bid. In the end, it was obtained by an old man. Next, the second item appeared. It was also a saint artifact. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. The eyes of the surrounding battle servants turned red as well. If they could obtain such a weapon, their strength would definitely increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was very calm. Although such a weapon was good, it was nothing to him. After all, the weapons in his hands were all Saint King's weapons. Of course, there were probably not many young people like him. The third item was an old medicine. It was very old, and it was cut out from a strange stone. Therefore, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He also began to bid. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the surrounding people were stunned. The battle servants couldn't believe it. Even the people from the 5,000 mountain grottos ahead turned their heads. Among them, Mo Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, who allowed you to bid?" Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. "Why? Do you have a problem with that? I said that my mission is to ensure your safety. Apart from that, I'm afraid you can't restrict me." After saying that, he actually made another bid. This made Mo Feng vomit blood. The surrounding disciples of the 1,000 Mountain Paradise gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. They had never seen such an arrogant battle servant. It seemed that they had to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, senior brother Qi had indeed said, "Okay, shut up." After saying that, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light as he looked down. It turned out that the third treasure had been bought by someone, and the fourth item had appeared. As soon as it appeared, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Many people instantly stood up. Obviously, the item that appeared was extraordinary. It was very extraordinary. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A shocking light appeared in his eyes. 9 Revolution Flames fruit. It was a very precious spiritual medicine. Moreover, it was a fire attribute spiritual medicine. It was very rare. Lin Xian had been to so many worlds and starry skies, but he had not seen it. He did not expect to see it as soon as he arrived at the buried Emperor Star. For fire attribute sages, this thing was simply a supreme sacred medicine. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who was of great use to him. Because this thing could increase the power of his 9 yang divine body. The others naturally knew the effect of this spiritual fruit. Therefore, they all opened their eyes wide. However, when they heard the price, many people sighed. Because the price at the beginning was not inferior to that of a Sage King's weapon. It was estimated that the price would be even higher. For a moment, no one dared to bid. However, someone soon opened his mouth. This time, the price was not measured in divine crystals, but in dragon marrow. Therefore, the person who had just appeared directly shouted 1,000 dragon marrow. This surprised countless people. There were many experts and powerhouses here, so the price soon reached 2,000 dragon marrow. This shocked countless people again. Dragon marrow. How precious it was. It was not plain water. Every drop was incomparably precious. However, at this moment, these powerhouses were taking it out one after another. One could imagine how precious the 9 revolution flames fruit was. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow. At this moment, a voice rang out and reverberated in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Directly adding 1,000 drops of dragon marrow? Who was this person? What a bold tone, the voice came from above. Countless people raised their heads and looked in that direction. Then, they said that it should be someone from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. Oh, the people from the Grotto Heaven were amazing. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow at once. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. On Lin Xian's side, the 5 disciples in front also exclaimed. It was someone from the Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Xianxia Grotto Heaven, huh? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Thinking of this, he thought of the Xianxia clan. At the same time, he wondered how Xianxia was doing. Had she been suppressed or had she left? With Xianxia's identity as a member of the Xianxia clan, she should be able to enter the Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Of course, he did not know this. At this moment, senior brother Qi also spoke. 3,500 drops of dragon marrow. Obviously, he also wanted to obtain this treasure. The moment the price was announced, the surrounding people were shocked. Someone else actually made a bid. Who was it? Who dared to compete with Xianxia Grotto Heaven? Everyone looked over and someone said, it should be someone from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. The people from Xianxia Grotto Heaven were also shocked and made another bid. The 2 parties competed, and the final price reached 4,500 drops of dragon marrow, shocking everyone. At this moment, a laugh came from Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. It seemed that he didn't intend to bid anymore. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven smirked. Very good, it seemed that they were going to get it. However, at this moment, another laugh was heard. Oh, the fairies from Xianxia Grotto Heaven are going to give up. In that case, I won't hold back. 4,600 drops of dragon marrow. Everyone was shocked. Another expert made a bid? It was someone from Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven. Everyone exclaimed. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven snorted. Senior brother Qi said and continued to bid. The people beside him were also gritting their teeth. Damn it, is Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven courting death? How dare they compete with us? Let's see who's the richer one. Those people sneered, but senior brother Qi's face was cold. At this point, the price was already very expensive. After all, the dragon marrow was extremely precious. However, they must get the 9 turn flames fruit. Hence, he bid again. On the other side, a pale-faced man furrowed his brows. Purple light was blooming in his eyes. They really don't know what's good for them. How dare they compete with me? The other snorted. It seemed that they had to teach Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven a lesson when they had the chance. How dare they be so arrogant in front of us? At this moment, a masked man said. Mr. Ling Su, don't forget our purpose this time. The pale-faced young man nodded. He said, I know. How about this? I'll bid 6,000 drops of dragon marrow. If he doesn't continue, the fruit will be mine. After saying that, he made a bid. The moment the bid was out, the crowd went into an uproar. It was really shocking. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto were also stunned. After a long while, senior brother Qi said through gritted teeth, 6,100 drops of dragon marrow. Damn it, Sir Ling Su's face instantly darkened. The other party only added 100 dragon marrow. Was this a slap to his face? How dare you go against me? I want to see. Before he could finish speaking, the mysterious masked man beside him said, Young Master Ling Su, you must remain calm. When Mr. Spirit Su heard this, he frowned. The killing intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying. But in the end, he still snorted coldly. No one has ever dared to challenge me. I will remember you. Let's go and see who they are. I want to see how they're going to take away the things I want. After he finished speaking, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Immediately, the people around him hurriedly took action. At this moment, the mysterious masked man nodded his head and said, "That's right. Some things don't need to be auctioned." 6,100 dragon essences. No one else was willing to bid anymore. Therefore, this thing ended up in the hands of Thousand Mountain Grotto. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto laughed. "Humph, the Purple Spirit Grotto is courting death. How dare they compete with us? They're really courting death. Why don't they take a look at themselves?" They were very proud of themselves. Senior brother Chi also heaved a sigh of relief. Although the price was beyond his expectations. But he finally got the thing. "Senior brother, this thing consumed a lot of our resources. Then, can we get the last thing?" Someone frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. The last thing? It seemed that the 9 Revolution Flames fruit was not the ultimate goal of these people. Then what is it? He was very curious. At this moment, the great elder below also laughed. "The next thing is very strange. I think many people will be interested in it." As soon as these words came out, countless people turned their heads. Some of the grotto heavens and powerful experts took a deep breath. A biting cold light appeared in their eyes. A black box appeared in the void. That box was unusually simple and emitted a radiance. There were countless chains on it that formed a seal. Countless gazes were fixed on the box. Lin Xian also looked at it. This box should be an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Although it had not reached the level of a Saint King's weapon, it should be similar to the first saint artifact, the Lotus Treasure Vase. It could be said that it was also an extremely powerful item. This made him even more astonished. What exactly was inside such a terrifying saint artifact that was used to preserve something? Could it be some kind of miraculous elixir or some kind of terrifying divine ability inheritance? I think many people are already guessing. However, you've all guessed wrong. It's not a miraculous elixir or a cultivation technique inheritance. It's a map. To be exact, it's a part of a map. As for where the map is, I don't know. It should be somewhere in the buried Emperor Star. Moreover, this place is extremely unusual. It might even be related to some great emperor. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they knew that it was impossible for it to be true, and it might even be a gimmick, what if it was? Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. As for some people who knew about it in advance, their eyes were burning with passion. Some people could not help but speak. "Great Elder, hurry up and announce the start of the auction." "Yes, we're here for it." Hearing this, the Great Elder smiled. "Then I won't waste everyone's time. The auction for this map will now begin. The starting price is 5,000 dragon marrow." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The starting price is so high? It's just a map. Countless people exclaimed. After all, the 9 Revolution Flames fruit was only sold for 6,000 dragon marrow. That was an extremely heaven-defying spirit fruit. One could imagine how precious this map was. It was beyond everyone's imagination. The senior brothers of the Thousand Mountain Grotto also frowned. Is it so expensive? Previously, they had already consumed a lot of dragon marrow to obtain the 9 Revolution Flames fruit. Now, they might not be able to last until the end. What should we do? Fairy Qing Qing was anxious. Mo Feng also gritted his teeth. Damn it, they're all from the Purple Spirit Grotto. Senior brother Chi said. There's no other way. We can only take one step at a time. Take a look and see if there are any valuable treasures in your storage rings that you can exchange for later. Hearing this, a few people checked. Mo Feng stood up and said coldly, and you battle servants, hand them over to me later. Hearing this, the faces of the other battle servants changed. Lin Xian also frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer and he didn't say anything. He had plenty of storage rings, so he could just give one to the other party. Of course, the one he gave to the other party wouldn't have too many good things in it. Lin Xian was also very curious. He looked forward, wondering what was so mysterious about the map and who would get it in the end. Mo Feng had already begun to collect the storage rings. The surrounding battle servants were pale and some were even gritting their teeth. However, no one dared to resist. After all, they had been cursed with life and death and would forever be battle servants. Lin Xian was different. He directly threw a trashy storage ring to the other party. Mo Feng was furious when he saw the things inside. "Kid, are you trying to dismiss me with this? Do you think you're trying to dismiss a beggar? There's nothing in it." Lin Xian sneered. "Are you looking for treasures on me? Are you out of your mind?" Mo Feng naturally knew that a battle servant wouldn't have too many treasures, but Lin Xian's attitude really annoyed him. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice came from below. Someone had already started bidding, and the price quickly reached 10,000 drops of dragon marrow. Mo Feng was stunned. He abruptly turned his head and looked outside. Moreover, the price was still rising. Countless people were stunned. This was simply an astronomical figure for them. And the number of people competing in the end was very small. Only the people from Green Hill Grotto Heaven and Purple Spirit Shaking Sky were bidding. Of course, there was another person. It was a blue-robed man. He had a terrifying water-type power on him. At this moment, Fairy Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "It's actually someone from the True Water clan. I didn't expect them to be interested in this thing too. It seems that our situation is even worse, 15,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." The person from the True Water clan said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless power. Then, he looked at the sky. "Geniuses of the Grotto Heavens, if you can bid higher than this, I'll admit defeat this time." It was obvious that these people could not continue indefinitely at this point. The person from Clear Autumn Grotto Heaven shook his head. The price was too high for them, so he smiled and said, "I can't afford this price either." Young Master Spirit Su from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll bid 16,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." As soon as he said that, countless people were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to bid again. The expert from the True Water clan's expression changed. The other party was only offering 1,000 dragon marrow more than him. Was this a challenge to him? However, he had already said that he wouldn't bid again, so he could only sit down with a gloomy expression. The scene became quiet for a moment. No one made a move. On the side of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, everyone looked anxiously at Senior Brother Qi. Senior Brother Qi shook his head. He couldn't afford this price either. If he hadn't bought the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit, he might have been able to compete. However, at this moment, he said, "Although I don't know who came from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven this time, from the looks of it, this person is too arrogant." Moreover, he was very arrogant. Every time he bid, he would bid a little more than the others. It was as if he was slapping others in the face. "Previously, we snatched the treasure from his hands. Do you think someone like him will be willing to give up?" When the surrounding people heard this, they were also shocked. "Senior brother, are you saying that he will attack me? Are they here to snatch the 9 Revolution Blazing Fruits from us?" Senior Brother Qi nodded. It was very likely. "Since that's the case, we might as well not make a move. We'll wait for them to come knocking on our door. Since they don't follow the rules, we'll snatch their map as well." The eyes of these people also shone with a sharp light. These geniuses had gone through hundreds of battles and gone through many missions. Therefore, this kind of battle and traps were not unfamiliar to them at all. The other battle servants took a deep breath. They were afraid that there would be a huge battle soon. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He was just thinking about how to get his hands on the 9 Revolution Inferno Fruit. Now, it seemed like he had a chance. It was a good opportunity for him to reap the benefits of the battle between the two. In any case, he did not have a good impression of these Grotto Heavens. Not only did these Grotto Heavens suppress them, but these people who came from other worlds also injured his senior brother. Lin Xian had wanted to take revenge for a long time. Now, it seemed like this was an opportunity. It was time to take revenge. Sure enough, no one dared to snatch the map from Sir Ling Su. The corners of Sir Ling Su's mouth also curled into a cold smile. He did not say a word and directly carried out the exchange. When he got the map in his hand, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. He had said that no one would be able to snatch what he wanted from his hands. However, the treasure would be kept by the other party for a while. When the time came, he would personally snatch it from the other party's hands. However, the auction was not over for the time being. Next, there were 2 more items. These 2 items were also more precious, even surpassing that of ordinary sacred venerables. Only a sacred ruler would snatch these items. Sure enough, the next ones to bid were those sacred rulers. The price was even more terrifying than the mysterious map. Even the auras of sacred rulers were constantly spreading. After Lin Xian and the others saw it, they were also incomparably shocked. Finally, the auction came to an end. Everyone was filled with excitement as they went out to spread the news of this matter to all corners of the world. At the same time, the people from the Purple Spirit Grotto also took action. Sir Lingsu said, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. They must not be allowed to escape." Soon, these people disappeared into the void. Obviously, they had secretly begun to follow Lin Xian and the others. On the other side, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto also left, but they did not leave the city. Instead, they found a courtyard and began to settle down. They also knew that there would be a big battle coming, so it was better to first tidy up their cultivation and condition to the peak before anything else. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. While these people were cultivating, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Sure enough, he found 3 figures in the void. They were not far from them and were hiding. Ordinary souls really could not detect them. However, his heavenly secret divine eye could see through everything. Sure enough, they were following him. Just nice. Hopefully, he would be able to benefit from the battle. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, then withdrew his gaze and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the eyelids of the 3 people hidden in the void twitched. "Big brother, what happened just now? Why do I feel like someone discovered us?" one of them frowned. Another said, "It must be an illusion. I'm too nervous. How could anyone discover us? Look at those idiots below. They must not know that we're secretly observing them." The last person said, "That's for sure. How dare they offend the Purple Spirit Grotto? This time, we'll let them know what regret is." The 3 of them smiled silently. 3 days later, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto opened their eyes and left quickly with Lin Xian and the others. They soared into the sky and left the city. At the same time, the 3 figures in the void disappeared instantly. They came to a big hall and knelt on one knee. "Young master, they have already left. Big brother should be safe with them." In front, Sir Lingsu stood up with a smile. "Very good, it's time for us to take action." He waved his hand and tore open the void with the people beside him and disappeared. At the same time, a woman walked out from another pavilion. She had a mysterious aura around her. She held a round fan in her hand and gently waved it. She was from the Qingqiu cave and was followed by a few martial artists. "Senior sister, why aren't we leaving?" Someone was puzzled. Up ahead, Insu's lips curled into a smile. The show had just begun. How could she miss it? "Alright, you guys stay here and cultivate. I'm going to watch a good show." Insu's lips curled into a smile. The disciples behind her were also curious about the good show. But since their senior sister had spoken, they could only stay here obediently. In the sky, a huge flying sword streaked across, tearing the void apart, bringing with it endless aura. At the same time, a figure was following behind silently. At the same time, there was a formation in his hand that seemed to be transmitting information at any time. At this moment, the flying sword in front stopped, and a few figures walked out from it. The person behind also stopped and hid in the void. Could it be that he was discovered? Impossible, the other party shouldn't be able to see through his movement technique. He could only wait patiently. Not long after, a few extremely terrifying auras suddenly came from behind, followed by a thunderous voice. It came from all directions, sealing the entire world. "You guys are really stupid. You actually stopped after walking halfway. If you had flown a little longer, you might have been able to live a little longer." A sneer came from the sky. young Master Ling Su walked out. It's really you guys. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto also snorted. We already knew that you guys wouldn't let this go. However, you guys actually dared to have ideas about our Thousand Mountain Grotto. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Is your Thousand Mountain Grotto very powerful? In front of me, you guys are nothing but ants. Now, hand over the 9 revolution blazing fruit obediently. I'm in a good mood and can give you a quick death. Is that so? Senior Brother Chi also sneered. Then hand over the mysterious map and we can let bygones be bygones. Sir Lingshu's face completely darkened when he heard this. So you guys actually have ideas about my map. You guys are really daring. Don't tell me you guys think you can snatch the map from my hands with just the few of you. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Go. Kill them all. Following Sir Lingshu's order, the surrounding people also quickly moved. The aura on their bodies was constantly erupting. The surrounding people were also wearing battle armor. It seemed that they were also battle servants. Sure enough, every grotto would take in a large number of geniuses from other worlds as battle servants. These battle servants weren't weaklings. They were all geniuses. However, they were suppressed by the more powerful sacred kings. Now that they were attacking together, it was really terrifying. The surrounding void quickly cracked, and nothing could stop them. On the Thousand Mountain Grotto's side, Senior Brother Chi also roared and attacked. Immediately, the surrounding battle servants also moved. Lin Xian also attacked. However, he didn't intend to go all out. He even wanted to change his identity to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was to wait for the war to break out. Sure enough, the battle servants began to engage in a great battle. Soon after, the disciples of the Two Paradise began to fight as well. Extremely terrifying laws appeared on Sir Spirit Su's body, forming a huge cauldron with a terrifying aura. Furthermore, the people behind him also began to move out in succession. A great battle broke out in an instant. These people were all holy venerables, and many of them were late-stage holy venerables. Among them, young Master Ling Su and Senior Brother Chi were peak holy venerates. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. An illusion of a huge mountain appeared on Senior Brother Chi's body as if to suppress the world. A terrifying power erupted. The two's laws clashed. Suddenly, a violent aura spread in all directions. Mo Feng, Fairy Qingqing, and the others also quickly attacked. The battle was very terrifying. The entire world was completely destroyed. At the same time, a figure landed on a mountain peak in the distance. It was Insu. When he arrived, he looked into the distance and a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't too late. It seemed that the battle had just begun. He wondered how the battle between the two sides would turn out. He was here to watch the show. Of course, if there was a chance, he didn't mind taking the mysterious map and the 9-turn flame fruit for himself. He was stronger than Senior Brother Chi and Sir Lingshu. He had reached the half-step Sacred King realm. The battle ahead was very intense. It was difficult to determine the winner. The battle servants were all attacking with all their might. Both sides suffered losses. Lin Xian's side had lost 5 battle servants not long after the battle started. On the other side, 4 had also died. The aura of blood mist spread between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Sure enough, these people didn't treat the battle servants as humans. None of the disciples had died yet. The battle servants' eyes were already red. But there was no choice. They were under the life and death curse. Humph, he snorted coldly and punched the enemy back. To be honest, it wasn't difficult for him to kill these battle servants with his strength. However, what identity did he want to use to attack these people? At this moment, Sir Lingshu shouted angrily in the sky. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Today, I'll send you all to hell. Senior, do it. As his voice fell, a crack appeared in the void. Then, a man wearing a mask walked out. This person had an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, he slapped at Senior Brother Chi. Senior Brother Chi instantly vomited blood and flew out. His face turned ugly. Half-step Sacred King, he gritted his teeth. damn it, you actually brought a half-step sacred king. What kind of genius are you? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Let's fight to the death. Senior brother Qi roared crazily. However, Sir Lingshu looked up to the sky and laughed. Did water enter your brain? I have such a huge advantage. Why should I fight you one-on-one? Just kill him, Buzz. The masked man waved his hand and extended it forward. Heaven and earth shattered. An endless black hole appeared. Senior brother Qi instantly vomited blood and flew back. In a hurry, he threw out a huge mountain to block. It blocked this peerless attack. One had to admit that this senior brother Qi was also a top genius. Even in the second astral realm, the true spirit world, he would probably sweep through everything. Only someone like Lin Xian would be able to suppress him. People like Fu Hongya or Guan Songhai couldn't compete with such a person. But unfortunately, no matter how strong senior brother Qi was, he was still not enough when facing a half-step sacred king. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was there. And this masked man was even more powerful. After one attack, he threw out another shocking attack. Senior brother Qi's body instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. No, seeing this scene, Fairy Qingqing, Mo Feng, and the others roared crazily. They did not expect that their senior brother would die like this. Damn it, retreat quickly. They were geniuses, but this masked man was probably an extremely powerful half-step Saint King. Moreover, he also had many battle servants and Sir Spirit Su, who was a terrifying existence. If they continued to fight, they would probably all die. Therefore, the 4 disciples of the Thousand Mountain Grotto quickly retreated. At the same time, they ordered the battle servants to stop them and buy time for them. The battle servants' expressions became extremely ugly, but at this moment, the life and death wrinkles in their bodies suddenly flared up. It was as if they were about to be killed. They no longer dared to resist and hurriedly resisted. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. These grotto heavens were too cold and heartless. To be honest, these battle servants' talent was not inferior to Mo Feng and the others. After all, being able to kill their way to the buried Emperor Star from other worlds was enough to show their strength and talent. Unfortunately, they were being controlled by someone else. Now, most of them would probably die. As expected. The masked man's attack immediately turned 3 battle servants into a bloody mist. The other 2 also vomited blood. Sir Spirit Su ordered his battle servants to quickly charge over. Those battle servants combined with each other and formed a formation that froze the entire world. Ahead, Mo Feng and the others were also affected. The path was blocked again. Damn it. In an instant, a great battle broke out. At this moment, a large palm slapped over. Not only did it cover Lin Xian, but it also covered the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He directly used the void escape and disappeared. At the same time, a bloody mist filled the air. The 2 battle servants were also killed. Humph, a bunch of trash. Today, I will let you know despair. Sir Spirit Su saw this scene with a smug smile. He looked at Fairy Qingqing and the others in front of him, and a fiery gaze appeared in his eyes. In a while, he would let these people know his power. The masked man continued to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distant void. He was enveloped by the void beast skin. These people would not discover him at all. In the next moment, he was ready to attack. He did not plan to use his original laws and power, so he planned to use some mysterious methods. He had the great dragon sword soul, which could transform into anything. He used the great dragon sword soul and the law of death to form an endless yellow spring that enveloped his body. A yellow spring's Tao diagram appeared. He had fought many battles with Acheron Hall, so he was very familiar with their mystiques and nomological laws. At this moment, when the great dragon sword soul was manifested, it was incomparably terrifying. These people would never think that it was him. Thinking of this, he made his move. On the other side, Insu was also surprised when she saw the half-step Saint King attack. It looked like the Violet Spirit Paradise was superior and was about to win. It seemed that he was about to make a move. If it was just a half-step Saint King, he had the confidence to fight. Perhaps he could not get the mysterious map, but he could get the 9-turn flame fruit. Her figure flashed as she prepared to move. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the sky had cracked open, and the endless yellow spring fell. A figure like the god of death descended forcefully. Was someone coming again? Insu was stunned and did not act rashly. At the same time, those who were fighting in front of him all looked up at the sky. The endless yellow spring filled the air, bringing with it a sinister power that made everyone's hair stand on end. Even Sir Lingxi's pupils constricted. There was actually someone here. Who was it? How dare you attack me? We are from the Violet Spirit Paradise. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. He roared angrily. However, there was no response from the sky. Only a yellow spring's Tao diagram flew over and destroyed everything. Sir Lingxiu screamed in fright and hurriedly used the cauldron on his body to block. With a clang, he was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body. In the next moment, he roared crazily, "Kill him, I want to tear him into pieces." Seeing this, the masked man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, 36 large flags flew out and froze the world. Those people from the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven would definitely not be able to escape. Then, he charged towards the yellow spring. No matter who you are, you can't compete with me. As long as it wasn't a real sage ruler, the other party would definitely die. The masked man's strength was extremely terrifying. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably and instantly arrived inside the yellow spring. The murderous aura around his body blocked everything. In the next moment, he saw a figure inside. "It's you." He stretched out a large hand like a dragon's claw and grabbed over. Lin Xian sneered and directly took out the great spear of destruction. One strike. Endless murderous intent surged between heaven and earth. Then, the masked man's pupils constricted. The aura of a sage ruler, he wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The attack directly pierced through him. Boom, the entire world was blown up. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the people from the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven or the Violet Spirit grotto heaven. They looked up at the sky. Was a sage ruler coming? In the distance, Phonine was even more so. She felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not make a move. She did not expect such a terrifying existence to appear. "Elder Lu, where are you?" Lord Lingxiu roared crazily. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly in the sky. "Are you looking for it?" Then, he threw down a mask. It was the masked man's mask. When Lord Lingxiu saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. The other party was too strong. He actually killed a half-step sage ruler with one move. "Damn it, retreat, do you want to leave? The yellow spring is destroyed." Lin Xian sneered. The terrifying yellow spring surged and enveloped all these people. How could these people from the Violet Spirit Grotto heaven resist? In an instant, they were swallowed up and robbed of their vitality. Even their souls were destroyed. Lord Lingxiu roared crazily. There was still an illusion of a large cauldron circling around him. But at this moment, it was dim. He said, "No. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? My father is the core elder of the Violet Spirit Grotto heaven. If you kill me, you will die without a doubt." But before he could finish, he was penetrated by a blow. Boom, the illusion of the cauldron shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Kill, the remaining battle servants rushed over crazily. They had already been controlled, so now that their master was destroyed, they naturally wouldn't leave safely. They could only kill the enemy. Lin Xian sighed. "I hope you won't be controlled in your next life." After that, he attacked forcefully. He gave these people a blow and let them go through the cycle of reincarnation happily. Were they all destroyed? The people from the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven were stunned. One had to know that they had almost been killed before, but now the enemy was all destroyed. Great, they were saved. At this moment, Mo Feng's pupils shrank. He saw that in the bloody mist, countless storage rings had all flown over. They were all taken by the figure in the yellow spring. This shocked him. After all, the mysterious map was in there. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian took the map from the storage ring and put it away. Then, he looked into the distance again, staring at the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were shocked. They felt a chill down their spines. That aura was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to attack them? Thinking of this, they quickly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We are from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, and we are grateful." Saving their lives? Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his finger, and a stream of yellow spring flew out and covered Mo Feng's body. Then, Mo Feng's body turned into white bones. His soul kept roaring, and his eyes were filled with endless fear, too strong. So strong that he could not resist at all. At the same time, his eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to attack them too? No. You have already killed people from Xiling Grotto Heaven and offended a Grotto Heaven. Do you still want to be enemies with Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven? So what if we are enemies with you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he shrouded Mo Feng's soul and pulled it in front of him. In the next moment, the endless yellow spring wrapped around the two of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian cast a soul illusion spell and pulled his opponent into the lock of spring and autumn. Damn it, it's you. Finally, Mo Feng saw Lin Xian's face. He was really shocked. Wasn't this his battle servant? How could he attack them? Damn it, you don't have the life and death curse? He was really scared out of his wits. How could it be? How did he get rid of the life and death curse? Lin Xian smiled. That's right, it's me. You people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven dared to suppress me and hurt my senior brother. Wait for my anger. You are the first. Then, the golden light in his eyes bloomed, and Mo Feng's soul was destroyed. Damn it, let Mo Feng go. Below, Fairy Qingqing and the others were also roaring crazily. The surrounding battle servants quickly moved. Lin Xian immediately formed endless chains of the underworld, locking these people down. Now, there were only 6 battle servants left. If they attacked together, they would be very powerful. However, Lin Xian was someone who could kill a half-step Saint King. These battle servants were not his match at all. In the next moment, he attacked again. The yellow springs diagram cleaved Fairy Qingqing's body apart. Fairy Qingqing's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that he would be killed just like that. There were only 2 people left, and their faces were also filled with fear. Lin Xian really wanted to get rid of these people once and for all. However, he had witnessed the destruction of the Violet Spirit Paradise previously. If these people were all killed, the remaining battle servants wouldn't be able to survive either. At that time, he would have no reason to return to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Lin Xian didn't want to leave yet. That was because there was still one person who had not been killed. He had to kill Sacred King Xingchen. Furthermore, there were a lot of resources in the Thousand Mountain Cave. Lin Xian planned to use them to break through again. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to leave one person behind. With a wave of his hand, he blasted the other man into a bloody mist. Lin Xian left the last person behind. The last person was knocked unconscious. That should be enough, right? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He put away these people's storage rings. At the same time, he also obtained the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit. This item could help his divine body improve further when the time came. At this moment, his physique was no weaker than a half-step Saint King's. If he improved further, his physique would reach that of a Saint King's. If he encountered a true Saint King, he would be able to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian abruptly turned his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the heavens and myriad worlds. He saw a figure. And in the distance, Insu, who was still watching the battle, saw this scene and her pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he quickly fled. The other party was really too strong. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian frowned. He also chased and instantly used the void shield to tear the void apart. Then, he enveloped the other party with a palm. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered, and a figure was torn apart by him. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that only a tail had fallen. A clone, and that person had already disappeared without a trace. Humph, don't let me meet you, people of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a biting cold murderous intent. In the next moment, he turned around and went back. On the other side, Insu's face became extremely pale. Just now, fortunately, he used a secret technique to dodge the attack. Otherwise, his astral soul would have been destroyed. Damn it, who was it? How dare they attack the people of the two grotto heavens? It was unbelievable. One should know that although they were all young people, ordinary Saint Kings would not dare to attack them. Attacking them would definitely offend them. The grotto heavens. The grotto heavens were like overlords in this place. Who dared to provoke them? But now, someone really dared to. After returning to the pavilion, the people of Xianxia Grotto Heaven exclaimed in surprise. "Senior sister, you're back. How was the show?" They all had smiles on their faces. However, when they saw that Insu's face was pale and her aura was weak, they were all stunned. "Senior sister, are you injured?" They were extremely nervous. Insu also said that she should leave quickly. He did not know if that mysterious powerhouse would come after him, but he did not dare to stay there any longer. On the other side, it was raining heavily in the sky. Lu Fei opened her eyes and felt the rain around her. She was also stunned. Where was this place? In the next moment, her pupils constricted. In an instant, endless nomological laws flew out and formed 7 shields to quickly defend herself. She remembered that they were attacked by a mysterious powerhouse. When she saw that there was no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly investigated. She found that other than her, the disciples of the other 4 grotto heavens had been killed. Their souls were destroyed. Many of the battle servants had also fallen. However, there were still a few of them. Those people were chained up but did not die. She quickly went forward to investigate and found that there were a total of 7 people. Those people were injured and their auras were very weak. Lin Xian was naturally among them. Lu Fei asked. What happened after that? Where was that mysterious powerhouse? The other battle servants were at a loss. Lin Xian also shook his head. He did not know. He suddenly left and seemed to have gone to chase after someone. So that was the case. Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was really lucky. However, when she thought about the deaths of her other companions, her expression turned solemn. Damn it, how dare he attack our 1,000 mountain grotto heaven? We will not let him off. Let's go. A scimitar appeared in her hand and directly cut off the Yellow Springs chains. Then, she left a formation mark there and quickly left with Lin Xian and the others. When they returned to 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven, it immediately caused a commotion. The people of 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven were furious. Someone actually dared to attack their people. Did Violet Mountain Grotto Heaven have a death wish? They actually dared to attack halfway. Damn it, and that mysterious powerhouse actually attacked the Grotto Heaven. Quickly go and investigate. In an instant, they sent out countless experts to the location marked by the formation. Among them, there were even 2 sage kings. These 2 people were both soul experts and could see through everything. Lu Fei, Lin Xian, and the others were also brought back. They wanted to understand the situation. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw this scene. As expected of the paradise, they reacted so quickly. But so what? He didn't leave any clues behind. Even the person who escaped didn't know it was him. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. As expected, those 2 great Saint Kings both frowned. What this person used was a cold and gloomy law, like the Yellow Springs. He had never heard of such a mysterious person. However, it was useless. No matter how the 2 Saint Kings searched, they couldn't find any clues. In the end, the 2 Saint Kings searched the souls of Lu Fei and Lin Xian. Everyone's souls were searched. However, they still didn't find anything. Their faces were gloomy. They could only return empty-handed and send more people to investigate. Lin Xian didn't care. These people would never find out that it was him. He had to think of a way to quickly consume the 9 revolution flame fruit to improve his physique. Just as they were about to return, a cold light flew over from afar. It was a ray of blue light. It carried an extremely terrifying sword intent and soared into the sky. Heaven and earth were avoided in an instant. The surrounding people looked up one after another. The 2 Saint Kings' eyes also shone with a cold light. Then, their expressions changed. It was Princess Xueqi. The 2 Saint Kings smiled. Lin Xian and the others also looked up and saw a woman in a blue dress in the sky. She flew down from the sky. Her face was as cold as ice. When Lu Fei saw her, she quickly bowed and greeted Princess Xueqi. The woman in blue nodded. She then looked at the two saint rulers and spoke. I wonder what the two deacons are doing here. Facing the two saint kings, the woman in blue seemed to be very calm. On the contrary, the two saint kings seemed to want to curry favor with her. Princess Xueqi, something happened recently. A mysterious expert has killed the people of our Thousand Mountain Grotto. Right now, we are sending people to investigate the matter. Did he attack the Thousand Mountain Paradise? Xueqi frowned. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. I still have things to do, so I'll head back first. Princess Xueqi, is it because of that formation? One of the Saint Kings asked. Xueqi nodded and said. She had heard that a group of geniuses had been suppressed recently. Among them, some of them seemed to be good at formations. I'll go ask Sacred King Xingchen. For example, he wanted 1 or 2 battle servants. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Who was this person? Was he very powerful? Lin Xian said to a battle servant beside him. That battle servant had come from the valley with him and hadn't died either. He nodded and said. Her name was Xueqi, and she was a genius from the Thousand Mountain Cave. Her status was not something that these people could compare to. He was a top disciple with terrifying strength. He had already reached the half-step Saint King realm. It was said that he was not far from the true Saint King realm. Furthermore, his father was a powerful elder. Her grandfather was one of the supreme elders of the Thousand Mountain Cave. She was like a little princess of the Thousand Mountain Cave. No wonder. Whether it was her status or her background, she was already very powerful. No wonder these two Saint Kings were so respectful to her. It seemed that there were still some geniuses in the Thousand Mountain Cave. This made Lin Xian feel threatened. However, he didn't know how many people like him there were. Lin Xian investigated for a while but didn't find anything, so he returned. When Lin Xian returned to the Thousand Mountain Cave, someone immediately came to see him. Someone is looking for you. One of the battle servants also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was puzzled. Oh, what's the matter? Could it be that he had been discovered? It shouldn't be. They didn't see any results from him. The battle servant who brought the message said, I don't know. I only know that Sacred King Xingchen is looking for you. That old guy? Lin Xian frowned, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would kill the Saint King sooner or later. But soon, he asked, then take me there. The two of them soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Soon, they landed in a palace. Greetings, Sacred King Xingchen. He has been brought here. The battle servant in front said respectfully. A voice came from inside, asking Lin Xian to come in. Go in. The battle servant opened the door and stood respectfully. He had no intention of going in. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. He saw Sacred King Xingchen at a glance. At this moment, countless stars surrounded him. He looked like a god of the heavenly river. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. As expected of a middle-stage Saint Venerable. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was stunned because he found that Sacred King Xingchen wasn't the only one in the hall. There was another figure standing there as well. It was a woman in blue. She had a beautiful face, but she was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was stunned. Because he had seen this person before. Not long ago, it was the legendary outstanding genius. Xueqi. When the woman in blue looked at Lin Xian, she was also stunned. She said, I've seen you before. You were there when I was investigating the situation outside. Oh? Sacred King Xingchen was stunned. After asking, he understood. He also said, there is someone who dares to offend our Thousand Mountain Cave. Don't worry, we will find him sooner or later and tear him into pieces. Well, let's not talk about this first. Ni Xueqi, this is the kid I told you about. He knows how to set up formations. What do you think? If you think his strength is good, you can take him with you. Lin Xian was stunned, but soon, he remembered. Previously, the other party said that it seemed that because they were setting up a formation, they needed a few people who knew how to set up formations. It seemed that they had found him. If he could be valued by the other party, Lin Xian would be able to come into contact with more cultivation resources. In this way, it would be very beneficial for his cultivation. Therefore, he was delighted. It seemed that he had to show his talent in formations. At this moment, Xueqi, who was in front, asked, "You know how to set up formations?" Lin Xian, who was proficient in formations, said indifferently. Hearing that, Xueqi snorted coldly. How shameless! Even I don't dare to say that I'm proficient in formations. What qualifications do you have to say that? I want to see how you can be so arrogant. She had seen many battle servants, but this was the first time she had seen such an arrogant one. She formed hand seals with her palms, and a blue ice formation appeared. The entire main hall was freezing cold. It became a world of ice and frost. Apart from sacred King Xingchen, there was no change. The other places had been frozen. Xueqi's eyes were shining. She wanted to see how this arrogant kid was going to fight against it. If the other party used a divine ability, then she would be very disappointed. Facing the ice formation that covered the sky and covered the earth, Lin Xian did not move. Instead, his eyes flickered. Then, he pointed his finger forward. He pointed his finger at the void. With a cracking sound, the ice that covered the sky stopped. The wind and snow stopped blowing. Then, the endless ice shattered. The Star Saint King was taken aback. Xueqi's pupils shrank. What kind of technique did you use? This isn't a formation, is it? If you use your magical power to break it, I'm afraid I won't be satisfied. Lin Xian said calmly, Princess Xueqi, can't you see that? I attacked the weakest part of your formation. Of course, if you want to use a formation, I'll show it to you. As Lin Xian spoke, he formed a seal with his palms and quickly formed a formation that spread out in all directions. Countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth and formed a golden crow flame formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the great ice formation from before. Lin Xian was originally a formation genius. In addition, he had learned from the Crimson Dragon. He had also learned from He Shan. His attainments in array formations were truly too powerful. He was definitely at the level of an array formation grandmaster. Ordinary Saint King's formations were inferior to his. Now, Lin Xian was just showing off his skills. However, Xueqi was sure that she would be satisfied. Xueqi felt the power of the flame formation. A smile finally appeared on Xueqi's cold face. The ice around her had melted. Very good. Star Saint King, I want this person. The Star Saint King frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's attainments in formations to be so great. He was actually so strong. He felt a trace of danger. This was because this guy had said that he would kill him with his own hands one day. Now that he had followed Princess Xueqi, would he become stronger? However, he quickly sneered and shook his head. So what? A battle servant was still a battle servant. He was a middle-stage Saint King. It wouldn't be long before he faced his next breakthrough. At that time, once he reached the late-stage Saint King, his status and strength would be greatly changed. There would be earth-shattering changes. How could a mere ant possibly contend against him? Therefore, he eliminated the worry in his heart for her sake. Instead, he smiled and said, Since Xueqi is satisfied, I'm relieved. Lin Xian, from now on, you will follow Princess Xueqi and listen to her orders. Lin Xian looked at the lady in blue in front of him. His eyes flickered, and then he nodded. Xueqi was also surprised. Apart from his high attainments in array formations, his attitude also surprised her. To be honest, none of the battle servants dared to be so arrogant. From the looks of it, the other party seemed even colder than her. However, this made her even more interested. So, she waved her hand and said, Come with me. As she spoke, she walked outside. In the next moment, endless ice enveloped Lin Xian. His feet turned into an ice sword. The two of them soared into the air and quickly left. This time, he was heading toward Xueqi's mansion. Her residence was not just a cave or a palace. Instead, it was a boundless territory. It was like a small world, incomparably vast. There were all kinds of resources and landforms inside. Lin Xian took a look. This was even scarier than a saint city in the second astral realm. This was just a top disciple. He didn't know about the other core elders. Or how terrifying would the Supreme Elder be? No wonder countless people wanted to come to the buried Emperor Star. It was indeed a cultivation holy land. After they came down, many people knelt down and bowed. They respectfully welcomed Princess Xueqi's return. Some of these people were originally from the buried Emperor Star. There were also some battle servants who had been suppressed from other worlds. At this moment, they were incomparably respectful. Get up. Xueqi nodded. These people got up and then looked curiously at Lin Xian. Who was this person? They were astonished. Looking at the battle armor he was wearing, he should be a battle servant. However, there had never been a battle servant who could walk beside Princess Xueqi. Princess, ninth young Master Yan has been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, an old man walked over and spoke respectfully. It seemed that he was an old housekeeper. Ninth young Master Yan? Xueqi frowned and said, I don't have time. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from afar. Xueqi, you're finally back. Immediately after, the boundless nomological laws brought a person over quickly. It was a tall man. He wore a golden battle robe. As he walked, he brought with him a powerful force. This person was also a half-step Saint King. He was very strong. It was obvious that he was a top genius of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Xueqi, I heard that you went out to look for the materials for the formation. How did it go? Did you collect all of them? If you didn't collect all of them, I will ask my father to collect them for you. He will definitely be able to collect all of them for you. It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. However, Xueqi said coldly, there is no need. I already have the materials. If you don't have anything else, don't disturb me. After she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian followed after him and glanced at the other party. At this moment, ninth young Master Yan also turned his head and looked over. When he saw Lin Xian, his face sank. There was actually someone who could walk beside Xueqi. Even he didn't receive such treatment. In the next moment, a biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, he asked, Xueqi, who is this person? He is the battle servant I just brought back. He can help me set up the formation. Xueqi stopped and said coldly. It turned out that he was a battle servant. Ninth young Master Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he wasn't standing beside Xueqi. How could someone else be qualified to stand beside her? Lad, pay attention to your eyes. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Otherwise, I will make sure that you will never be able to see it. Ninth young Master Yan released a wisp of biting cold killing intent. Lin Xian looked at him and said calmly, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? When he said this, the people in the surroundings were stunned. Even the old housekeeper was stunned. Was this really a battle servant? Ninth young Master Yan was also stunned. Then, he said, Aunt, do you know who you are talking to? Believe it or not, I can make you die without a burial ground in an instant. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack. However, Xueqi's body flickered and blocked him. What? Do you dare to touch my man? If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for attacking you. Ninth young Master Yan was completely enraged when he heard this. He said, Xueqi, are you going to attack me because of a battle servant? He really didn't dare to believe this. Xueqi said in a deep voice, now, I don't welcome you. You should leave quickly. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, follow me. Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at ninth young Master Yan with a cold smile. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. Ninth young Master Yan was driven mad when he saw the two of them leave. He roared, and the void in the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Lad, do you think that you can act arrogantly in front of me because you have Xueqi's protection? You are too naive. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They knew that this matter wouldn't end so easily. On the other side, Xueqi brought Lin Xian to a courtyard. There wasn't anyone here, and there were countless formations flickering in the surroundings. It was clear that only Xueqi could come here. After she arrived, she turned around and looked at Lin Xian as she spoke coldly. Although your formations surprised me, I'll advise you. Don't be too arrogant, especially that ninth young master. It's best if you don't provoke him in the future. His status isn't any weaker than mine. This was especially true for his grandfather, who was also a grand elder. Do you know what cultivation level a supreme elder has? I can tell you that he's a great saint. Therefore, it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Alright, you should rest for a while. I'll give you a mission later. After she finished speaking, Xueqi walked inside. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. A great saint, one had to know that there had never been a great saint in the second astral realm. He only knew that Black Mountain was a remnant soul of a great saint. How strong would a true great sage be? As expected of the buried Emperor Star, there were indeed great saints in these grotto heavens. In the next moment, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt his blood boiling. When he tested the heavenly will, his future wasn't just that of a great saint. He would become a heaven illuminator. What kind of scene would that be? Lin Xian looked forward to the day when he would become a heaven illuminator. He rested for 2 days. After 2 days, Xueqi gave him a mission. It was to set up some formations. As for the materials for the formation, they already had enough to provide. Lin Xian took a deep breath and formed hand seals. He started to set up the formations. On the other side, ninth young Master Yan was gnashing his teeth in anger after he returned. He started to investigate Lin Xian's background. When he found out that Lin Xian was just a battle servant who had just arrived here and was suppressed, he was furious. He was completely furious. No one had ever dared to challenge him. A mere battle servant didn't know his place. At this moment, the person beside him indeed mentioned ninth young Master Yan. Although his identity was unknown, it was said that he was proficient in formations. Now, Princess Xueqi was in urgent need of a formation expert. That was why she dared to act so arrogantly. Proficient in formations? Go, find me a few geniuses who are proficient in formations. I want to see, when I can replace him, what right does he have to be arrogant? Yan Jiu's speed was extremely fast. After about 3 days, he really did find 2 people. These 2 people were both holy venerates. However, it was said that the array formations were all very advanced. One of them was a battle servant, while the other was a disciple of the Thousand Mountain Cave. Greetings to ninth young Master Yan. The 2 of them bowed respectfully. The battle servant was extremely nervous, while the other disciple was extremely excited. He knew how noble ninth young Master Yan's status was. If he could gain the approval of ninth young Master Yan, then his future path of martial arts would be much easier. He would soar into the sky. That battle servant's true form was a python, a demonic beast. His name was Cold Ray. As for the other disciple, his name was Hua. Tuesday. Ninth young Master Yan personally tested the strength of the 2 people's formations. After that, he nodded slightly. Very good, these 2 people's formations were indeed very powerful. Ordinary formation masters of the older generation were no match for them. If the 2 people he brought with him could help Princess Xueqi, then the lad from before would be useless. If he wanted to kill the lad again, Xueqi would not stop him. When ninth young Master Yan thought of this, a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He brought the 2 people with him and walked into the distance. Soon, he came to Xueqi's mansion again. The mansion's old housekeeper informed Xueqi. Xueqi frowned and told him that she was not free. The old housekeeper said, "That's what I said too." However, ninth young Master Yan said that he found 2 top-notch formation masters. Oh, formation masters? Xueqi's eyes flickered. She thought for a moment and said, "All right. Bring them here." Soon, ninth young Master Yan brought the 2 people with him. Xueqi waved her hand, and countless formations formed a passageway. The 3 people walked in. Xueqi. A smile appeared at the corners of ninth young Master Yan's mouth. I know that you need formation masters. That's why I found 2 for you. What do you think? Why don't you test the strength of the two of them? Xueqi was holding an ancient book in her hand, and she was studying formations. She said, I am not free. However, I will find someone to test them for me. She called out Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian walked out of another hall and said, Who wants me to test them? When ninth young master Yan saw Lin Xian, his face became gloomy. He revealed a cold smile. Xueqi, if the two people I found surpass this lad, then they can stay here. Could it be that they could stay here and help you, while this brat would be a piece of trash? I will take him away. Do you have any objections? Xueqi said calmly, I have no objections. I never want good-for-nothings. When Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes. This woman was really cold. But soon, he laughed. They wanted to replace him? What a joke. He walked over and said, Ninth young master Yan, did you find two good-for-nothings? Do you want to challenge me? I advise you to go back quickly. Otherwise, if you lose face, I will not be responsible. Lad, you can be arrogant. I will see how arrogant you can be when you are defeated by formations. Ninth young master Yan sneered. Then, he said, Han Meng, you go first. Han Meng walked out with a terrifying radiance on his body. Lad, let's not compete in magical powers or laws. How about we compete in formations? As you wish. Lin Xian shrugged. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless formations appeared in the sky and formed a formation. It pressed toward the sky. It was a fire formation, and the three golden crows kept roaring in it. They carried a powerful flame power, and it seemed like they wanted to burn everything. Han Meng, who was opposite him, sneered. He kept forming hand seals with his hands. Countless array formations were cast out by him and quickly formed into an array formation. Then, the aura in the sky instantly became cold. It was also an ice formation. Moreover, there were 5 illusions of giant ice pythons in it. It was obvious that this formation was made by a formation master according to his own characteristics. It was very terrifying. Boom, the two formations with completely opposite auras clashed. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Terrifying flames surged, and terrifying ice froze everything. The 5 giant pythons surrounded the golden crows, and it seemed like they would seal them at any time. When ninth young master Yan saw this, he sneered. I thought it was some expert. It turns out that you are so weak that you can't even defeat a battle servant of mine. Xueqi, it seems like you have been deceived by this lad. But don't worry, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place later. Xueqi raised her head and looked forward. Her eyes flashed and her face was expressionless. She had seen the power of Lin Xian's array. Back then, there were more than 3 golden crows in the formation. She knew that Lin Xian was hiding his strength. As expected, the next moment, Lin Xian said, 5 giant pythons, is this all you have? If that was all, the battle would be over. After he finished speaking, he formed another seal with his palms, and the array kept changing. Endless flame swept across. 3 more golden crows appeared next to the 3 golden crows. 6 golden crows circled in the sky like 6 suns. Is the power of the array strengthened? Han Meng was stunned. Is he hiding his strength? Humph. Do you think you are the only one who is hiding your strength? After he finished saying those words, his spirit formation grew stronger again. The 5 giant pythons turned into 7. They outnumbered Lin Xian. Brat, it's useless. You're no match for me. You are no match for me? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. After he finished speaking, the 6 golden crows turned into 9 again. They circled in the sky and the terrifying flames blasted Lin Xian's ice array apart. Han Meng was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. He was enveloped by the flames. No, Lord Yanjiao, save me, Han Meng roared crazily. He could feel that he could not withstand the flames. His soul was about to be destroyed. Lord Yanjiao snorted when he saw this. He raised his hand and tried to extinguish the flames. However, he was too late. In an instant, he was turned into ashes. His soul was destroyed. You dare to kill him? Lord Yanjiao shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian said calmly. The battle of arrays is very dangerous. If you are not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Don't you know this? How can you find a powerful array master if you don't even know this? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. Lord Yanjiu gritted his teeth. Damn it. What a piece of trash. He has embarrassed me. He then looked at another person and said, Hua Tu, make your move. Don't hold back at all. Destroy this brat's soul. Hua Tu took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also shocked just now. His array formation was more powerful than the cold light. When he first came here, he was still dismissive. However, after watching the match, he was a little hesitant. Therefore, when he heard Yanjiu's words, he did not step forward immediately. What? You don't even listen to me anymore? Do you want to die? The ninth young master felt utterly humiliated when he saw that his other partner was so timid. Lin Xian, however, burst into laughter. Young Master Yanjiu, I've heard that you have an extraordinary status. Why did you find such trash? This doesn't match your status at all. Why don't you go back today? Don't embarrass yourself here. Xueqi, who was beside him, spoke calmly. Yanjiu, have you caused enough trouble? I don't have time to play with you. Yanjiu gritted his teeth. He glared at Hua Tu and said coldly, attack, or I'll kill you right now. Hua Tu was so scared that he almost cried. If he knew that it was so dangerous, he would not have come. However, Lin Xian said, all right, I'll give you a chance. I won't use the array formation just now. You can attack. Hua Tu was surprised when he heard that. Is he serious? The Golden Crow array formation should be his strongest array formation. If he did not use his strongest array formation, he might have a chance to win. Therefore, he said, all right, kid, since you said so, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, young master. I'll attack and take him down. The ninth young master smiled. All right, when you succeed, I'll raise your cultivation by 1 level. Really? Hua Tu became even more excited. This time, he had to kill his opponent even if he had to risk his life. In the next moment, he waved his hand and endless saber light formed a heavenly saber array. It was a peerless killing array. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Hua Tu was very powerful. With this array formation, he could fight against more than 5 experts of the same level. It could be said that he was a genius in array formations. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the array formation, he smiled. The Golden Crow array formation just now was just a casual attack. Then, he used a 5-element sword array. The power of the 5 laws intertwined and formed a great array formation. Not only did it contain the power of the 5 laws, but it also contained the power of the sword principle. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sword chi. When this sword formation appeared, even Xueqi raised her head, and surprise appeared in her eyes. The power of this array formation was beyond her imagination. Hua Tu was so scared that he cried. What's going on? Isn't his Golden Crow array formation the strongest array formation? Why is this array more terrifying than the Golden Crow array formation? It was too late for him to run away now. He could only grit his teeth. The saber light filled the sky and destroyed everything in its path. However, in the 5-element sword array, it kept shattering. In an instant, the heavenly path array formation was broken. Hua Tu quickly ran away. Boom, when 9th young Master Yen saw this, he slapped Hua Tu and turned him into a bloody mist. Hua Tu's soul was destroyed by him. Lad, just wait and see. This matter won't end like this. After he spoke, he turned around and left. It was too shameful. The 2 formation geniuses that he had found couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. How could he still have the face to stay here? Lin Xian sneered coldly and said, I'll teach you a lesson anytime. Then, he took back the 5-element sword array formation with a disdainful look in his eyes. After 9th young Master Yen left, Xueqi stood up and said, You hid your power before. You didn't say that I couldn't hide my power. Lin Xian turned around and looked at her with a smile. Xueqi frowned when she saw his nonchalant attitude. She opened her mouth once again and said, I told you not to provoke 9th young Master Yen. Didn't you understand what I said? In my opinion, he isn't worth fearing. Lin Xian shook his head. Xueqi's frown deepened. She discovered that he didn't seem like a battle servant. Instead, he seemed more like a supreme genius. Xueqi was even surprised by him. It seemed like there was a layer of mist around him that she couldn't see through. It seemed like she would have to study him carefully after the matter with the formation was over. Alright, let's go and set up the formation. Xueqi spoke once again. However, Lin Xian didn't leave. He said coldly, look at the formation you set up. If I'm not mistaken, you must be going to an ancient land. Xueqi was taken aback when she heard this. How did you know? Lin Xian said that the formation you set up was a method to break other formations. It's obvious that the place you are going to has a more terrifying formation. That's why you are preparing it now. The places that have such terrifying formations are usually passed down from ancient times or even more terrifying places. It wasn't difficult to guess. What do you suggest? Xueqi asked. She didn't even notice that her attitude had changed. If it were other battle servants, they would have to kneel on the ground if they wanted to talk to her. However, she was now asking for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian said, I can help you set up the array you want. Moreover, I can even accompany you to that place because I can break the formation. However, you must give me some time. Give me 3 months, and give me a quiet place to cultivate. I will probably make a breakthrough. During this process, no one is allowed to disturb me, and no one is allowed to investigate me, including you. If you can do that, I will help you complete the formation, and even break that ancient place. Okay, no problem, I promise you. Xueqi recognized Lin Xian's formation skills. She could afford to wait for 3 months. So, she found a place for Lin Xian and told him that no one was allowed to approach it. Even she started to cultivate in seclusion. The place where Lin Xian was at was a mountain range. It was very wide. After he arrived, he set up his formation. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he recovered to his peak state. Then, he flipped his palm and took out the 9 Revolution Inferno fruit. Buzz, he activated his divine body, and terrifying flames surged out of it. They seemed capable of burning the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the 9 Revolution Inferno fruit sensed the might of the 9 suns' divine fire, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. Its might wasn't any weaker than the 9 suns' divine fire, and it was even stronger. As expected of the legendary divine fruit, Lin Xian was overjoyed, and he started to absorb the fruit's power. 3 months later, Xueqi looked into the distance, and her eyes flickered. It has already been 3 months. Why hasn't that guy done anything? Could it be that he had to continue cultivating? She had gotten some information recently, and it seemed like some changes were about to occur in that place. If other people were attracted, it would be troublesome. This was why she was somewhat anxious. On this day, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the front. Then, the sky started to shake, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. It seemed like the ground was about to split open. It formed many large canyons that extended in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the mansion was stunned. They thought that someone was attacking. Countless figures soared into the sky. One soul after another spread out in all directions to investigate. Xueqi was startled. She had sensed that the sound had come from Lin Xian's direction. She then said that everyone should retreat and that everything would be fine. Although the surrounding people were puzzled, they all withdrew their souls. It was no longer probing. The tremors in front of them became more and more intense. In the end, there seemed to be terrifying lightning descending from the sky. One after another, they pierced through the world. At this moment, not only the entire mansion, but even the people of the 1,000-mountain cave were alarmed. Countless people looked into the distance. That seemed to be a lightning tribulation. Was someone undergoing a tribulation? Princess Xueqi's residence was in that direction. Could it be that she had made a breakthrough? Exclamations could be heard one after another. Even the Saint Kings were alarmed. This was because the lightning calamity this time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if he broke through again, he would become a true king sage. This was an extremely heaven-defying feat among the young people. This was why many Saint Kings flew over. As for the young geniuses, their eyes were filled with envy. There was even a middle-aged man who laughed heartily. Xueqi, are you going to make a breakthrough? This man was Xueqi's father. He was also a Saint King, and he was extremely powerful. However, when these Saint Kings arrived, they all stopped. This was because they discovered that Xueqi's residence had a formation array activated. It enveloped everything, and no one was allowed to enter. This made Xueqi's father even more certain that she was making a breakthrough. This was why he said that they should just observe the situation calmly. The other Saint Kings didn't dare to disturb him, and they all nodded. Xueqi, who was in the mansion, was also alarmed. The lightning tribulation made her hair stand on end. What is this guy doing? Is he going to make a breakthrough and become a Saint King? However, this shouldn't be the case. Xueqi had investigated Lin Xian before, and he had discovered that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm. Even if this guy wanted to make a breakthrough, he would only be at the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. How could he attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Xueqi didn't know. After waiting for 9 days, the terrifying lightning tribulation slowly disappeared, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. A figure walked out of it. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He was very happy. Previously, he had absorbed the 9 revolution flame fruit, and his divine body had made another breakthrough. Although his cultivation was still at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm, his current body was already comparable to a Saint King's. This was an extremely terrifying transformation. This meant that ordinary half-step Saint Kings couldn't even break through his defenses. Lin Xian was finally able to contend against a Saint King. As he thought of this, he clenched his fists tightly. The next step was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, before that, he didn't forget what he had promised Xueqi. This was why he walked out. Xueqi opened her eyes wide, and she looked curiously at Lin Xian. This guy's cultivation didn't seem to have changed. Although it was slightly stronger, it didn't make a breakthrough. Then, what was the lightning tribulation before? Xueqi asked curiously, but Lin Xian shook his head and said that it was his secret. Xueqi curled her lips and said, "You are really stingy." Xueqi curled her lips and said, "Okay, I won't ask about your matters, but you must do what you have promised me." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course. Now, I will do my best to help you complete the formation, and I will even go with you to that place." "Okay, you can set your mind at ease and set up the formation." After Xueqi spoke, she flew outside. This was because she knew that she was now the center of attention. Countless gazes were looking at her, and there were even many Saint Kings among them. She must go out and explain this matter to them. Princess Xueqi came out. The people outside cried out in alarm. Did Princess Xueqi already make a breakthrough and become a Saint King? The terrifying lightning tribulation in front of her must have been successful. Some people were about to congratulate her, but when they saw that Xueqi was still a half-step Saint King, they were stunned. Xueqi's father was also stunned. "What happened, Xueqi? Could it be that you failed?" Xueqi didn't know what to say, so she said, "Father, this matter isn't like what you think. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Seniors, please go back." After that, all the Saint Kings left, and the mansion became quiet again. As for Lin Xian and Xueqi, they put all their efforts into setting up the formation. After a month, they finally finished setting it up. It was great. With these formations, they would have a higher chance of going to that place. A smile appeared on Xueqi's ice-cold face once again. Even Lin Xian was stunned. At this moment, a flying sword flew over from afar, and there was a formation on it. After Xueqi took it, a sound transmitted from it, and she furrowed her brows and stood up abruptly. "Not good." "What happened?" Lin Xian asked. Xueqi said that there were some changes in that place and it was discovered. Now, many experts were going there. "Since this is the case, let's not waste any time and go," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Xueqi shook her head. "I'm afraid that with our current strength, we can't go there. We have to borrow the power of the Grotto Heaven." "How about this? Wait for me and I'll report this to the Grotto Heaven. Then, we can go there together." To be honest, Xueqi was unwilling. After all, she was the one who discovered that place. No one else had discovered it. She wanted to go there alone. That way, she could get as many treasures as she wanted. But now, she couldn't. The experts of the other grotto heavens and families had also discovered it. If she went there alone, she wouldn't have any advantages. So, she could only borrow the power of the grotto heaven. Although she would get fewer treasures in the end, it would be better than going there alone. But it would be safer. When the grotto heaven heard the news, they were shocked. They hurriedly sent people to investigate. Sure enough, they found that it was a strange place. Furthermore, many experts had already begun to move out. The Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven also gathered a group of experts, led by the Sage King. They were ready to go. Among them, Xianxia was also there. He also brought his powerful battle servant. Besides him, there were also some top geniuses. They all brought their battle servants and prepared to go there. Xueqi only brought Lin Xian with her. A group of people gathered at the square. Then, they sat on huge spirit boats and sage weapons and soared into the sky. They set off towards that strange place. At the Mount Han. Here, ice covered everything. It was very cold and ordinary sages didn't dare to go there. Because they would be frozen into ice. On this day, there were countless rays of light that streaked across the sky above the Mount Han. The terrifying aura shone on Zhaoyao. This place was really strange. On a spirit boat in the distance, a figure sighed. Lin Xian and the rest were also in this team. It was the team from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. They had finally arrived. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place left behind from the Antiquity Age. We've already flipped through the ancient books. It's very likely that the residence or inheritance of an ancient expert is buried here. At the very least, he was a great sage. Was this a cave left behind by a great sage? When the surrounding people heard this, they all took a deep breath. The great sage was an existence that everyone had to look up to. Even their paradise did not have many great sages, and they were all living fossils. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Now, if they could obtain the inheritance of the ancient supreme sage, their martial path would improve once again. Everyone was extremely excited, and even Xueqi was the same. Lin Xian was also surprised, and a smile appeared on his face. An ancient great sage? I hope you don't disappoint me. At this moment, quite a few people had already arrived at Mount Han. These people stood on different sides, exchanging greetings with each other. Then, he became vigilant. After all, they were all competitors after coming here. At this moment, someone below cried out in surprise. Look, more people are coming. They should be from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Many people looked over, and their gazes were like divine lamps that illuminated the world. As for Lin Xian and the others, their spirit boats continued to descend. When they finally arrived at the bottom, they felt the powerful icy aura around them. Many people gasped. It was really a terrifying place. No wonder ordinary saints did not dare to come here. After the experts from the Thousand Mountain Cave arrived, the other experts arrived as well. Even the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven and Qingqiu Grotto Heaven had come. In addition, there were also people from the Hauran Paradise. These people were not weaker than the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. So, when they arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the world. In addition to these paradises, there were also some other families. In short, there were many people who came. After all, it was a great sage, and it was something left behind by an ancient great sage. It was enough to tempt these paradises. Lin Xian looked around and found that the powerful families were even more powerful. For example, the Thousand Mountain Grotto had sent 8 Saint Kings. The weakest ones were all in the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. There were many peak Saint Venerables and half-step Saint Kings, and most of them were of the younger generation. It was easy to imagine how powerful they were. The other paradises were similar to them. However, the Xiling Paradise had sent 4 Saint Kings, which surprised countless people. The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto looked at the Xiling Paradise and snorted. After all, they knew that the Xiling Paradise had attacked their disciples before. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven swept their gazes across the entire place. They were the first to receive news of the fall of Sir Ling Su and the others. Later, they went to investigate and even found out about the Thousand Mountain Grotto. However, the Thousand Mountain Grotto did not give in. In the end, when they found out that it was Xialing Paradise who attacked first, the Xialing Paradise had no choice but to put this matter aside for the time being. However, they did not give up on the mysterious person. They felt that someone was targeting them, so this time they sent 10 Saint Kings. It should be foolproof. On their spirit boat, there was also a young man who looked similar to Sir Ling Su. His aura was even more terrifying. Although he was also a half-step Saint King, he was much stronger than Sir Ling Su. His aura was similar to Xueqi's. He should be at least as strong as Sir Yanjiu. This person was Sir Ling Su's brother, Sir Ling Tian. Feeling the gazes of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, the people from the Xialing Paradise also turned their heads. The leader of the group, an old man, laughed and said, "Friends from the Thousand Mountain Grotto, you are early, you are not slow either." The leader of the Thousand Mountain Grotto group was an elder. Elder Tian's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm. On the other side, the leader of the Xialing Paradise group was an elder. He was called Elder Jin Peng, a rare beast of heaven and earth. His strength had also reached the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm. As he spoke with a smile, he looked at Xueqi and the others. Then, he smiled and said, "This must be Princess Xueqi. I heard that she cultivated the Thousand Mountain Grotto's unique skill, the Dark Ice formula, and she has already reached the 6th level. Now that I have seen her, she is indeed extraordinary." It seemed that the laws in this cold mountain had improved. "Senior, you are too polite," Xueqi said indifferently. The people from the Xialing Paradise looked over and stared into the distance. Many people's eyes immediately shone with a cold light. This person was the legendary Heaven's favored daughter. Many people had heard of her name, but this was the first time they had seen her. Among them, Sir Ling Tian also saw her. What a peerless fairy. His lips curled into a smile. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. This was because their elders had praised the other party to remind them that the other party had cultivated the black ice technique, which was a terrifying technique. In this cold land, the other party was extremely powerful. They had to be extremely careful if they encountered him. The people from the other grotto heavens also came over to greet each other. They were all investigating the other party's information. At this moment, a beam of light streaked across the sky from afar. It was a demonic beast with its wings spread out. There were 2 people standing on top of it. They were like gods and demons. They were extremely powerful and even stopped above the grotto heavens. This shocked the experts from the surrounding families. Who are they? They didn't even put the grotto heavens in their eyes. Are they from another grotto heaven? They were all discussing this. The people from the 4 grotto heavens also frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. The Sage King elders also flew up into the sky. He even bowed respectfully to the 3 figures when he arrived at the top. This shocked countless people. They were all dumbfounded. The grotto heavens were the overlords of this land. There were actually people who could make them so afraid. Then, who are these 2 people? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was a man and a woman. Their bodies shone with boundless light, which blocked all soul detection. It was obvious that they had treasures on them. However, these 2 people looked very young, but they were both Sage Kings. This was really shocking. However, it wasn't enough for the elders of the grotto heavens to curry favor with them. At this moment, Xueqi said that she didn't expect the people from the Misty Peak to come. The Misty Peak. Lin Xian frowned. What is this? Is it more powerful than the grotto heavens? He asked in a low voice. Xueqi glanced at him and said, "You just came here, so you might not know about our land." The grotto heavens were the overlords. There were a total of 6 grotto heavens. In addition, there were many powerful families. These families were mostly from the 10,000 ancient races. However, their strength was still weaker than the grotto heavens. This was because the experts of these families had joined the grotto heavens. Therefore, the grotto heavens were stronger. The strength of the 6 grotto heavens was about the same. Above the 6 grotto heavens, there was another supreme existence, and that was the ethereal peak. If the grotto heavens were the sacred cultivation grounds of the 10,000 ancient races, then the ethereal peak would be the sacred cultivation grounds of the grotto heavens. Hearing this, Lin Xian understood. It must be an even more terrifying existence. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, even its heavenly grotto heaven was so terrifying. How terrifying was the misty peak? Xueqi didn't mention any specific information, so it seemed like Lin Xian would have to make his own inquiries in the future. However, he did learn another piece of news, which was that many geniuses from the heavens had joined the Misty Peak too. One of Xueqi's goals was to join the Misty Peak. Misty Peak? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. If he could join them, would he be able to break free from the suppression of the heavenly abode? At that time, he would descend as a disciple of Ethereal Peak. When he thought about it, those grotto heavens wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Even if he wanted to kill the Star Sage King, it would be even easier. As if she had guessed Lin Xian's thoughts, Xueqi said, "Don't think about it for now. You should stay by my side and help me set up the array." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Indeed, the most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. The others were also whispering among themselves. For example, 9th Young Master Yan, Young Master Ling Tian, and the others' eyes shone with a sharp light. Their goal was to join the Misty Peak and become a supreme existence. In the sky, the elders who had left also returned. The 2 figures stood in the sky and didn't seem to have any intention of coming down. As for the other 4 grotto heavens, they gathered together and discussed. "Alright, let's begin." Everyone took a deep breath. They knew that they would enter Mount Han next. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. His eyes shone with a sharp light that pierced through the void. Xueqi, who was beside him, was shocked. Even 9th Young Master Yan frowned. Many people looked over and Xueqi frowned. "Are you crazy? What are you trying to do?" The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. However, the killing intent in his eyes didn't disappear. He stared at the Violet Spirit Grotto. To be exact, he was staring at Young Master Ling Tian. There were many figures beside Young Master Ling Tian. They were all battle servants. These battle servants wore long purple robes. Their faces were covered by cloaks and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Lin Xian still took a glance at them. He realized that there was one person among them whom he was extremely familiar with. It was Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was caught as well. It seemed like she had also become a battle servant. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. If Fu Hongya was also captured, what about the others in Peerless City? Would they also become battle servants? He looked around and checked. When he found that the others weren't around, he calmed down a little. Of course, this didn't mean that the others had run away. Perhaps they didn't participate in this mission. Fu Hongya's face was expressionless. She didn't respond to Lin Xian's gaze. Young Master Ling Tian, who was in front of her, frowned slightly. He also turned around and looked at the battle servant. In the next moment, he sneered coldly. He saw that a battle servant was releasing killing intent toward him. He was stunned. A mere battle servant was like an ant in his eyes. He really didn't know what was good for him. If it wasn't for Xueqi standing next to him, he would have already attacked and killed him. "Who is that person?" Lin Xian asked. Xueqi looked ahead and said calmly, "Young Master Ling Tian has a younger brother called Young Master Ling Su. He's the one who tried to kill you." "Is it him?" Lin Xian remembered. It was that person's elder brother. Great. He wouldn't let him go. If he had the chance, he would send him to hell. Lin Xian removed the killing intent in his eyes and took a deep breath. He started to wait patiently. The Saint Kings of the 4 great grotto heavens started to work together to attack the seal. So many Saint Kings worked together and took out Saint artifacts. Some even took out arrays. They started to crack it. It was really earth-shattering. Even so, it took them a whole day to crack it. A big crack appeared in front of them. It spread out like a giant beast. The people in the surroundings all took a deep breath. Have they finally cracked it? Great! They can enter. the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven took the lead and entered. The people from Hauran Grotto Heaven and Qingqiu Grotto Heaven also entered. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven also took a deep breath and flew in. Behind them were the two people from Misty Peak, who were standing in the sky. Then, it was the people from the other clans and powerhouses. These people flew forward with uneasy hearts. They had thought that they would find all kinds of cavern residences and palaces inside, but they found that it wasn't the case. After they entered, they found that there was a big river in front of them, which blocked all their paths. Moreover, it was just like the sea, which stretched as far as the eye could see. What was so bad about it? They could just fly. A strong cultivator soared into the sky and flew forward. The others also prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the situation changed. The strong cultivator had just left and arrived above the big river when countless frost appeared on his body, and he turned into an ice cube. He fell into the river and disappeared. This scene stunned everyone. Even those who were about to move stopped in their tracks. The strong cultivator was a half-step Saint King. He was very powerful. However, he died in an instant. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see that person appear. So, they concluded that he must have died. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. They didn't expect that it would be so dangerous when they just entered. The Saint Kings also frowned. Did they have to leave? They looked at each other, and one of the Saint Kings even turned into a clone and flew out. In the end, he was frozen by countless ice cubes. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Even Saint Kings couldn't pass, many people were worried about how to cross. Even the two people from the ethereal peak frowned slightly. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked ahead. He found that there were countless ice cubes in the river. It was obvious that someone had come here before, and they all died here. His heavenly secret divine eyes also found that there seemed to be extremely terrifying laws in the surroundings. They were affecting this space. It was obvious that he couldn't take risks easily. If he had come alone, he would have been able to use his 9-yang divine body to defend himself. However, he didn't do so now. Moreover, a smile soon appeared on his face. It's here. Xueqi was stunned. She didn't know what Lin Xian meant by this. However, she also found out after a short while. Many lotuses floated over from the river in the distance. Those lotuses were blue, and they were made of frost. There were 10,000 lotuses, and they were about the size of a door. Those lotuses floated over from afar, and the people in the surroundings started talking. Could it be that they could only leave by using lotuses? Someone took a deep breath and jumped up. Sure enough, in the next moment, it continued to float into the distance along with the lotus. This scene caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Sure enough, these people began to move. Let's move as well. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven took a deep breath. Among them, 9th young Master Yan led a few battle servants to a lotus. He turned to look at Xueqi and said with a smile, "Xueqi, come with me. I will protect you." However, Xueqi shook her head and said, "There's no need." She and Lin Xian went to a lotus. Seeing this, 9th young Master Yan's face turned cold again. Damn it, he actually didn't give him any face. He stared at Lin Xian, his eyes brimming with killing intent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill this brat. In fact, he was not the only one who was surprised. The others were also surprised. This was because Xueqi was a peerless fairy, and she attracted countless gazes. Moreover, the other party's face was like an iceberg, as if no one could get close to him. However, at that moment, he had brought someone with him. Furthermore, that person was a young man. It was impossible for the crowd not to be surprised. When they saw that the young man was wearing the armor of a battle disciple, they were all shocked. They knew that he should be Xueqi's battle servant. Even so, many people were still envious of him. Some people's eyes even brimmed with killing intent. Xueqi didn't care about these gazes. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He had made so many enemies for no reason. However, so what, he had been fighting all this time and he had never been afraid. Moreover, these grotto heavens were too hateful. His friends and fellow disciples were all suppressed and turned into puppets. Even if these people didn't attack him, he wouldn't let these grotto heavens go. One day, he would trample these grotto heavens under his feet. When they reached the lotus started to walk on the water's surface. Lin Xian didn't know where they were drifting to. Moreover, he quickly discovered that these lotuses' trajectories were different. This meant that they were all different from each other. It seemed like these lotuses had separated all the large groups. This meant that the danger they faced had increased by several folds. Of course, Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. This was because they could use their advantage to their advantage. In the end, they reached the opposite shore. Then, they walked over. The surrounding aura was somewhat gloomy, and snowflakes appeared in the sky once again. An ice-cold aura pervaded the air, and as they walked, their feet were covered with frost. It seemed like even the laws were about to freeze. Xueqi didn't care about this at all. After all, the mysterious ice art that she cultivated was a peerless ice magical ability. The frost made her feel even more powerful. She was slightly worried about Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was just a middle-stage holy venerate. Even a late-stage holy venerate would have to use his full power here. This was why she shot out frost, intending to envelop Lin Xian and relieve some of the pressure on him. However, she discovered that Lin Xian was just standing there calmly. There wasn't even a speck of frost on his body. It seemed like he wasn't affected at all. This surprised her. What's going on with this guy's body? Why isn't it affected at all? However, she still enveloped Lin Xian with a layer of laws. Lin Xian was taken aback. He looked at her and thanked her. Although this guy was ice cold, he didn't seem like a bad person. Xueqi turned her head and said calmly, "Don't think too much about it. I just don't want you to freeze to death so quickly. After all, your formation is useful to me." Lin Xian shook his head. It was really cold. They continued to walk forward, and there were a few figures nearby who also walked up to them. When they saw that it was Xueqi, they wanted to invite her to form a team and explore together. However, Xueqi shook her head and rejected them. The others were helpless, and they could only continue on their own. After a short while, the sound of fighting could be heard ahead of them. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. The two of them also walked over. Soon after, they saw that the people in front of them had been stopped. There was a black-robed man in front of them, and his aura was extremely terrifying. It was a holy king. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. No, it wasn't a holy king. The other party was a half-step holy king, but he was holding a holy king weapon. What did this guy want to do? The black-robed man in front of them raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. Soon after, he laughed and said, "More people have come. Another one is a peerless fairy. It seems like my luck is really good. Now, hand over your storage rings obediently. I can give you a chance to live." Hateful. What kind of joke was this? The people in front of them were instantly angered. Their storage rings were basically all of their cultivation resources. Moreover, they couldn't hand over their secrets. "You've gone too far. Don't you know who we are? You have offended us. Even if you get them, you will surely die if you go out." The black-robed man laughed. "Do you know who I am? I have concealed my aura. Do you know who I am? As for this saint artifact, don't even think about it. This saint artifact has never appeared before, so you don't know my identity. Even if I kill you here, the grotto heavens and families behind you won't be able to find me. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it." After 10 seconds, I don't mind doing it myself. After he finished speaking, the Saint King weapon in his hand released an extremely terrifying aura. The expressions of those people in front of him became extremely ugly. Damn it, he's going too far. Everyone, let's attack together, as one of them roared, the 6 of them attacked together. Heaven and earth rumbled, and a terrifying aura tore the void apart. It made everyone's scalps go numb. However, the black-robed man in front of them sneered when he saw this scene. They were overestimating themselves. He waved the Saint King weapon in his hand. It was a long saber, and as the saber slashed down, the 6 figures were all sent flying, and their bodies were split open. One strike was enough to injure 6 experts. One could imagine how powerful this person was. Of course, he relied on the Saint King weapon in his hand, but no matter what it was useless. No one could compete with him. Boom, another strike fell, and the 6 people's bodies, which had just healed, were sent flying again, vomiting blood. The black-robed man said, "Did you see that? You'd better obediently hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than him." The expressions of the other people became even uglier. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. "You're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can sweep away everything with a saint artifact?" As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The black-robed man also raised his head and looked forward. Soon, he sneered. He didn't expect that there would be a peerless fairy here. The others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. "That must be the genius of the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven, Xianxia." Yes, they didn't expect that she would also come here. Could it be that she also has a Saint King weapon in her hand? That's possible. It's said that her identity is not ordinary. The people started to discuss. The black-robed man was also stunned. "So, you're the legendary Xianxia. Now that I've seen you, you're even more beautiful than the rumors say. You want to compete with me? Do you have a Saint King weapon? If you do, I can let you go. If you don't blame me," the black-robed man sneered. So what if the other party's identity was not ordinary? If he made a move here, the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven would not be able to find him. "I don't have a Saint King weapon, but I don't need a saint weapon to deal with you." Xianxia snorted coldly. Despair appeared in the eyes of the others once again. The black-robed man, on the other hand, laughed loudly. "No sacred artifacts? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? You're too naive. Where do you think this is? 1,000-mountain cave? Here, no one will give in to you." At this moment, the black-robed man's laughter suddenly stopped, as if he had been caught by someone. This was because a faint voice rang out. She was right. The Sage King's weapon was powerful, but it was not invincible. "I don't need a Saint King weapon to kill you." What? Everyone was stunned and turned to look. However, when they saw that it was only a battle servant who was only at the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm, they were all stunned. How could such a person dare to speak such arrogant words? His cultivation was probably the lowest among all of them. The black-robed man also stared at Xianxia. So it was just an ant. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you on your way first." He walked forward. The others retreated. They looked at Xianxia and shook their heads. However, no one helped him. Because they were not confident that they could fight against the black-robed man. Xianxia looked at the black-robed man and smiled. He said, "Are you sure you want to attack me? You can't bear the consequences." "Stupid brat, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Facing Xianxia, the black-robed man did not use a Saint King weapon. Instead, he directly stretched out a palm and slapped forward. In his opinion, there was no need to use a Saint King weapon to kill an ant. The others also cried out in surprise. They all felt that Xianxia was dead for sure. However, in the next moment, a roar sounded, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Everyone was stupefied. Was that brat dead? They looked over and realized that he was not. The black-robed man was the one who was injured. Half of the black-robed man's body turned into a bloody mist. Xianxia stood there with a cold smile on his face. How is this possible? What just happened? They were all stunned. The black-robed man was injured. The black-robed man's pupils contracted. He could not believe what had just happened. He roared crazily, and the bloody mist that filled the sky condensed back into his body. "Hateful brat, I didn't expect you to be a genius. You dared to plot against me. You should die." This time, he used a Saint King weapon in his hand. As the blade slashed down, the wind and clouds swirled. Even Xianxia's eyelids twitched. She could not help but want to attack. However, she discovered that Xianxia was extremely fast, and he managed to dodge the blade. At the same time, he stomped his foot, and countless arrays appeared in the surroundings, enveloping the whole sky. "Arrays? Can you contend against me?" The black-robed man snorted disdainfully. Xianxia did not intend to continue attacking. Instead, he stood there and said, "Do you want to live? If you want to live, then listen to me and cooperate with the arrays." What? A battle servant dares to order us around? The people in the surroundings were infuriated. Those who were able to come here were all top-notch geniuses or experts. Normally, they would laugh arrogantly in an area. However, they were now being ordered around by someone, and they could not tolerate it. However, Lin Xian said, "I will give you a chance. If you refuse, then don't blame me for not saving you." The people in the surroundings sneered. What a joke, they wanted to escape. They wanted to help this battle servant. This was why some people wanted to escape. Who wanted to escape? The black-robed man shouted angrily, and he slashed two people in half with his blade. Their souls were destroyed. The people in the surroundings were frightened, and they did not dare to escape. The black-robed man was still so powerful. However, Lin Xian said, "You have already lost your best chance. Since you don't want to attack, then I will do it myself." He waved hand signs, and a terrifying array surged out. 36 golden crows soared into the sky and shone brightly. They turned into a peerless sun that shone in all directions. Their terrifying aura melted the ice and snow in the whole world. When the black-robed man sensed this, he roared crazily and waved his blade to contend against it. His arm was numb. He realized that the other party's array was really powerful. Even if he could reach the other party was extremely fast, and he seemed to know spatial techniques. He could not hurt the other party at all. Therefore, he roared, "Kid, I will let the two of you go, and I will apologize for what happened before. How about we stop here? You go your way, and I will move my hands." Lin Xian said, "An apology is not sincere enough. I want half of your storage ring." The black-robed man was stunned, but he soon understood. He nodded. "Alright, I'll consider myself unlucky. I've kicked an iron plate. I'll give you half of the storage ring." Lin Xian withdrew the array formation, while the black-robed man waved his hand and looked at the others. "Since you don't want to hand it over, don't blame me for taking action." He attacked the other people. The rest of the people were stunned and shouted at Lin Xian, "Hero, save our lives." "That's right, young master, I beg you to help." Lin Xian sneered. "Didn't you guys look down on me and think that I'm a battle servant? Aren't you high and mighty and disdainful of helping me? What, now you're begging me, and I said it, I only gave you one chance. Since you didn't cherish it, then don't blame me." Everyone fell into despair. Some people gritted their teeth. They had already missed the opportunity once, so they didn't want to miss it again. Therefore, they directly threw their storage rings over. He immediately ran away. There were still some people who hesitated, and they were directly chopped into a bloody mist. In an instant, those people either fled or died. There were only 3 people left. The black-cloaked man, Xueqi, and Lin Xian. Xueqi was startled. She hadn't expected that Lin Xian would possess such an ability. The black-robed man took out half of his storage ring and gave it to Lin Xian. "This is for you, my friend." "How should I address you?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and said, "You don't need to know who I am. Because we are not the same kind of people. I'll let you off this time, but you'd better not meet me in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to settle the matter with just this storage ring." After Lin Xian spoke, he turned around and said to Xueqi, "Let's go." Xueqi nodded and walked over. The two of them then flew forward. The black-robed man stared at Lin Fan's back as he left. What an arrogant brat. However, the opponent's formation was extremely powerful. He had no choice but to look for other prey. After Lin Xian and Xueqi left, he asked Xueqi where they were going. Xueqi had told him to look for a place where the power of ice and snow was the most terrifying. There should be treasures there. He used his laws of ice and snow to sense it. Then, he said, "Let's go over there." The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. In front of them was an ice canyon, and beside the canyon were 2 ice sunflowers. These weren't ordinary sunflowers. They were 2 demonic beasts that were extremely terrifying. Judging from his aura, he was already a half-step holy king. At this moment, several holy venerates stood in the surroundings, preparing to attack the ice sunflower. Soon, someone walked out and used a peerless divine ability from the university. Terrifying light shone brightly, shrouding heaven and earth as it charged forward. However, the ice sunflower continued to sway, and the sunflower seeds flew out. Like flying swords of ice, they pierced through everything. It pierced through that person's divine ability. Not only that, but that person also vomited blood and was sent flying, several bloody holes appearing on his body. His body was sealed in ice, and he couldn't even use his strength. Seeing this scene, the others were also shocked. However, another person said, "Let's join hands." These people joined forces and prepared to step forward. Stop it. However, they had still underestimated the two sunflowers. These two ice sunflowers were truly too powerful. Their sunflower seeds seemed to have turned into tens of thousands of flying swords that swept through everything. Unexpectedly, half of the people were killed, while the other half were injured, and they quickly retreated. Damn it! The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't go over. It was too hateful. These people fled far away, gnashing their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this. Suddenly, they were taken aback, because they discovered that two more rays of light were flying toward them. Someone was coming. However, what could two people do? In this place, these two ice sunflowers were too terrifying, and they needed at least 4 half-step holy kings to suppress them. Xianxia looked ahead and spoke. That's right, there was a powerful ice element energy there. Moreover, there was someone else. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked ahead. Soon, he saw that a great battle seemed to have taken place in front of them. The two people were very fast, and after they descended, they saw many traces of a battle on the ground. There was also some blood. It was holy blood, which was extremely terrifying. The two ice sunflowers in front of them kept dancing. They even let out ice-cold laughter, which made people's hair stand on end. Foolish humans, you want to contend against us? You really don't know the meaning of death. Hurry up and get lost. The treasure here isn't something you can get. These two ice sunflowers spoke in human language. They were so arrogant. They were just two demonic beasts, yet they dared to be so arrogant. Before Lin Xian could say anything, another cold laughter echoed from the sky. Shortly after, 3 people descended. It was a young man, who had terrifying purple lightning on his body. At the same time, there were 2 battle servants behind him, and they were also extremely terrifying. The 3 of them were unexpectedly half-step holy kings, which was really shocking. That's great. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. Including Xianxia, there were 4 half-step holy kings. Perhaps they could suppress the 2 ice sunflowers in front of them. This fairy must be Princess Xianxia. I'm from the Purple Spirit Cave, and my name is Zilei. Why don't we join hands and kill these 2 demonic beasts? Then, we can take the treasure together. What do you think? The other people also wanted to join hands, but Zilei just snorted coldly and said, "Trash like you, get lost." He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning flew out, sending the 3 people flying. The other people were also frightened, and they quickly retreated. This person was too strong, and he was too arrogant. He didn't even give them a chance. He was really hateful. Xianxia frowned slightly, while Lin Xian said, "We won't join hands with you." What did you say? Zilei was taken aback, and he stared at Lin Xian. He laughed and said, "You are just a battle servant. What right do you have to speak here?" Lin Xian sneered coldly. Your Purple Spirit Cave attacked our 1,000 Mountain Cave, and now you want to join hands with us? What a joke. Sure enough, Xianxia also said that. That's right, I won't join hands with you. Zilei frowned. Princess Xianxia, you better think clearly. How can you suppress these 2 demonic beasts with your own strength? Even if you are also an ice element martial artist, so are your opponents. You don't have any advantage. Moreover, you actually listened to a battle servant's suggestion. How disappointing. Don't you think it's ridiculous? If you want to take the treasure, you can only join hands with me. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I will kill you." What did you say? Zilei was furious. He had never been challenged by a battle servant before. He immediately said to a battle servant beside him, "Go and chop off his head. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." A battle servant beside him walked over. He was also a half-step holy king, and he held a long spear in his hand. He was also an ice element martial artist. The sky was filled with ice, and it kept condensing. "You dare to attack my people? Have you thought about the consequences of your actions?" Xueqi furrowed her brows, and an ice-cold glint appeared in her eyes. "Princess Xueqi, our statuses aren't ordinary. There's no need for you to get angry over a battle servant." As he spoke, the saint with the long spear had already attacked. His spear pierced through like an ice dragon. The surrounding people exclaimed. They all knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. As for Lin Xian, he took a step forward. He sent a slap over. It was as if his palm had transformed into a sun that blossomed between the heavens and earth. The ice and snow that filled the sky disappeared. Boom, after one strike, the spear shattered. The half-step Saint King battle servant also spat out blood and flew back. His body was torn apart. His body was enveloped in divine flames, which burned continuously. The surrounding people were all stunned. He had killed a half-step Saint King with one strike. This kid's strength was too terrifying. Purple Thunder was also stunned, unable to react for a long time. How could there be such a terrifying expert? In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it. No wonder Xueqi had such an extraordinary status, yet she only brought one person with her. It turned out that she was a top-notch expert. It seems like I've still underestimated you. Princess Xueqi, you really have great means. But are you really not going to join forces with me? Xueqi was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but she assumed that if he wanted to defeat a half-step Saint King, he would have to rely on a formation. But who would have thought that the other party would be able to end the battle with a single palm strike? The strength of his physique was beyond her expectations. I told you to get lost, did you not understand? Lin Xian also walked out and stared at Purple Thunder. Since he wasn't leaving, then he might as well stay. He took a picture in front of him. Purple Thunder's pupils shrank. You're courting death, so what if the other party was strong? He was only a battle servant. Would he dare to make a move against him? Let's kill him together. Zilei roared as lightning surged from his body. The other person beside him also attacked. He turned into a gust of wind and tore through the void as he charged towards Lin Xian. Two half-step Saint Kings attacked together. Their power was terrifying. The surrounding people were all stunned. Unexpectedly, the people from the two grotto heavens came in and started fighting. In the distance, the two sunflowers coldly laughed. Foolish humans, they were actually fighting here. When the time came, they would be able to reap the benefits. The two men sneered. Xueqi also wanted to help him, but she discovered that the battle had ended very quickly. That was because Lin Xian's punch had sent that Saint King flying backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. His body was torn apart. Then, Lin Xian kicked out. There were endless flames on it. Other than that, there was no other power of law. It was the power of the divine body. On the other side, the purple lightning formed into a lightning spear. It was unparalleled, and the terrifying power of lightning carried a destructive aura as it pierced through the heavens and earth. It collided with Lin Xian's right leg. Everyone began to worry about Lin Xian. However, this time, the crowd discovered that nothing had happened. Lin Xian was unharmed, while Zilei was sent flying backwards. His body was also torn apart, and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and he stepped on the other party's body, crushing him beneath his feet. Do you think that you are superior and can look down on me? In my opinion, you are the foolish one. Shock, everyone was stunned. What is going on with this guy's body? Xueqi also opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. Zilei's mind went blank, and he roared crazily. This is impossible. I don't believe it, the three of them couldn't block this guy's attack. He was especially shocked, as he was being stepped on by someone. Damned lad, you dare to attack me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish his words, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm, shattering his face. Who are you? I don't care who you are. Today, even if you are a Saint King, you will still die. Boom, after he spoke, he stomped his foot, and his boundless divine body's power blasted him into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed in an instant. What did I do? What did I do? I unexpectedly killed a paradise's genius. Did I go crazy? They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered coldly, and he took their storage rings and weapons. Then, he shook his head. His current body was at the Saint King realm, and no matter how strong these half-step Saint Kings were, they couldn't contend against him. They couldn't even block a single strike from him. Did you just kill him? Xueqi was also surprised. Lin Xian said. I already told him to get lost, but he didn't want to leave. He wanted to die, so I sent him to hell. Xueqi was surprised. She felt like he wasn't a battle servant, but a top-notch genius. He was like the supreme existences of the Misty Peak, who could look down on everything. Come to think of it, the other party should also be an unparalleled genius in other worlds. However, it was a pity that he was suppressed by their paradise after he came here. No matter how strong he was, his future would be bleak. Lin Xian didn't think so, and he didn't say anything. He just said, okay, let's deal with these two demonic beasts. After he spoke, he walked forward, and a ball of 9 suns divine fire appeared in his hand. It was like a golden crow, and it kept revolving around him. The 2 sunflowers were also taken aback. This human is so strong, and his body seems to have surpassed that of a half-step Saint King's. The 2 sunflowers discussed this, and they snorted coldly. Lad, you are really strong, but you are still not a match for us here. Terrifying ice and frost emanated from their bodies, and the 2 sunflowers started becoming bigger and bigger. They turned into 2 giant creatures, and their terrifying auras became even stronger. Darn it! These 2 sunflowers were hiding their power. If they joined hands, they would be as strong as a Saint King. The people in the distance fell into despair once again. Even Xueqi wore a grave expression. Lin Xian said, it seems like our formation is about to appear. Let's attack. Xueqi nodded. Then, the 2 sunflowers started forming hand signs and setting up a formation around them. Their spell formations flew out. It was a heavenly steel formation, and it was specially used for suppression. After the formation was set up, 49 heavenly steel illusions appeared in the sky, and they suppressed everything. Die, the 2 sunflowers shouted angrily, and they waved their giant bodies, which seemed like saint artifacts, and they swept all around them. At the same time, they shot out sunflower seeds, which filled the sky, and they turned into tens of thousands of flying swords. The people in the surroundings still wanted to approach them, but they were instantly sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. It was impossible for them to participate in a battle of this level. On the other side, in the boundless snowy mountain, several people were surrounded by terrifying purple light, and it seemed like lightning could penetrate everything. After killing several demonic beasts in front of them, one of them furrowed his brows. It was a middle-aged man, and he waved his hand and took out a badge. At this moment, cracks appeared on the badge. When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Purple Lay was actually killed, damn it. Who did this to him? The middle-aged man was a Saint King. He formed a seal with his palms, and endless laws flew into the token. The broken token started to burn, and then turned into a blurry image. At the same time, purple light flashed in his eyes. He saw a figure surrounded by golden flames punching out, destroying everything in its path. Then, he said, it was this person who did it. He should be a fire elemental saint. Moreover, he already knew the direction of Purple Lay's death. Those people shouldn't have gone too far. Let's go quickly. This was a team of 5 people, and the leader was the Saint King. They quickly flew into the distance, while the others wore cold expressions. However, they dared to attack the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise. They would definitely make them wish they were dead. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xueqi were fighting the 2 sunflowers. One had to admit that the 2 sunflowers were really powerful. The flying swords they shot out were extremely terrifying, and there were so many of them that they seemed endless. What surprised Lin Xian even more was that the power of the 2 sunflowers didn't weaken. Instead, it continued to increase. It seemed that there was something that was providing them with power. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes as he set up the formation. Soon, he discovered that there was a stone in the canyon. The stone was as big as a millstone, and after the stone was broken, it formed many pieces. The biggest one was as big as a bowl, while the rest were as big as a fist, and some were as big as an apple. In short, they were scattered in a certain area. At this moment, the sunflowers were absorbing the power of the stone. At this moment, Xueqi frowned and said, "If I'm not wrong, there's definitely an Ice Soul Divine Crystal here. The two sunflowers must be borrowing the power of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. Hurry up and find it." The Ice Soul Divine Crystal was a supreme treasure for an ice elemental saint. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard that. He nodded. He naturally knew where it was. However, he didn't say it immediately. Instead, he secretly transmitted his voice to Little White. Back then, Little White, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad came together. Whitey followed beside him, while the Crimson Dragon and the Toad separated. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't know about their situation. After Whitey came out, she looked into the distance. His figure flickered and disappeared. Then, he hid in the void and disappeared. Not long after, Little White returned with the two largest Ice Soul Divine Crystals. The whole process was silent, and Xueqi didn't notice it. However, the two sunflowers discovered this because they felt that the Ice Soul Divine Crystals that provided them with energy had suddenly decreased. Immediately, they let out crazy roars. "Who was it?" Lin Xian said. "I've already found the location of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. Hurry up and go." Xueqi was delighted. "Is this true?" A smile appeared on her face. Then, a blue longsword appeared in her hand. He swung his sword forward. Lin Xian said, "I'll control the array. Go quickly." Lin Xian took over the formation and began to control it. The two sunflowers roared, wanting to intercept him. However, he was slapped by Lin Xian's palm. After Xueqi left, Lin Xian didn't conceal himself in the array. His divine body appeared, and terrifying flames caused the expressions of the two sunflowers in front of him to change drastically. They became alarmed. "Is this the aura of flames? Heavens, this should be the legendary divine flame. This is a super powerful body." Such a person was an extremely terrifying existence on the buried Emperor star. How could he be a battle servant? The two demonic beasts went crazy. "Who the hell are you?" they asked in alarm. Lin Xian said, "You don't know who I am. If you don't do anything, I'll spare your lives. Moreover, I'll ask her to leave a piece for you." The two sunflowers thought for a moment and said, "Fine." They didn't dare to attack him. This was because such a powerful body was their greatest restraint. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he nodded. He said, "Xueqi, leave a piece for them." Xueqi, who was below, had already seen the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was startled. However, she also left a piece for him. She put away the rest of the Ice Soul Divine Crystals. Soon, she arrived above. When she saw that the two sunflowers weren't fighting, she became confused. "What's going on?" Lin Xian, who had already put away his 9-yang divine body, spoke. "Perhaps they didn't want to fight after witnessing my strength. Since I've already gotten it, let's go." Xueqi nodded. Then, she took out a piece of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal and said, "This is for you. Although I know that you don't comprehend the laws of ice, you still put in a lot of effort. You should take it. Perhaps you can exchange it for other treasures after you leave." When Lin Xian heard this, he nodded and took it. He didn't care about it. After all, he had already taken away the two largest pieces of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. After all, Xueqi's Ice Soul Divine Crystals weren't even comparable to his. The two sunflowers put away the array and prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that several terrifying auras appeared in the distance. A Saint King's aura engulfed heaven and earth. At the same time, he roared, "Who dares to attack the purple spirit shaking heaven's people? Kneel down and accept your death." When these words were spoken, the people in the surroundings were so scared that they almost knelt down. It was too terrifying. A Saint King had come. Xueqi's expression also changed. "Not good. Let's leave quickly." They didn't expect that the purple spirit shaking heaven's people would come so quickly. Moreover, there was a true Saint King among them. No matter how strong the two of them were, they couldn't be compared to a true Saint King. The two sunflowers soared into the sky and flew toward the distance. However, at this moment, a palm engulfed heaven and earth and sealed everything. It seemed like the Saint King had attacked directly. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. Even the apex geniuses wouldn't be able to face such a terrifying power unless they had a Saint King's weapon. Only if they possessed a heaven-defying magical ability could they fight a Saint King. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to overcome this power and the suppression of the laws. Lin Xian set up an array formation, which was a spatial array formation. He immediately left this space and appeared on the other side. Then, he said, "You should leave first." "What will you do then?" Xueqi was taken aback. "This is a Saint King. Do you want to contend against him?" Lin Xian said, "My mission is to protect you. You should leave first." As he spoke, he used a spatial array to engulf Xueqi. Xueqi still wanted to say something, but her body had already disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes, however, shone with an extremely cold light. A Saint King? It just so happened that he wanted to see what kind of power his divine body had reached after it made a breakthrough. Previously, neither the sunflower nor the purple lightning could make him use his full power. In the sky, the Saint King from the Xiling Wonderland shouted angrily. "Do you want to leave?" He attacked again, wanting to attack Xueqi. In his opinion, Xueqi might be the one who attacked him. However, at this moment, a terrifying radiance burst out from below. It was as if a sun had descended to the world. Then, a golden figure charged out like a god of war. "Do you want to die?" When the Saint King sensed that the opponent's aura was not that of a Saint King, the palm in the sky fell down. A mere ant dared to go against him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, attacked aggressively. His fist seemed to have transformed into a peerless golden crow that soared into the sky. It collided with the opponent's palm. Boom! 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 When the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people in the distance knelt down on the ground. Their scalps went numb, and they almost fainted. After the attack, the terrifying palm in the sky was pushed back. The Saint King's pupils shrank. His body was so strong that it was not weaker than his. Who is he? His eyes could see through everything. However, at this moment, he saw the golden fist coming toward him again. "You want to die?" he roared and threw out two palms. He collided with the opponent again. After an earth-shattering sound, he was pushed back. The geniuses from the Wonderland behind him were also stunned. What the hell? Who is this person? Is he another Saint King? They did not dare to move forward. On the other side, the golden figure also rushed into the sky and disappeared. "Elder, who exactly is he? Do you know which Wonderland he is from?" the people from the Xiling Wonderland asked. The Saint King leading them looked cold. He did not seem to have the aura of a Saint King, but his body was not weaker than mine. "I don't know which side he is from. However, I think the people around us should have seen it. We should be able to find out after we collect their souls. Let's go." The four figures beside him flew into the distance, wanting to collect the souls. However, at this moment, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. They were like the eyes of a god, looking down. The terrifying eye technique was activated. Those who had watched Lin Xian's fight were instantly affected by the eye technique, and their memories were changed. Damn it, the middle-aged Sage King wanted to make a move, but the pair of golden eyes had already disappeared. His expression became even colder. Could it be that there was more than one person? Not only was there a person with an extremely strong physique, but there was also an extremely terrifying soul expert. Who exactly was it? On the other side, Lin Xian also flew into the distance. Previously, he had exchanged 3 palm strikes with the Sage King, allowing him to know his own strength. His current physique was definitely not weaker than a Sage King. Therefore, even if he met a Saint King in the future, he would be able to contend against them. This made him really happy. Lin Xian didn't immediately join Xueqi. After all, it would be best for him to act alone. With his strength, as long as a few saint rulers did not join hands, he would not be in any danger. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian flew towards a direction in the distance. At the same time, an extremely terrifying law of death emerged from his body and enveloped him. In this space, the great snow mountain was vast and boundless. Within the snowy mountain was a pagoda. Ice tower. The pagoda exuded an extremely mysterious aura as great Taoists intertwined within it. Obviously, this was a martial pagoda, and there were definitely supreme great Taoists within it. It was very useful for sage venerables to raise their law of death. It was also very useful for sage kings. At this moment, there were a few figures standing near the ice martial pagoda. These people's strength and auras were unusually strong. There were young geniuses, and there were also experts of the older generation. One of them had boundless arrogance in his eyes. He was young Master Ling Tian. Other than him, people from the other grotto heavens were also present. Green Hill Grotto Heaven, Vast Grotto Heaven, and some primordial tribe experts were also present. There were even sage kings present. These people gathered together and looked at the ice martial pagoda in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly. "Let's break the array seal in front of us together," young Master Ling Tian walked out and said coldly. There were 3 battle servants behind him, including Vhumad. Vhumad was expressionless as she followed behind young Master Ling Tian respectfully. Hearing young Master Ling Tian's words, the others looked at each other and nodded. Sure. These people attacked together and broke the array seal in front of them. Then, they walked into the ice martial pagoda. Not long after they entered, another figure descended from the sky. This person had an extremely strong aura of death. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the pagoda in front of him and was shocked. What a strong martial aura. The array seal had already been broken. It seemed like someone had entered. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He was not too late. His body swayed and he walked into the ice martial pagoda. After he entered, the cold aura inside became even more terrifying. Fortunately, with his divine body, he did not need to defend himself. Soon, he arrived at the front. The people in front of him had already stopped. This was because they realized that there was a huge statue there. It was emitting a faint blue light. It was carved out of ice crystals. At this moment, the statue was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was surrounded by a vast hall. Other than that, there was not much else. This surprised everyone. Could it be that there was no treasure here? Suddenly, they heard another aura coming from behind them. Someone had entered. Who was it? They had worked together to open the treasure vault and did not allow anyone else to enter. Immediately, many terrifying gazes turned to look behind them. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent. Those who were weaker would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian naturally felt the pressure too. He frowned and shouted coldly. He threw out a punch. The black palm shone with a golden light as it tore the void apart. Then, he came in front of everyone. This person was not simple to be able to avoid the pressure of so many people. Everyone frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure surrounded by black laws standing in the air. The cold aura on his body made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Young Master Ling Tian also turned around and frowned. He asked coldly, "Which grotto heaven or family do you belong to?" Hearing this voice, Lin Xian turned his head to look. When he saw that it was young Master Ling Tian, his face darkened. This was a good opportunity. If he killed young Master Ling Tian, he should be able to meet Vhumad. He said calmly, "I'm a rogue cultivator." A rogue cultivator? I'm not qualified to be here. Another person snorted coldly. This person was from the ancient race. He had a terrifying frost on his body. He was from the ice serpent race. Lin Xian stared at the person who spoke. It was a young man who was a half-step Saint King. Clearly, he was a genius from the ancient race. Lin Xian looked at him and suddenly smiled. In the next moment, he attacked. Boundless death precepts formed a sword of death and flew out. "You're courting death. You dare to attack me?" the young man bellowed and slapped out with his palm. Freezing cold covered the sword of death and froze it in midair. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Do you see that? The difference between us is that." Before he could finish speaking, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he felt a figure appear behind him. A palm had turned his body into a bloody mist. How could it be? When did the other party appear behind him? He was too shocked. However, he didn't have to think about it anymore because this palm had destroyed his astral soul. Lin Xian killed a half-step Saint King with a single palm. Then, he asked indifferently, "Now, am I qualified?" The surrounding people were shocked. This person was very terrifying. Moreover, his strength was too strong. It was really shocking. When the other members of the Ice Serpent clan saw this, they shouted angrily, "You're courting death." They attacked wildly. Ice arrows and ice blades flew over. However, Lin Xian suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a death vortex that emitted a terrifying aura. This made the Ice Serpent clan's faces turn ugly. "Alright, stop attacking. He's qualified to be here." At this moment, an elder said coldly. This elder had an unusually strong aura. It was as if he could suppress the world. This was a Saint King from Haren Grotto Heaven. Since a Saint King had spoken, the others didn't attack. Young Master Ling Tian glanced at Lin Xian and sneered. He didn't care if there was one more person. In his opinion, it didn't matter if there were a few more people. As long as it was a treasure, it would be his in the end. There seemed to be nothing on the first level. The surrounding people started to investigate and found that there was indeed nothing. At this moment, someone said, "There's a staircase. Let's go over." They walked toward the staircase, wanting to enter the second level. However, they found that there was a huge seal on the staircase. Was it another seal? One of the Saint Kings threw a punch at him. This was a Saint King from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Lin Xian had seen him before. He was called the Earth Holy King. He was an expert of the earth element. His strength and defense were extremely strong. His punch could definitely shatter a world. However, the seal didn't budge in the slightest. Was he that strong? Everyone was astonished. It seemed like they had to work together. Another two Saint Kings walked over and joined forces to attack. However, they discovered that it was completely useless. The faces of the crowd turned extremely ugly. Even with three Saint Kings attacking together, they still had no chance. At this moment, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. "Don't waste your energy, you won't be able to open it." What was the meaning of this? "Are you doubting our strength?" The three Saint Kings in front turned their heads and emitted a piercingly cold light. The void around Lin Xian kept cracking. Even though his current physique wasn't weaker than a Saint King's, being stared at by three Saint Kings still made him feel extremely pressured. He said loudly, "I'm not doubting your strength, but I'm saying that your method is wrong. I think that the key to entering the second level should be him." He pointed at the ice sculpture in front of him. The surrounding people also looked over. "That thing, are you sure?" The Earth Saint King asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. "He should be right. If I'm not wrong, this should be an array, and this ranked sculpture is the key to the array. Since that's the case, I'll just blast it away." The Great Earth Saint King threw out a punch. His strength was shocking. With a boom, the entire world began to shake and sway. However, the sculpture wasn't damaged. Damn it, was it really that sturdy? The Earth Saint King frowned. He took out a mountain-splitting axe. That was the weapon of a Saint King. At this moment, it exploded with endless power. He wanted to attack again. Lin Xian frowned. This guy was too crazy. The Earth Saint King was a very tall man. He was like a giant. Lin Xian looked at him and said with a frown, "I advise you not to attack." Since this was an array, then he had to follow the rules of breaking arrays. If he attacked rashly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, the others also said, "Enough, Earth Saint King, stop. Let's listen to what this guy has to say first." Lin Xian's entire body was wrapped in the aura of death. Moreover, when he spoke, his voice was hoarse. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, he wasn't a young man at all. He might be an expert of the older generation. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed an array. It shrouded the front. Suddenly, the ice sculpture shook non-stop. Countless laws of ice appeared around him and enveloped the surroundings. Soon, countless rays of light formed an ancient arena. It looked like a battle was about to start. Many people took a deep breath when they saw the scene. The Earth Saint King even said, "I'll do it." This guy's speed was really fast. Many people were surprised. In their opinion, if they won, there might be some mysterious reward. However, it was probably impossible for them to go up, because there was a change in front. After the Earth Saint King went up, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture in front of him. Then, with a crack, it cracked open. A figure walked out from inside. Roar, with a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. It was a blue demonic beast. Blue frost. Its cold gaze swept across everything. It looked like a lion, but it was even more peculiar. Its tail was like a meteor hammer. Moreover, its body was like a small mountain. There was a pair of blue wings on its back. When it spread out, the temperature of the entire space kept dropping. Even those half-step Saint Kings resisted with all their might. Even the Saint Kings frowned. How terrifying. It was actually a rare beast of heaven and earth. Lin Xian also looked carefully. Then, he frowned slightly. He realized that the other party was indeed very strong. It wasn't weaker than a Saint King. Moreover, it looked like this guy wasn't a normal rare beast of heaven and earth. It seemed to have been refined by someone. It was actually the Ice Snow Fang. This was a legendary demonic beast. It was really surprising to see it here. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat familiar. He turned around and then narrowed his eyes. It was a woman in a Taoist robe. She held a round fan in her hand and gently waved it. There was a mysterious aura all over her body. Lin Xian had seen this person before. She was Xianxia from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. He didn't expect her to come too. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Xianxia also turned around. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Shaking his head, he looked to the front. There were 2 figures standing in front of him. They were Earth Saint Kings, looking like dragon war gods. On the other side, Bing Shuafeng was even more terrifying. His body was emitting an aura, especially when he swayed his tail. Just when everyone was in shock and analyzing the battle, the Earth Saint King shouted. "What kind of mutated beast is this? How many years have you been freezing this place? You must be some kind of puppet. Go to hell." He threw out a punch. The powerful force, along with a monstrous aura, awakened Bing Shuafeng. So what if his opponent was strong? He was a Saint King. He was fearless. Bing Shuafeng's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He then roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Looking at the fist that was rushing towards him, he also slapped out with his claw. Wherever the blue claw passed, it froze the world. It also carried a terrifying aura of the law. Boom. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Then, both of them retreated. The Earth Saint King was shocked. Damn it, his strength is so strong. However, take my punch. As he spoke, he used the Earth Divine Fist. The terrifying law was displayed to the extreme. A layer of armor appeared on his body. It seemed like he did not intend to dodge. He wanted to charge forward with his strength. On the other side, Ice Snow Teeth also roared towards the sky. Endless ice and snow surrounded him, forming a terrifying ball of ice and snow. He charged forward. The power contained in the ball froze the entire land. Break, the Earth Saint King's attack was frozen in midair. The ice even spread to his body. His legs were frozen. Even his hands were covered in ice. It seemed like he was going to become an ice sculpture. At that moment, he took out his heaven-splitting axe and swung it forward. Boom, this attack was terrifying. It directly hit Bing Shuafeng's body. Bing Shuafeng was instantly sent flying and fell to the ground. It broke the void. A huge crack appeared on his body. However, no blood flowed out from it. On the other hand, Icefang raised his head and roared. The blue wings on his back suddenly flapped, and his speed reached its peak. He quickly charged towards the Earth Saint King. The entire Martial Path Pagoda was shaking under his attacks. How terrifying. This guy was crazy. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces became incomparably solemn. The Earth Saint King took a deep breath and gripped the sky-splitting axe with both hands. Then, a terrifying power of law surged out. Endless laws of earth appeared on his body and enveloped him. In fact, everyone felt as if the ground beneath their feet had come alive. A monstrous aura spread out in all directions. The soul of the earth. It seemed like this guy was going to get serious. The Saint Kings of the Grotto Heaven took a deep breath. Lin Xian looked serious too. As expected of a Saint King, he was really strong. Although his physique had reached the level of a Sage King, there was still a certain gap between him and a Sage King in terms of nomological laws and other divine abilities. He clenched his fists. He had to quickly increase the power of the great dragon sword soul and let it reach the Saint King level. At that time, he would truly be a fearless Saint King. Thinking of this, he secretly gave the 2 pieces of ice soul divine crystals to the great dragon sword soul so that it could quickly absorb the energy and improve. At this moment, the 2 people in front of him clashed again. The sky-splitting axe swept out in all directions, together with the power of the soul of the earth. On the other side, Bing Shue's body was covered in endless icicles, and the great path of frost filled the sky. The 2 great paths were constantly intertwining, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. Fortunately, the martial pagoda was very magical. Otherwise, if it was somewhere else, the entire world would have been shattered. It was a shocking battle. In the end, the Earth Saint King kept retreating, and endless rocks condensed on his body to form a battle armor. It protected his body. The soul of the earth even merged with him. The sky-splitting axe in his hand became dim. However, he managed to block the shocking attack. The storm in the sky was shattered by him. On the other side, Bing Shui was sent flying again. The cracks on his body were even more terrifying, and he was almost split in half. Ka, a blue ball of light appeared in his body and flew toward the Earth Saint King. Bing Shue's body was once again covered in ice, and he became an ice sculpture. What's going on? Is it over? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned, while the King of Earth looked extremely nervous. In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying power of the law coming from the ball of light. Moreover, there was no danger. His body swayed, and he grabbed the blue ball of light. Suddenly, endless great paths wrapped around his body. This was the power of the law, and they could obtain the power of the law by defeating the sculpture. Everyone's eyes were red. At their level, they could destroy the world with a raise of their hand, but it was very difficult to improve further. The resources and power needed were really too much. They might not even improve for a few hundred years. However, it was possible under special circumstances. For example, if they found some treasures in this ancient secret realm, they could save hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. This was a great opportunity for everyone. They did not expect the Earth Saint King to obtain it. Lin Xian was also surprised. He used the heavenly secret god eyes and saw that the Earth Saint King's law contained a layer of frost power. Obviously, this was the law power that he had just obtained. At the same time, the Earth Saint King saw the stairs in front of him shining. He walked forward. Everyone, I'm going to the second level. The other people's eyes were red, and they also followed. However, they were blocked. The Earth Saint King walked over. Damn it, we can't go up. The Saint Kings all turned their heads and stared at the ice sculpture. Only by attacking and defeating him would they be qualified to enter. In an instant, everyone went up the battle stage. Lin Xian naturally went up as well. However, everyone was worried. With so many people attacking together, who would win? However, in the next moment, they seemed to find that there seemed to be a barrier around them. There was a frost tooth in front of everyone. What a terrifying formation. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that this did not seem to be an illusion, and the power of each frost tooth was not weaker than the previous one. Boom, a great battle broke out in an instant. It was very terrifying. In an instant, many people were sent flying and vomited blood. These were all late-stage Saint Venerables and half-step Saint Kings. They originally thought that with a dozen battle servants attacking together, they could at least resist. However, they found that they could not resist at all. After a single move, they were sent flying and injured. This made them not dare to rely on the test anymore. They could only stay outside and wait with gritted teeth. It seemed that unless one was a true Saint King, it was impossible for others to pass. Some people gritted their teeth and turned to leave. They did not have the strength of a Saint King at all. Of course, some people stayed here. That was because their elders and experts were inside. Someone said, "No, there are a few of us who have not come out." "Are you talking about young Master Ling Tian? Although he's a half-step Saint King, I'm afraid that his methods are far from what we can compare to. It's even beyond our imagination." Also, Insu from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven did not come out either. Meng Hao from Haoran Grotto Heaven did not come out either. The young genius from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven did not seem to come. However, the Earth Saint King from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven was extremely terrifying. Everyone was discussing. Someone said, "Oh right, the mysterious person from before also seemed to have gone in and had not come out yet." These people were all waiting. In front of them, an endless storm of laws was set off. There was also a sky full of frost that covered everything. The people could not see clearly at all. They could only hear extremely terrifying auras clashing. Lin Xian looked around and found that this barrier was very mysterious. Even a Saint King could not see through it. This made him heave a sigh of relief. This was great. This way, he did not have any worries and could directly attack with all his strength. The icefang in front of him roared into the sky. The cracks that were shattered by the Earth Saint King had disappeared. This meant that the other party had indeed been refined by an even more terrifying existence, equivalent to a puppet guardian. Roar, the icefang roared, shaking heaven and earth. Its huge body charged over. It carried a storm that filled the sky. Its wings also carried a fierce aura. In an instant, the ground around Lin Xian froze, forming a layer of frost. Lin Xian was also frozen. Terrifying claws slapped over, wanting to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian sneered. The death precept on his body disappeared and was replaced by a ball of divine fire. The terrifying 9 suns divine fire instantly exploded, melting the frost in the sky and turning it into white mist. It danced between heaven and earth. As for him, he sent out a palm strike. The 9 suns divine palm collided with the opponent's claw. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian took 3 steps back, while Ice Snow Teeth was also knocked back. What a strong power, but so what? Lin Xian laughed heartily and charged forward. Previously, he had only exchanged 3 blows with the sage ruler of the Xiling Grotto Heaven. He then left. Now, he was truly going to make a move. His terrifying fists continued to swing as his powerful physique charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. After exchanging tens of thousands of blows, Lin Xian let out a hearty laugh. It had been a long time since he had fought someone like this. However, he also knew that it was time to end this. He took out the spear of great destruction and used the power of his divine body to complement this inherited weapon. He was probably extremely powerful. A single strike pierced through heaven and earth. Endless demonic chi shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At that moment, even the people outside were frightened. Who was attacking? Even the people in the other barriers also changed their expressions. What a terrifying demonic aura. There was also a terrifying power. Who was it? Even the sage rulers were extremely surprised. Finally, Lin Xian defeated Ice Snow Teeth. A blue light came out of Ice Snow Teeth's body. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and directly swallowed the power of the laws. The Great Dragon Sword Soul now urgently needed all kinds of power to improve. This power was amazing, great. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Such a battle should have consumed a lot of energy. However, Lin Xian sensed that his strength had become even more powerful than when he had entered. Great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. If he could reach the top of the pagoda. He didn't know how strong the Great Dragon Sword Soul would be. Thinking of this, his figure swayed as he walked out of the barrier and toward the stairs in front. At the same time, the golden flames on his body disappeared. What replaced it was the death fog again. Before him, a sage ruler had already entered. It was the sage ruler of Grotto Heaven. After him, there were also sage rulers who came out. For example, the sage ruler of the Ice Serpent clan and other sage rulers. There were a total of 6 sage rulers. Other than them, there were half-step sage rulers. Among the half-step saint kings, there were 3 people. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. The first was young Master Ling Tian. Although young Master Ling Tian was a half-step sage ruler, he had a sage ruler weapon in his hand. Not only him, but Meng Hao of Grotto Heaven and Yin Su of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven also had sage ruler weapons. Therefore, the 3 of them also successfully passed the first level. After obtaining the power of the laws, they continued to move toward the second level. When the 3 of them arrived, they found that there were already 7 people standing in front of them. 6 sage rulers and a mysterious person. Other than them, there were only the 3 of them. The other experts and geniuses were not qualified to enter. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them and revealed a look of surprise. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, the 3 of them should have used their trump cards. He guessed that they should be sage ruler weapons. 10 people, more than he had imagined. Including the second level, let's not be courteous, said the old man of Grotto Heaven in front of him. Their gazes were all focused on the front. There was also a large hall in front of them. Moreover, in the middle of the hall, there was also an ice statue. At this moment, as the crowd walked forward, the ice statue was constantly shaking. Then, countless cracks appeared on it, forming a barrier. Amidst the shattered ice, a figure walked out. When this figure appeared, everyone's expression changed. They felt an extremely terrifying aura sweeping over from the front. It caused everyone's bodies to stiffen. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous pressure. So powerful. The puppet guardian of the second level was probably much stronger than the one on the first level. It was a 3-eyed ice dragon from the Dragon Clan. Damn it, it was actually such a powerful existence. When the old man of Grotto Heaven saw this, his expression turned ugly. He said, "Hurry up and leave if you don't have the strength." After saying that, he looked at the genius of Grotto Heaven. It was Meng Hao. When Meng Hao heard the elder's warning, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Countless barriers appeared around them, enveloping them. Not good. The elder of Grotto Heaven's expression changed. He did not expect it to be so fast. He did not know how their people were doing. There was nothing they could do. Here, life and death were up to fate. Even if they were defeated, they should be able to survive. Thinking about how these people all had sage ruler weapons, they were not too worried. In the next moment, the sage rulers looked forward with cold expressions. Even if they wanted to defeat such an existence, it would not be easy. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? The guardian refined was too powerful. This pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and the second level was already so terrifying. They wondered how heaven-defying the higher levels were. Everyone's faces were extremely serious. Even Yin Su, Meng Hao, and the others took deep breaths. They knew that it was impossible for them to pass the trial. Hence, they decided to use all their strength to train themselves. Young Master Ling Tian's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. But soon, he broke into a grin. The 3-eyed ice dragon's aura and strength were very strong. It was much more terrifying than an ordinary initial stage Saint King. Hence, no one dared to underestimate it. Moreover, the dragon tribe was the leader of all monsters. It was the legendary divine beast bloodline. It was extremely powerful. Thus, the crowd all felt enormous pressure. The Earth Saint King took a deep breath. He looked extremely solemn. He also felt a sense of danger. He was very clear about his own strength. He was afraid that this battle would be very difficult. However, he still made his move. His eyes became sharp and the law of earth appeared on his body. In an instant, he used the vigor spirit. Then, a giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe slashed forward. The terrifying strength could split the world. On the other side, the 3-eyed ice dragon also made his move. He roared and the storm on his face turned into frost. He flew out. It collided with the mountain-splitting axe. Boom, with one blow, the Earth Saint King was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his hands. He almost couldn't even hold his own weapon. It was too terrifying. His opponent did not come. He only shot out a ray of light and it was already so terrifying. As for the dragon tribe, it was said that their physique was even more terrifying. If this continued, he would not have any chance of winning. As expected, he was injured even more severely. On the other side, the other 5 Saint Lights were also in great danger. Lin Xian stood there with a strange look on his face. The dragon clan, to be honest, if it were other monsters, he would not have any chance of winning this battle. After all, it was too powerful. It was far more powerful than the ice tooth from before. However, if it was the dragon tribe, it would be different. Up ahead, the 3 eyes of the three-eyed ice dragon looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Clearly, in his eyes, such an ant would not even be able to block a single ray of his frost light. Human extremely cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Before the other party could make a move, he had already used the dragon clan's breathing technique. A mysterious aura appeared between the heavens and earth. The three-eyed ice dragon in front of him was stunned. He felt an aura similar to his own. Was this person in front of him a dragon? He wasn't sure if he was still roaring. The light of frost came straight at him. Lin Xian used void escape and instantly dodged. A black hole appeared where he had been standing and was quickly sealed in ice. Most likely, even a Saint King would not be able to withstand this attack. However, Lin Xian relied on his spatial ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. Coupled with the dragon clan's breathing technique, the power of the great dragon sword soul was even stronger. Tens of thousands of dragon shadows coiled around his body. He was like a dragon god, incomparably powerful. The three-eyed ice dragon was even more confused. It roared at the sky, as if questioning Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the blue dragon horn. The voice of the blue dragon horn could be heard. The blue dragon horn could command the dragon clan. After the three-eyed ice dragon heard it, it changed. It seemed to be suppressed, a suppression that came from its soul. Although it had now become a puppet guardian, it was still a dragon. Under the blue dragon horn, its power was suppressed. This was a good opportunity. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and used the blue dragon horn with all its might. There was no suspense in this battle. As expected, the power of the great dragon sword soul and the unparalleled secret technique were fully activated. The blue dragon horn showed its power. The three-eyed ice dragon did not attack. The frost on its body condensed again, forming an ice sculpture. Lin Xian succeeded in passing. He breathed a sigh of relief and put away the blue dragon horn. Lin Xian walked out. Then he entered the 3rd level. He actually went in. Insu exclaimed. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. The 2 of them had been beaten out earlier. At this moment, they were waiting in the distance. When they saw Lin Xian come out, they were extremely surprised. He was the first one to come out. It was completely inconceivable. How could this person be so terrifying? After all, the strongest of the 6 Saint Kings was the old man from vast heavenly grotto heaven, who was very close to the mid-Saint King level. Next to him was the Saint King from the Divine Mammoths. After him were the Earth Saint Kings. They guessed that the elders from vast heavenly grotto heaven had come out earlier. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Was it really that mysterious person? Rumble. It was at this moment that a huge boom rang out. Next, a figure was sent tumbling backward, coughing up blood. It was Saint King Ice Snake. Meng Hao and Insu were both shocked. Had a Saint King finally been defeated? Saint King Ice Snake was a middle-aged man, and his face was as pale as death. Damn it. Damn it. Truth be told, he was very strong. Unfortunately, he was an ice snake. He was of the ice serpent race, and when he encountered the ice dragon race, his bloodline and soul were naturally suppressed, and he could not use his full strength. Therefore, he was defeated. Following that, more and more Saint Kings were defeated. They were not willing to accept this result. However, they were all seriously injured, and could only grit their teeth. They wondered who would pass in the end. Saint King Ice Snake frowned. On the other side was Saint King Blackhawk, who radiated boundless killing intent. My guess is that there are at most 2 people who passed. Elder Howren is one of them. Other than him, the divine mammoth sacred king might have succeeded. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao said, "Seniors, the mysterious person has already passed the 3rd level." What? Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the Saint Kings changed. Someone had already successfully passed. Damn it, who the hell is that mysterious man? I don't seem to sense the aura of a Saint King on him. Could it be that he was hiding his true power? This person is terrifying. If we run into him in the future, we'll have to be careful. The Saint Kings began to discuss the matter. It was at this point that Elder Howren let out a roar and charged out immediately. He did it. Meng Hao clenched his fists in delight. After emerging, Elder Howren entered the 3rd level. Not long after him, another tall figure appeared. His power was even more terrifying than that of the Saint Kings in the grand competition. He was Saint King God Mammoth, a member of the 10,000 primeval tribes, and possessed an extremely powerful bloodline. He also emerged from the 3rd level. However, he didn't seem to be in a good condition. His blood was stained, and he seemed to be seriously injured. Despite that, he had succeeded. Obviously, he had benefited greatly from this. Before long, Saint King Earth King was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Although he had been able to hold on for so long, he had reached his limit. There was no way he could defeat the 3-eyed ice dragon. Damn it! The Earth Saint King gritted his teeth. If Elder Xianxia was here, he would definitely succeed. Elder Xianxia was a mid-stage Saint King. However, he was not in this area. They should have all come out. Elder Ice Snake looked around. However, Yingsu did say that there was one more person, Ling Tian. That guy was still inside. What? He was also inside. The Saint Kings were stunned. They were no match for it. How could a young man like Ling Tian block it? These people looked ahead in disbelief. In the area ahead, Ling Tian's face was pale. His body was covered in blood, and he held a purple scroll in his hand. This was the weapon of a Saint King. He was no match for the 3-eyed ice dragon at all. Logically speaking, he should have been eliminated long ago. However, he was still standing here at this moment. Young Master Ling Tian was not defeated because there was a figure standing in front of him. It was a person wearing battle armor. This was the battle servant's battle armor. This time, young Master Ling Tian brought 3 battle servants. Among them was Fu Hongye and the other 2. This person was one of them. This battle servant was not ordinary because he was a Saint King, and a very powerful one at that. Young Master Ling Tian was the top genius of Xiling Grotto Heaven. His grandfather was also a supreme elder. Moreover, he was very terrifying. His cultivation had reached the Great Saint Realm, but he was 3,000 years younger than the other supreme elders. It could be said that there was a possibility of further advancement in the future. Therefore, Ling Tian's identity was naturally not ordinary. Among his battle servants, there was a Saint King. At this moment, it was this Saint King who blocked the attack in front of him. In the end, this Saint King battle servant even defeated the 3-eyed ice dragon and won. In front of him, a blue light of the Great Tao appeared again and enveloped young Master Ling Tian. Then, his power of the laws also increased. Then, he walked out and walked towards the 3rd level. No way, did he really succeed? Outside, those who had failed were also very surprised when they saw the scene. How on earth did this brat succeed? No one knew. On the 3rd level, Lin Xian stood there. His eyes flashed as he looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. He did not act rashly. The 3-eyed ice dragon on the 2nd level was already so powerful. The guardian on the 3rd level would probably be even more terrifying. After waiting for a while, he noticed that someone had come up. It was an old man. The old man from the vast sky grotto heaven was stunned as well. He originally thought that he was the first to arrive, but he realized that Lin Xian was already here. Not long after that, another tall figure walked over. His body was injured. It was the statue Holy King. When he arrived, he was equally surprised when he saw the 2 of them. "Your Excellency, you're truly skilled. May I know who you are?" The elder of the Howren Grotto Heaven asked once more. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Sage King God Elephant frowned. It seems that only the three of us have passed. I wonder if the three of us can join forces. Before he could finish, footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a fourth figure appeared. The three of them turned their heads. Who was it? Was it the Earth Saint King or some other saint? However, when they saw that it was a young man, they were all stunned. It was him. Lin Xian was also surprised. It was actually young Master Ling Tian. At this moment, young Master Ling Tian had 3 battle servants behind him. There was a smile on his face. How did this guy get up here? The 2 Saint Kings were surprised. Lin Xian was surprised. He had some ability. Compared to his younger brother, young Master Ling Su, he was much stronger. However, since he dared to make Fu Hongya a battle servant, Lin Xian wouldn't let him off. Alright, let's begin. Lin Xian said coldly. He walked forward. The other 2 Saint Kings also took a deep breath. Young Master Ling Tian also walked up. When they got onto the battle platform, the ice sculpture in front of them cracked again. Then, a guardian walked out. It was a huge ant. Its entire body emitted a metallic luster. With a light wave of its claws, the heavens and earth immediately collapsed. Seeing this scene, Elder Howren sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, it was actually the legendary heavenly horned ant. It was an extremely terrifying exotic beast. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Everyone's expression became even more unsightly. The heavenly horned ant was even more terrifying than the 3-eyed ice dragon. However, since they had already reached this step, it was impossible for them to admit defeat directly. They had to give it a try. After Ling Xian arrived, his expression was also serious. He guessed that such a terrifying demonic beast was at least a mid-stage Saint King. He couldn't fight against it. Therefore, he didn't plan to continue. Instead, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked into the distance. He was looking for young Master Ling Tian. Since he couldn't defeat the Guardian, then Lin Xian had to see Fu Hongya. At least, he had to break the seal in Fu Hongya's body. There were a total of 4 barriers in the sky. Soon, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. These barriers were mysterious. Even Saint Kings couldn't see through them. However, his heavenly secret divine eyes weren't affected. He realized that young Master Ling Tian was actually beside him. In other words, as long as he broke the barrier, it would be fine. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. Although this was the only space-type mystic ability he knew, he had already mastered it to the acme of perfection. In addition, the power of the great dragon sword soul had increased. Therefore, he directly came to the spatial barrier where the other party was. When Lin Xian came out, young Master Ling Tian was startled. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. It's you. How did you get in? He was also very nervous about this mysterious person. Previously, he didn't care about him. However, since the other party could come here, it meant that the other party was definitely a Saint King. Why? Do you want to attack me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Young Master Ling Tian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and 3 people walked over. The one at the front released an extremely terrifying power of laws. Lin Xian was surprised. It was actually a Saint King battle servant, no wonder you could come here. Indeed, the most powerful battle axes of ordinary top geniuses were only half-step Saint Kings. He didn't expect that this kid would have a Saint King battle servant. It seemed that he was a Saint King from another world. After coming to the buried Emperor Star, he was suppressed. Although I don't know who you are, I can feel your killing intent towards me. However, since you dare to go against me, I can only say that you don't know the difference between life and death. Kill him. Young Master Ling Tian waved his hand and the 3 battle servants directly attacked. Among them, the battle servant Saint King was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian felt the threat. He didn't take it head-on. His body shook and he directly dodged. Then, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda. He put the Saint King and the heavenly horned ant inside. Damn it, what did you do? Young Master Ling Tian was stunned. The Saint King had disappeared. That strange beast had also disappeared. Only they were left. He had to face it alone. How could he be a match for a mysterious Saint King? He said, "Don't mess around. Let me tell you, my grandfather is the Grand Elder. If you attack me, you'll be completely offending the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. The consequences are not something you can imagine. Leave obediently now and release my battle servants. I can pretend that nothing happened." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped and his entire body flew high into the air. His face was smashed. Then, he was stepped onto the ground by a foot. "Damn it, how dare he hit my face? Damn it, who are you? Why are you doing this?" He roared crazily. "Have I offended you?" Lin Xian sneered. "I just want to attack." "Why? Are you unhappy?" As he spoke, he attacked continuously and completely smashed the other party's face. In fact, he even smashed the other party's body. A bloody mist condensed in the sky and the other party was terrified. "Damn it, if my grandfather catches you, he'll definitely not let you off." "Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted and directly activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, locking the other party's soul and sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. "I'll let you suffer a little." Lin Xian did not kill him, but he did not let him off either. He spared his life because of Fu Hongya. At this moment, young Master Ling Tian could not resist at all in front of Lin Xian. His soul entered the cycle of reincarnation to be punished. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the other two battle servants and attacked them directly. He waved his hand and cast a yin-yang image, suppressing one of them. Then, he looked at Fu Hongya. The 5 elements laws flew out and formed a 5 elements mountain that enveloped Hongya. Then, Lin Xian walked up and said, "Hongya, it's me." Fu Hongya roared crazily. His eyes were red and the killing intent on his body kept erupting. Even though he was suppressed by the 5 elements mountain, he fought back crazily and cracks appeared on his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed and waved his hand, causing the other party to fall into a deep sleep. Lin Xian discovered that there was indeed a seal in Fu Hongya's body. It was also a life and death curse, but the arrangement of the runes was different. Therefore, the way to break it was different. This was probably the difference between grotto heavens. However, to Lin Xian, it was all the same. He immediately unleashed the great dragon sword spirit to break through it. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had gone through the energy of the first and second layers. In addition to the ice soul god crystal from before, its might had become even stronger than before. Therefore, Lin Xian was even more powerful. He was also much faster at deciphering them. Of course, even so, Lin Xian still spent 2 days to completely remove the life and death curse in Fu Hongya's body. Then, he used his heavenly secret god eyes to carefully check again. After discovering that there was no danger, he used the great dragon sword spirit to form a fake life and death curse and placed it in the other party's body. He infused his power to wake Fu Hongya up. After Fu Hongya opened her eyes, she looked around cautiously and said, "Senior brothers, junior brothers, run." However, he realized that there was no danger around him. What's going on? Was he dreaming? However, when he saw Lin Xian, he exclaimed, "Young martial uncle, it's you. Everything's fine now." "That's great. Are we safe now?" Lin Xian said, "No." He told her everything that had happened. After hearing that, Fu Hongya said, "No wonder. Why do I feel like I can't remember anything? I've become a battle servant, a puppet." She was really scared. If Lin Xian hadn't met her, she might have been a puppet for the rest of her life. "How are the others?" Lin Xian asked. Fu Hongya shook her head, "I'm not sure either. The situation back then was too dangerous. Moreover, there were too many enemies. Everyone was separated. I was suppressed by the Sage King. However, I know that Shangguan Xiaoxian and Lu Yuan are also in Xiling Grotto Heaven. That's because the 3 of us were put under the life and death curse together." After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He already knew the whereabouts of the 3 of them. He wondered how the others were doing. He also wondered if Qingqing and Qiu'er had left. Fu Hongya asked, "Young martial uncle, how is master? Has he been suppressed as well?" Lin Xian said, "No. He left." I'm now in Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. Nominally, I'm a battle servant. However, I've already removed the life and death curse. I've also removed your life and death curse. What do you plan to do now? Lin Xian asked. He looked at Fu Hongye and said, you have two choices. First, I'll kill Ling Tian. Then, you'll be free. You can go somewhere else to cultivate and come back when you're stronger. Second, you can be like me and pretend to be a battle servant. You can use Xiling Grotto Heaven's cultivation resources to strengthen yourself. When the time is right, you can leave. However, this way, I won't be able to kill Ling Tian for now. Fu Hongye thought for a moment and said, I'll stay. He wasn't familiar with the buried Emperor star. If he went elsewhere, he might be suppressed again and become a battle servant. He might as well stay here. After all, he was no longer threatened by the life and death curse. Moreover, he could use the cultivation resources here to cultivate. As for Ling Tian, he said, I'll personally kill this person. All right. Lin Xian nodded and said, I won't kill him. However, I won't let him go so easily either. He waved his hand and endless laws, including a black rune, appeared. What's this? Fu Hongye was stunned. Lin Xian said, Great Saint Corpse Poison. When I expelled the poison from those Saint Kings, I left some behind. Firstly, I want to study it. Secondly, it might have an unexpected effect. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and injected the drop of Great Saint Corpse Poison into young Master Ling's body. Then, he said, it won't take his life, but it won't make him feel good either. Alright, you should be careful from now on. He stood up and retracted his eye technique. At this moment, young Master Ling had already fainted. His soul had been tortured for over 1,000 years and had long been seriously injured. Coupled with the Great Saint Corpse Poison, even if he didn't die this time, he would be seriously injured. He might even become a cripple. Lin Xian took out the Great Saint Pagoda and released the Heavenly Horned Ant and that Saint King. That Saint King was already on the verge of death. He wanted to escape from the Great Saint Pagoda, but he realized that he couldn't break it at all. This was the weapon of a great saint. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break it open. Therefore, he could only dodge the Heavenly Horned Ant's pursuit. But even so, he was still seriously injured. Lin Xian snorted coldly. After releasing the two of them, he left. He walked out of the barrier. On the other side, the divine statue Saint and Elder Hauran also left. Of course, they both failed. The two of them looked forward. There were still two people who didn't come out. They wondered how that mysterious person was doing. And Ling Tian, why was that guy so strange? How could he last for so long? Suddenly, they realized that the mysterious man had walked out. He did not continue to the 4th level. It seemed like he had failed. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. If the other party succeeded, it would be too heaven-defying. After Lin Xian came out, he did not stop. With a flash, he flew down. He left the pagoda. At the same time, a few other figures also flew out. It was young Master Ling Tian and the others. However, young Master Ling Tian's situation was not good. His face was pale, and there was even a mysterious black aura around him. After coming out, the Saint King battle servant roared at the sky. Ah, damn it. Young Master, how are you, damn it. The aura on his body was terrifying. However, the saint blood made one's scalp numb. Sensing this aura, Elder Hauran's face changed. It was actually a Saint King. No wonder Ling Tian could come here. It turned out that he had brought such a terrifying existence. The two of them immediately understood. However, even if that was the case, Ling Tian would still be heavily injured. The Saint King battle servant raised his head and said, "Where is the mysterious man? Where did he go? He actually dared to beat young Master Ling Tian to such a state. My purple spirit grotto will not let him go." What? This guy was not beaten by the Heavenly Horned Ant, but by the mysterious man. What kind of joke was this? How could that guy pass through the barrier? Damn it. The battle servant crushed the token on his body and quickly gathered the people of Purple Spirit Heaven. Not long after, the people of Purple Spirit Grotto arrived. When they found out that young Master Ling Tian was severely injured and even poisoned, all of their faces changed. Young Master Ling Tian's identity was extremely terrifying. If he were to die here, his grandfather, the Supreme Elder, would definitely be infuriated. All of them would suffer. Therefore, these people said to take out pills to save young Master Ling Tian first. Everyone stopped searching for treasures. These people were incomparably nervous. The people of other grotto heavens were even more shocked. Young Master Ling Tian was heavily injured, especially Elder Howren and the others, they were even more shocked. That mysterious man was too terrifying. He actually dared to do such a thing. How did he do it? In an instant, the people of Purple Spirit Grotto frantically searched for that mysterious man. However, Lin Xian had already left. After he left, he changed his aura. He had 10 types of laws. After putting away the law of death and releasing the law of 5 elements, the situation instantly changed. Even if these people turned the world upside down, they probably wouldn't know that he was the one who did it. Although he had only gone to the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's harvest was not small at all. First, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had been upgraded. Then, he had saved Fu Hongya. He was very satisfied. Next, he flew again in search of other places. It could be said that there were indeed treasures in this place. However, it was also extremely dangerous. Many people had died here. In the past few days, Lin Xian had seen quite a few battles, and there were even Saint Kings among them. He ignored all of them. There was another intense battle ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he frowned slightly. He wanted to change direction and continue flying. However, at that moment, the people below also sensed his presence. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. "Are you from the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Hurry up and help," it shook the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was stunned and looked down. In the next moment, he saw that there were people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto among the people fighting below. Moreover, the leader was a Saint King. It seemed that it was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he quickly descended. Opposite him were the experts from the Purple Grave Grotto and a few ancient clans. They were extremely nervous when they saw someone coming. Are the experts from the Thousand Mountain Grotto here? However, when they saw that it was only Lin Xian who came down, they were all stunned. Then, they sneered. It was just a battle servant, and a Saint Venerable battle servant at that. There was no difference between him and an ant. "Chen Su, do you want to use such a person to help you?" What a joke. The leading expert was called Elder Chen Su. At that moment, he was also frowning slightly. He said coldly, "Why are you here alone?" Lin Xian said, "I was following Princess Xueqi. However, I was chased by a Saint King from the Purple Spirit Grotto, so I let Princess Xueqi go first. Later, I brought that Saint King to 2 powerful demonic beasts. Only then was I able to escape." Was it the Purple Spirit Grotto again? Elder Chen Su's expression darkened. It seemed that he could not defeat them today. "Let's go." The people in front sneered. "Do you think it's possible for you to escape? It's impossible for you to not hand over something today. Hand over the treasure you've found, and give me all your storage rings. I can consider taking your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The people in front were extremely powerful. Whether it was the number of Saint Kings or the number of half-step Saint Kings, they had the advantage. It was not easy for the Thousand Mountain Grotto to fight for so long and still hold on. Lin Xian did not plan to attack. Although he was powerful and had formations, he did not plan to show them. Just as everyone was in a difficult position, another voice came from afar. Then, the earth shook, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. "Who dares to attack the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto?" With a roar, the earth split open, forming an endless canyon. The surrounding people's expressions changed. On the other hand, the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were delighted. Among them, Elder Chen Su exclaimed. It was the Earth Saint King. Great, a figure came from afar like a god of war. The earth seemed to come alive under his feet. He brought him to the front in an instant. On the other side, the people of the Xiling Grotto exclaimed. Even the people of the ancient race looked cold. They naturally knew that the Earth Saint King was an expert of the earth element. He was very powerful and had boundless strength. His defense was strong, and he was a difficult opponent. Now that the other side had an additional Saint King, the situation would be different if they continued fighting. Therefore, the people of the Xiling Grotto said, "You are very lucky. Let's go." The leading elder waved his hand, and those people quickly left. "Damn it, we can't let them escape. Chase them." Elder Xianxia shouted angrily. They had suffered a lot before. Now that the Earth Saint King was here, they could take revenge. However, the Earth Saint King stopped them. "Forget it, don't chase them." "Why?" Elder Xianxia wanted to ask more, but the Earth Saint King's face turned pale. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What happened? Are you injured?" Elder Xianxia was shocked. The others were also very nervous. Who could injure a Saint King? Moreover, it was a Saint King with such strong defense. "I'm fine. I came across a martial pagoda and went in to look for opportunities. I was injured by the guardian of the pagoda." The Earth Saint King took out an elixir to heal his injuries. At the same time, he briefly explained what had happened. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Elder Xianxia said the same thing. "Did you say that Ling Tian was severely injured and his life was uncertain? Who on earth was that mysterious man? No matter who he was, it would be great." The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were being arrogant now. They all laughed. They did not know that the mysterious person they were talking about was right next to them. "Hurry up and heal your injuries. We'll meet up with Princess Xueqi and young Master Yan." Elder Xianxia waved his hand and took out a saint weapon. He then led everyone away quickly. It turned out that after Xueqi and Lin Xian left, she went on her own and met young Master Yan and the others. She had no choice but to stay there for the time being. Later, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven found an ancient cave with a powerful seal. Obviously, there were unimaginable treasures in it. However, it also attracted other experts. Therefore, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven summoned other experts and gathered them quickly. They were searching for the ancient cave. After flying for about 3 days, the saint weapon landed and a group of people walked out. A cold voice came from the front. "Who is it?" "It's me." Elder Xianxia took out a token. It shone brightly with the image of thousands of mountains on it. The people in front heaved a sigh of relief. Then, 2 middle-aged men walked out. They said, "You're finally here. How's the situation?" The group asked as they walked. "The seal is very powerful. We can't break it in a short time. Moreover, the people of other grotto heavens will discover it as time passes. It's not good for us." At this moment, another group of people walked out from the front. The leader was young Master Yan. When young Master Yan saw the 2 Saint Kings, he smiled. However, when he saw a figure in the group, he immediately frowned. "It's you." "Great." A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to order the Saint Kings to kill Lin Xian, Xueqi walked out from behind. He furrowed his brows, but he didn't issue any orders. After all, he didn't want to have a falling out with Xueqi. When Xueqi arrived and saw Lin Xian, she was overjoyed. "Are you all right?" "That was great." "How did you escape the pursuit of the Saint King?" This scene stunned everyone. Was this still the incomparably cold ice mountain fairy? Everyone was in disbelief. It should be known that Xueqi was always ice-cold and expressionless. She never worried about anything. But now, he was actually worried about a battle servant. They felt as if they were dreaming. The saint rulers all frowned. They felt that something was not quite right. As for ninth young Master Yan, his face turned extremely ugly, and an extremely cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He had already treated Xueqi as his woman, so he didn't allow anyone to get close to her. But now, Xueqi was actually so concerned about a battle servant. This filled him with killing intent. He would definitely not let this brat go. If he had the chance, he would personally kill him. Lin Xian frowned as he felt ninth young Master Yan's murderous intent. He sneered in his heart. Would ninth young Master Yan let him go? He also wouldn't let him go. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind sending him to hell. As Lin Xian looked at Xueqi, who was in front of him, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I used the 2 sunflowers to obstruct the Saint King. So, I left." Xueqi didn't doubt Lin Xian's words. After all, she didn't believe that Lin Xian alone could contend against a Saint King. At this moment, Elder Chen Su frowned and asked, "Princess Xueqi, what's so special about this battle servant?" Xueqi was taken aback. Soon after, she realized that she had been too worried. She didn't seem like someone who would treat a battle servant. Elder Chen Su took a deep breath and regained his composure. He then said coldly, "He's not ordinary. His formation skills are extremely high. With him here, we can break the seal." "What? Is this really the case?" The Saint rulers were taken aback. If this was the case, then Princess Xueqi's behavior could be explained. "Brat, are your formations really amazing? Let's quickly come and take a look." The elder in front of them couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia walked forward and observed the formation. He then frowned. The formation was extremely complicated. It was built with the 5 elemental laws as its foundation. The people in the surroundings were also taken aback. They had studied it for a long time, but they didn't expect that this brat would be able to see through it so quickly. It seemed like this brat was really an expert in formations. Someone asked, "Is there a way?" Lin Xian nodded and said, "There is a way." But what?" Another elder asked. His name was Golden Wind Saint King, and he was 9th young Master Yan's protector. Lin Xian said, "There is a way to break the formation. But, the process of breaking the formation and the energy required are too great. With just our paradise, it will be very troublesome. Even if we break the formation, we will consume a lot of energy. When other paradises come, it will be difficult for us to resist them. So, I think that it's better to spread the news and let other experts use their power. Break the formation quickly." "Brat, do you know what you are saying? Are you trying to give away our treasures? Do you want to die?" 9th Prince Yan's face was cold. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. "Do you think that if we don't spread the news, those people won't be able to find us? We are all paradises. Don't underestimate our strength. Also, I'm just giving a suggestion. As for the decision, it's up to the elders." After saying that, Lin Xian stood there and didn't say anything. The elders' eyes flickered and they began to discuss. In the end, they nodded. "All right, let's do it. Spread the news and let them come." 9th Prince Yan's face was ugly. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Even with his status, his words were actually useless. Instead, these elders actually listened to a battle servant. It really made him lose face. The news spread, and not long after, many people walked over. There were people from the 3 paradises. Other than that, there were also people from the ancient race. Seeing this, the elders felt that it was about time and said, "Everyone, there is an ancient cave abode in front. Also, there is a very strong seal inside. We can only enter if we work together to break it. So, I hope that everyone can work together." Those who came knew that if they didn't contribute some strength, they wouldn't be able to enter. So, the paradises and families all sent some people. Then, Lin Xian and Xueqi started to give orders. Xueqi was fine, but when they saw that Lin Xian was a battle servant and that he was ordering them around, their faces turned ugly. However, after a while, they discovered that Lin Xian's formation was really powerful. It was even more terrifying than some of the older generation's formation masters. As such, they had nothing to say about it. With such power and formation mastery, the seal in front of them was finally broken. Soon after, a passage appeared. "It's great." Upon seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. The passage had finally appeared, and they could go in. The people from the 1,000 Mountain Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Where did Xueqi find such a formation master? Moreover, he had become a battle servant, and if they nurtured him well, it would be much more convenient for them to bring such a master along when they searched for treasures in the future. The people from the other paradises were also surprised, and many of them stared at Lin Xian. Such a genius formation master had unexpectedly been found by the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. It seemed like they would have to find a way to get rid of him after they finished searching the ancient cave. They didn't want the Thousand Mountain Paradise to become too powerful. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to these people's gazes. No matter what these people thought, he wasn't afraid of them. This was because he wasn't controlled by the life and death curse. The reason why he was still here was that he felt like he could use the paradises to obtain resources and strengthen himself. If there was any danger, he could leave at any time. Alright, let's go and see what treasures are inside. The eyes of the elders from the Thousand Mountain Paradise flickered as they walked inside. Lin Xian and Xueqi were together, and they both turned into flowing lights and disappeared. After the people from the Thousand Mountain Paradise entered, the people from the other paradises and clans also started moving. Soon, they all entered the cave. After they entered, they discovered that there was a completely different world inside the cave. It was also a world of ice and snow, and all kinds of ice and snow appeared together. There were many icebergs in front of them, and it was a strange sight. Moreover, the temperature here was even colder. Everyone felt as if they were about to be frozen into ice cubes. Moreover, they discovered that there were some things sealed in the ice cubes. Some of them were demonic beasts, some were plants, and some were even spirit herbs. The people were surprised. It seemed like in the past, this cave must have been a celestial place. However, it had been completely frozen later on. If they could break the ice, then the treasures inside would be theirs. They did not act immediately because they found that the deeper they went, the better the frozen things were. In fact, many people's eyes had turned red. This was because they discovered that there were some spirit herbs sealed in ice inside. In the outside world, there were even some that were extinct. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Not only was he an array master, he was also an alchemist. If he could refine these spiritual herbs into pills, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Furthermore, there was another matter. Xiaojio's lifespan was running out. He had to think of a way to find the immortal medicine or the spacetime sword, or other heaven-defying items. Only then would he be able to prolong Elder Xia's life. While he was thinking, the others couldn't wait any longer. Hurry up and attack. These people directly attacked the frost. The frost didn't look thick, but it was even tougher than a saint artifact. He punched it, but there wasn't even a crack on it. However, these people began to attack frantically as if their lives depended on it. The eyes of the Saint Kings also flickered. He didn't immediately create a cave hand because there was still a tunnel ahead. There might be something even better inside. Lin Xian didn't stop either. He also walked inside. After walking for a while, Xueqi cried out in surprise. It was the ice phoenix fruit. She looked ahead and saw that there was a big tree sealed in the ice and snow ahead. There was a fruit on it that looked like a blue phoenix. It was the ice phoenix fruit. Xueqi, I'll go get it for you. Ninth young Master Yan smiled when he saw this. His body flickered, and he stretched out a big hand to grab the tree ahead. Boom, the ice mountain in front of them was shaking nonstop. However, it didn't shatter. Instead, Ninth young Master Yan was knocked back. Damn it! Ninth young Master Yan shouted angrily and attacked again. However, the ice mountain ahead was tougher than he had expected. He attacked several times, but he still couldn't break it. This made his expression even more unsightly. However, at this moment, an elder attacked. The Goldwind Saint King. He waved his hand, and a golden storm flew out with a powerful law. Finally, they broke through the iceberg. He waved his hand, and the ice phoenix fruit flew out and arrived in front of Ninth young Master Yan. Ninth young Master Yan stretched out his hand and caught the ice phoenix fruit. Then, he walked toward Xueqi. Speaking of which, Xueqi, this is for you. Thank you. Xueqi received the fruit and nodded. Then, she said, if I find other precious spirit herbs later, I'll exchange them with you. Or, when we get back, I'll give you an equivalent amount of dragon marrow. It was obvious that Xueqi didn't want to owe Ninth young Master Yan a favor. Ninth young Master Yan said, Xueqi, don't treat me like an outsider. We'll be a family sooner or later. However, Xueqi's expression was ice-cold. She said to Lin Xian, let's go. After she said that, she ignored Ninth young Master Yan. As ninth young Master Yan watched the two of them leave, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Humph. You dare to ignore me? One day, I'll make you crawl at my feet. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that Xueqi's attitude had angered him. More and more good things appeared in front of him. There were all kinds of strange flowers and strange fruits. The crowd was shocked. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore, and they attacked. Even Lin Xian couldn't bear it anymore. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of explosions echoed out, and the ice mountain shattered. Not only did spirit herbs come out of it, but the frozen demonic beasts also opened their eyes one after another. It was as if they had come alive, and they attacked quickly. Boom, a giant black lizard connected the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth and spat out black fog, which turned two half-step holy kings into blood fog. Even their souls didn't manage to escape. Ah! A miserable shriek echoed out, and the crowd's scalp went numb. A holy king attacked and cut the other party in half. On the other side, other demonic beasts appeared. A great battle broke out, and the crowd didn't just attack the demonic beasts. They even attacked the other saints. After all, they were all fighting for precious spirit herbs. However, at this moment, the sky and the earth cracked, and a holy king was sent flying while spitting out blood. The crowd was shocked, and they discovered that it was a dandelion. However, it was extremely terrifying. The dandelion seeds formed a peerless divine sword that pierced through the sky and the earth. A holy king was injured in such a way. It was too terrifying. It was the same for Lin Xian, and he stared at the fiery dragon tree. The tree was very mystical, and it looked like a real dragon. It stood there with terrifying flames on its body. The ice around it shattered. The fiery dragon tree flew into the sky and burrowed into the earth. It wanted to escape. This was good stuff. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red when he saw this from afar. He wanted to order Golden Wind's Sage King to snatch the treasure, but Lin Xian was faster. With a wave of the array formation, the fiery dragon tree was sealed and stored away. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red. How could a battle servant have the right to take such a treasure? However, he did not attack immediately because there were still many spirit fruits around. It was worth it for him to attack with all his might. After all, Lin Xian could not run away. He would attack when he was safe. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian attacked and obtained more than 10 spirit herbs. He was overjoyed. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red. He had only managed to snatch 2 spirit herbs, which was not even 1/5 of what Lin Xian had. He could not bear it. On the other side, Xueqi had also gained something. At this moment, another Sage King was injured. This time, there were even more Sage Kings who were injured because they had provoked a plant. It was a vine. After breaking the ice, the leaves on it were drawn into the shape of a heavenly blade. It actually formed a powerful array formation, trapping everyone inside. Damn it. Was it really a plant? It was too scary. They did not know how long it had cultivated to know about arrays. They finally managed to escape. No one dared to provoke the vine again. At this moment, many snowmen appeared around them. These snowmen directly enveloped everyone. Lin Xian also punched out, but he found that it was useless. The snowmen melted and covered him. At the same time, they felt the world spinning. In the next moment, they realized that they had been frozen. However, they were frozen in the snow mountain and could still move. These people were frozen in different snow mountains. Lin Xian realized that Xueqi, ninth young Master Yan, Elder Jin Feng, and a few others were here. They were all from the Thousand Mountain Cave. They heaved a sigh of relief. Great. At least there was no danger. Elder Jin Feng attacked the snow mountain a few times, but he could not get out. He frowned. What should he do? The young master could not get out for a while. Ninth young Master Yan's face was gloomy. Xueqi looked around. It would be easier for us to get rare fruits now that we are in the snow mountain. He wasn't in a hurry to go back, so he decided to take a look first. Everyone nodded and continued to walk forward. Ninth young Master Yan followed behind, his eyes sparkling. Very quickly, his lips curled into a smile. Elder Jean, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Elder Jean Feng was taken aback. Young master, you want it? No one could leave this place for a while, and no one could enter. If something happened here, no one would be able to stop it. Xueqi will be mine sooner or later. I'm just trying to speed things up a little. I think it's nothing. Since young master has decided, I will do my best to assist young master. Since those two don't know what's good for them, why not just kill them? As for the battle servant next to Xueqi, you must capture him alive. I will make him wish he was dead. It was obvious that ninth young master Yan was about to make a move. He took out a mysterious incense stick. Then, he and Jean Feng swallowed the pill. In the next moment, he secretly lit the incense stick. He put it into his wide sleeves, and then walked up. Xueqi, if you want any spirit herbs, just tell me. I will ask Elder Jean Feng to get them for you. Ninth young master Yan said. Xueqi was expressionless. There's no need. I can get them myself. Humph. You're still acting like an iceberg. Just keep pretending. Let's see if you're still an iceberg later. A cold smile appeared in ninth young master Yan's eyes. Lin Xian, who was next to him, furrowed his brows. Something is wrong. He stopped. Wait. What's going on? Xueqi asked. Ninth young master Yan was taken aback. What is this lad trying to do? Lin Xian said that it seems like there's poison. Everyone held their breaths and checked. What? Poison? The people around him were stunned. Even ninth young master Yan's pupils shrank. Damn it. How did this lad know? He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. That was why the great dragon sword soul detected the aura when it entered his body. Then, it killed the aura. That was why Lin Xian knew that the other people were checking. They didn't sense anything. However, Xueqi's expression changed. She felt that the law in her body seemed to have weakened. It's really poisonous. Ninth young master Yan shouted angrily, Elder Jean Feng. Elder Jean Feng slapped out 2 golden storms with his hands. They instantly engulfed the 2 disciples of the Thousand Mountain Cave. Then, the bodies of the 2 turned into a bloody mist. Even in death, the 2 of them refused to believe that they were often killed by their own elders. Xueqi was startled. She said, Elder Jean Feng, what are you doing? Are you betraying the Thousand Mountain Cave? She was really shocked. Elder Jean Feng didn't say anything. Ninth young master Yan sneered. Xueqi, don't worry. Elder Jean Feng won't attack you. He'll listen to my orders. Damn it. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Xueqi stared at ninth young master Yan. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. He sighed. Is this lad finally going to attack? But it's fine. The people outside probably don't know what kind of battle is going on here. It's a good place for me to attack. Xueqi, do you know? I've treated you as my own person since the first day I met you. We'll always be together. So, I want to speed things up. Today, you'll be mine. After I go back, I'll ask my grandfather to propose marriage. Don't even think about it. Ninth young master Yan snorted coldly. Ninth young master Yan sneered. Is that so? It's not up to you to decide. After he spoke, he walked forward. Xueqi snorted coldly. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. The law of ice surged out of his body. However, in an instant, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. She couldn't even stand steadily. Damn it. What did you do? She roared crazily. Ninth young master Yan sneered coldly. It's nothing. I just lit the incense. Damn it. You unexpectedly have such a thing. Xueqi's expression became unsightly. It was a terrifying item that ordinary people couldn't use. But why did this lad have it? Moreover, he used it to deal with her. Xueqi didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she couldn't detoxify it. She froze. With a loud shout, she sealed herself in ice. Attack, she shouted at Lin Xian. At the same time, Xueqi set up a terrifying array. Lin Xian also walked forward. I didn't expect that you would be in such a hurry to throw your life away. Fine, I'll deal with you today. Lad, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just make you wish you were dead. Elder Jean, break this kid's limbs and cripple him. I'll teach him a good lesson later. As he spoke, he walked forward. His palm unleashed a terrifying power that swept out in all directions. The formation shook, but it did not break. At the same time, Lin Xian created several formations that enveloped Xue Qi. Damn it, how dare you ruin my plan? Lord Yanjiu was furious. Then he said, Elder Jean, break this formation first. Then he would kill this kid. Elder Jean walked out, wanting to attack. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Your opponent is me. Humph, how dare a mere battle servant be so arrogant in front of me? Get lost. With a furious roar, thousands of golden storms swept toward Lin Xian. Lord Yanjiu was also disdainful. After this attack, Yi Futian should not be able to resist anymore. A terrifying storm exploded in front of him, and then it became extremely terrifying. However, when the storm disappeared, a figure stood there. What? He's not dead? Lord Yanjiu's eyes narrowed, and his face turned pale. Even Elder Jean Feng was stunned. How is this possible? Did he hide his strength? He was really shocked. Even a half-step Saint King could not block his attack, unless he was a true Saint King. However, Yi Futian blocked it. This meant that Yi Futian had either hidden his strength, which was at the level of a Saint King, or he had a Saint King weapon. However, no matter which it was beyond his expectations. Lord Yanjiu also said, Elder Jean Feng, kill him first. Lord Yanjiu was going to break the formation himself. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. It seems that no one will know if I kill you here. In that case, I don't need to hide my strength anymore. After that, Lin Xian roared, and endless golden flames appeared on his body. He was like the sun, shining in all directions. This sudden burst of strength made Elder Jean and Elder Jin's faces change. Yanjiu was even more shocked. How is this possible? How can his body be so strong? His body is not weaker than a saint's. Elder Jean, catch him. He has secrets. I want his body refining technique. Yanjiu roared crazily. He was truly overjoyed. If he could obtain such a secret technique, he would definitely be able to obtain it. At that time, who would be his match? Elder Jean Feng was also surprised. This kid actually had such a secret. Interesting. With a wave of his hand, an endless storm appeared in a flash, forming terrifying wind blades that circled around him. Then, he slashed out with his sword and slashed forward. So what if Yi Futian's physique was strong? So what if he had the physique of a Saint King? He was a true Sage King. Not only was his physique strong, but he had also completely surpassed his opponent in terms of precepts, strength, soul, and divine abilities. How could the other party compare to him? On the other side, Lin Xian also let out an angry roar. He took a step forward, and the golden light on his body swept out in all directions. With a palm strike, tens of thousands of golden crows appeared. Monstrous flames danced in the air, melting the surrounding ice. This attack was extremely powerful. Both of them exploded. The golden wind blades that filled the sky were actually defeated by this one card, causing them to lose their luster. It could be destroyed at any moment. Damn it. Elder Jean Feng roared. He did not expect Yi Futian to be so strong. With a roar, those dimmed golden wind blades became stronger again, turning into a peerless blade. The blade slashed down. Boom! With this slash, Lin Xian felt that his physique was under immense pressure. It was as if it was about to split open. He kept retreating, the blood in his body churning. At the same time, Yi Futian's attack came again. The golden storm that filled the sky turned into a golden lion. It charged forward. These were all formed by precepts, and they were enough to destroy everything. Its power was so strong that even a Saint King of the same level would not dare to underestimate it. Naturally, Lin Xian could also feel how terrifying this attack was. His body flickered as his speed increased to the extreme. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura spread out from his body. Then, the spear of destruction flew out, piercing forward. The terrifying heaven and earth continued to shatter. This attack was powerful to the extreme. Boom, the golden wind Saint King was instantly sent flying. His arm was trembling non-stop, and his face was incomparably cold. Damn it. Yi Futian really did have a Saint King weapon. A Saint King's physique and a Saint King weapon made Yi Futian very strong. Compared to other half-step Saint Kings, he was much stronger. Elder, are you alright? Seeing this scene, ninth young Master Yan's face also became extremely ugly. He did not expect Elder Jin Feng to be unable to take down Yi Futian with his full strength. He also did not break the formation. He had already broken one formation, but there were still 3 more formations in front of him, enveloping Xue Qi. He could not break these 3 formations. He could not walk in front of Yi Futian. He would not be able to fulfill his wish. So, he also attacked with all his might, and a Saint King weapon appeared in his hand. With a single strike, he charged forward. On the other side, Elder Jin Feng said, "Don't worry, young master. Although he has a Saint King weapon, his strength and physique are not inferior to a Saint King. However, he is not a true Saint King. In terms of superpower and soul, he is no match for me. Kid, I admit that you are very strong, but so what, today, you will definitely die." Elder Jin Feng sneered coldly, "Die." His soul power rushed over in an overwhelming manner. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy Lin Xian's soul directly. Competing with soul power? Lin Xian sneered coldly. He used his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. They could look down on heaven and earth, as if they were the eyes of a god. Ninth young Master Yan's soul was instantly suppressed, and he vomited blood and was sent flying. If it were not for the protection of the Saint King weapon, he would have died. Damn it, how can his soul power be so strong? Elder Jin Feng's face also became ugly. He could feel that Yi Futian's soul was not weaker than his. How is this possible? This guy is just a Saint Venerable, and he is not even a half-step Saint King. Yet, he can compete with a Saint King. Who is he? Damn it, Elder Jin Feng roared, and he used his soul power to attack. He used his peerless superpower, and it was extremely powerful. Now, the only way he could defeat his opponent was with these superpower. Lin Xian used the void escape, and he kept dodging these terrifying superpower. Elder Jin Feng seemed to have found an opportunity, and he sneered. "Aren't you very strong? Why are you still dodging? If you have the ability, compete with me with superpower. As a Saint King, you can't even win against a Saint Venerable like me after fighting for so long. What right do you have to be arrogant here?" Lin Xian sneered, and then the golden light in his eyes exploded again. This time, he used the light of reincarnation. Buzz, Elder Jin Feng had wanted to use his soul to suppress Lin Fan. But when the light of the soul shot out, his face changed. He ran away quickly. However, he had used too much of his soul to suppress Lin Fan. Hence, he could not retract his soul completely. After that attack, his soul was injured, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Impossible, damn it. Why do you have the light of reincarnation? Could it be that you are from the Misty Peak? He was really too shocked. Oh, you know about the light of reincarnation. Lin Xian was shocked as well. Seems like the reincarnation guardian should be from Ethereal Peak. Who are you? Elder Jin Feng roared. Ninth young Master Yan was shocked as well. Is he from Ethereal Peak? How is that possible? One must know that no matter how arrogant he was and how his status wasn't in Class 1, there was no way he could go against Ethereal Peak. But that should not be the case. If Lin Fan was from Ethereal Peak, why would he be captured by him as a battle servant? Don't believe him. He must have gotten the light of reincarnation by chance. He came from another world. He can't be from Ethereal Peak. Kill him with all your might. Elder Jin Feng came back to his senses. But he was bitter. Kill him with all his might. To be honest, he was confident before. But now, he might not be able to do it. That was because the light of reincarnation had injured his soul severely. His strength had decreased tremendously. He could not bring out his best combat strength. Coupled with Lin Fan's physique and the terrifying Sage King weapon, he was in a passive position. Indeed, Elder Jin Feng was suppressed after the battle. As for Lin Xian, he was getting stronger. His god body seemed to have an endless amount of energy. Elder Jin Feng spat out blood, and cracks appeared on his body. The spear of destruction pierced through Elder Jin Feng. The power of the great dragon sword spirit roared. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the world. Then, Elder Jin Feng's body was about to be torn apart. How is that possible? Ninth young Master Yan was stunned. Elder Jin Feng was so severely injured that he forgot to attack. Elder Jin Feng roared crazily. To be honest, he had never dreamed that he would be defeated by a sacred master one day. Damn it. Brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Even if I have to damage my foundation, I will kill you. He roared, and the blood in his body burned continuously. It seemed like he was going to attack regardless of the consequences. A terrifying golden shadow appeared on his body. Endless great paths intertwined as if they could destroy a world. At this moment, it was extremely terrifying. Haha, kid, you're dead meat. Seeing this, ninth young Master Yan knew that Master Jin Fengzhang was really angry. Under this attack, any Saint King of the same level would definitely die. Not to mention, it was this kid. Amidst this crisis, Lin Xian coldly snorted. A dragon-shaped sword appeared in his hand, emitting a resonant dragon cry. Then, he slashed forward. Heaven and earth were split apart in an instant. Endless cracks spread out as the sword slashed towards Elder Jin Feng. Boom! Elder Jin Feng's body was split into two halves. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. How could this be? Ah! He let out a crazy roar that shook the 9 heavens. In the distance, ninth young Master Yan was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground. His opponent had the strength to split a Saint King in half with a single slash. What was that? That sword shadow was too terrifying, wasn't it? Damn it, how dare you hurt me? In front of him, Elder Jin Feng roared. His body quickly healed. However, he realized that it was impossible. There was an extremely terrifying force that prevented his body from healing completely. The crack was abnormally terrifying. Who are you? I am the one who will kill you. Lin Xian held the spear of great destruction in one hand and the dragon sword shadow in the other as he walked forward. His divine body was becoming more and more terrifying. At the same time, he waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow again and charged forward. Boom! 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 The battle erupted once again. Not long after, Elder Jin Feng was split apart again. In the end, he completely turned into a bloody mist. He was terrified and wanted to escape. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to create a sword path world that enveloped his opponent. Damn it, how dare you stop me, brat, sister-in-law, you can't kill me. He roared at the sky. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, his opponent was very powerful. He could defeat a Saint King now, but it was not that easy to kill one. His opponent was too strong. But so what? I can't kill you? You are too naive. Give me time, and no matter who you are, I will destroy your soul. Great Dragon Sword Soul, explode. Lin Xian directly shattered his opponent's storage ring and let the Great Dragon Sword Soul absorb all the power in the storage ring. The sword path world that was created kept attacking. Elder Jin Feng let out a roar as he fought against the ground. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Ninth Young Master Yan. Ninth Young Master Yan was so scared that his face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Don't come over. He kept retreating. At this point, he no longer wanted to break the formation. He did not want any wishes or restrictions. He just wanted to go back safely. Do you dare to kill me? I am your master. Life and Death Curse, activate. Ninth Young Master Yan roared crazily as his palms kept forming seals. So what if his opponent was strong? He was just a battle servant. He had 100 ways to make him kneel at his feet. However, he realized that Lin Xian was looking at him with a cold smile. Is the life and death curse that powerful? How is it possible that you are not affected? Are you not being controlled? Ninth Young Master Yan was completely stunned. Lin Xian threw a slap at Yan Jiao. Crack! Young Master Yanjiao was sent flying with blood gushing out of his mouth. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and his blood stained the ground. He was in pain and fear. He wanted to escape. However, a foot stepped on his head. Don't you think it is too late to leave now? You tried to kill me time and time again. Do you think I will let you go? No, you can't kill me. My father is an elder, and my grandfather is a supreme elder. My identity is very important. You killed me. If you kill me, the Thousand Mountain Grotto will not let you go, is that so? Since your grandfather is a supreme elder, I will be dead if I let you go. So, go to hell obediently. Don't worry. I still remember what you said to me. I won't kill you so easily either. I'll let you have a taste of what pain is like. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Immediately, ninth young Master Yan's soul was pulled into the lock of spring and autumn. He suffered the pain of his soul for thousands of years. An instant outside was thousands of years inside. Ninth young Master Yan went completely crazy. He was like a demon king. It was too scary. Finally, when his soul came out, it touched a treasure in the depths of his soul. It was a rune. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Who? Who dares to attack my grandson? His shout shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That's great. Grandpa, save me, hope appeared in Yanjiao's eyes. His grandpa was the supreme elder, and the supreme sage had left something in his body to save his life. When his life was in danger, this life-saving imprint would appear. Even Elder Jin Feng, who was standing far away, laughed. Haha, kid, you're dead. I'll pay you back 10,000 times for the injuries you've inflicted on me. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. When the voice sounded, his eyes shone with the light of reincarnation. It pierced through Yanjiao's soul. Yanjiao's soul was destroyed. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. As for the rune that had been left in his soul, it had also shattered. A frenzied roar rang out. The human figure that had yet to condense also vanished into thin air. Only a roar could be heard. Who are you? I'll find you. How is this possible? Jin Feng, who was standing far away, was on the verge of death. The Supreme Elder's seal had given him hope. However, it was shattered in an instant. Damn it. That light was the light of reincarnation. He was in despair. In the end, his soul was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He broke Yanjiao's storage ring and used the great dragon sword soul to cover everything in it. He erased all memories of Yanjiao's soul. He took some of the cultivation techniques and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look at them. Then, he destroyed them. He didn't keep any of the elixirs or spiritual herbs. Yanjiao's grandpa was a supreme sage. It would be troublesome to keep them. However, he didn't waste them. He gave them all to the great dragon sword soul. Every time the great dragon sword soul's power increased, his strength would increase as well. Previously, he could only run when he faced a sage king. Now, he could kill a sage king. When Lin Xian felt the increase in strength, he used all his strength to strengthen the great dragon sword soul. He shot out a ball of 9 suns divine fire. It enveloped Yanjiao's body and turned him into ashes. Then, he walked forward. The formation in front of him shone brightly. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the formation cracked. Xueqi, who was inside, looked extremely pale. The situation was very wrong. As she looked at Lin Xian, a trace of fear subconsciously appeared in her eyes. What did she see? Although she had been poisoned previously, she had still seen the previous battle. The other party had actually killed a sage king. Furthermore, that person had killed 9th young Master Yan and destroyed the talisman left behind by the Supreme Elder. Everything was too shocking. Was this really just a battle servant? Especially when he saw that Chu Feng was completely unaffected by the life and death curse, he was even more astonished. The other party wasn't a battle servant at all. The other party was a genius from another world who had been hiding beside them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he said, "Something's wrong with you. Let me help you expel the poison first." Xueqi was very scared. After all, she had seen Lin Xian's secret, and she was afraid that Lin Xian would kill her to silence her. However, she was really very weak right now. She couldn't beat him at all, so she could only close her eyes and resign herself to fate. She could feel the other party walking in front of her. The other party's physique and vitality were like a furnace of heaven and earth. The other party's great power shocked her. At the same time, she could feel a piercingly cold aura rushing into her body. It seemed to make her originally weak nomological laws become brighter. Xueqi opened her eyes and looked at this scene in surprise. Chu Feng didn't kill her. He was really helping her. But why didn't he kill her? She already knew his biggest secret. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask something, but Lin Xian told her to shut up and focus on recovering from her injuries. After he spoke, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He wanted to destroy the mysterious aura in her body. However, Lin Xian was wrong this time. The Great Dragon Sword Soul could destroy everything. However, the poison in Xueqi's body wasn't fatal. It wasn't like the Great Sage's corpse poison. It was another kind of poison. Logically speaking, the Great Dragon Sword Soul shouldn't fear any poison, and it should be able to destroy it. However, this time, a strange fluctuation came from the depths of the snowy mountain. Xueqi's body shivered. She could feel that her ice laws became stronger, and they flew out uncontrollably. Her aura, which she had already suppressed, erupted out once again. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was ejected, and he immediately sensed the chilly aura. His divine body shone brightly, and the 9 suns' divine fire engulfed it. At the same time, he felt his blood boiling. Damn it! What's going on? Lin Xian discovered that Xueqi had already flown over. Then, his vision became blurry, and it seemed like he didn't know what was going on. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to put up a defense. However, he discovered that he wasn't in any danger, as Xueqi was next to him. However, when he saw their current situation, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lin Xian realized that the armor he was wearing was also gone. Did something ridiculous happen between the two of them? It can't be, right? He tried to recall, but he discovered that he couldn't remember anything. He stole a glance at Xueqi, and when he discovered that she still hadn't woken up, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he quickly furrowed his brows, as his heavenly divine eyes couldn't detect the poison in Xueqi's body anymore. However, it seemed like the situation wasn't good. There were flame marks on her body, and it seemed like she had been injured by the 9 suns' divine body. Lin Xian's 9 suns' divine body was extremely tough, and it was one of the strongest bodies in the universe. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't use the 9 suns' divine fire, so it didn't matter if Xueqi stayed by his side. However, he didn't know what had happened before. Although he had used the 9 suns' divine fire to detoxify her, she had been severely injured. However, he was also seriously injured by the 9 suns' divine flames. From the looks of it, he was on the verge of death. Lin Xian felt quite awkward. When he was with Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, he was very clear-headed, and he knew how to control his divine body's power. However, this time, it seemed like it had exceeded his expectations. He had to quickly save her. Lin Xian had used the law of wood to protect her life, and he had even taken out an elixir for her to consume. However, it still wasn't enough. The divine fire's destructive power was probably extremely strong. It seemed like he had to look for an ice-based super treasure in order to get rid of her injuries. Lin Xian brought Xueqi with him as he walked forward. At the same time, he used his heavenly divine eyes. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura ahead of him, and it seemed like even his 9 suns' divine body was threatened. It seemed like it was an ice-based super treasure. Lin Xian couldn't help but speed up. In front of him was a layer of silver. The branches of the plants were like ice dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The ice here was even more terrifying. Lin Xian had no choice but to use his divine body to defend himself. He had already put Xueqi into the Great Sage Tower. Weidi also jumped out. Her eyes widened as she said, "It's so cold here." Lin Xian also frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Even with his physique, he could feel the coldness. What level of ice was this? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over and swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged the gust of wind and continued walking in the direction he had come from. After walking for a while, a terrifying gust of wind would sweep toward him, as if it was leading the way for him. Finally, he arrived in front of him. There was an ice valley in front of him. It was as if a giant had torn open a crack in a mountain. Inside, there was even more terrifying cold ice. Moreover, there was a stone tablet in front of him. It was made entirely of ice and was abnormally cold. The surroundings seemed to be a cave residence. Not only did Lin Xian find the stone tablet, but he also found a table and chairs made of ice and a cave residence. Someone had once lived here. Lin Xian found that everything around him was very simple. He didn't know who lived here. However, he was sure that this person wasn't an ordinary person. Could it be the great sage who had died before, or could it be an even more terrifying existence? Lin Xian didn't know. At this moment, a scroll on the table suddenly shone brightly. Then, it turned into a gust of ice and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz, a terrifying power erupted, and Lin Xian and Whitey were instantly sealed in ice. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared toward the sky. The power of his divine body erupted and cracked the ice. At the same time, the 9 suns' divine fire also swept out and melted the ice into snow that fell from his body. He put Whitey away, and his eyes shone with a biting cold light. Who is it? Why are you acting so sneakily? Even if you want to attack me, do you think that you can attack me just because you brought me here? He also felt that everything along the way was too strange. It seemed that someone had purposely asked him to come here. At this moment, a low chuckle was heard. It was as if a crow was roaring in the dark night. It was very strange and made people's scalps tingle. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He carefully examined it and found that it was coming from the scroll in front of him. He snorted coldly and raised his hand. A beam of sword chi flew out, intending to split the scroll apart. He discovered that although the scroll looked simple and unadorned, it was actually able to deflect his sword chi. At the same time, a voice was heard. As expected of the 9 yang divine body, it was extremely masculine. In other words, you are the only one who can break my ice. It was a woman's voice. Lin Xian frowned when he heard it. Who exactly are you? I'm just a soul that's about to dissipate. After waiting for so many years, the two of you are finally here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're the one who brought me here. Wrong, not only you, but also that woman. Did you think that I wouldn't know if you kept her away? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He suddenly remembered what happened before. You were the one who caused trouble. That's right, kid. Don't you have to thank me? That woman can be considered a peerless fairy. You won't be at a disadvantage. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped out. His golden hand grabbed the scroll. However, the scroll was like a swimming dragon and instantly dodged. Kid, aren't you a little too impatient? I have a good fortune for you. Creation? What creation? Lin Xian was puzzled. He was very suspicious of the other party's motive. 9 yin and 9 yang, which was stronger? Yin and yang coexisted, and the world was called the emperor. This was a debate that had been going on since ancient times. No one knew which of the two was stronger. As for merging the two, it was even more impossible. The simple yin-yang sex laws of yin and yang were possible, but it was too difficult to merge the 9 yin and 9 yang. I just didn't expect to meet the successor of the 9 yang when my soul was about to be destroyed. Moreover, I met someone who was very suitable for the 9 yin inheritance. The heavens really treated me well. The successor of the 9 yin, when Lin Xian heard this, he was shocked. The 9 yang divine body was the most masculine, and the 9 yin divine body was the most yin and cold. This was also one of the most terrifying physiques in the starry sky. Lin Xian didn't expect that he would be able to see the 9 yin inheritance. He took Shuiqi out of the great sage's body and said, the 9 yang divine body is the successor of the 9 yin divine body. Are you saying that she's suitable to be the successor of the 9 yin divine body? That's right, the soul spoke. She had cultivated the mysterious ice art since she was young, and it was an authentic ice-based inheritance. Moreover, she probably didn't know that her bloodline was also extraordinary. Her bloodline didn't come from her family, but from a gift from the heavens. Even so, it wasn't easy to get the 19 divine bodies inheritance. In the past, 2 people had come here and received the inheritance. In the end, they couldn't bear the power, and their souls were destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that it was extremely difficult to get a powerful inheritance. In the past, he had almost died before he managed to cultivate the divine body. He looked at Xueqi and poured his power into her. Xueqi woke up from her dream, and her face instantly became red. This was because she recalled what had happened before. She looked at Lin Xian. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Lin Xian was also stunned and did not know what to say. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. After a moment of silence, he calmed down and said, "Don't think about anything else. I have to tell you that your bloodline and the magical power you cultivated are suitable for the 19 divine bodies inheritance. However, it's extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that you will die. Do you want to accept this inheritance?" Suemo told her about it, and Xueqi was taken aback. The 19 divine bodies inheritance, she was an ice-based saint, so how could she not have heard about it? However, she didn't expect that she would be so lucky as to get the legendary 19 divine bodies inheritance. Xueqi nodded and said, "I'm willing to accept it. Think about it carefully. If you fail, your soul will probably be destroyed." Lin Xian reminded her. Xueqi said, "The martial path's cultivation is going against heaven's will, and I won't let it go even if there's a slim chance of survival." When Lin Xian saw that she was so insistent, he didn't say anything else. After all, even he wouldn't give up such a peerless inheritance, as it was worth taking a risk. The scroll in front of her shone brightly. Countless symbols flickered, and they turned into many characters that flickered in the sky. This was the 19 divine bodies inheritance. Xueqi's expression became grave, and she suppressed everything that had happened before in her heart. She took a deep breath and started accepting the inheritance with her full power. In an instant, the symbols rushed into her mind. In the next moment, her body swayed, and boundless black ice condensed on her body. She let out a roar. It was too cold. It was 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times colder than the black ice art that she cultivated. Xueqi used the profound ice arts to resist it. At the same time, the bloodline hidden in her body erupted. Even so, it was still very painful. Lin Xian was naturally able to sense how terrifying the black frost was. He unleashed the 9 suns' divine fire to resist it. At the same time, he pushed it far away, his eyes flickering. On the other side, a soul floated out. Its soul light was already very dim. It was obvious that it would soon disappear. She looked ahead and sighed as well. Was it a little too much? Could it be that the 19 inheritance couldn't be continued? Lin Xian asked. "Senior, you chanted a chant before, 9 yin and 9 yang. Which one is stronger and which one is weaker? When yin and yang coexist, one will become the emperor of the world." Was there really someone who could fuse the 9 yin and 9 yang? The soul sighed. "I don't know. That was just a chant passed down from ancient times. I don't know whether there really was someone who managed to fuse the two. However, I can tell you something. When the 9 yang divine body reached great mastery, it would be comparable to a great emperor." It was the same for the 9 yin body. In the ancient times, someone obtained 2 inheritances and wanted to fuse them together. However, he went crazy. In the ancient times, someone obtained 2 inheritances. This time, he didn't cultivate them. Instead, he comprehended them from the 2 inheritances. He managed to cultivate the Tao of yin and yang, and became a yin-yang great emperor. In the endless years, several great emperors appeared. They were the 9 yang divine body and the 9 yin body. However, it was too difficult to fuse the two together. However, if one managed to fuse them together, one's physique would become extremely powerful. My guess is that it wouldn't be weaker than the Crown Prince's physique. Is the Crown Prince really that powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course, that's because you haven't heard of how powerful the great emperors are. The descendants of the great emperors have the same bloodline as the great emperors. Moreover, they are the first generation. When those people grow up, they will become extremely heaven-defying. Of course, none of them will be able to become a great emperor again. This was because the bloodline in their bodies was their greatest help, but it was also their greatest restriction. Even so, they were still supreme existences that could sweep through the universe. Although the nine-yang divine body was powerful, it could only be ranked 11th in the myriad heavens rankings. The nine-yang divine body was only ranked 11th. Lin Xian was completely stunned. That soul had said that it was right, because the top 10 all had the physique of an imperial prince. What about the nine-yin body? Lin Xian asked. According to the soul, the nine-yin body was ranked 12th. However, she coldly snorted. This was only because there were less descendants of the nine-yin body than the nine-yang divine body. Otherwise, how could the nine-yang divine body be ranked below the nine-yang divine body? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. It seemed that the battle between the two godly bodies had been quite fierce. Lin Xian already knew that there were clans of the ancients and monarch clans. He had even seen many extreme weapons. However, he had never seen the real emperor's son before. However, thinking about it, there must be some on the buried emperor's star. He was really looking forward to having a battle with such a person. The soul looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because the nine-yang divine body is ranked 11th. That was referring to the nine-yang divine body that had reached large success. There were many descendants of godly bodies that were killed before they could fully mature. Therefore, you should try to keep a low profile in the future." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly roared. Immediately after, she spat out a mouthful of blood and her body was covered in black frost. Her body fell backwards. Seeing this scene, the soul cried out in alarm. "Not good, am I going to fail?" Lin Xian took a step forward and caught the falling body. He felt an extremely terrifying ice-cold energy coming from his hands, as if it wanted to completely freeze him. What should he do? Lin Xian looked at the soul. There's no other way, it seems that it's too difficult. However, she was still persevering, unwilling to give up. If she died like this, it was only a matter of time. Lin Xian sighed. "Is there no other way?" the soul suddenly sneered coldly. "There's a way, but I'll give you another opportunity." As he spoke, he waved his hand and shot out a dense fog that engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt dizzy, and his divine awareness became fuzzy again. Damn it! Is this old thing using this kind of technique on me again? Lin Xian could already guess what was going to happen next. However, he was already unable to resist anymore. Xueqi felt that she was extremely cold, as if she was going to be frozen by 10,000 years old ice. As a genius of the ice element, she was never afraid of ice. However, this time, she was really afraid. It seemed as if the ice wanted to seal her soul in ice. Suddenly, she felt a warm feeling coming from behind her. It was as if a sun had fallen into a snowy mountain. It allowed her to find hope. She grabbed the sun and didn't let it go. Looking at the scene before her, Soul smiled. She rushed out of the cave and said, "I wonder if my method will work." However, this was her last chance. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The people who had entered Mount Han also quickly retreated. A month had already passed. In the land of Mount Han, a storm had begun to blow, freezing everything. The Saint Kings couldn't stay any longer. They could only retreat. This time every grotto heaven and clan had suffered losses. Of course, there were also gains. Many people had obtained spirit fruits and all kinds of opportunities. Their strength had increased greatly. As for their companions, many of them had also perished in there. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven gathered outside. Their faces turned ugly. This time, young Master Ling Tian was seriously injured and poisoned. It seemed that he was in imminent danger. After they came out, they immediately left. They had to ask the Supreme Elder for help. Fu Hongya followed them expressionlessly. However, he was relieved because he was no longer under the control of the life and death curse. He went back to get more resources. On the other side, Yin Su and the others came out of Green Hill Paradise. Meng Hao and the others also came out of Vast Paradise with smiles on their faces. They had also gained some gains. It seemed that they would have to go into seclusion for a while. The others did the same. On the other hand, the people of Thousand Mountain Paradise were frowning. They had been happy for a while when young Master Ling Tian was injured. Now, they could finally give Violet Spirit Paradise a blow. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Yanjiao and Xueqi hadn't come out yet. Not only that, but Elder Jin Feng also hadn't come out. He was a Saint King. What was going on? Could it be that something dangerous had happened? They were extremely anxious. The identities of these two people were not ordinary. Let's wait patiently. Perhaps something has delayed them. The Heavenly Strategy Elder said in a deep voice. The people of Thousand Mountain Paradise waited here. At the same time, in the endless mountains of Thousand Mountain Grotto, there was a floating palace. This was the core area of Thousand Mountain Grotto. Ordinary people could not come here, because this was the place where the Supreme Elder was in charge. At this moment, the Supreme Elder in the palace suddenly opened his eyes and let out a crazy roar. Above the 9 heavens, thousands of miles of space collapsed, and the stars in the sky dimmed. The entire Thousand Mountain Cave was shaking violently. What happened? Everyone in Thousand Mountain Grotto was stunned. The elders all flew into the sky and looked into the distance. It was the sagely Heaven's old ancestor who was angry. Xianxia, who provoked this living fossil, the sagely Heaven's old ancestor was one of the Supreme Elders. He was so strong that he had reached the Great Sage Realm. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Normally, no one would dare to provoke him. Even the Mansion Master of Thousand Mountain Grotto would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Now that he was angry, it was really surprising. At this moment, countless streams of light streaked across the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man. He asked nervously. Father, what happened? Is there a problem with your cultivation? This person was the sagely Heaven's old ancestor's son, Yan Jiuzi's father. His name was Elder Yan Mo. An old voice came from the palace, filled with endless anger. Jiuer's soul jade tablet was broken. He has fallen. Investigate this matter for me. I don't care who did it, I want to destroy his soul and spirit. I will not let go of anyone related to him. What? Hearing this, Elder Yan Mo was instantly stunned. His son had been killed? How could this be? His eyes instantly turned red. The surrounding people also knelt on the ground. Old ancestor, please calm down. We will go investigate now. Follow me. With a roar, Yan Mo rushed out with his men. In the next moment, everyone in Thousand Mountain Grotto knew about it. Furthermore, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto gathered into countless groups and charged towards Mount Han. In Mount Han. At this moment, the 2 Grotto Heavens and the ancient race had all left. The only ones left were the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto. At this moment, these people were extremely anxious. Several days had already passed, and the power of Mount Han had become incomparably cold. Those people should have come out long ago. Why was Yanjiao and Xueqi still nowhere to be seen? Could it be that they had all died? That's impossible. The Heavenly Strategy Elder shook his head. Both of them had Saint King weapons. Even if they couldn't defeat a Saint King, they could at least protect themselves. It was impossible for him to have died in there. The others were also puzzled. At this moment, they suddenly looked up at the sky. Countless figures appeared in the sky. They were like gods and demons. Their powerful auras caused the snow mountain below to crumble. What a terrifying team of saints! Is someone going to attack this place? The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven went crazy. They felt as if they were facing a great enemy. A moment later, they sensed that these people were from the Thousand Mountain Grotto, which caused them to be even more confused. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Tian Su and the others took the lead and flew up. They discovered that the one leading the team was the Yan Mo. He hurriedly cupped his fists and asked, "What happened? You still have the face to ask me?" Elder Yan Mo roared out in rage. The aura on his body was incomparably terrifying as he dashed forward. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's pupils constricted. He shot out a ray of light to block the attack. In the next moment, he was forced back. The people around him also vomited blood. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? The Heavenly Strategy Elder was also furious. Yan Mo, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your father is the Supreme Elder. I'm also an elder of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. What right do you have to attack me? the other Saint Kings were also puzzled. That's right, Elder Yan Mo. Is there a misunderstanding? We've never offended you. Yan Mo's eyes were red. You've never offended me? My son, Yan Jiao, is already dead in there. How did you protect him? If you can't find the enemy, you'll all die. What? The Earth Saint King and the others were stunned. The Heavenly Strategy's elder's eyes also narrowed. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. Although he was furious earlier, if Yan Jiao was really dead, the situation was not good. Yan Mo was not the only one who was furious. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was furious too. He was a supreme saint. How were they going to explain themselves when they returned? It was impossible. Yan Jiao had a Saint King weapon and a rune mark left behind by the Holy Heaven's old ancestor. Even if he met a powerful enemy, he should be able to survive. The other Saint Kings were also puzzled. Who was so powerful that they dared to kill Yan Jiao? The Heavenly Strategy Elder also walked up and said, Yan Mo, we don't know what's going on either. When we were inside, we suddenly realized that the land of Mount Han had become terrifying. It was as if it was going to freeze everything again, so we retreated. When we came out, we realized that Yan Jiao and Princess Xueqi were not there, so we waited here. We thought that the two of them were delayed by something. We did not expect Yan Jiao to be dead. The people around them were also stunned. Princess Xueqi was not there either. Oh my heavens. If Yan Jiao had died in there, the other old ancestor would be furious too. When that happened, how would the Thousand Mountain Grotto shake? They did not dare to imagine. Yan Mo said, I don't care what excuses you have. Wait for your punishment when you return. Now, everyone, follow me into Mount Han, he roared, and the group of saints behind him flew into the air. They formed a terrifying formation and charged into the land of Mount Han. At the same time, a group stayed behind to watch over the Heavenly Strategy Elder and the others. What should we do? The Earth Saint King asked. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's face turned ugly. What could he do? He could only wait. He had to admit that the group led by Yan Mo this time was too powerful. Even though Mount Han had become so terrifying, they still charged into the land of Mount Han. However, at this moment, the land of Mount Han was already covered in snow. It was impossible to search. Moreover, they did not know where Yan Jiao had died. They could only search aimlessly. Just like that, another 5 days passed. Yan Mo and the others still had not returned. Outside, the Heavenly Strategy Elder and the others' faces turned even uglier. During these days, they carefully recalled the whole incident and realized that their situation was very bad. Yan Jiao had died. As the elders who led the group, it would be difficult for them to escape. The group that was guarding them was led by an elder. They said, Tian Su, you are really wrong this time. Don't you know Yan Jiao and Xueqi's identities? You did not follow them. Let's see how you are going to explain yourself when you return. This time, Yan Jiao has died. I guess you will be punished severely. Moreover, Princess Xueqi has not returned. If she has died, you will die. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's face was extremely gloomy. The Great Emperor, Holy King, and the others also had ugly expressions. As night fell, the wind and snow continued to fall. The power of Mount Han was extremely terrifying. Even the moon could not be seen in the sky. It was extremely dark all around. At this moment, Elder Tianzi seemed to have made a decision. He roared and suddenly attacked. He attacked the elder of the team and sent him flying. Then, he roared, why are you still not attacking? Are you waiting to die? The Earth Saint King and the others were stunned at first. Then, they said, let's attack. We will die if we go back. Now was the best time to escape. When the Thousand Mountain Cave came, there were 7 Saint Kings. Other than Elder Jin Feng, who had died, there were 6 left. At this moment, the 6 of them attacked together and were extremely powerful. Damn it, how dare you attack? Do you want to betray the Thousand Mountain Cave? The elder of the team roared crazily. Elder Tianzi and the others said, sorry, we don't want to die. We don't want to go back and suffer. Let us go and we won't kill you. After that, their attacks became even more terrifying. A long sword appeared in Elder Tianzi's hand. It was tens of thousands of miles long. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers were all shattered. The Earth-Saint King roared angrily. Thousands of miles of land collapsed, forming countless rock giants. They charged out crazily. The 6 of them attacked crazily. They did not hold back at all. However, in the end, 2 of them were caught. Elder Tiansu, the Earth-Saint King, and the other 3 escaped. Damn it! The leading elder shouted angrily. At the same time, he took out the array and sent a voice transmission. In Mount Han, Yan Mo got the news of the array and was instantly furious. How dare they escape? Men, catch them. He sent out 2 more teams to kill their way out of Mount Han to pursue the Heavenly Strategies elder and the others. As for him, he continued to lead people to search for them in Mount Han. In the Great Snow Mountain. In an ancient cave residence, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At this moment, Xueqi also opened her eyes. She seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, she was surrounded by the sun and ice. However, when she opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, she was also stunned. In the next moment, she was stunned and her face instantly turned red. Lin Xian stood up and said, "I'll go out first." After saying that, he walked out of the cave and let out a long breath. What do you think? Did he succeed? At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was the soul. He wanted to get angry, but he found that the soul had become extremely weak. It looked like it would dissipate at any moment. He sighed. He should have succeeded, right? Let her come out and let me take a look. My soul is incomparably excited. Her greatest wish was for the succession of the Nining tribe to be passed down. After a short while, Xueqi came out. Her face was still flushed. When she saw the soul, she was also stunned. The soul asked. Did he really obtain the inheritance? Xueqi nodded and thanked him. Good, the heavens have not forsaken me. I must continue to bring the Nining inheritance to greater heights. That soul grew darker and darker until it finally dissipated. Xueqi knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Senior, please don't worry. I won't let down the Nining tribe's inheritance. Lin Xian also bowed deeply. Because of what the soul had done, the information about the Nining tribe's inheritance had appeared in his mind. This meant that as long as he wanted to, he could also cultivate the Nining tribe's inheritance. Of course, it was too dangerous to fuse the Nining tribe's inheritance with the Ninyang tribe's inheritance. Xueqi stood up and looked at Lin Xian. She didn't know what to say. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, I don't know how much time has passed, but I think we should quickly leave. Are you going to leave? Xueqi asked. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. This guy has already done such a thing. Shouldn't he say something? Lin Xian said, I don't plan to leave for the time being. I want to continue staying in the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Xueqi raised her head and hope appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly asked, aren't you afraid that I will reveal your secret? I've seen what you've done before. I don't think you will. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Xueqi's face became even redder. She really wouldn't reveal it, as she was now his woman. However, this damned fellow, why didn't he mention this matter at all? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, let's go. Xueqi nodded and revealed a gentle look. If other people were here, they would surely be startled. Is this still the same Ice Mountain fairy? The 2 of them left the snowy mountain. Xueqi had already comprehended the Nining tribe's inheritance, and she shot out a black frost, which caused a crack to appear on the snowy mountain. The 2 of them then left. After they left, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He discovered that the whole Mount Han had become even more terrifying than before. He must quickly leave. He guessed that this was related to Xueqi obtaining the Nining tribe's inheritance. The whole Mount Han would probably be sealed in ice. After they walked for 2 days, they suddenly discovered some people in front of them. The 2 of them became alert, but Xueqi was taken aback. She said that it was the Paradise's people. She took out her badge and released the Thousand Mountain Phantom. The people in front of them exclaimed in surprise. That's our Thousand Mountain Paradise's badge. A group of people instantly flew over. They were led by 3 Saint Kings. When they saw Xueqi and Lin Xian, they heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Xueqi, it's great that nothing happened to you. Xueqi regained her ice-cold appearance. She nodded and asked, what happened? Why did you all come here? The Saint Kings that came here before didn't have such people. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After all, he didn't want to reveal his identity yet. The 3 Saint Kings said, don't you know? Ninth young Master Yan died, and the Holy Heaven's old ancestor showed his might. Elder Yan Mo brought countless teams of saints to search for him. Upon hearing this, Xueqi's pupils contracted. Did they already know? Could it be that the matter was about to be discovered? However, at this moment, Lin Xian shook his head and told her to calm down. When he attacked, only Xueqi knew about it. No one else knew about it. As for the Great Saint's seal, it was destroyed by him before it could even appear. The other party surely didn't know about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been searching for him so aimlessly. Yanjiu was unexpectedly killed. Who killed him? Xueqi also calmed down. She said, I also don't know. I was also trapped for the past few days, and it took me great effort to come out. Let's go. Yes. The 3 Saint Kings led their teams and protected Xueqi. They quickly brought Xueqi and Lin Xian and left. When they came out, they heaved a sigh of relief. They discovered that there were still 2 teams here. Where are the others? Did they all go back? Xueqi asked. The Heavenly Strategy's elder and his companions have already escaped. They even injured our Thousand Mountain Paradise's members. We have already sent people to hunt them down. How did this happen? Xueqi was taken aback, but she quickly understood. Since Yanjiu had died, the elders who led the teams would surely be punished severely. The Heavenly Strategy's elder and his companions wanted to live, so they seized the opportunity to escape. After this, Xueqi and Lin Xian rested here. During this time, Xueqi transmitted her voice to him. Do you really not want to leave? If you leave now, I will create an opportunity for you. You should quickly leave. Xueqi was quite worried. After all, his grandfather was a great sage. Lin Xian shook his head and transmitted his voice to her. I won't leave for now. This is because I still have many things to do. I still have to kill people. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Xueqi fell silent. Since he had been suppressed and turned into a battle servant, his friends must have suffered the same fate. Thinking about it, Lin Xian would definitely make a move on the Grotto Heaven. If it had been in the past, she would have immediately suppressed or killed such a person. However, Xueqi wouldn't attack him now. After all, she was already his subordinate. She was quite conflicted, and she didn't know what she should do. After waiting for 2 days, Xueqi said, Elder Yan Mo still hasn't come back. I want to go back first. I am quite tired, and we have already escorted you back. After a short while, 2 teams escorted the 2 of them back to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. On the way back, they ran into some other teams, which were sent by Black Ice Ancestor. Black Ice Ancestor was Xueqi's grandfather, and he was also a supreme elder. After he learned about Yanjiu, he was worried that Xueqi would be in danger. This was why he sent people to receive her. When they saw that Xueqi was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. After this, the 2 of them returned to the Thousand Mountain Paradise and started their secluded cultivation. Xueqi's harvest this time was the greatest. She had obtained the Nining inheritance, which was a peerless inheritance. As long as she didn't die, she would surely become one of the few peerless experts in the starry sky. Lin Xian had also obtained great harvests. In the snowy mountain, he had obtained several hundred spirit herbs. At the same time, his great dragon sword soul's might had increased. More importantly, he had also obtained the Nining inheritance. Therefore, while he was in seclusion, Lin Xian had been exploring and researching whether he should cultivate the Nining legacy. He had discovered that the Nining inheritance and the Nine-Yang divine body were 2 completely different types of cultivation. The Nine-Yang divine body required boundless flames, while the Nining inheritance required boundless ice. Lin Xian had also cultivated the law of death and the law of sun, 2 completely opposite laws. However, two types of divine bodies were much more terrifying than two types of laws. The slightest carelessness might cause one to go berserk. He shook his head and decided not to cultivate for the time being. After all, the 9-yang divine body was a terrifying physique to begin with. As long as it was cultivated to the great perfection stage, it would be comparable to a great emperor. Lin Xian was still doing his best to improve his 9-yang divine body. On the other side, Xueqi had completely consolidated her 9-yin body. The following cultivation would be more complicated and tedious. It was not something that could be completed overnight, so she did not need to be anxious. On one hand, she sent people to search for countless precious pieces of ice. At the same time, she also walked out of the palace and looked at the pagoda in the distance with sparkling eyes. What was this guy doing? Naturally, she was thinking about Lin Xian. Xueqi felt like she was in a dream, and her soul wasn't clear. However, she also knew that the son she felt in her dream back then was probably Lin Xian. Therefore, she could guess what happened next. She had been unable to complete the 9-yin inheritance, but Lin Xian had helped her. Moreover, it was Lin Xian who had helped her detoxify the poison that she had been poisoned with. As the granddaughter of a supreme elder and a top genius of the paradise, Xueqi had always wondered what her husband would be like. He would definitely be a peerless expert, a supreme existence that could sweep away everything. She had not even seen any of the paradise's geniuses. In her opinion, only the Misty Peak's geniuses were worthy of her. However, Lin Xian's appearance changed her mind. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he displayed a powerful array formation. Although his identity was that of a battle servant, his attainments and formations were something that even she was greatly astonished by. Later on, in order to help her stop the Sage King, Lin Xian had taken the initiative to stay behind, risking his life so that she could escape. Xueqi was very touched. In the end, he had helped her detoxify the poison and obtain the 9-yin body. He had completely won her heart. In this life, she had already decided that Lin Xian was her husband. She would never think of a second person. However, she sighed. She sighed. She also knew that with her status, her father and grandfather would definitely not agree to tell anyone about this matter. Furthermore, Lin Xian would probably attack the Grotto Heaven as well. Given the other party's talent, as long as he was given time, he would be able to mature very quickly. Once he grew, would he start a war with her? She had no idea. On the other side, Elder Yan Mo had also returned. Because the land of Mount Han had been completely frozen, they had not found the place where Yanjiao had died. In fact, they did not even get any news. Especially when Yan Mo learned that Xueqi had returned safely, his expression became even uglier. Was his son the only one who had died in there? How hateful. In the end, he met two people. He found them very suspicious, but he did not dare to say anything. Because these two people were from the Misty Peak. The two geniuses of the Misty Peak left directly, and no one dared to stop them. As for Yan Mo, he returned to the Thousand Mountain Paradise with his people. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor came forward to inquire, but he did not find anything. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was furious. He personally went to Mount Han and killed his way in. In the end, he returned 3 days later. His expression became even colder. The people around him did not dare to say anything. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor had returned without finding anything. Mount Han was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Xueqi naturally knew that the Holy Heaven's old ancestor was powerful, but Mount Han had the 9-yin inheritance. Although she had obtained the inheritance, the aura that had been left behind was not something that a great saint could resist once it was released. Most likely, no one would be able to enter that place. As expected, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor's expression was ugly. Yan Mo walked in. Temperature, father, what should we do? We have no clue at all. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor's expression was gloomy. When Jiaoer used the soul imprint that I gave him, it was instantly penetrated. I sensed a trace of the light of reincarnation. What? The light of reincarnation? Yan Mo was stunned, and his expression became one of horror. Their heavenly grotto heaven did not deserve the light of reincarnation. Only the Misty Peak had it. Could it be that the Misty Peak's people had done it? Damn it, in the end, we met two people from the Misty Peak, but we did not dare to make a move. If we had known, we would have taken them down. Nonsense. Don't you know what kind of existence the Misty Peak is? Don't act rashly, let your younger brother go and check it out. He should be able to find out something from the Misty Peak. At least, he should be able to find out the identities of the two people who had gone to Mount Han. The ethereal peak was above their grotto heavens. However, many of their grotto heavens were also in the ethereal peak. For example, there were a few from the Holy Heaven's old ancestors' line in the ethereal peak. In fact, it wasn't just him. There were also people from Xueqi's line in the ethereal peak. It was the same for the other grotto heavens. It could be said that the relationship between the grotto heavens and the ethereal peak was very close. There were also people from the Holy King Xingchen's line in the ethereal peak. This was probably something that even Lin Xian didn't know. The ethereal peak. It was surrounded by mountains and empty valleys. The mountains were very steep. There was a mountain at the top of the clouds with a mysterious aura. This was the ethereal peak, a terrifying existence that was above the grotto heavens. In fact, in the hearts of countless grotto heavens, this was the true cultivation paradise. However, the ethereal peak was very strict in recruiting disciples. Most of the grotto heavens were peerless geniuses who entered through the assessment or recommendation. Only a few geniuses from the outside world entered directly. In the night sky, two figures flew past in an instant. They flew directly towards the ethereal peak. These two figures were riding on a huge gourd. They were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they shuttled through the void and arrived in front of the ethereal peak. There were clouds in front of them and an array formation appeared. At the same time, there was a loud shout. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the ethereal peak?" The voice carried the aura of a holy king. The two figures stopped. "It's us." The man took out the ethereal peak spirit tablet and waved it forward. A ray of light streaked across the token and surged into the array formation. Not long after, the array formation split open and people walked out from inside. It was young Master Xingchen and Princess Yuehua. "Please." Xingchen nodded and the two of them flew in. "Young Master Xingchen, how was your trip to Mount Han?" A holy king smiled. After hearing this, Xingchen also said that it was not bad. To be honest, this trip was not in vain. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. After the two of them flew far away, Yuehua asked, "Senior brother, why are you so happy? We didn't seem to have obtained anything special." "In my opinion, this Mount Han is just so. It's not as good as the legends say." Stardust's eyes flickered. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. He asked, "What do you think of Xueqi? Are you talking about that ice mountain fairy?" "I've heard of her. It was said that she was an ice elemental saint and had great attainments in formations. Although she was still a disciple of the grotto heaven and had yet to join the ethereal peak, she was still a disciple of the grotto heaven. However, she was already a half-step saint king, and with the strength of the Xianbing clan, it was only a matter of time before she joined Misty Peak." "Senior brother, are you interested in him?" "That's right." Stardust's eyes flashed with a bright light. When he returned, he would immediately ask the old ancestor to help him propose a marriage. Yuehua was stunned. "Do you want to propose marriage to Xueqi?" "To be honest, although she is not bad, there are too many people in our ethereal peak who are more outstanding than her." "Junior sister, you don't know, but I like this kind of iceberg." Stardust laughed. "Alright, you can go back first. I'll go and see the ancestor." Then, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Yuehua shook her head slightly. It seemed that another sparrow was about to become a phoenix. Presbytery Pavilion. It was very quiet, and there were countless paths around. This was where the old ancestor of the Presbytery Pavilion was. No one dared to be presumptuous here. At that moment, a figure was flying through the sky. It was Yan Mo. After Yan Mo entered the hall, he said, "Father, I've found them." Those two people were disciples of Misty Peak. The man was called Xingchen, and the woman was called Yuehua. They were the geniuses of the Star Clan and the Moon Clan. In front of them, the old ancestor of the Presbytery Pavilion opened his eyes. A terrifying chi bloomed in his eyes. Then, did the two of them fight? Yan Mo took in a deep breath. That didn't seem too possible. Even though the both of them were geniuses in ethereal peak, they were nothing compared to Lin Fan. However, they didn't seem to be able to control the light of reincarnation. Who was it? The old ancestor's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Did anyone from Misty Peak go in? He didn't know. He was still investigating. Go, find out who killed Jiu'er. Even if it was someone from Misty Peak, he had to give me an explanation. Next, there was an undercurrent. However, Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. He was in seclusion, cultivating with all his might. In front of him, the great void divine furnace was surrounded by flames. It was like a fire dragon, flickering continuously. 9 Sun Divine Flame. Lin Xian had obtained many precious spiritual herbs in the Great Snow Mountain. He was refining them now. When this furnace of pills was completed, he could try to break through and reach late-stage Holy Venerate. At that time, his strength would become even more terrifying. Finally, half a month later, a furnace of pills was completed. Looking at the pills, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Every pill was crystal clear, and there were great daos flickering on them. Lin Xian waved his hand and started consuming the pills. Boom, not long after, lightning filled the sky. It was like the end of the world. It attracted the attention of the Thousand Mountain Cave again. Could it be that Xueqi is going to break through again? Countless people became nervous. Xueqi's father also arrived, and his eyes flickered. However, they did not know that this was Lin Xian breaking through. Lightning tribulations filled the sky, and no one dared to approach this place. This time, the lightning tribulation lasted for a very long time. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Countless martial emperors were hacked apart. This scene was horrifying, as if 10,000 dragons were roaring together. A figure covered in flames appeared in the sea of lightning. Countless lightning bolts flickered on his body. Some of them were even as big as a mountain. This was Lin Xian. He brought out his powerful divine body. Countless sword chi turned into divine chains and fought with the lightning in the sky. Finally, Xiaochen blocked the lightning tribulation. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the charred ground and started the final tempering. His aura suddenly erupted, and he reached late-stage Holy Venerate. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before. This is great. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. The people outside were also looking forward to it. Is it over? I wonder if Princess Xueqi successfully broke through and became a sage king. They all wanted to go there. At this moment, the lightning that had disappeared gathered again. Then, an even more terrifying power descended. Even Lin Xian abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the large hall before him and revealed a look of surprise. A sage king tribulation, is she going to break through? Lin Xian cried out in surprise. The palace in front of him was where Xueqi was. It seemed like Xueqi was really going to break through to the Sage King realm. Xueqi's father and the other Sage Kings outside wanted to come in and check the situation. However, when they sensed the Sage King tribulation, they were all surprised. Is she going to break through now? Retreat quickly, these people retreated one after another. Even those who were in the mansion quickly retreated. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he arrived in the distant void. His eyes flickered as he observed the situation. A bolt of lightning descended in front of him, and it penetrated the heavens and the earth. The palace beneath it was torn apart, and it was turned into ashes. A person was sitting cross-legged in the void, and there was black ice revolving around her body. Soon after, Xueqi opened her eyes, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. The black ice around her body swept out in all directions. The lightning that approached her was instantly sealed by ice. Boom. Boom, boom. Xueqi used her Nining body, and ice filled the sky as she fought against the terrifying Saint Tribulation. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, and in the end, Xueqi successfully crossed the Saint Tribulation. She looked up at the sky and let out a long cry, and the clouds in the 9 heavens and 10 lands collapsed. The aura of a Saint King emanated from her body. Boom, it's great. She successfully made a breakthrough. A smile appeared at the corners of Xueqi's mouth. Her injuries, which were caused by the lightning tribulation, quickly healed. Qi how are you? After the lightning disappeared, a voice transmitted from afar. At the same time, countless auras in the sky started spreading toward them, and there was even an aura of a great saint among them. It was the Supreme Elder. Many people cried out in alarm. Greetings, Elder Black Ice. They looked at the blue-robed old man and bowed to him. The blue-robed old man's robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were like blue lightning that could see through everything. He stared at Xueqi, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. She made a breakthrough, great. Great. Great, he was overjoyed, as his granddaughter had finally taken a crucial step. Is this true? She actually made a breakthrough, it's great. Xueqi's father was also overjoyed, and he clenched his fists. The others also congratulated Black Ice Ancestor one after another. Black Ice Ancestor, congratulations. Princess Xueqi's talent was too great. She was the first person among the younger generation to become a Saint King. Her future achievements were limitless, and she would surely become a great saint. Many praises could be heard, and Black Ice Ancestor laughed heartily. Xueqi's breakthrough was a great matter for the Thousand Mountain Paradise, and they invited everyone to a banquet. Soon, these people began to move. On the other side, Yan Mo walked over and gnashed his teeth. Father, Xueqi has already broken through to the Saint King realm. Damn it, the others were all very happy, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. Because his son, Yan Jiao, had already fallen. In all honesty, he hoped that Xueqi would die. However, things didn't go as he wished. Not only did Xueqi not die, but she had also become even more powerful. She had even broken through to become a Saint King. Moreover, he wants to invite the world to a banquet. I think he wants to show off to the world. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Said the ancestor of the holy heavens. She had just become a Saint King, so she didn't pose any threat to him. As long as the black ice-old monster does not break through, we will still be evenly matched. Yan Mo nodded. He naturally knew. The younger generation represented the hope of the future. However, more importantly, although they were both from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, the forces they represented were different. The Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven had a total of 3 great sages. One of them fell into a deep slumber. The only ones who were active were his father, the Holy Heaven Grand Sage, and the Black Ice Grand Sage. The two of them represented 2 different forces, so they were naturally competing with each other. Previously, Yanjiao had pursued Xueqi. If he had succeeded, then they might have been able to work together. However, there was no such possibility now. Xueqi received countless congratulatory messages, but she ignored them all with an indifferent expression. Many of the younger generation's geniuses had come. Many of them were handsome, and some of them were carefree. However, Xueqi didn't care about them at all. She looked around, as if she was looking for someone. When she saw Lin Xian walk out of the clouds, a smile appeared on her face. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. When the others saw it, they all stared at Lin Xian and gnashed their teeth. Xueqi had indeed said, "Elders, fellow disciples, I just broke through, and I want to consolidate it. Alright, Xueqi, you should rest first. When the banquet starts, we will congratulate you properly." The elders all left with their juniors. Xueqi gathered her subordinates and said, "Build a new mansion for me. I will go to another place to live temporarily." She left with Lin Xian. The news that Xueqi had successfully broken through and become a Saint King spread out from the Thousand Mountain Paradise. When the other paradises and ancient clans people learned about it, they were all shocked. They all received invitations, and they all set out. The Misty Peaks people also learned about it, and they also sent out a team to go there. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. The Thousand Mountain Paradise became very lively, and the young disciples all had smiles on their faces. Xueqi was the star of this banquet, and what they needed to do was to attract her attention. They had already heard from their elders that Yanjiao had died. Since that was the case, they could go and chase after Xueqi. In the past, because of Yanjiao's existence, many people wanted to get Xueqi's attention. However, they didn't dare to. But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. If he could get married to Xueqi, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. If they could marry Xueqi, their families and their own families would all soar. They had arrived at the Green Hill Paradise, a loud voice came from outside, and a team was invited in. It was the Green Hill Paradise's people. Countless people turned their heads to look, and they all cried out in surprise. The Green Hill Paradise's people were all handsome, and they were like fairies. Many people cried out in surprise. Many people's eyes turned red. They couldn't get Princess Xueqi, but if they could marry a fairy from the Green Hill Paradise, it would be good too. Next, the Howren Paradise, White Cloud Paradise, and Flying Feather Paradise's people all arrived. The last to arrive was the Purple Spirit Paradise's people. Many people were surprised that young Master Ling Tian had come as well. Many people whispered. Didn't this guy say that he was severely injured and poisoned? How did he recover? His grandfather was a supreme elder, a great saint. He must have personally helped him to expel the poison and heal his injuries. The Purple Spirit Paradise's people had a cold expression, and their eyes were cold. To be honest, he was very angry. He was beaten up by a mysterious person for no reason, and he was severely injured. He was even poisoned. Indeed, it was the great saint who saved him. However, this also caused his cultivation and strength to fall. After all, his foundation was injured, and his soul was injured. Now, he had fallen to the peak of the Saint Venerable realm, and he was no longer a half-step Saint King. This made him gnash his teeth. Especially when he heard that Xueqi had successfully broken through to become a Saint King, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was supposed to be the first to break through, but now, the glory had fallen to someone else. But fortunately, it was Xueqi. If he could marry Xueqi, everything would be perfect. Apart from the people from the 5 grotto heavens, there were also dozens of ancient race and other experts. It could be said that the Thousand Mountain Grotto was extremely lively. The elders and geniuses of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were also coming in and out to receive the guests. At this moment, a voice came from the foot of the mountain, welcoming the ethereal peak. As soon as the voice came out, the people in the grotto fell silent. Countless people turned their heads to look. Even the ethereal peak was here? This was unbelievable. The Thousand Mountain Grotto was actually so influential. The elders and experts of the other grotto heavens were also shocked. The people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto smiled. Great! They did not expect the people of the ethereal peak to come. Some of the core elders also started to move, and went to welcome them. The ethereal peak was in existence above them. No one dared to be careless. The people of the other grotto heavens were also extremely respectful and pious. From afar, a white jade bridge appeared, connecting the heavens and the earth. Countless daos were intertwined on it. There were a few figures on the bridge. The one in front was a middle-aged man. He was tall and wore armor that shone with cold light. His aura was extremely shocking. It was him? Duguju. Many elders of the grotto heavens narrowed their eyes. They did not expect such a person to come here. Some of the young people did not know who this person was. They only knew that his aura was extremely terrifying. They asked, "Elder, is this person powerful?" The elder said, "How dare you be so rude to Elder Dugu?" Saint King Dugu was a late-stage Saint King. He was also an elder of the ethereal peak and had an extraordinary status. He was not someone you could talk about. Did you hear that? The disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. How terrifying was the elder of the ethereal peak. At the same time, they were even more confused. Why would such a person come for the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Could it be that something big was going to happen? Even the elders of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were stunned. They originally thought that they would send some young disciples. But now, such a powerful elder had come personally. For a moment, they were all stunned. The expression of Xueqi's father, Elder Xianxia, changed drastically. Since such an important person had come, he must inform the Supreme Elder as soon as possible. He secretly transmitted his voice. However, as soon as he moved, 2 powerful auras surged over from afar. Greetings, Patriarch. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven kept worshipping. The people from the other grotto heavens also bowed and greeted the 2 great sages. Countless people looked up at him. was this the great sage? It was really too terrifying. It was the Holy Heaven's ancestor and the Black Ice ancestor. The two of them looked ahead when they arrived. They landed on a cloud and smiled. They didn't expect fellow Taoist Dugu of Ethereal Peak to come personally. How disrespectful. The two seniors are too polite. Duguju said indifferently as he cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Dugu, please. The two grand elders will personally lead the way. The surrounding people were all stunned. Although Duguju was powerful, he was only a late-stage Saint King. Yet, the two great sages were treating him with such respect. In fact, they were treating him as equals. It was truly unbelievable. However, this also showed how extraordinary Ethereal Peak was. It was probably completely above the grotto heavens. Two seniors, please. Duguju didn't dare to be careless. After all, they were two living fossils, two great sages. The three of them walked forward together. The surrounding people stepped back and made a path for them. There were also a few figures following behind Duguju. Xianxia and Yuehua were among them. The group was invited to the most honorable place and sat down. After that, the two utmost exalted elders also sat down. Everyone was seated, the others also sat down. At this moment, a red-crowned crane was flying in the distance, with two figures standing on top of it. It was Fairy Xueqi. She was here. With a cry of surprise, countless people raised their heads and looked into the distance. The eyes of the young disciples instantly lit up. She was so beautiful. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Xueqi had dressed up meticulously today. Her exquisite snow robe made her look even more noble. She looked like an ice queen. As soon as she appeared, she attracted countless gazes and countless exclamations. The crane flew and circled in the air. Then, it landed. Xueqi walked down. Lin Xian also landed behind her. Lin Xian looked around curiously. The people who came this time were more powerful than the people who had gathered at Mount Han. He also found that the 6 grotto heavens were all here. Especially when he sensed the two aged figures sitting at the very front, his pupils abruptly shrunk. The aura of a great sage. They were real great sages. He took a deep breath. As expected of a grotto heaven. It was much more powerful than the holy city. There were even great sages here. And there was more than one. Who was this person? When he saw Duguju, he was also stunned. Duguju was only a late-stage Saint Venerable. However, he could sit on the same level as a great sage. This surprised him. However, when he saw Xianxia and Yuehua sitting beside Duguju, he immediately understood what was going on. He had seen these two people before. They were from Misty Peak. He guessed that the middle-aged man sitting at the front was also an expert from Misty Peak. It seemed like Misty Peak's status was really important. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Xueqi. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As expected of the person he had taken a fancy to. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he furrowed his brows. Once he married Xueqi, this battle servant wouldn't need to exist anymore. Many people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. There were even some geniuses who were envious of him. They wished they could turn into battle servants and stay by Xueqi's side. Let me introduce you. This is Elder Dugu of Misty Peak. He came here especially for this meeting. You should thank him properly. Xianhai stood up and looked at his daughter with a smile. Xueqi was also surprised. Did Elder Dugu of Misty Peak come here personally? Did he come here to take a disciple? Junior Xueqi greets Elder Dugu. You are too polite. My niece, Xueqi, has great talent. It is only a matter of time before she joins Misty Peak. Xueqi also smiled as she thanked Elder Dugu for his praise. She had always wanted to join Misty Peak. The other people also went into an uproar. They all guessed that Duguju had come here to take a disciple. These people were the outstanding geniuses of Misty Peak. Xianhai pointed at Xianxia and the others. Xueqi also bowed slightly to greet everyone. Sister Xueqi, you are too courteous. We will be on the same side in the future, Yuehua said with a smile. After that, Xueqi met the elders of the other heavens and the experts of the ancient race. She sat down. The banquet started, and it was very lively. Many people came to congratulate Xueqi. Just the gifts that Lin Xian had received for her had already piled up into a mountain. During the banquet, there were also some fights. After all, everyone was an expert, and they liked watching fights. Some geniuses of the heavens and ancient race started fighting. The battle stopped there, but it was still very exciting and intense. All kinds of great daos appeared between heaven and earth. Interesting. Even I want to fight. I wonder who wants to exchange a few moves with me. At this moment, a figure stood up from the misty peak side. It was a short-haired man. He wore blue armor and carried a saber on his back. His cultivation was only at the half-step Holy King realm, but he was able to join the misty peak. There was only one explanation: he was a descendant of one of the elders of the misty peak. Mo Fan walked out and looked at the people of the other heavens and ancient race. What's wrong? Does no one dare to fight? The banquet fell silent for a moment. Mo Fan sneered coldly. Didn't you all think that you were geniuses? Why don't you even have the courage to fight me? You are really disappointing. You want to join the Misty Peak? I'm afraid you don't have the chance. What an arrogant person. When the people of the 6 great heavens heard this, they frowned. Some of them had ugly expressions. It's not that we don't want to fight, but if we injure you, we will end up in a miserable state. These words were exactly what everyone was thinking. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat him, but that he was from the Misty Peak, and no one dared to fight him. When Mo Fan heard this, he smiled. So, this is what you are worried about. I can tell you that you don't need to worry. Who can defeat me? Or even injure me? I will reward you handsomely. Even if I am injured, I won't blame you. Everyone can hear what I am saying. Do you still have anything to worry about? Since that's the case, I will challenge you. A figure stood up. It was Meng Hao of the Haren Heavens. After Meng Hao walked out, he said, "Excuse me." Unparalleled laws of nature burst out from his body. His palm formed a seal of nature and pushed forward. This was the ultimate technique of the vast grotto heaven. This Meng Hao was also a top genius, and his attacks were truly terrifying. Most likely, there was no one below Saint King who could do anything to him, right? Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh. The Haren Wonderland, huh? He pulled out the saber on his back. Purple flames rose from the saber as it slashed down with an unparalleled aura. Purple Flame Devil Saber. The saber slashed down and collided with the Haren seal. Both of them let out an earth-shaking sound. This slash actually sent Meng Hao flying backward. This guy is so strong. He is indeed from the ethereal peak. The crowd realized that although Mo Fan was arrogant, his strength was not weak at all. Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh after he succeeded, and charged forward once again. The long saber in his hand continued to fall like lightning, enveloping the world. Meng Hao kept retreating, but he was not nervous at all. Suddenly, countless Haren seals appeared behind him. There were a total of 12 of them, and they covered the sky and covered the earth, directly enveloping his opponent. This was a kind of ultimate technique. It turned out that he was not really defeated before. He was just retreating in order to advance, looking for an opening. Finally, he found an opportunity. Boom! Boom, boom. Under the mighty attack, Mo Fan was hit and was sent flying. His face was pale, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. There were even a few cracks on his body. He was injured. Countless people were shocked. Meng Hao walked forward. You have lost this battle. Mo Fan's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, you dare to hurt me? Go to hell. He roared angrily, and the long saber in his hand instantly burst out with an unparalleled light. A roar burst out from his saber, and then it turned into a phantom and slashed forward. Boom! The power of this slash surpassed everything before. It even carried the aura of a Saint King. Not good. This was the weapon of a Saint King, and it was sealed before. Countless cries of surprise rang out, and Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He once again used the Haren seal to block the attack. However, he was still a step too late. In an instant, he was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his body. One of his arms was directly cut off. Meng Hao was injured. The people of the Howren Grotto were nervous. The others also exclaimed. The battle should be over. They did not expect Mo Fan to use the weapon of a Saint King. It was an unfair victory. Everyone sighed. To be honest, with Meng Hao's status, he could naturally take out a Saint King weapon. However, since it was a spar, they would not rely on external forces. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Fan did not stop. His eyes were red. Since you dare to hurt me, go to hell, the saber in his hand slashed down again. Damn it, is this guy crazy? Does he want to kill me? This was not the end of the battle. He had said so nicely before that he did not care about being injured or losing, but now his opponent had hurt him a little. He actually wanted to kill his opponent. Meng Hao's face was also cold. To be honest, he was also angry. Did he think he did not have a Saint King weapon? His severed arm healed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was about to attack. However, at that moment, the elder of the Howren Grotto stood up. Very well, Meng Hao had lost this battle. Elder, Meng Hao was not convinced. However, the elder of the Howren Grotto did say, Meng Hao, you are injured. You have lost this battle. Yes. I understand. Meng Hao walked back unwillingly. Mo Fan harumphed coldly. Fortunately, you were not injured. Otherwise, you would be a dead man by now. Who else wants to stand with me? The surrounding people did not say anything. This guy was simply a madman. He could not afford to be taken advantage of. Furthermore, his status was frighteningly high. No one dared to act rashly. Who would want to fight with such a person? What a bunch of trash. Mo Fan laughed coldly. In front of him, Stardust frowned slightly. Mo Fan, come back. To be honest, he also felt that Mo Fan was a bit embarrassing. Fine, I'll spare them this time. Mo Fan walked back. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Duguju said with a smile, today, we came here not only to congratulate Xueqi, but also for another matter. Oh, another matter? What is it? The two great elders were confused. The others were also surprised. Duguju said with a smile. Xueqi's children should be of marriageable age. Duguju wondered if she had a good husband. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What did he mean? Even Xueqi furrowed her brows. Duguju continued with a smile. This is Xianxia, a genius of the ethereal peak. He has reached the Saint King realm. Senior Black Ice, what do you think? Black Ice ancestor was also taken aback. What did Taoist Dugu mean? Duguju said. This time, I'm here to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Those from the Thousand Mountain Cave were stunned. Those from the other caves were also dumbfounded. It seemed like they were here to propose marriage for Xianxia. Oh my god, despair filled their eyes. Yanzhou's matter had given them hope. After all, they could pursue Xueqi. But now, the ethereal peak had proposed marriage. Who would dare to oppose it? Sure enough, those young geniuses were disappointed. Even the elders from the Thousand Mountain Cave were stunned. Elder Xianbing was also stunned. She didn't expect that the other party was here to propose marriage. Xianxia is a genius of the Star Clan of the Ethereal Peak. If the marriage alliance is successful this time, then both of us can work together. Countless people were stunned. The eyes of those from the other caves turned red. If they could work together with the Ethereal Peak, it would be a great benefit for the caves. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor's face turned cold. Yan Mo's face also turned ugly. This way, the Thousand Mountain Cave would benefit. But the biggest beneficiary would be the Black Ice lineage. Xianxia would probably soar to the sky in the future. If that happened, the Thousand Mountain Cave lineage would be at a disadvantage. So, they were very anxious. This, Black Ice ancestor was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, she did not know how to respond. But at this moment, Xueqi stood up and said, I'm not willing. What? Everyone was shocked. Xueqi was not willing. Don't be rude. Xianhai said with a frown. How could she refuse such an important event? But father, Xueqi still wanted to say something. Xianhai waved his hand and said, I said, don't be rude. Sit down first. The Supreme Elder will make the decision. Although Xueqi refused, Duguju did not care. He looked at Black Ice Ancestor. He knew that the most important thing was to deal with Black Ice Ancestor. He waved his hand and looked at the stars. Chen what are you waiting for? Xingchen stood up and said with a smile, Senior Xianbing, if Xueqi and I can be together, I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. These were some greeting gifts. I hope that Senior and Xueqi won't dislike it. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 3 treasure boxes appeared in the sky. Was this a betrothal gift? Countless people cried out in surprise as they looked up at the sky. Xingchen waved his hand, and the first treasure box opened. Immediately, 9-colored light flew out and circled the world. A terrifying aura of the great path surged. The surrounding people were all stunned. Just the aura alone was so terrifying. How heaven-defying was this treasure? Then, a fist-sized jade flew out. The jade was sparkling and translucent. It was exceptionally dreamy, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. However, what was surprising was not this piece of jade, but what was sealed in the jade. It was a stalk of spirit medicine, and it could be seen that it was very old. Xingchen said proudly with his hands behind his back. This was a 30,000-year-old herb. The surrounding people were all in an uproar. 30,000-year-old, heavens, isn't this a little too long ago? This was definitely enough to make anyone's eyes turn red. Sure enough, even the 2 grand elders' eyes shone with a biting cold light. This was extremely useful to them. Not only could it increase their cultivation, but it could also increase their lifespan. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor's eyes turned red. Why didn't his junior have a peerless fairy like Xueqi? Damn it, this Black Ice Old Ancestor is going to benefit. Black Ice Old Ancestor was also very happy. However, as a great saint, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, he was extremely calm at this moment and did not say anything. When Xingchen saw this, he waved his hand again. Immediately, the second treasure box opened. Boundless light flew out from it. It was also a piece of divine crystal, and there was a celestial pot sealed in it. The crowd was puzzled. Could it be a top-grade saint artifact? Xingchen said that there was half a bottle of spirit wine in the celestial pot. It should be the legendary Linglong Saint wine. The surrounding people went crazy. The Linglong Saint wine was a legendary existence. With just a sip, one could almost ascend to the immortal realm. It could definitely increase one's cultivation by a few hundred years. It could directly create a peerless expert, as expected of the Misty Peak. It was really too amazing. The things that they took out shocked everyone. At the same time, everyone knew that it seemed like this marriage proposal was going to be successful. Presumably, the Thousand Mountain Grotto would definitely not reject it. What was inside the third treasure box? At this moment, countless people were looking forward to it. Xingchen waved his hand and opened the third treasure box. Moonlight appeared inside. Then, a crescent moon flew out. It was the moon. Everyone was stunned. However, some of the older generation experts shook their heads. No, it looked like the moon. It was a piece of metal. Some of you should have guessed it. It was called the metal of the hidden moon. It was a material used to create great saint artifacts. I don't think I need to explain how precious it was. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out. The metal of the hidden moon was crystal clear. It was flowing with radiance, like a divine moon. It was a peerless metal. Indeed, the eyes of the 2 great saints turned red. Although they were great saints and had great saint artifacts in their hands, those great saint artifacts had been passed down in the heavenly grotto since ancient times. They were not created by them. It was too difficult for a great saint to create his own great saint artifact. The reason was that the materials needed were extremely precious. Many people might not be able to find all of them in their lifetime. Therefore, the great saints used divine artifacts that had been passed down. Now, such a piece of metal had appeared, and it made the eyes of the 2 great saints turn red. If they could get it and create their own great saint artifacts, they would be satisfied for the rest of their lives. Each of the 3 treasures would be astonishing if taken out. Now that they had appeared together, no one would be able to reject them. The corners of Black Ice Ancestor's mouth curled up as she looked at Xueqi. Xueqi's heart thumped. She stood up and said once again, I'm not willing. The surrounding people went crazy. She was still not willing? What was Xueqi thinking? Some female disciples of the other heavenly grotto snorted coldly. Why was she so arrogant? Did she really think of herself as a peerless fairy? Xianxia was so handsome, and he was also a martial artist of the Misty Peak. His status was above all heavenly grottos. If they were in Xueqi's place, they would have agreed long ago. Moreover, she had taken out 3 treasures, which showed her sincerity. Those female martial artists were so angry that they wished they could rush over and agree immediately. However, Xueqi had refused them twice, which made them go crazy with anger. Why was the disparity between people so big? The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared, and his expression became unsightly. She had already rejected him twice. Didn't he want to lose face? Even Duguju furrowed his brow slightly. His expression became gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia said hurriedly, Elder Dugu, please calm down. My daughter is still young, and she is used to being spoiled. Elder Dugu, please don't take offense. I have already made up my mind. Xueqi stood out once again. At this moment, countless gazes fell on her. Xueqi looked around and said in a clear voice, Elder Dugu, thank you for your love. However, Xueqi already has someone in her heart. After she spoke, she glanced at Lin Xian. Everyone was taken aback. Xueqi already has someone in her heart. Damn it. Who is it? I will fight him to the death. Even Xianxia's expression became unsightly. He had proposed a marriage in front of everyone, but Xueqi didn't agree. She even said that she already had someone in her heart. This was a slap to his face. Don't be rude. Xianxia shouted angrily. Even Black Ice Ancestor's expression changed. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but if it wasn't handled properly, it might turn into a disaster. Offending the Misty Peak would lead to a miserable end. The Holy Heaven's ancestor and the others sneered inwardly. This scene was beyond their expectations. However, they were still very happy. Chi is too young, and we will give you an explanation for this matter. Black Ice Ancestor also spoke. Now, the situation had become very awkward, and they had to stop it quickly. Otherwise, the Misty Peak would become even angrier. Chi had just broken through recently, and she might be too tired. This was why she wasn't in a good mood. Guards, take Chi away to rest. Xianxia waved his hand, and many guards walked out. It seemed like they wanted to take Xueqi away by force. Xueqi said, who dares to do this? She took a step forward, but the guards continued to walk towards her. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sighed. He knew that Xueqi didn't agree because of him. After all, Xueqi was already his woman. Now, Xueqi was going against the Thousand Mountain Wonderland and the Misty Peak for him. How could he just sit by and watch? Lin Xian walked out as well. With a stomp of his foot, endless nomological laws condensed under his feet and enveloped the guards. Countless laws formed divine chains, sealing them in the sky. Audacious, do you dare to make a move? Xianxia roared. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He laughed. For the sake of a few treasures, he was willing to push his own daughter into the fire pit. As a father, he wasn't much. What did you say? Xianxia was completely enraged. A mere battle servant dared to clamor with him, kneel, he roared. However, Lin Xian stood there without moving. He said coldly, what? Am I wrong? You are Xueqi's elders, yet you don't care about Xueqi at all. All you think about is the treasure and the relationship with the Misty Peak. Have you ever cared about Xueqi's feelings? Xueqi is still young, and she doesn't understand anything. We are doing this for her own good. Xianxia said coldly. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Young? Don't understand? I see that you've lived for thousands of years, but you don't understand either. How presumptuous. Who gave you the guts to speak here? Xianxia went crazy. The people in the surroundings went into an uproar. Who is this guy? Is he some genius? What a joke. Can't he see that he's just a battle servant? What? A battle servant dares to speak to an elder in such a manner, he'll probably suffer a fate worse than death. Xueqi turned around and looked at Lin Xian. She revealed a smile. She knew that she had made the right choice. In the next instant, she said, "Father, grandfather, if you insist on marrying Xueqi, it's fine. But I have a condition." "What condition?" "Speak." Xianxia was delighted. As long as Xueqi agreed, they would fulfill any condition. Xueqi said, "My husband will surely be a peerless hero. Weaklings don't have such qualifications. You can set your mind at ease. Xianxia is also a Saint King, and he reached the Saint King realm 3 years ago." This showed that Xianxia's power was extremely great. However, Xueqi said, "Even among Saint Kings, there are strong and weak ones. My condition is that you must defeat me in order to become my husband. Moreover, since you think that I'm not young anymore, it's time for me to get married. Alright, let's have a competition to find a spouse. I'll invite all the geniuses in the world to sign up. If anyone can defeat me, I'll marry him." Everyone went into an uproar when they heard this. A competition to find a spouse? Oh my god. Didn't this mean that they also had a chance? Some people were shocked. Duguju furrowed his brows and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was gloomy, but a smile quickly appeared at the corners of his mouth. A competition to find a spouse? Interesting. Fine, I'll agree. Xueqi, I'll defeat you personally to prove my power. I'm the most suitable person to be your husband. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since even Xianxia had agreed, they didn't need to say anything. However, after this matter, they still had to apologize properly. Even Black Ice Ancestor sighed. It seemed like she had to make a trip to the Misty Peak. After all, they had really embarrassed the Misty Peak today. 10 days from now, I'll accept your challenge. I'll only give you 10 days to prepare. After Xueqi finished speaking, she turned around and left. Countless people went into an uproar. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Moreover, the news had already spread. All the experts in the region rushed over. They also wanted to participate. The Thousand Mountain Cave was also busy. They were preparing to set up the ancient arena. They also had to entertain more people. On the other side, Black Ice Ancestor personally invited Duguju and the others to a quiet palace, where she received them personally. Xianxia was a little unhappy before, but now, a smile appeared on his face. He wanted to conquer her personally. On the other side, after Xueqi went back, she looked at Lin Xian. She said, 10 days from now, you'll participate, right? Since they had come back from Mount Han, the two of them had been cultivating in seclusion. They even tried to avoid what had happened. This made Xueqi very sad. Lin Xian looked at her and said, "Of course, you're already my woman. Your husband can only be me. I've already thought it through. The Thousand Mountain Cave is the Thousand Mountain Cave, and you are you. Moreover, I don't want to kill the entire Thousand Mountain Cave. I only want to kill a part of it." That's right. Lin Xian wanted to kill those who had participated in sealing them. He also wanted to kill the members of the world of men. After Xueqi heard this, she revealed a beautiful smile. Great! She had seen Lin Xian's power. This was why she had thought of the martial arts competition to find a spouse. As long as Lin Xian displayed his great power in front of everyone 10 days from now, it wouldn't matter even if he was just a battle servant. When this news spread out, the whole world went into an uproar. More experts rushed over. Among them, there were even some saints. After all, Xueqi was already a true Saint King. If they wanted to defeat her, they had to be a saint. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to join in the fun. After all, they were the center of attention at this time. If they could shine in the battle, even if they lost in the end, they would still be famous in the world. They all came to the Thousand Mountain Cave with different goals in mind. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, everyone was excited. The Thousand Mountain Cave even took out many arenas for the upcoming battles. The two Grand Elders and the Dugu Xingwang had all arrived. They sat high up in the clouds and looked down. The experts of the other heavenly caves and the ancient race all gathered around them. Xianxia was wearing a battle armor today, and his eyes were emitting a cold aura. Today, he was going to sweep across the 8 barren lands and defeat Xueqi personally. Then, he would carry out the marriage alliance. The experts of the other heavenly caves were also excited. At this time Mo Fan walked out again and said loudly, "If you want to challenge Xueqi, you have to go through me first. If you can't even defeat me, you don't have the right to challenge a saint." He was right. Other than Mo Fan, 3 more people arrived. They were all from the Misty Peak. These 3 people were all half-step Saint Kings. They stood in 3 arenas and were going to be eliminated. It's so lively. It seems like I'm not too late. A loud laugh came from the sky. Then, a sword light flashed and formed a figure. Another expert came to challenge them? Everyone felt the pressure. No, this was not an ordinary Saint King. This was a late-stage Saint King. This was a terrifying expert. Countless people exclaimed. They looked up at the sky, and so did the people of the Thousand Mountain Cave. The 2 supreme elders and Duguju were stunned. Their pupils shrank. "It's him," the 3 of them stood up at the same time. "Taoist Wuk, what a rare guest. I didn't expect you to come." Black Ice Ancestor was very surprised. His face was full of excitement. This was too much. This was the martial arts competition of his granddaughter. Now, not only Duguju, but also Wuk had come. This made him feel proud. On the other side, the Holy Heaven's ancestor was also surprised. He did not dare to be negligent. "Long time no see, tour guide Wuk," Duguju said. The 3 of them invited the peerless swordsman down from the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? He was so terrifying. His identity was also extraordinary. Could it be that he was also from the ethereal peak? The Misty Peak actually sent 2 elders? It was too unbelievable. However, there were also some who shook their heads. No, these people from Ethereal Peak looked confused. Clearly, they did not know this peerless swordsman. This person was not from Ethereal Peak. Who was that? In this place, other than the Misty Peak, who else could make the Grotto Heavens treat them with such respect? Or even be on equal footing with the Misty Peak? Everyone was puzzled. "I wonder where Xueqi is?" Jian Wuk asked with a smile after he came down. "Xueqi, we're almost there." Not long after, the red-crowned crane flew over from afar. Xueqi and Lin Xian descended gracefully like celestial beings. "Here it comes," countless people's eyes lit up. Jian Wuk said with a smile. "She is indeed a peerless genius. It seems like Xueqi's future is limitless. Elder Wuk, it won't be long before my daughter marries Xianxia of the Misty Peak. At that time, I hope Elder Wuk can come." "Oh?" Jian Wuk was surprised. At this moment, Yan Mo said coldly, "Elder Xianhai, it's too early for you to be happy. What will be the final result of this competition? No one can say for sure." "Why? Do you think that young Master Xianxia won't be able to obtain the final victory?" Xianhai glanced at Yan Mo and revealed a meaningful smile. Yan Mo's son had been pursuing his daughter. Now that Yan Jiu was dead, he must be furious. However, even if Yan Jiu was alive, how could he be compared to Xianxia? Yan Mo looked at Duguju with respect and then looked at Xianhai. He said with a smile, "I didn't say that young Master Xianxia would lose. It's just that I think everyone knows Xueqi's temper. At that time, I hope Xueqi will keep her word." Xianhai's face darkened. "I know my daughter. She won't go back on her word. Alright, stop fighting. Just watch the competition patiently." Elder Xianbing also said in a deep voice. Soon, everyone's gazes shifted downwards. The people below had already started. Mo Fan and the other 3 experts of the Misty Peak were in charge of the elimination. The battles were very fast. The 3 of them were very strong. Even if they were fighting against experts of the same level, they would finish the battle within 3 moves. Damn it! How could it be so coincidental? Everyone was in despair. Some of the people who wanted to participate hesitated. They were all half-step Saint Kings. Why was the gap between them so huge? Could this be the Misty Peak? The super skills and ultimate techniques used by the other party far surpassed theirs. Look! It's Han Chong. He's back. They heard that he had gone to another world to train. They didn't expect him to finally return. This time, his strength would be even more terrifying. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian turned his head and looked over with a look of surprise on his face. He had met Han Chong in the true spirit world before. He was already a saint, a top existence. Now that he had returned, his strength had increased again. He had reached the half-step Saint King realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian knew that these people were all experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. After going through the trials of other worlds, they were much stronger than ordinary half-step Saint Kings. Han Chong walked up, bringing with him endless ice. Countless people were discussing. This guy was like Fairy Xueqi, an expert of the ice element. They didn't know if he could fight against the people of the Misty Peak. Oh, an interesting guy is coming up? Mo Fan looked at the other party with surprise. Then he said, interesting. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Sorry. Han Chong cupped his fists and said. Then, the laws on his body erupted like an iceberg. The cold aura caused frost to appear on the surrounding people. Buzz. A ray of ice light covered the sky and flew forward. Too weak. Mo Fan sneered and slashed forward. The ice shattered. A large ice bow appeared in Han Chong's hand. As he drew it back, countless ice arrows covered the sky as they flew forward. In an instant, the sky and earth were completely frozen. Boom. Boom, a lot of ice appeared on it. Mo Fan's hand was the same. It was frozen. He felt his movements become slower. Even the law was frozen. Humph, Mo Fan shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed down from the sky like a galaxy. Boom, the ice swords in the sky were mercilessly torn apart. It was over. Mo Fan slashed at Han Chong again. Han Chong kept retreating. Many icicles appeared in front of him, about to pierce through everything. At the same time, countless icicles condensed into a clone behind Mo Fan. An icicle spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it out like a dragon's roar. There were attacks in front and behind him. It was a trap, countless people exclaimed. Mo Fan naturally felt the terrifying power coming from behind him. He roared angrily, and the seal on the battle saber in his hand was undone. It formed a Saint King weapon. With a single strike, the clone behind it was destroyed. Another slash forced Han Chong back. Han Chong fell out of the arena, his arm numb. I lost. He sighed. Who else? Mo Fan snorted. Next, Huiyue also went up. These were the people that Lin Xian had seen in the true spirit world. They all went up one after another. In the end, they all lost. Young Master Ling Tian's face turned ghastly pale when he saw this. He thought that he could even defeat the other party in this battle. But now, he had no hope at all. So he didn't go up. Everyone was in despair. The people of Ethereal Peak were indeed strong to be able to sweep the world with just one saber. Damn it, why didn't they send our experts? We also have saint-level experts, some disciples gritted their teeth. However, the elders of the Grotto Heavens snorted. Are you really stupid or an idiot? If you want to die, don't drag the Grotto Heavens down with you. The other party is from Misty Peak. We don't even have time to befriend them. Who would be stupid enough to let a saint fight? Isn't this a challenge? Do you think you'll have a good ending if you go against Misty Peak? Now, the half-step Saint Kings were just going to train. This way, they could train the disciples and not offend Misty Peak. No Grotto Heavens or ancient race dared to offend Misty Peak. However, there was an exception. Because a black-robed man walked over. Only a pair of eyes appeared on his body, emitting a cold light. His aura had reached the Saint King realm. Mo Fan and the other two's faces were cold. Take my strongest attack, Purple Flame Demonic Saber. Mo Fan roared and used the battle saber in his hand to the extreme. Balls of purple flames jumped, waving in the sky. This saber was tens of thousands of miles long, slashing down from the sky. The black-robed man struck out with his palm, and the laws danced on it, forming a hand of laws that blocked the saber. Another punch knocked Mo Fan back. Mo Fan's face went pale. Damn it, he wanted to risk his life, but at this moment, Xianxia said, Junior brother Mo, stop. Leave this person to me. Mo Fan came to a stop and nodded. Very well, you can pass. However, sooner or later, you will have to stay under my senior brother Xianxia. The black-robed man chuckled coldly. Without saying a word, he walked to the side. Next, he continued. More people walked out one after another, but they were all defeated. In the end, almost no one came out. Was there nothing left? Mo Fan swept his gaze around. At this moment, another figure walked out. His appearance caused countless cries of surprise. Lin Xian's gaze was steady, and his expression was calm as he walked forward. Was he going to participate as well? He actually dared to have designs on Fairy Xueqi, acting recklessly. Battle servants could be killed directly. Cold laughter could be heard. The faces of the people from the Thousand Mountain Cave turned ugly. Damn it, a battle servant is participating? What a joke! Xianxia stood up and shouted angrily, little battle servant, kneel down, men, take him down. There were 4 figures in the surroundings, and they quickly walked toward Lin Xian. They all had chains of law in their hands, and they wanted to seal Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he instantly arrived in the arena like lightning. The 4 of them were stunned. What speed! Xianxia was also stunned. You, get back! Xianxia roared and activated the life and death curse. In his opinion, no matter how strong a battle servant was, as long as the life and death curse was activated, the opponent would definitely die. However, there seemed to be an exception this time. Lin Xian stood there, unaffected. How was this possible? Xianxia's eyes widened. Who was this person? Did he not plant the life and death curse on him? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Sacred ruler Xianxia suddenly stood up and said, impossible. I personally brought him to Elder Three-Eyed. He must have planted the life and death curse. Kid, this is not a place where you can come. Quickly leave. As he spoke, he also used the life and death curse. However, Lin Xian did not have any reaction at all. Damn it, what was going on? Sacred ruler Xianxia's eyes widened. His opponent was really unaffected. Could it be that there was something wrong with the life and death curse? Quickly go and invite Elder Three-Eyed here. Sacred ruler Xianxia roared, and the surrounding people instantly flew into the distance. Most of the elders had come to such a grand event. There were also some elders who did not come. Elder Three-Eyed did not come. Now that there was a problem with the life and death curse, they naturally invited him over. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at sacred ruler Xianxia. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia again and said in a clear voice, if I remember correctly, the martial arts competition invites everyone in the world. There are no special rules. Who said that I can't participate? Damn kid, can a battle servant be considered a human? Sacred ruler Xianxia roared. The others also had cold faces. Indeed, a battle servant was no different from an ant in their eyes. At this moment, Xueqi spoke up. Who said that he can't participate? I said that anyone can participate as long as they have the strength. The crowd was in an uproar. Fairy Xueqi was actually speaking up for the other party. Damn it, why? Many people went crazy. Xianxia's face also darkened. An ant was actually able to snatch away his face. I've inquired about this person. He's an array master and has helped Xueqi with a lot of array matters. That's why he's receiving such treatment. An array master, humph. A mere sacred ruler. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Since he dares to go against me, I'll let him know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Xianxia wanted to say something, but at this moment, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor spoke up. Alright, let him participate. If this continues, it will only embarrass us even more. This is against the rules. However, Black Ice Old Ancestor also nodded. Let him participate. He won't pass anyway. Xianxia did not say anything. The surrounding people were shocked. A battle servant was participating in the contest for a spouse. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the world. Mo Fan sneered. He had already received his senior brother's message. He would not let the other party go. Was he only a Saint Venerable? Too weak. I can kill you with a single finger. But don't worry, I won't really kill you. I'll cripple your cultivation and break your limbs. You'll continue to live like an ant. After saying that, he laughed proudly. You're happy too early. You're just a half-step sacred ruler. I don't care about you. I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Then, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian said indifferently, standing with his hands behind his back. What did you say? Mo Fan was stunned. Everyone else was stunned. A sacred venerate was threatening a half-step sacred king. Furthermore, it was a peak half-step sacred king. What was this kid thinking? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Fan stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Countless purple flames were dancing on it. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, unable to withstand this power at all. The people from the other grotto heavens sneered. With this attack, this guy's soul would probably be destroyed. If an ant died, then so be it. There was nothing to pity. The surrounding people sneered. Facing the attack, Lin Xian put away his smile and attacked with lightning speed. He grabbed the finger with his palm. Crack, the finger was broken, and a miserable cry rang out. Lin Xian broke the other party's arm with another palm. Ah! Sacred blood fell, piercing through heaven and earth. Mo Fan retreated in a sorry state, his handsome face twisted. The pain made him go crazy. You dare hurt me? I'll kill you. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His arm instantly recovered, and he slashed forward. Everyone was stunned. This guy was so strong that he could injure Mo Fan. Mo Fan must have been careless. Just watch, he would definitely die. Buzz, the saber flashed, and everyone's expressions changed. Whether it was Han Chong, Yu Hui, or Meng Hao, they were all defeated by this saber. This was especially true for Han Chong and Yu Hui. They had seen Lin Xian in the true spirit world before. They knew how terrifying this guy was. He was a top expert of a world. But so what, he had come to the buried Emperor Star to fight. Pooh, did this guy want to change his fate? It was impossible. They all shook their heads and sneered. I said that you're not my match. Seeing that Mo Fan continued to attack, Lin Xian shook his head and slapped again. This guy was crazy. That was the weapon of a sacred king. The surrounding people exclaimed. This guy's hand would be broken immediately. No matter how strong his body was, a sacred venerate couldn't block the weapon of a sacred king. Clang, the palm and the saber collided. The palm didn't break, and instead, it grabbed the saber. Then, Lin Xian's other palm slapped over. A palm landed on Mo Fan's face. Mo Fan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His teeth scattered across the ground, and half of his face was smashed into pieces. This saber is not bad. It's a pity that it was used by you. What a waste. Lin Xian held his saber in a reverse grip and slashed out. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He was about to lose his temper when he was slashed in half. He roared madly as his soul escaped. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish his words, another slap landed on him, and his soul dimmed. Didn't you say you wanted to break my limbs? Cripple my cultivation? I'll fulfill your wish. Wang, the saber slashed at the soul. The saber shook as if it was roaring. Endless purple flames burned. However, it couldn't leave Lin Xian's palm. Damn it, how dare you? The people of Misty Peak were enraged. They pointed their stardust finger and terrifying starlight surrounded them as they charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the elders of the Thousand Mountain Cave also made their move. The two holy rulers descended together and enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura surged out. Xueqi cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. Lin Xian blocked the starlight with his saber, but he didn't make a move. What? Are you going to ignore the rules in front of the whole world? Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven's face has been lost because of you. Stop, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor roared furiously. A monstrous aura of a great sage surged out and swept out in all directions. Everyone stopped. No one dared to make a move against Lin Xian. Xianhai's expression changed. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor couldn't be allowed to live. He went too far. He actually dared to attack the people of Misty Peak. It's unavoidable to make a mistake in a battle on the stage. However, even if he deserves to die, we shouldn't be the ones to do it. After this matter is over, we will personally hand him over to Misty Peak and let them deal with him. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor gave face to Misty Peak and protected Lin Xian at the same time. To be honest, he was only protecting Lin Xian because he wanted to make things difficult for Black Ice Ancestor. After all, if Black Ice Ancestor really joined hands with Misty Peak, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he couldn't let this matter go smoothly. He was the one who had secretly sent the black-robed holy ruler. Now that Lin Xian had displayed such great strength, he couldn't let Lin Xian die. Lin Xian was stunned. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was protecting him? He didn't know the Holy Heaven's old ancestor at all. However, after thinking about it, he understood. His lips curled up into a smile. Did I pass? Xianhai gritted his teeth and said, You passed. The surrounding people were stunned. They had never thought that a battle servant with the cultivation of a holy venerate would successfully pass the test. How could this guy be so strong? He had actually defeated Mo Fan. Not only that, but he had also taken the holy ruler's weapon with his bare hands. This guy's body was at least at the level of a holy ruler. Is he really a holy venerate? I have a feeling that he was hiding his strength. Many people exclaimed in surprise. What's going on with this battle servant? The people from Thousand Mountain Cave also started to investigate. They wanted to find Lin Xian's secret. Xueqi also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the elders didn't join hands, Lin Xian shouldn't have any problems with the rest. She might have seen Lin Xian kill a holy ruler elder with her own eyes. Furthermore, to prevent these people from investigating Lin Xian's secret, she quickly stood out and said, All right, only 3 people have passed. Next, I will fight with these 3 people. If you can defeat me, you can become my husband. The final battle was about to begin. The crowd held their breaths. They wondered who among the 3 would be able to defeat Xueqi. Someone sneered. Needless to say, it would definitely be Xianxia from Misty Peak. Apart from him, would the other 2 have any chance of winning? As for the battle servant, he wouldn't be a match for a holy king. As for the black-robed man, he was extremely mysterious. However, young Master Xianxia wouldn't let him off. Let me go first. As Xueqi's voice echoed out, a person came to the arena. It was the black-robed man. Xianxia furrowed his brows. Who is this person? He unexpectedly dared to steal my limelight. In all honesty, he had wanted to go first because he didn't want any undue delay. But now, the black-robed man had already gone up, and it was too late for him to say anything. I want to see what kind of power you have to dare to steal from me, Xianxia sneered coldly. Xueqi's expression was ice-cold as she looked at the black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely mysterious and strange. She must be careful. She couldn't lose this battle, and she couldn't afford to lose it. However, it was fortunate that she was now the Nining tribe's inheritor. Her power was greater than before. She waved her hand, and a blue sword appeared in her hand. Black frost started spreading out from the sword. She was really a peerless fairy. When Xueqi used her laws, the eyes of the black-robed man opposite her shone brightly. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed back like lightning. The black-robed man was quite swift, and he tore through the void and arrived in front of Xueqi. A gale swept out, and his palm descended mercilessly. Bang! The void in all directions was shattered by the palm, and the spectators in the vicinity felt an indescribable pressure. All of this showed how terrifying this strike was. This was a Saint King's all-out strike, and it was obvious that the black-robed man wanted to end the battle quickly. Xianxia took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but get worried. The black-robed man's power was beyond his imagination, and he wondered whether Xueqi could block him. If she was defeated, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. He was so quick. Xueqi was surprised, and she slashed out with her blue sword. She managed to block the black-robed man's palm. When the 2 weapons collided, it was as if a saint weapon had collided, and the power that erupted out was like the sun. So strong, this person's physique is actually so tyrannical. Xueqi was surprised. Black frost erupted out of her sword, and it swept toward the black-robed man's palm. It quickly froze it and sealed it in ice. The black-robed man's body was quite powerful, but her ice was even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! In the twinkling of an eye, the black-robed man's palm was covered by black frost, and the frost even spread toward his body. The black-robed man's pupils contracted. The frost made him feel like his arm was about to shatter. The power of the laws in his body started circulating, and it became extremely slow. Hateful! The black-robed man roared as he punched the black-robed man's arm with his other hand. The black-robed man's arm cracked open, and the frost shattered. At the same time, the black-robed man lashed out with his foot, which seemed like a heavenly blade. Xianxia retreated quickly, and she didn't resist the terrifying power contained within the kick. As she retreated, boundless black frost formed a pair of black wings on her back. The wings unfolded, and as they fluttered, the whole sky was filled with frost. The frost was formed by the Nining body, and it was much more powerful than ordinary frost. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious ice art. When the black frost appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. They all felt like their bodies and souls were about to be sealed in ice. How could this frost be so terrifying? He had just become a saint king, so his power shouldn't be so terrifying. The Paradise's experts were all startled. Even Xianxia was startled. This isn't right, as this isn't the mysterious ice art's power. He also cultivated the profound ice incantation, so he was naturally very clear about this kind of power. Therefore, he looked at Black Ice Ancestor in confusion. Black Ice Ancestor, as the creator of the Black Ice technique, also shook her head. That's right, this was not the power of the Black Ice extinction. However, it was much stronger than the Black Ice tactics. It was obvious that Xianxia had obtained some kind of good fortune in the land of frost. Father, what do you think of this battle? Xianxia asked nervously. Black Ice Ancestor's eyes flickered. I was worried before. After all, Xianxia had just broken through and her realm was not stable. But now, after seeing the black frost, I was relieved. Xianxia had won this battle. Sure enough, the sky was filled with ice. The black-robed man's expression changed. The threat of the ice caused his heart to beat wildly. Moreover, he had come here in disguise, so it was impossible for him to use his most proficient divine ability. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed in an instant. At that time, he would end up in a miserable state. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy, and his eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying radiance. Endless precepts gathered in his hand, forming a flower of the great path. Then, a cold voice sounded. Wither. The flower of the great path quickly withered, and a gloomy aura swept out in all directions. The people in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying, it could take away all life. Lin Xian also frowned. It was similar to his death precepts. It was indeed a very dangerous divine ability. Xianxia also felt it, and the black wings on her back released ice that blocked everything. The world was frozen. Endless black runes appeared on her body, and they emitted a mysterious aura. At this moment, the ice was even more terrifying. It was as if she had turned into an ice god, and it swept out in all directions. The world was frozen, and the surroundings were sealed in ice. The black-robed man's precepts froze in the void, and endless ice appeared on his body. In the end, he had no choice but to escape with his soul, which was why he was not sealed in ice. However, his body had already been sealed in the arena. The black-robed man smiled bitterly. I admit defeat. Xianxia waved her hand, and the ice in the sky disappeared. The black-robed man's soul and body recovered, and he walked out of the arena. Soon after, he tore open the void and disappeared. What a powerful ice! Is this the black ice tactics? Many people cried out in alarm. The people in the vicinity were all dumbfounded. Xianxia's power was beyond their expectations. Even some of the veteran saints were surprised. Xianxia's power didn't seem like someone who had just made a breakthrough. The ethereal peaks people smiled, and Xianxia nodded. It was his turn to fight. He would defeat Xianxia personally, and then marry her. Hateful, Yan Mo frowned, and his expression became gloomy. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor also frowned, as he was the one who had sent this person. He had thought that defeating Xueqi wouldn't be a problem. However, Xueqi's frost technique was beyond his expectations. She wasn't using the frost technique, and this was why his plan had failed. On the other side, the Black Ice ancestor transmitted her voice to Higher. Higher, go and ask someone to follow the black-robed man. I suspect that someone is secretly attacking him. Xianxia nodded and sent someone to follow the black-robed man. Xianxia walked down from the arena. He wore armor, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a young war god, and many people looked up to him. Don't worry. I won't injure you in this battle. Xianxia came to the arena and said with a smile. Xueqi snorted coldly. Please call me by my name. I don't know you that well. Moreover, you won't be able to win this battle. Xueqi snorted coldly, and she waved the long sword in her hand, causing black ice to sweep out once again. Let me show you my Star Clan's secret technique. Starlight illuminates the heavens and earth. Xianxia roared, and the mountains shook. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless starlight rushed out of his body, and it illuminated the 9 heavens. It turned into terrifying sword energy, and it descended from the sky. The starlight and the ice collided, and it seemed like 2 worlds were fighting. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Xianxia is so powerful. He is even more terrifying than the black-robed man. He wondered if Xueqi would be able to resist it. She definitely can't. She is destined to become Xianxia's woman. The ethereal peaks people sneered coldly. They were very confident in Xianxia's strength. Ice seal, Xueqi was like an ice goddess, and she used her ice power to freeze the entire world. The starlight in the sky was also sealed in the air. Duguju was surprised. He knew that the Star Clan's starlight was extremely terrifying, and ordinary ice couldn't resist it. Even the ice tactics wouldn't be able to seal it. What kind of inheritance did Xueqi use? Why did it shock him? Xianxia was also taken aback. She's really worthy of being my woman. She's really powerful. When the time comes, we will get married and join forces. We will surely be able to sweep the whole world. Even though his magical power was sealed by ice, Xianxia was still calm and confident. He formed a seal with his palms and shot out a Milky Way shadow. Countless starlight revolved around it, and it seemed like a starry sky was pressing down. The Milky Way shadow shattered the ice and frost that filled the sky. The boundless power contained within it was extremely terrifying. The Milky Way seal pressed down from the sky. Wherever it passed, the black ice and frost would shatter. However, when it came close to Xueqi, the Milky Way seal was blocked. It seemed like it couldn't advance any further. When the Misty Peaks members saw this, they furrowed their brows. The ice was really strange. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It seemed like Xueqi had just gotten the Nining inheritance. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to seal Xianxia with her Sage Realm cultivation and the Nining inheritance. After Xueqi blocked the Milky Way seal, she started to counterattack. Countless black ice and frost turned into a rain of arrows that flew out and penetrated the sky. The Milky Way shadow was sealed. Moreover, the rain of arrows flew towards Xianxia. It seemed like it wanted to seal him as well. The armor on Xianxia's body shone brightly as he formed a seal with his palms and roared toward the sky. A Milky Way appeared on his body, and it revolved around him. Boom! Boom, boom. The black ice and frost that filled the sky bombarded the Milky Way shadow, and a terrifying sound echoed out. The Milky Way shadow shook, but it didn't shatter. What a powerful defense, the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members exclaimed in surprise. The Milky Way shadow was too terrifying, and it seemed like it could block everything. The other Paradise's members were also surprised. Xueqi was already in an invincible position. They wondered how Xueqi would continue to fight. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and a golden radiance appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seemed like Xianxia would suffer a loss. He discovered that even though the ice and frost that filled the sky was blocked, it was still arranged in a certain way. Even though it was quite well hidden, as an expert of formations, he was able to discover it in an instant. The 2 black wings on Xueqi's back turned into ice frost swords and flew out. In the end, the black wings and the Milky Way and Xueqi After passing through countless layers of frost, the starry river became dim and lightless. Then, it cracked open. However, Stardust laughed loudly as he walked out. He realized that his opponent's ice attack had been completely blocked. It seemed like Xueqi had consumed a lot of her energy to cast such a magical ability. Therefore, it was time for him to counterattack. The Milky Way seal appeared in his hand again, and he waved it forward. The Milky Way seal blossomed with radiance, and the power that erupted from it was incomparable. It seemed to be even stronger than before. This Stardust had been fighting for so long, yet he still had such strength. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? Countless cries of surprise rang out. They knew that Xueqi was in danger. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on Xueqi's pale face. She formed a seal with her palm. The formation was activated. With a bellow, the scattered frost in the surroundings suddenly began to revolve, emanating a brilliant glow as it formed a massive formation that shrouded the entire area. The Icebound Array. As soon as it was formed, the terrifying ice completely enveloped the Stardust. Stardust let out a crazy roar. The armor on his body became dim in an instant. It seemed like he was going to be completely frozen. It was unexpectedly a formation. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying formation. When did he set it up? The people in the surroundings were all dumbfounded. Why didn't they discover it before? The pupils of the ethereal peaks people also contracted. Duguju's eyes shone with a cold light as he realized that this was the case. After thinking about it for a moment, he discovered that the icy arrow rain wasn't just a powerful magical ability attack, but it also contained the power of a formation. After the attack was destroyed, the array formation quietly condensed again. He had long heard that Xueqi wasn't just an apex expert, but she was also an expert in formations. Now, it seemed like the rumors weren't false. It seemed like Stardust had been careless. However, with Stardust's trump card, he shouldn't lose. Stardust's expression became ice cold, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Hateful. He unexpectedly used a formation to attack me. He was completely infuriated. As a roar echoed out, starlight rushed out of his body. A Stardust stone was formed between his eyebrows, and it blossomed with an unparalleled radiance. It seemed like he had turned into the brightest star in the world. As the power in his body erupted, it swept out in all directions and tore a crack in the formation. He became even stronger. Many people cried out in alarm. The formation's terror had already made them despair. They hadn't expected that he would be able to break through the formation's restraint. Everything had come to an end. Stardust flew out of the formation's crack and charged toward Xueqi. He stretched out a finger, which was surrounded by a ray of starlight. It was the Star Spirit finger. It was said that this finger could shatter the boundless starry sky, and it was one of the ethereal peak's most terrifying magical abilities. They hadn't expected that he would actually use it at this moment. The battle had come to an end. A smile appeared on Duguju's face. Mo Fan and the others from the ethereal peak also smiled. They had won. The other people also sighed. Even though they had been defeated by such a magical ability, it was still an honorable defeat. Xueqi took a deep breath. She could clearly sense how terrifying this finger was. However, she wouldn't lose. In the next moment, her body kept changing, and she left behind countless ice-cold afterimages as she extended her jade-like hands. 9 Divine Claw, buzz. Buzz, buzz. A terrifying black shadow streaked across the sky, and a roar echoed out as Stardust flew out. Scratches appeared on his body, and his body was penetrated. Fresh blood instantly flowed out of his body. What happened? Everyone was startled. Duguju stood up, and a terrifying radiance burst out of his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Yuehua, Mo Fan, and the others were also startled. Was the Star Spirit finger broken? What was that black shadow a moment ago? What is this? The Thousand Mountain Caves elders were also startled. Even the two old ancestors furrowed their brows. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be the 9 Divine Claw's most powerful technique? He had obtained the 9 Sons Divine Claw's inheritance, and he knew that it wasn't as simple as just the divine body. There were also some terrifying powerful techniques. It seemed like the technique that Xueqi had just used was one of those techniques. You have lost. Xueqi withdrew her palm and spoke coldly. On the other side, Stardust, who had fallen below the arena, couldn't believe what had happened. How is this possible? He had been defeated. He had become a Saint King 3 years ago, and he had practiced the ethereal peak's cultivation techniques. How could he have been defeated? Stardust gritted his teeth and roared. He had just stood up, but the wounds on his body suddenly opened up. His face turned pale, and he couldn't use his power. Not only had he been injured, but his wounds also contained a powerful ice-cold aura that froze the laws and meridians in his body. His internal organs had been injured, and if he didn't recover in time, his foundation would be damaged. Duguju took a step forward and arrived before Xianxia. He looked at Xianxia and checked his injuries. Then, his face turned cold. It was even more serious than he had imagined. He made his move, striking out with the power of laws. At the same time, he took out a secret pill. Quickly bring him back to rest. Mo Fan and the others quickly helped Xianxia to his feet and brought him to the side. Duguwuji asked coldly as he looked at Xueqi. What cultivation technique did Xueqi use a moment ago? It did not seem to be a martial art from the Thousand Mountain Cave. The others were also puzzled and looked over. Xueqi said that she had gone to the cold mountain before, and she had obtained some good fortune there. Since the Misty Peak has many abilities, they shouldn't be interested in my little summoning. Stardust has already lost. I think he no longer has the qualifications to marry me. Xueqi looked at Duguju. Duguju's face darkened. The surrounding people also held their breaths, not daring to say anything. After a while, Duguju finally spoke. But of course, the people of Ethereal Peak were true to their words. Since they had lost, they had lost. Puff, Xianxia, who was in the midst of recuperating from his injuries, spurted a mouthful of blood upon hearing those words, and his face turned incomparably pale. Damn it! This time, he really lost all his face. However, he swore that next time, he would definitely defeat her and marry her. Who would have thought that young noble Stardust would fail? That's right, it seems like the groom selection competition has come to an end. No one could marry Fairy Xueqi. I'm guessing that young Master Stardust will definitely make a comeback next time. Sighs could be heard as everyone seemed to have forgotten about Lin Xian's existence. It was as if Stardust's failure was the end. At this moment, Xueqi said, "You seem to have forgotten a person. I will challenge the third person." Is there anyone else? Right, it's that battle servant. Even young Master Stardust had been defeated. How could he possibly succeed? That's right, going up there would only be suicide. The people of Ethereal Peak shook their heads. The people from the other heavenly abodes were also surprised. They couldn't understand why Fairy Xueqi was so persistent. Could it be that she thought highly of this battle servant? The elders of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven naturally thought of this as well. They felt that it was a fantasy. Xianhai said, There's no need for a battle servant. You can't say that. Since he's already here, I'll give him a chance. The Yan Mo also laughed coldly. The people they had secretly sent had failed. However, this Lin Xian seemed to have a good understanding of formations. Perhaps he would be able to achieve unexpected results. Damn it, Xianhai gritted his teeth. On the ground, Xueqi looked at Lin Xian and said, "Come up. Let's fight the final battle." Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. He came to the arena and ignored the gazes of the others. Lin Xian said as he looked ahead. Bring out your full strength, I won't hold back either. He was looking forward to the battle between the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. What kind of scene would it be? Xueqi nodded. In the next moment, the 9 Yin body was activated, and endless black frost appeared on her body. On the other side, Lin Xian roared at the sky. The 9 Suns' divine flame appeared on his body, and a scorching aura swept out in all directions. Half of the sky was instantly covered. What kind of aura was that? So valiant. The crowd was disdainful at first, but when they felt the aura of that power, they were stunned. They were all stunned. This person's physique was too unusual. He had mastered some kind of ancient body-refining technique. Countless people were shocked. The elders were also stunned. Duguju's eyes shone with a cold light. The two great sages were equally astonished. Why was this battle servant so strange? Black Ice ancestor frowned. The Holy Heaven's ancestor, who was beside her, smiled. He wanted to see the scene after the victory. Be careful, I'm going to attack with my full strength, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then, he stomped his foot and charged forward. He didn't use any laws or magical powers. He only used the power of his divine body to attack. His fist seemed to have turned into a sun, and it swept across the sky, shattering the void. On the other side, Xueqi also attacked, and her black palm struck out. Boom! Boom, boom. The confrontation between the two's physiques was extremely strong. Cracks appeared on the entire arena, which shocked the crowd. Nothing happened when they fought with Xianxia. However, at this moment, the arena was shattered. It was unbelievable. Boundless ice appeared on Lin Xian's body and froze him. The 9 suns' divine fire swept across and melted the black ice. Not only that, but the flames also enveloped Xueqi. The black wings on her back blocked the flames. However, she had just obtained the Nining body. Her physique was no match for Lin Xian's. However, her cultivation was much higher than Lin Xian's. She was a saint ruler. Therefore, they were evenly matched. Buzz, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a sun god of war. His golden fist was invincible. The people in the surrounding heavens were dumbfounded. The geniuses in the heavens felt despair. Is he really just a battle servant? Why do I feel like he has surpassed us? They all lowered their heads in front of such power. Is this guy really so strong? Mo Fan and the others from the Misty Peak felt their scalps go numb. Mo Fan was furious when he was defeated, and he wanted to take revenge. He thought it was because he was careless. However, after witnessing this battle, he didn't want to take revenge anymore. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch from such a terrifying attack. On the other side, Xueqi's body was encircled by ice, and she seemed like an ice goddess. She opened a world of ice and frost. As soon as the fist entered her ice domain, it slowed down. Bang, their fists and palms collided, and a deafening sound echoed out. The universal laws turned into divine chains that tore apart the sky. They exchanged hundreds of blows, and everything in their path was shattered. The crowd was shocked by this. Be careful, as I'm about to use my ultimate attack, Xueqi warned him as she used the Nining divine claw. A black shadow streaked across the sky, and Lin Xian felt like his body was being attacked violently. It was as if a sacred weapon had struck his body, and he felt like his body was about to be torn apart. He roared as the 9 suns opened the sky. He opened his palms and tore apart the void. The sky and earth were instantly split open, and a large crack extended into the distance. At this moment, he attacked forcefully, and the black shadow that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Not good, the strongest absolute art was actually broken. The people from the Thousand Mountain Wonderland cried out in alarm. It was this attack that had defeated Xianxia. However, it couldn't do anything to Lin Xian now. Is Xueqi going to be defeated? Lin Xian waved his fists, which carried an invincible aura. At this moment, his divine body emitted a dazzling light, and when he waved his 9 fists, the sky and earth were shattered. Nothing could stop him. Xueqi could only defend herself passively. 9 layers of ice formed on her body to block his attacks. In the end, the ice that filled the sky was shattered, and she was knocked back. Her face was pale. Xueqi had been defeated, many people were shocked, and Xianhai and the others stood up in disbelief. How is this possible? The Misty Peak was stupefied. Xianxia even spouted a mouthful of blood. No, he roared crazily. No one had expected such an outcome. Xueqi had been defeated. Moreover, the victor was a battle servant. Are you all right? Lin Xian looked at Xueqi, who was below the arena, and asked concernedly. Xueqi shook her head and said, I'm all right. Your body is really strong, and I will surely catch up to you one day. She revealed a beautiful smile. Soon after, she said, since you have won, you will be my husband from now on. Her voice was like 10,000 claps of thunder, and it stunned everyone. Xianhai jumped out and said, I don't agree. Xianxia also roared, I also don't agree. How can you marry a battle servant? No way, am I dreaming? Damn it, Is Xueqi really going to marry a battle servant? Is this a joke? The people in the surroundings went into an uproar. The Thousand Mountain Paradise's people went crazy. If this matter spread, they would lose all face. Xueqi said coldly, "Why can't I? I said that I will marry anyone who defeats me. Now, Lin Xian defeated me, so I must fulfill my promise. I don't believe that you didn't want to marry me, and that's why you came up with such a plan. You lost to him on purpose." Xingchen roared. He couldn't accept this. That's right, we also found it suspicious. You can't be weaker than him. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Do you want to go back on your word in front of everyone? Lin Xian laughed loudly and looked at Xingchen. You don't accept it? Come over and fight me. I will personally show you the disparity between us. Is this guy challenging the Misty Peak? The people in the surroundings felt like they had gone crazy. Xingchen was so angry that he clenched his teeth and walked over. However, Yuhua said, "No, you just got injured, and your power isn't at its peak. Lad, do you want to take advantage of him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Take advantage of him? He is a Saint King, while I am just a Saint Venerable. We fought fairly, yet you still think that he is at a disadvantage? What a misty peak. It turns out that all of you are so cowardly. Fine, I will fight you with one hand. Do you dare to come over? At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord, smiling proudly in all directions. You're courting death. I will kill you with my own hands. Stardust was completely enraged. He was a peerless heaven's favorite who was above the grotto heavens. Now that he was being challenged by a battle servant, how could he not fight? His figure flickered and he flew out. Speaking of which, come on brat, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. With one hand behind his back, Lin Xian said, I'll give you a handicap with one hand. Otherwise, you people from the Misty Peak will think that I'm taking advantage of your precarious situation. Xingchen snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Galaxy Seal, he formed a seal with his palm and struck out. A river of stars condensed in his palm. With a single strike, it tore through the heavens and earth. Stardust didn't hold anything back in this attack. Lin Xian attacked with a single hand. His palm formed a seal, and the man-ruler seal also struck out. At this moment, he was incomparably domineering, as if a celestial emperor had descended. Boom, their superpowers collided in the air. With a crack, the galaxy seal shattered. The man-ruler seal swept out with the momentum of Mount Tai. Boom, Xingchen's face changed drastically and he frantically retreated. In an instant, his arm was broken and turned into a blood mist. Half of his body was completely shattered and he flew out. He lost. In just one move, Xingchen was seriously injured. Could it be that the gap between the two of them was really that big? Xingchen roared to the sky, I'm going to kill you. His glabella split open and a wisp of starlight surrounded his finger. Star Spirit Finger. With the point of his finger, it tore through the void with a supreme aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with the man-ruler seal again. That terrifying palm made the heavens and earth shatter again. After one strike, the Star Spirit Finger turned into ashes. Xingchen's body was torn into pieces. His crazy roar made everyone's scalp tingle. The people from the Misty Peak were stunned. This guy really defeated Xingchen with one hand. Why? Do you still think you're qualified to compete with me? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. Xingchen was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian said. I've already given you a handicap with one hand and you're only a Saint Venerable. Are you still using your injuries as an excuse? If you're not convinced, I'll give you time to recover to your peak. But when the time comes, I'll fight you to the death. Do you dare? Xingchen was completely stunned and he fainted from anger. His senior brother, Yuhua, and the others also rushed over. You're courting death. Yuhua waved her hand and a flying sword like a rainbow streaked across the sky. This was a sage artifact and Yuhua was at the peak, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and directly grabbed the flying sword. Then, he enveloped it. With a crack, the illusion of a huge mountain appeared on his palm as if it had crossed time and space. Mountain-embracing seal, it directly broke the flying sword into two. Yuhua vomited blood and flew backward. Her sage artifact was broken and she was also seriously injured. His 5 fingers opened and the broken flying sword fell from his palm. Lin Xian looked around like a supreme god. Who else was not convinced? Come out. At this moment, he was so strong that ethereal peak could not raise their heads. Everyone was stunned and silent. Duguju's face was as cold as water. This time, he had really lost face. I'm not convinced. Xianxia walked out. You're just a battle servant. What qualifications do you have to marry my daughter? What qualifications do I have? Lin Xian sneered. I've won. Can't you see it? I defeated Xianxia single-handedly. Are you blind? What qualifications do you think I have? I'm honest. Strength is my qualification. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and he did not back down. You're courting death. Xianxia snorted. Where's the three-eyed elder? In the distance, a woman flew over. She was wearing a Taoist robe and had a third eye between her brows. At this moment, she looked at Lin Xian and sighed. You're a top genius in other worlds. But here, you're still just a battle servant. So what if you win? Kneel down. The third eye between her brows bloomed and formed a divine light that pierced through Lin Xian. The others were in despair. This guy's fate was really tragic. They were afraid that he would be completely suppressed. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand, shattering the divine light. You want me to kneel down? Just you, how is that possible? The three-eyed elder was stunned. You're not affected. He used the life and death curse, but Lin Xian stood there with a cold face. He was not affected at all. How did you break the life and death curse? Lin Xian did not reply. He stood there with his hands behind his back as if he was going to be the enemy of the entire world. Damn it. Men, take him down. Xianxia shouted angrily when he saw this. Countless Saint Kings in the surroundings stood up. So what if he was strong? Could he fight against the entire grotto heaven? At this moment, the sagely heaven's old ancestor snorted. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough, Xianxia? Since Xueqi set the rules herself, you have to follow them. Otherwise, what will the world think of our 1,000-mountain grotto heaven? That's right. Elder Xianxia, you went back on your words. What do you think of 1,000-mountain grotto? Yan Mo also sneered. The two of them were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to win. Since that was the case, they would go with the flow. This way, Black Ice Ancestor would not be able to work with Misty Peak. To them, this was simply great news. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Xianxia was about to vomit blood. The other party was an ancestor. He did not dare to go against him. He could only look at his father. Black Ice Ancestor's face was cold. This matter was too strange. This kid was not controlled by the life and death curse. I suspect that Xueqi was deceived by him. He looked at Duguju and said, Taoist Dugu, I've let you see a joke. However, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, he stood up and looked around. Everyone, the martial arts competition has ended. 1,000 Mountain Grotto has something to deal with. I hope you can make it easy for us. The people of the other grotto heavens and ancient race felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They stood up and took their leave one after another. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with pity. This kid, so what if he won? He was still going to die. Just as everyone was about to leave, a cold snort sounded. Humph, 1,000 Mountain Grotto, you have made me lose. Everyone was stunned. Who dared to challenge 1,000 Mountain Grotto at this time? Xianxia was also angry. Who was so courting death? Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. He realized that the person who spoke was Jian Wuk. Jian Wuk stood up and smiled. I said it. Do you have a problem with that? Xianxia was sweating profusely. He did not dare to speak. Black Ice Ancestor frowned. Taoist Wuk, what do you mean? Jian Wuk said proudly. My meaning is clear. This young man defeated a sacred king with one hand as a sacred venerate. He was a heaven-defying expert. Even in Misty Peak, there were not many people with such talent. But you want to be a battle servant? And you want to destroy him? How stupid. If Thousand Mountain Grotto does not want such a genius, then Shantian Pavilion will. Jian Wux's words resounded in the surroundings. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. As for the sacred kings, their pupils constricted. Shantian Pavilion, this name was so familiar, it was like a thunderclap reverberating in his ears. Because it was also a force that was not weaker than the Misty Peak. The only difference was that Ethereal Peak controlled this region while Shantian Pavilion was the overlord of another region. He just didn't expect that the people from Shantian Pavilion would actually come here this time. And he even said such words. Xueqi stood there and looked at Lin Xian, who was standing proudly in front of her. She heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was extremely nervous just now. If the Heavenly Grotto had made a move, she would have risked everything to fight against Lin Xian. Or even leave this place. Who would have thought that in the end, the Shantian Pavilion's people would actually stand up and think so highly of Lin Xian? In the Black Sea, Yan Mo was stunned. Even the two patriarchs were stunned. Did Shantian Pavilion think highly of him? Truth be told, it wasn't that they didn't know that Zhang Xian was a genius, but they were used to being high and mighty. It was only natural that they would find it intolerable to be injured by an ant in their eyes. So what if he was a genius? They would still trample him to death. But now, Shantian Pavilion's words shocked them. If Shantian Pavilion made a move to protect Lin Xian, they wouldn't dare to make a move. At this moment, Du Guju stood up. Daoist Wuk, I don't agree with your words. This young man is a peerless genius, but Ethereal Peak is filled with talents. There are too many people who can surpass him. Too many? Jian Wuk sneered. Then you better find one for me now. With the cultivation of a Saint Venerable, who could compete with him, then I will leave Shantian Pavilion. Du Guju didn't say anything. To be honest, he really couldn't find one. A half-step Saint King with a Saint King's weapon could at most compete with a Saint King. It was too difficult to defeat a Saint King. Not to mention a Saint Venerable defeating a Saint King with his bare hands. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Seeing that Zhang Xian was silent, Jian Wuk sneered. Then, he turned his head and asked, Little fellow, are you willing to join Shantian Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Jian Wuk. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, senior. I am willing. Although Lin Xian didn't know Jian Wuk, he could feel Jian Wuk's kindness. This was completely different from the Holy Heaven's old ancestor helping him. Good. Jian Wuk laughed and took out a token. This was the Shantian token. From now on, you are a disciple of Shantian Pavilion. The people in the surrounding grottos were all stunned. Some of the geniuses' eyes turned red. A disciple of Shantian Pavilion. This was the same as joining Ethereal Peak. This was their lifelong wish and dream. They had worked hard for their entire lives and still hadn't achieved this goal. Now, Jian Wuk had become a member of Shantian Pavilion so easily, even Xianhai's pupils shrank. This meant that Jian Wuk's status was different. Jian Wuk laughed. Why? Now that I am a member of Shantian Pavilion, I am qualified to marry Xueqi, right? What? Xianhai was stunned. Elder Xianbing also sighed. He closed his eyes and said helplessly, yes. Then, he looked at Du Guju. Brother Dugu, it seems like Xueqi and young Master Xingchen aren't fated to be together. I will return all the gifts you gave me. After this matter, I will personally go to Ethereal Peak and apologize. Du Guju snorted and waved his hand. The laws in the sky brought Xingchen, Yu Hua, and the others into the sky and left. Today was too embarrassing. Ethereal Peak was defeated by a battle servant to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. They didn't have the face to stay here anymore. Very good. Then let's start preparing. I still want to attend the wedding. Jian Wuk laughed. Black Ice Old Ancestor said, Brother Wuk, you must be joking. Although I have acknowledged the relationship between the two of them, the wedding isn't something that can be held in a day. Our Thousand Mountain Grottos needs to prepare well. Alright, I will wait. Don't make Shantian Pavilion wait for too long. Jian Wuk said coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, report to Xiantian Pavilion when you are free. Your token is a symbol of your identity. When you are in danger, you can use the array on the token to call for help from Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion will immediately send experts over. I want to see who dares to go against Xiantian Pavilion. His last words were for Black Ice Old Ancestor and Thousand Mountain Grottos. Indeed, the people from Thousand Mountain Grottos felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to fight against such a terrifying existence. Jianwuk left, but the matter didn't seem to have stopped. After the people from the other grottos left, the news spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect the marriage by joust to be such a thing. They thought of countless possibilities. They even thought that the final winner would be Ethereal Peak. But things were out of their expectations. A battle servant had actually won and become a disciple of the Xiantian Pavilion. For a time, many people were shocked and envious. It could be said that everyone in the world was talking about this matter. In the Misty Peak, Xingchen and the others had become the target of ridicule. In the Star Pavilion, Xingchen was roaring crazily as the mountains were shattered. He was so angry that he went crazy. Lin Xian. I don't care who you are. I want you to die. I will make you die without a burial place. Xingchen's anger was burning. On the other side, in the Thousand Mountain Cave, the atmosphere was also very strange. In the Dark Ice Palace, Black Ice Ancestor and Xianhai were in the palace and the atmosphere was silent. Xianhai was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Father, what should we do next? Should we let this kid be with Xueqi? Of course not. Black Ice Ancestor's eyes were also shining with a terrifying light. Even if he is talented, so what? Even if he becomes a disciple of the Dark Sky Pavilion, so what? No matter how strong he is, he can't compete with the Star Tribe. Although Xingchen was defeated, he is still a member of the Star Tribe. You know how terrifying the Star Tribe is in Ethereal Peak. I don't think I need to tell you. No matter how strong this kid is, his background is too weak. We won't choose him. However, we don't have to oppose him because we will offend the Dark Sky Pavilion. We will think of a way to send Xueqi to the Misty Peak to cultivate. In this way, the two of them will separate. When Xueqi sees how strong the Star Tribe is, she will change her mind. However, before that, I have to go to the Misty Peak and apologize to them personally. In the Divine Heaven Pavilion, the Divine Heaven Old Ancestor and Yan Mo were also together. Yan Mo said with a smile. Although this matter was unexpected, Xingchen didn't marry Xueqi. Yes. The Divine Heaven Old Ancestor nodded. Although this kid is strange, things are going according to our plan. However, I guess that Black Ice Ancestor will find a way to contact the Misty Peak. It seems like I have to go to the Misty Peak. The two great saints were preparing to take action secretly. On the other side, Xueqi and Lin Xian were very relaxed. Without any worries, the two of them returned to their mansion. Only Lin Xian and Xueqi were here. This was why Xueqi didn't put on an iceberg appearance, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Husband, how are you going to compensate me for injuring me earlier? Lin Xian smiled and said, then let's do it again. Let's see if your Nining body is more powerful than my Ninyang divine body. He took Xueqi with him and walked into the hall. The two great physiques merged perfectly once again. In the following days, Lin Xian and Xueqi were together, and many people were envious of them. On this day, Xueqi and Lin Xian were quickly walking toward a mountain peak. The Thousand Mountain Cave, as its name suggested, had many peaks, and one of them was called the First Peak. The First Peak contained an unparalleled spiritual pulse. The benefits one could obtain from cultivating here were undeniably huge. Only those with extraordinary status could come here. Xueqi possessed such a status. On this day, she and Lin Xian turned into streaks of light and landed on the First Peak. Stop. From inside, three figures walked out in an instant and shouted coldly. These three people were all Saint Kings, and they were in charge of guarding the First Peak. It's me. Xueqi took out a badge. The three Saint Kings said, Greetings, Princess Xueqi. You haven't cultivated here for a long time. Xueqi nodded. My palace is still there, right? Bring me there. After she spoke, she started walking forward. The three Saint Kings in front of her also opened up a path for her. However, when they saw that Lin Xian was about to follow her into the first peak, they walked out again and blocked his path. You can't go in. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, while Xueqi's expression became gloomy. Do you dare to block my path, Princess Xueqi? I don't think I need to explain how important the first peak is. Only certain people can enter it. You are qualified. However, this guy isn't qualified. The three Saint Kings' expressions were ice cold, and their faces were filled with killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. Xueqi snorted coldly. Who said that he isn't qualified? He's my husband. Do you think that he's qualified? The three Saint Kings' expressions changed drastically. They had been guarding the first peak all this time, and they didn't know much about what had happened outside. They only knew that something had happened during Xueqi's contest for a spouse. However, they didn't expect that this person was Xueqi's husband. The three Saint Kings' expressions became gloomy. Xueqi asked once again, is my husband not qualified to enter it? Do you want me to ask the ancestor? The three Saint Kings' expressions changed drastically, and the one leading them said, please come in. The three Saint Kings opened up a path for them. Xueqi and Lin Xian walked into the first peak. After they entered, Lin Xian felt that the power here was much stronger than outside. As expected of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Moreover, it was the Thousand Mountain Paradise's first peak. Cultivating here could greatly shorten the time needed to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He said that he felt that he could make a breakthrough here and reach the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. There weren't many people inside, and it seemed like this place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. When they went up, they encountered a group of people. It was a tall man who walked with a majestic gait and had a small mustache. He had a mustache, and there was an old man next to him. As they walked over, they saw Xueqi. The tall man stopped and smiled. Sister Xueqi, long time no see. Seen your brother Yanhua. Xueqi nodded. Lin Xian raised his brows. Yanhua? Could this person be from the Yan family too? It seemed like he was related to Yan Jiu. Yanhua looked at Lin Xian and said, is this person the husband that Sister Xueqi chose? It's not that I want to criticize you, but even if my brother Yan Jiu is dead, you shouldn't have chosen such an aunt. My choice has nothing to do with you. Xueqi said coldly. At this moment, the old man next to her smiled. Princess Xueqi, our young master is doing this for your own good. Lin Xian frowned and looked at him. He said coldly, you are just a servant. Do you have the right to speak here? You are courting death. The old man was so angry that his whole body trembled. Although he was just an old servant, his strength had reached the Saint King realm, and his status was extraordinary. Now, the old man dared to reprimand him. He couldn't help but want to kill him. What was more hateful was that this guy was also a battle servant. What right did he have to reprimand him? Yanhua sneered. Arrogant, too arrogant. Don't think that just because you are with Xueqi, you have the right to be arrogant in front of me. I remember that you were just a battle servant before. You are just an ant. An ant? Humph, I defeated Xianxia from the Misty Peak. If you say that I am an ant, then what is Xianxia? Doesn't that mean that he is inferior to an ant? I will tell the world tomorrow that young master Yanhua said that Xianxia is inferior to an ant. Damn it, I didn't say that. Yanhua was instantly angry. If he said that, he would offend the Misty Peak. He didn't dare to do that. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are as timid as a mouse. If you don't have the courage, then I think you are the ant. Xueqi, your husband has gone too far. Yanhua looked at Xueqi. Xueqi shook her head. I don't think he's wrong. It's you who challenged me first. Alright, you've said so much. Don't you just want to attack me? I'll give you the chance. Lin Xian sneered coldly. Both of you, come at me together. You don't have the qualifications to make me attack you. Go and teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. Otherwise, Xueqi will be sad. Yanhua sneered coldly. The old servant walked over from behind him. Lad, you want me to teach you a lesson? He stretched out his hand, which was surrounded by laws, and it seemed like a cage that descended from the sky. He was a saint king who had cultivated for a long time. Now that he attacked with his full power, his opponent wouldn't be able to resist him. He wouldn't kill him, but he would break his limbs and teach him a lesson. Xianxia furrowed her brows. This old man was too ruthless. However, she wasn't worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was someone who could defeat her, and his body had become even more powerful. Buzz, Lin Xian also punched out, and his fist turned into a sun. Boom, the old servant's hand shook, and it shattered. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was so powerful, he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. Lin Xian attacked him with his palm once again. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, Lin Xian didn't hold back either. His attack engulfed his opponent. Boom, the old man was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His shattered body tried to heal, but Lin Xian shot out several rays of sword energy and pierced through him. He was nailed to the mountain peak. Ah, the old servant roared crazily as he couldn't escape. An ant like you, who has lived for several thousand years, is still so weak. Yet, you still dare to attack me. I can only say that you don't know the difference between life and death. Lin Xian sneered coldly. He looked at Yanhua and said, "Your servant is trash. Why don't you attack him yourself?" Yanhua's expression was gloomy. He had wanted to teach his opponent a lesson, but he hadn't expected that his opponent was so powerful. His old servant was a saint king who had made a name for himself 100 years ago. Yet, he still wasn't a match for his opponent. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't confident that he could succeed. So he said, "Very good, kid, I'll remember you. Let my men go, I want to leave." "You want to leave? Fine, cut off your arms and give me your storage ring. Then, I'll spare your life," Lin Xian said. "What?" Yanhua was instantly enraged. "Say that again? The other party actually wanted to hurt him? He even wanted to snatch his storage ring. Did this guy want to die?" Lin Xian snorted. "What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." With a sweep of his hand, he charged forward. The other party had already made a move on him, so how could he hold back, if this was not the first peak? He would have slapped the other party to death long ago. Lin Xian's palm was as golden as a god and as heavy as a mountain. The void could not withstand it at all. Yanhua bellowed, shooting out a flaming battle diagram. Divine chains of laws surged out from it to block the attack. But in an instant, it shattered. His arms broke, and he let out a painful roar. Lin Xian had no intention of stopping. His palm was like the sky as it pressed down again. Yanhua's body was bent, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. His entire face became ferocious. Damn it, he was going crazy. How could the other party be so powerful? "I'll hand over my storage ring, and you'll stop." He did not dare to fight again. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. "You should have done this earlier. Here." Yanhua took out his storage ring and threw it to Lin Xian. Then, he quickly fled with his old servant. He did not leave the first peak immediately. Instead, he went to look for the elders guarding the first peak. After finding them, he said, "I'm going to kill that guy." Those elders were also hesitant. One of them said, "Young Master Yanhua, we also want to attack him. But Princess Xianxia is by his side, so we can't do it. If we do, we'll break the rules. If the other party catches us, we'll probably be punished." Another elder said, "Young Master Yanhua, your sixth uncle is currently cultivating in seclusion in the first peak. If he comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely be able to injure that kid." "Really? Sixth uncle is going to break through?" Yanhua's eyes lit up. He said, "Okay, I'll wait for sixth uncle to break through. Keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him leave." The elder smiled and said, "Don't worry, although we can't fight, we can't do anything. Although we can't do anything, we can still find a reason to temporarily seal the first peak." The elders quickly moved and formed a formation to seal the first peak. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xianxia came to a cave abode and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy here was too abundant, and there were mountains of natural treasures around. In addition, Lin Xian had just obtained 2 storage rings from Yanhua. It could be said that the resources here were very abundant. He took out all the natural treasures and then used the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul quickly devoured them. The spiritual energy and power in the sky turned into a vortex and quickly surged into Lin Xian's body. Xueqi, who was next to him, was also stunned. The absorption of this power was too strong. She didn't dare to. Even if Lin Xian had a divine body, he wouldn't dare to do it. She was really worried about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't care. The awakening of the Great Dragon Sword Soul would require more power every time it leveled up. Now that he had finally found a spirit vein like the first peak, how could he miss it, so much so that the first peak shook violently? What happened? The expressions of the elders of the first peak also changed. Even the people who were cultivating in the other cave abodes were also very confused. They thought that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. At this moment, the sky darkened and countless lightning bolts gathered. Was he going to break through? They looked into the distance. Yanhua was also happy. That direction was where his 6th uncle was. In other words, his 6th uncle was going to break through. That was great. There was a middle-aged man in the cave in that direction. However, he suddenly opened his eyes. What was going on? The power around him was quickly disappearing. Who was using him? She looked into the distance. At the same time, a formation appeared in Xueqi's cave abode and concealed all information. At this moment, the lightning bolts fell. Lin Xian let out a long roar and fought against them. Boom! Boom, boom! 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 The people of the first peak were very quiet. They were all waiting silently. Because of the formation, they didn't know who was breaking through. Yanhua and the others believed that his 6th uncle was breaking through. The elders were also surprised. Was he going to break through to the middle stage of the Great Sage King realm? These people were too shocked. Looking at the appearance of the lightning tribulation, it was very terrifying. After waiting for a long time, the lightning bolts that filled the sky disappeared. That was great. He succeeded. Yanhua was happy. His 6th uncle was going to become a middle stage Great Sage King. His strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. A middle stage Great Sage King could kill an early stage Great Sage King with one punch. He couldn't wait to fly over and wait outside. After a short while, the cave opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. Congratulations, 6th uncle, for successfully breaking through and reaching the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Yanhua quickly bowed. However, the middle-aged man frowned and said, "Who told you that I broke through?" What? Yanhua was stunned. He looked carefully and found that his 6th uncle was still at the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Although his aura was much stronger than before, his cultivation was not at the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Then, who was breaking through? He had seen the lightning strike with his own eyes. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know. It should be another elder." The middle-aged man was Yanhua. Confusion appeared in his eyes. Previously, when he was cultivating, he did feel a strange change. Then, he asked, "Why did you come to find me?" "6th uncle, there is a brat who is too hateful. Help me teach him a lesson." He then recounted the events that had transpired, with some embellishment. After Yanhua heard this, he was furious. "Are you trying to challenge us by acting so recklessly? I want to see what makes him so arrogant." He was already in a bad mood when his cultivation power was taken away by someone else. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally had to take action. In her opinion, no matter how strong a holy venerate was, could he be stronger than her? On the other side, the array in Xueqi's cave slowly disappeared. Xueqi was waiting anxiously. Finally, she saw a figure walk out. Great, he had broken through. She felt that Lin Xian's cultivation had reached the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. He would be a half-step Holy King if he took another step forward. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He felt that his power had become stronger than before. Now, if he met Xianxia again, he could probably destroy his opponent's astral soul with a slap. "Let's go back," Lin Xian said. This time, the great dragon sword soul had absorbed too much power, causing the power of the first mountain to weaken greatly. It would not be effective if he continued to stay here. Moreover, the changes in the first mountain would definitely be noticed by others. Lin Xian did not want his secret to be discovered. So, he prepared to leave. Xueqi, who was beside him, nodded. The two of them left the cave and walked outside. "Brat, you finally came out. I thought that you would hide in there forever." At that instant, an icy voice could be heard. Lin Xian frowned and looked to the side. There were 3 people, Yanhua and the old man. There was also a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's aura was even stronger. "Oh, what's wrong? Are you here to give me a storage ring? This time, it won't be as simple as breaking your arms. Damn it, do you want to die?" Yanhua recalled how the other party had broken his arms, forced him to kneel, and even gave away his storage ring. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He said, "Sixth uncle, it's this detestable brat. You must help me teach him a lesson." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll test out my current strength." Lin Xian walked out and looked at the middle-aged man. He said, "You want to attack me? You can't afford it. I heard that a very arrogant battle servant had come to the Thousand Mountain Cave. Today, I want to see what makes you so arrogant." Yanhua was also angry. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold light appeared in his hand. It was as if there were billions of rays of light. His palm transformed into a demonic dragon that swept forward like a mountain range. The demonic dragon bared its fangs and claws and charged toward Lin Xian. It had to be said that Yanhua's strength was much stronger than Yanhua and the other two. He was also a terrifying existence in the early stage of the Saint King realm. His strength had increased greatly after this closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was very confident that he could kill Lin Xian with one blow. Buzz! A ray of sword chi appeared in Lin Xian's hand. The sun sword slashed forward. It collided with the opponent's palm. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains shook violently. Countless formations flickered in and out of existence. After the blow, Lin Xian was as steady as Mount Tai. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man's face was completely ugly. He felt that his entire arm was numb. He could block Sixth Uncle's blow. Yanhua's eyes almost popped out. He knew how terrifying his Sixth Uncle was. No one in the younger generation could compete with him. But this kid blocked all of his attacks. Sixth Uncle. This kid has some kind of super strong body refining technique. Don't fight him in close combat. Yanhua reminded him. Sixth Uncle nodded after hearing this. So that's why you're so arrogant. But you're too naive. No matter how strong you are, you can't compete with a real Saint King. Watch me kill you with my magical power. He stretched out his hand again and kept forming seals. Countless laws condensed and formed a huge seal. Giant rock palm. As soon as it was slapped out, the surroundings were petrified. This guy was a rock element expert. The whole sky seemed to have turned into a cage and pressed down. Open for me, Lin Xian roared and took a step forward. The invincible sword was slashed out by him. His hands opened and closed, and the divine fire turned into a sword shadow with the power to split heaven and earth. Boom boom boom, the rock streaked across the sky, and cracks appeared. Then, it was torn apart. The invincible sword fell. Sixth Uncle's pupils constricted, and he threw out 2 shields to block. He blocked the invincible sword. However, at this moment, the invincible sword attacked again. This was also a terrifying magical power that was not weaker than the Man-Ruler seal. With a single blow, the opponent was sent flying. The armor on Sixth Uncle's body was shattered, and a crack appeared, almost splitting him in half. He couldn't believe it. Yanhua was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. His Sixth Uncle was defeated too. Thinking of this, he kept retreating, trying to escape. Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot and activated the 10 ultimate sword formation, sealing the surroundings. You want to escape now? I said, take my wrath. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? At this moment, Sixth Uncle rushed out. His whole body turned into rock, and there were even flames burning on his body. He formed a flaming rock giant that was incomparably powerful. Soaring flaming rock fist, this was his famous consummate skill, and no one of the same level could block it. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his arm and threw out the mountain-embracing seal. A primordial demon mountain fell from the sky as if it was going to crush the heavens. The terrifying fist was blocked, and then cracks appeared on his arm. Sixth Uncle's body shook violently, and then it kept shattering. He finally couldn't resist under the primordial demon mountain. Lin Xian threw out the mountain-embracing seal again, and the two primordial demon mountains completely suppressed his opponent. His strength is not bad, but that's all, Lin Xian said indifferently. He turned his gaze and looked at Yanhua. Yanhua almost knelt down. He said in horror, "What are you trying to do? Kid, I'm warning you, don't attack me. Otherwise, our patriarch won't spare you. Now that you know how to be afraid, you still dare to threaten me? I already said that if you attack me again, I won't just cripple your arms. I will cripple you." What? Yanhua was alarmed, and he quickly went to ask the elders for help. Xueqi wanted to cripple him, which was even more terrifying than killing him. The old servant wanted to retreat and ask for help. Xueqi waved her hand, and frost filled the sky and sealed the old servant in ice. The old servant's eyes widened. He was also a Saint King expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xueqi. The Tenju swords appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and they pierced through the old man's body. The great dragon sword Soul's power roared, and it shattered the old man's laws and power. Yanhua roared, and despair appeared on his face. He felt that his power had instantly disappeared. No, he had gone crazy. Lin Xian waved his hand and unleashed a seal to seal the other party. Then, he threw him into the great sage tower. In the next instant, he crippled Yanhua and sealed him again. As for the old servant, he directly killed him and turned him into a bloody mist. Then, he burned him with the 9 suns' divine flame. "Husband, what do you plan to do with these 2 people?" Xueqi asked. Lin Xian said that he would talk about it after they returned. He waved his hand and removed the formation, and the 2 of them walked outside. They went to the foot of the mountain. The 3 elders guarding the mountain were stunned. Why did this guy come out? Did Yanhua not go to cause trouble for this guy? Although they were confused, they had to remove the seal and let the 2 of them leave safely. After they returned, they went to Xueqi's residence. Xueqi said that if they killed them, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor would know about it, and it would be very troublesome. Lin Xian nodded. He said that he didn't plan to kill them, and that he would go out in 2 days and find an uninhabited mountain range to suppress them for several thousand years. No one would be able to find them. "Do you want to go out?" Xueqi asked. Lin Xian nodded and took out a map from his storage ring. The map was emitting a faint radiance at this moment. He had snatched this map from the Purple Spirit Wonderland's people. The fragment of the map had been sitting quietly in his storage ring. In the past few days, he had begun to shine. Lin Xian guessed that something must have happened to the place marked on the map. Therefore, he was prepared to investigate. But before that, Lin Xian still had some things to do. "Xueqi, tell me more about the Stellar Saints," he said. Xueqi nodded. She said that Star Saint King was a member of the Star Clan. However, his status in the clan wasn't high, so he could only stay in the heavenly abode. However, in the paradise, his status was not low. He was an elder, and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of Holy Venerate. It was said that he would soon reach the late stage. "Are you going to attack him?" She also knew that it was the Sacred Star Monarch who had captured Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "That's right, this guy dared to injure my senior brother and even dared to steal the Peerless Sword. I'll deal with him myself sooner or later." However, now was not the time. Indeed, although Lin Xian had reached the peak of Holy Venerate, the Sacred Star Monarch was not simple. He was an extremely terrifying existence in the middle stage of Holy King Realm, and he was even about to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that it was best to break through and become a half-step Holy King before dealing with this guy. "You said that he had 3 disciples?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then, I'll let him know what it feels like to have his disciples captured, I know." Xueqi ordered someone to call the 3 disciples over. Half a day later, the 3 people arrived. They stood in front of the main hall with puzzled expressions. They didn't know why Princess Xueqi was looking for them. After waiting for half a day, Xueqi didn't appear. However, a young man walked in. They frowned. They naturally knew this guy. It was Lin Xian. The second disciple asked, "Boy, where is Princess Xueqi? Why is she looking for us?" "Hurry up and tell Princess Xueqi that we are here," the third disciple said proudly. Lin Xian glanced at the three people before he sat down boldly. "You don't need to wait. Princess Xueqi won't see you. It's me who is looking for you." "You?" The three disciples were taken aback. The eldest disciple asked, "Why are you looking for us? What is it?" Lin Xian sneered. "You came to Princess Xueqi's residence without permission. How dare you, kneel down and accept your death." The three people's expressions changed. The eldest disciple said, "Hateful. We were invited here. Who can prove that?" Lin Xian stood up, and a cold killing intent emanated from his body. The second disciple said, "Boy, you want to take revenge, right? Our teacher captured you and made you a battle servant. Do you bear a grudge against him?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. Doesn't the Star Holy King like to go around suppressing people? I will let him know what it feels like to have his disciples suppressed. You are courting death. Attack." The three people shouted angrily. They naturally knew that they had to leave this place quickly. The three people's speed was very fast. They didn't escape but charged directly at Lin Xian. One of them struck out with his palms, which were like two mountains. Another person struck out a black hole, which enveloped Lin Xian. The third person formed a seal with his palms, and a terrible storm tore the void into pieces. The eldest disciple, who was the strongest among the three, was already at the beginner stage of the Holy King realm. The other two were half-step Holy Kings. The three of them attacked together, and the momentum was shocking. The place where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The three people looked at this scene and laughed proudly. "What peerless genius. I think he's just SOSO. Let's go." The three of them turned around and were about to leave. However, at this time, they realized that a figure had appeared in front of them, blocking their way. How is this possible? The three people's expressions changed drastically. Isn't that the boy? They suddenly turned around and looked at the shattered void. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. That terrifying attack just now didn't hurt him at all? How did he dodge it? Mountain-embracing seal. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an ancient mountain directly fell from the sky, pressing down on the three people. "Damn it!" The three people roared. Eldest senior brother struck out with his palms, which were vast and could sweep away everything. However, in front of the ancient mountain, his arms were instantly broken. The other two half-step Holy Kings couldn't withstand it, and their bodies instantly turned into a bloody mist. The three people were completely suppressed. "Damn boy, let us go. Believe it or not, when my master comes, he'll tear you into pieces." The three people roared. Lin Xian looked at the three people and sneered. "Don't worry, your master will be here soon." He stood up and said in a clear voice. "Someone, go and tell Star Saint King to come and get his disciple." Soon, a figure rose into the air. Not long after, a roar was heard. This was too much. Star Saint King, carrying the supreme power of the stars, descended from the sky. He strode over. When he saw that his three disciples were suppressed and seriously injured, his eyes instantly turned red with anger. "Kid, let go of my disciples. Don't you just want to take revenge? Fight me if you have the ability. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon." Lin Xian looked at the other party, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I can't let go of your three disciples. They trespassed into Princess Xueqi's residence, so I've decided to cripple them." "How dare you?" Sacred King Xingchen roared. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The mountain-embracing seal exploded, completely crippling the three of them. The three of them fell to the ground and became crippled. "Ah!" The three of them roared, their eyes filled with despair. "Master, kill him. Avenge us, yes, we must tear him into pieces." Sacred King Xingchen's eyes instantly turned red. It wasn't easy for him to nurture these three disciples. Especially his eldest disciple, who was already a sacred king. His future achievements were limitless. But now, they were crippled just like that. You're courting death. Countless stars appeared on sacred King Xingchen's body, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Lin Xian took out the Shantian token. He said, "Can you bear the anger of the Shantian pavilion if you attack me?" Sacred King Xingchen's face became even uglier, but he didn't act rashly. He was so angry. If he didn't have the Shantian ridge, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian with a slap. He snorted, gritted his teeth, and said, "Do you think the Shantian token can protect you forever? This time, you challenged me first. Even if I attack you, the Shantian pavilion won't say anything." "Is that so?" "You can try." Lin Xian didn't care at all. At this time, Xueqi also walked out from the side. She said coldly, "Elder Xingchen, you've gone too far. Your 3 disciples came here without my permission. They deserve to be crippled. As for you, you didn't discipline your disciples well. How should you be punished?" Sacred King Xingchen's face became even uglier when he saw Xueqi walk out. He knew that if he didn't pay a price today, he wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive. Therefore, he said, "It's my fault for not teaching you well, and I'm willing to accept the punishment." Xueqi nodded and said, "Men, take the lightning code and execute the lightning punishment." Very quickly, someone respectfully took out a grimoire. It was surrounded by lightning. Clearly, it was a terrifying treasure. After Xueqi took it, she let Lei Dian float in the air and said, "Xingchen Elder, accept the lightning punishment." The sacred king of stars knelt on the ground, his back facing the thunder tome. As for Xueqi, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "There are 360 strikes in total. You can execute them personally." Lin Xian nodded. He used the law of thunder. The thunder tome shone brightly, and lightning flew out. Every strike was extremely terrifying. Even a saint king could not withstand it and could only allow the lightning to strike. Moreover, Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul in this lightning. Therefore, after the 360 bolts of lightning struck, sacred King Xingchen's body was bleeding profusely, and his wounds were unable to heal. He gritted his teeth and stood up, looking extremely ferocious. "Brat, don't think that you can continue to be arrogant just because you have the support of Princess Xueqi and the Profound Heaven Pavilion. Do you see this sword? We have been searching for this person for a long time. Now that I've found news of him, I'll capture him and make him my battle servant. I really want to see your expression when the time comes." The sword he took out was the unparalleled sword. When Lin Xian heard this, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. The other party was still looking for the unparalleled Saint King. How despicable! He took a deep breath and said coldly, 1 year. In 1 year, I will challenge you to a duel of life and death. 1 year? I will wait. Sacred King Xingchen roared. He finally had a chance to kill his opponent. No matter how strong his opponent was, how much could his strength increase in a year? His cultivation level was much higher than his opponent's. Not to mention 1 year, he could still kill his opponent in 10 years. Xueqi frowned as she looked at Sacred King Xingchen's back. "Isn't 1 year a little too short?" Lin Xian shook his head. "They have already started looking for my senior brother. I don't have much time." Xueqi said, "Don't worry, I will also help you find your senior brother. I will also keep an eye on Sacred King Xingchen. And I will leave this to you. Oh, be careful. He is related to the Star Tribe. I think those people from Ethereal Peak will not let this matter rest. 10 days later, I will leave." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. In the following days, he went into seclusion to adjust his condition to the peak. Then, he left. When he left, Xueqi found Sacred King Xingchen again. She did this to prevent Sacred King Xingchen from secretly following and assassinating Lin Xian. As long as Xueqi kept Sacred King Xingchen busy, Lin Xian would not be in danger. Sacred King Xingchen could not leave, but he sneered in his heart. Not only had Sacred King Xingchen offended him, but he had also offended the Star Tribe. Did Sacred King Xingchen think he could be safe? He had already sent the news to Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak would definitely send experts to kill Sacred King Xingchen. Ethereal Peak. At this moment, Ethereal Peak was in an uproar. This was because a new quest had been issued. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, they could accept some missions and carry them out. At this moment, there was a mission. This mission was to kill a person. Countless people were watching because this mission was issued by the Star Tribe. The mission was too simple. It only required them to kill a late-stage Saint Venerable. What a joke. What kind of existence is Ethereal Peak? Is such an ant worthy of us taking action? Some geniuses were disdainful. However, there were also people who said, you don't know. This guy is the guy who defeated Xianxia in Thousand Mountain Cave. They thought that the Star Tribe issued this mission because of Xianxia. So it was this guy. Some people nodded and came to a realization. In this way, it could be explained. Although this guy was a late-stage Saint Venerable, his strength was equivalent to a Saint King. To be able to defeat Xianxia, he had some strength. However, I am not interested. Most people shook their heads. There were also some people who had the idea but did not dare to go. After all, Xianxia's strength in Ethereal Peak was not bad. Since he was defeated, what was the point of others who were weaker than Xianxia going? In the end, 3 people accepted the mission. These 3 were extremely terrifying experts. Their strength was above Xianxia's. When Xianxia saw the 3 people accepting the mission, he nodded his head. However, he still frowned. Is this okay? I don't want this guy to escape again. An elder at the side laughed. He is just a young man. No matter how strong he is just an ant in front of Ethereal Peak. The reason for this mission is to train the people of the Ethereal Peak. Moreover, we will also send a middle-stage Saint King to guard him. Even if the first 3 fail, he won't be able to escape. At this moment, a ring on the elder's hand shone. The last array formation appeared and a message came from it. There is news from Thousand Mountain Cave. That guy has left the cave. We have also started to move. The 3 experts who accepted the mission got the order and started to move. At the same time, a mid-stage Holy King from the Star Tribe also tore open the void and prepared to leave. On the other side, Lin Xian stealthily left the Thousand Mountain Cave and flew at a high speed. He sat on the black earth and turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the void. After walking for about 2 days, he frowned. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Someone was coming. He knew that Holy King Xianxia would definitely not let it go. He wondered if it was someone from the Heavenly Cave or Misty Peak. He hoped that person's strength would not disappoint him. Looking at the mountains below, his figure flashed and he landed in the mountain range. After entering, Lin Xian killed a demon beast and began to make delicious food. Little White also jumped out and picked some spirit fruits in the surroundings, eating happily. The 2 of them did not seem to know that danger was coming. At this moment, the surrounding forest became oppressive. Countless gusts of wind swept through, and the entire sky was about to press down. A figure appeared on top of a large tree and looked down. Ants were ants. They did not even know that they were about to die. A cold voice came from above. Is he here? Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said indifferently, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. I am Holy King Barbarian Spirit. A tall figure descended, and the ground cracked open, spreading in all directions. This person's physique was very terrifying. It emitted a metallic luster as if it was made of precious metal. There were endless lines on it. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to tremble. When Lin Xian was sizing up the other party, Holy King Barbarian Spirit was also sizing up Lin Xian. As expected, he was a Holy King. I really don't understand. How did you defeat Xianxia? Kneel down now and I'll give you a quick death. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head and said, do you need me to give you a handicap of 1 hand? Kid, you're more arrogant than I thought. However, the consequences of angering me will be very miserable. Buzz, before he finished speaking, Barbarian Spirit turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. It seemed that he wanted to fight Lin Xian in close combat. As the palm fell, it was surrounded by divine chains of laws. The void was torn apart in an instant. Hundreds of black holes were formed, trying to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He punched out and transformed into a golden crow. Boom, a loud sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Sacred King Barbarian Spirit was sent flying. His arm was numb, and his body felt like it was about to split open. His eyes were wide open. What a strong physique. Was he really just a saint? He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian strode over with the man-ruler seal in his hand. I am indeed a saint venerable. You can't defeat me because you are too weak. If I were a saint king, I could kill you with a single glance. You're courting death. I was just careless just now. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit roared at the sky as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. His physique had also become stronger, and his figure had also become taller than before. I am a berserker spirit, and the power of my bloodline is not something you can imagine. Go to hell, brat. He turned into an even more terrifying streak of radiance, carrying unparalleled power as he slaughtered his way over. So what if he was a berserker spirit? Lin Xian also charged over. The two of them fought in close combat, and the man-ruler seal swept out in all directions. After exchanging 3 blows, Sacred King Barbaric Spirit was sent flying and spat out blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and he kept swaying. Damn it, how is this possible? His eyes instantly turned red. No one had ever dared to compete with him in terms of physique. A Saint Venerable had injured him, he couldn't believe it. What kind of physique did you cultivate? Fine, I'll let you know before you die. I cultivate the Divine Nine Yang body, the Divine Nine Yang body. It was one of the legendary super physiques in the galaxy. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's eyes instantly turned red. This was the legendary physique. He didn't expect this brat to have it. You're just a battle servant. How can you have such a peerless divine physique? Give me the cultivation method of the Divine Nine Yang body, and I can spare your life. He was really envious. He was about to go crazy. Although he was a berserker spirit and had a strong physique, however, it was still incomparable to this legendary physique. If he could obtain the cultivation method of the Divine Nine Yang body, who would be his match in close combat in the future? With just you want to have ideas about the Nine Yang divine body? Lin Xian smiled. The reason why I told you about my physique is because I know that you will definitely die. If he wasn't confident, Lin Xian wouldn't have revealed his secret. Divine fire continued to spread on his body, and he turned into a golden god of war. Crack, it seemed that he had to use some real methods. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit also activated his bloodline and took out a mace from his storage ring. It was as big as a mountain. Boom, this attack was like a mountain. The sky and earth directly collapsed. No one could escape. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also struck out with the mountain-embracing seal. Descending from the sky, an immemorial demonic mountain directly pressed down. The mace instantly bent, and with a cracking sound, it shattered. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit was forced back and vomited blood. Damn it, his physique was so strong, and he also knew a peerless divine ability. He knew that he was no match for him and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged forward. You still want to leave now? He struck out with the man-ruler seal again, like a god descending. Get lost. As Sacred King Barbaric Spirit retreated, he stretched out his hand and threw the surrounding mountains over. Dozens of mountains fell from the sky, causing the entire world to turn dark. Invincible sword, a sword light flashed and split the world in half. Huge rocks fell from the sky. A crack appeared between Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's brows, and then his body was split in half. He let out a painful roar. Damn it, how could his opponent's sword chi be so terrifying? Barbaric Spirit's secret technique. His body quickly healed, and then he roared. Endless blood-red runes appeared on his body and burned quickly. Then, a soul phantom appeared. This was not a soul attack, but an ancestor phantom formed by his bloodline. It was a battle spirit between heaven and earth. With a giant axe in hand, it charged forward. Let's see how you fight, Sacred King Barbaric Spirit sneered. With his family's secret technique, he could fight against someone more terrifying than him. The attack fell with an incomparably huge pressure. This attack seemed to be able to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian struck out with the undying sword. At the same time, the mountain-embracing seal and the man-ruler seal attacked together. With a bang, the battle spirit was torn into pieces. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's body was shattered again. He became terrified. Don't kill me, I'm just here to accept the mission. He was finally afraid. He had used his strongest secret technique, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. This time, other than me, there are two people who accepted the mission. They are stronger than me. Let me go, and I'll tell you who they are. I don't need to know who they are. Anyone who dares to kill me will go to hell. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he walked over. A sword shadow appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward, destroying Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's body and soul. After taking Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's storage ring, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left this place. Half a day later, a figure descended from the sky and floated in midair. He was wearing a white robe that was spotless. 3 flying swords circled around him, making him look like a sword immortal. End of chapter 4483. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.